Guys to the UCEI Invitational presented to us by Xfinity. We're here with Day 1, League of Legends Game 1 with UCSD versus UCLA. I'm Quincy at PhD Stokes, joined by...
I'm Selena, exit OCC Hui.
And we are getting right into some League of Legends. Now, we did have some technical difficulties earlier, delayed the start just a little bit, but no worries, we're getting right into it. Without further ado, how are we doing on this fine Friday morning, Selena?
I've just been chilling. We're waiting, for a couple of minutes, but we're finally here. Very excited to cast this first series in our Day 1 of UCI's LAN at Rebel HQ, Santa Monica. Really exciting to see how the players are feeling today. I hope they don't feel too stressed about skipping classes because it is a Friday.
Yeah, school did start this week for you guys at the UCs, and unfortunately that's just how it be sometimes. You gotta miss out on classes for things like this. Now, we are in week 1 of school, which is okay, so we're all a little bit stressed. Also, it's a LAN event. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. The players may not be experienced on LAN as much as maybe usual professionals, but it'll be a nice experience for them and for us as well, casting here live from Rebel HQ.
Yeah, not only that, today's games are also single elimination, so it means everything's on the stake, right? Once they lose that series, it's over. So everyone here wants to win. I definitely foresee both teams fighting very hard to get to this next bracket games.
Absolutely. So yeah, we will have a best of 3 for you guys, as I mentioned earlier, between UCSD and UCLA. Their lineups are looking strong. We're talking a little bit off stream about just how good UCLA was looking in practice and whatnot. They've been playing their solo queue games, I hear.
Yeah, they're very, very prepared and excited for this event. Like, I was like, how are you guys up 5 a.m. in the morning playing solo queue during the first week of school? But, well, here they are. And also, not to mention, UCSD is first seed. And during group stage, UCLA did lose to them, but I hope this time they can bring up different strategies that they have drafted from their previous experience. Not only that, UCSD also has their star jungler, King Clueless, who was MVP from last year, so I definitely am very excited to see how he plays in the series.
That's interesting. Maybe a little bit of a comeback story for UCLA. They got something to prove this time around. They're getting right back into the series against UCSD. Now, I didn't actually watch this game. Do you know how that first series went?
It was kind of like a slow bleed out from the side of UCLA, so I think they just have to round up every single phase in the game to be able to do better against UCSD, because UCSD does play around their jungler very well, who is a star gamer, right? Like, he can play carry junglers very well. He can also play more facilitating roles for his team. So overall, I think UCSD will put their main focus on their jungler and move around him the most, especially early to mid game. But if UCLA can also respond to that and make sure they can also execute their own plays, it can lead them to victory eventually.
Gotcha, and there you have it, just as we talk about UCSD. There they are on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. There's their lineup. We got Millennium Baby in the top lane, King Clueless, as we mentioned, in that jungle, Cinnamon Jouster in the mid lane, Shizomacy in the AD, and Protoss as his support. They're looking to make their way into this game, and here we got, coming out, the Bruins as well.
Yep, we see UCLA walking into the stage as well. We have the first Portal in the top lane, Strauss in the jungle, Mike Rozowski in mid lane, the Doggo, and Prosciutto in the bot lane.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a best of 3, just a reminder. So these teams are looking to learn each other just a little bit in this first game and then bring it home in the second and third. And hopefully you guys getting a face of those players there helps out with this narrative we're building just a little bit. But keep those faces in mind. You'll see them time and time again with this wonderful production setup we've got going on. We've got cams all over the place you wouldn't even believe.
Yeah, definitely. What are some picks that you expect to see today from this first series of the game? Okay,
the first thing that comes to my mind is top lane, right? Top lane, we've been seeing a lot. There's unfortunately not a whole lot of LCS or pro play going on right now. We did just have that LCS kickoff event this last couple days. But top lane, I'm thinking Cassante, Fiora. No way they make it through bans,
Pretty
right?
much tanks and the champions that are good against tanks.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's,
there is a narrative in high elo solo queue right now. If you just pick Asante and ban Fiora, it's an easy W, right?
Easy W. So, yeah, Fiora has a pretty easy time against Cassante, right?
Yeah, she can parry most of his spells because his Q is also very linear, right? Like, you know when he's gonna knock you up for the most part, so it's pretty easy for the Fiora to parry that. But not only that, Fiora is just good against tanks with her true damage, and she can also go Borg and all the other tank shredder items.
Gotcha, that totally makes sense. So yeah, top lane, Probably a lot of Fiora Cassante in those prio picks. Maybe we have Gwen and Aatrox. Also, the Jax rework just came out. We probably won't see Jax. I would personally love to see it. That man does a whole lot with his staff now. If you see the new ultimate animation, the guy goes kind of crazy. I love to see that. Hopefully we'll see Jax. But any picks to you standing out otherwise than top lane?
I'll say probably just like safer picks like Gnar, always stable, just like a good team fight, all-around champion, can also split push with his like fast all attack towers. So yeah, I think top lane is mostly gonna be a meta for tanks. Like Ornn and Shin can also show up as they do synergize pretty well with the new items like Heartsteel and Jackshow. So I definitely see top lane being dominated by tanks at the moment.
Absolutely fair. And then jungle is not bad. One character in particular we see a lot of is Wukong. Wukong is an animal. We talked a little bit about this off stream as well. He can clear super well. He's got super good ganks. You mentioned he's got crazy good team fight. This character can do it all. I'd be very surprised if we didn't see any priority coming from that champion at all.
Yeah, another pick that has been rising in popularity is actually Sylas Jungle. And that can be an interesting flex pick that teams can pull out between mid and jungle and just to confuse enemy team a little bit. But the problem with Sylas Jungle is he doesn't clear as well early compared to Wukong. Yeah, he's more like a Lee Sin in the early game. He wants to go for ganks and get those kills going so he can buy items and start clearing better.
Gotcha, I like that. So yeah, very prio picks there. I like this meta a little bit for jungle because these AP characters are a little more like relevant. You can go with the Nashor's Tooth on things like Echo Jungle. Diana Jungle is pretty good as well as a little bit of a flex to mid, maybe. But yeah.
Yeah, I think for the most part, most jungle champions are pretty viable because the pets are really strong for the most part. Like anything can clear right now because the pets will help you attack your jungle camps. So, but compared to mid lane right now is in a bit of a weird spot because not that many champs are viable and the good champions are not even mid laners. Like I saw Zach mid with like 55% win rate. Like, what is that?
Yeah, just for some context here at home, we got two mid lane players right here. So mid lane, it's so sad to see how weak it is. But looking probably to see a lot of Syndra, a lot of Azira Kali is a pretty common matchup we see as well. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think for the most part, if teams are going for like a safer comp, more well-rounded, they will go for the mages who are just stable in the mid lane, like Victor, Syndra, who can always scale for the late game and provide that consistent damage for their teams later on.
Absolutely. It's kind of boring picks, right? You don't see a whole lot of action in the mid lane anymore. It's usually a lot more bot lane focused ganks for these dragons and for these Rift Heralds up in top lane as well. And mid just kind of does its job assisting those top sides. But let's switch it to the bot lane. Any bot lane duos you think are crazy this patch?
Zeri Yuumi Zoom Zoom, Zeri Yuumi Zoom Zoom.
No. Zeri Yuumi is like, okay, no way Zeri doesn't, or excuse me, Yuumi doesn't go bad, right? Because Yuumi you can pick Sivir or Zeri with, right? Which are two like okay 80 carries on their own.
Yeah,
but then
and
you
she
put
can
Zeri.
always just hop onto a boozer or tank and just destroy enemy team with the ulti into them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with characters like Aatrox up in the top lane too, the healing is just such a big part of this game right now. We haven't quite seen the buffs come into Grievous Wounds yet, so we still have these characters that can heal a ton. All over the Rift, super dominant. But aside from Yuumi, there's Lucian Nami, which is a pretty unbeatable combo. It's aggressive, it has really good lane prio, so you get those early dragons. It's another super good comp that we see.
Yeah, something similar to that would be Caitlyn Lux, which is a pretty safe blind pick as Caitlyn and Lux, they do have that long range and they can always secure the push and make sure to get those dragons. But also if you pick that bot lane duo, it kind of locks into you have to play around bot side, right? Because if Caitlyn Lux get ganked, they fall behind and they are as strong early.
Yeah, Caitlyn Lux gets smashed a little bit. One other kind of flavor pick we've seen a little bit in other regions, Heimerdinger support.
Oh yeah, definitely. It was picked, I believe, in the game against RNG during Worlds as well because Ming was a really good Nautilus player, and once Heimer puts down his little turrets and just waddle around amongst them, Nautilus can do anything, right?
Very true.
So it's a pretty good pick against engaged supports, and it also just secures objectives so much better because you can just put down those turrets and enemy team is forced to walk through them and take those chunks of damage.
Right? I mean, have you seen the clips online too? Heimerdinger just putting down the turrets behind the Baron wall, and the turrets just take Baron? What is that about? That is crazy.
Yeah, for sure. He is like a support, but he can do tons of damage, and he also provides utility because most of the time he goes for the Rylai's, right? So
yes.
The entire enemy team can just be slowed and allows your teammates to do more damage and secures the win.
Absolutely. For you guys at home, how cool is it seeing these player cams, right? I mean, look at this. We're here live, Red Bull headquarters, with this beautiful set. I mean, just take a moment to enjoy this. All these players, we got UCSD versus UCLA. imagine how these characters are feeling right now, right? They're pumped up. They're ready to play at this live LAN event. This means low ping. It means high stakes is what that means.
Yeah, definitely. I think playing LAN is probably the dream of most collegiate esports players because it's not something that you can always experience if you just, grinding solo queue at home or, yeah, it's just something that's so incredible.
Right. That's a great point, Selena. It's like you can't really match it, right? It's like going to a competition, going somewhere, and not just viewing, but being a part of it like this is something incredible. I'm sure these players are beyond excited as we wait to get into this game. We did get word that they have some technical difficulties getting into Champ Select, which is A-okay. We can talk our way through it. But these characters, so you've mentioned King Clueless, MVP last year for UCSD. Do you know anything more about him?
So I was looking at Oki.gg's for each team, and King Clueless does seem more as a carry jungle player because I saw a lot of Kha'Zix, Graves, Kindred. So all the junglers that are really aggressive want to look for those plays and get those kills, get the gold, and eventually lead his team to victory. And I think King Clueless is very good at doing that because he was MVP last year, UCSD is first seed this year. And all those things added together makes King Clueless this scary player to play against.
Very fair. Yeah, maybe a little bit of quaking going on UCLA side, especially because, as you brought up, they did lose to UCSD in the first in the group stage. But the way the bracket is set up, UCSD being the first seed gets to choose who they play against. So they chose UCLA again. So we'll see how they fare against them in this second game. But I hope UCLA can find it within them to make the changes that need to happen, right, to take down this monster that is UCSD. Hopefully, the skill gaps aren't too big and the teams really can come together and make these plays that change up the game.
Yeah, as the manager for UCLA's team, I have been seeing some flex picks and new picks that we've been trying, so I'm really excited to see them. And also, the first Portal has been experimenting with new champions like Cassante, so I definitely am excited to see Cassante being picked if it's not banned, of course, because it is a very strong pick in the meta right now. And also, I expect to see some flex picks coming through, like Seraphine, Pantheon, stuff like that from the side of UCLA.
That would be exciting. Yeah. I haven't seen a whole lot of Pantheon. Seraphine 2 isn't bad because it's a flex pick, right? You can kind of support AD or mid with it.
Yeah, for sure. And also, since the meta is so durable right now, Seraphine's W heal just will come through so clutch. Because once she presses that double dip in teamfight, your whole team is just pretty much getting healed to full. And don't talk about heal cap. That thing doesn't do its job most of the part.
What is it now? 25%? It just doesn't cut it anymore. Pun fully intended with that one. Yeah, what is it? It gives a shield, movement speed, and a heal now?
Yeah, and also Encore is just such a strong ability. Yep. It's CCN team for so long and allows your team to just basically roll their faces to keyboard, use abilities, and your team can die if you have enough damage. And I think something that UCLA can draft and pair is Wukong and Seraphine. I personally also really like that combo when I play League because Wukong just gets in there and Seraphine just goes, ah, and then the whole arc.
That's right, because the Wukong clone can bounce the Seraphine ult, right? Extended? Yeah. Oh my
So yeah, it's a really strong combo, but also on the side of UCSD, since we're both millionaires, I tend to look at millionaires more. Oh, yeah. And Cinnamon Joster, I also like his name. Cinnamon Joster has a pretty assassin-focused champion pool, but I'm not sure if that changed through preseason because I believe people are, learning and testing new champions. But if I remember correctly, he was the one who picked Cassidy against Mike Wazowski's Syndra. Ooh. And Cinnamon Joster does play other things like Kiana and Akali Aurelia.
Oh wow, so really those assassins.
So maybe mid lane will be spicier this time, but who knows? Because overall the meta for mid right now is just handshake until you have items.
That's pretty much fair. Maybe they opt for something different too in this a little more higher stakes setting. They're afraid to pick these assassin type
and
type
since
characters.
It's a BO3, there can also be strategy going on, right? Like game 1 you can just see how enemy team plays and get out their comfort picks, and game 2 you can just full on ban those champions and play for your advantages.
Yeah, you can also hide picks you want to keep hidden from the enemy team until maybe game 2 or 3. But ladies and gentlemen, we're hopping into Champ Select just about time. Now, we got first ban coming through for the team. Bans. We talked about this a little bit off stream. Cassante. Come on. Cassante, Yuumi.
Fiora.
Highly likely, right? We got Maokai first ban. Maokai. We see him support and jungle now?
I think it's more a targeted ban against Strauss because Strauss can play those facilitator role very well. And if Maokai gets picked, it means a lot of pressure coming through when it comes to counter ganks because Maokai excels at that. And I think King Clueless' jungler likes to look for proactive plays. So I think Malka is a pretty smart ban coming through from UCSD against UCLA, and we see UCLA bans the Heimerdinger. I was taking a look at Prolos's champion pool, and that dude has tons of games.
Really?
Heimerdinger.
Interesting.
So I think it's definitely a targeted ban against the support on the side of UCSD. We also see Caitlyn being banned. Caitlyn is just this ADC we talked about.
Right.
Very safe, but also can secure prio, can do damage later on once she gets more items.
Absolutely, and with Lux you talked about too, it does rule out that Lux probably. Lux doesn't really have a place in the meta with these other AD carries,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
Along with this Lucian ban coming out. Lucian Nami, as we
is
also talked about.
Yeah, so
Crazy.
they're just trying to separate those strong balling duos
Yeah.
at the moment, as we see both teams have that strategy going in. And third ban coming through from UCSD, Cassante.
There it is. There it is. Love to see
Something
it.
tells me we won't see any Cassantes for this series today, which is kind of sad, but understandable. Pretty strong
think
champion,
you're right.
can do it all.
Now, okay, Yuumi has not been banned. Zeri, Sivir have not been touched. This is kind of big. With first pick UCSD here, they have the choice to grab the Yuumi, maybe handshake away the Zeri, and then pick Sivir, but they're going to opt for the Karma. That's interesting.
Interesting. Maybe there will be a Karma with an Ezreal or
Okay.
a Jhin to get that early bot prio. But also Karma is this pretty well-rounded support, right? Like she's
Yes.
strong in laning phase, she can roam well, she can just offer so much utility later on in team fights.
Yeah, Ashe Karma isn't a bad combo too. Maybe a little bit of a steal away for UCLA there.
We see the Teemo hover,
You
but I
gotta
don't think
hover
that's
the
being
Teemo.
big.
You gotta hover the Teemo. Come on, now there's the Fiora we're
First
talking
pick,
about.
Fiora.
Yes.
Interesting, because usually you don't pick top lane that early in
Very
the
true.
draft.
Normally you leave it off for just a little bit longer because Fiora is kind of blind pickable. You can pick things like Gnar into it. I think even Gwend is okay into Fiora. I could be wrong
Yeah,
about
I
that.
think there is like a decent amount of like picks that are more like skill matchup and can counter Fiora in a way. So I think a Fiora early is a pretty brave move from UCLA, but maybe it'll work miraculously. And paired with that, UCLA picked out the Sejuani. We can see it's going to be a pretty strong jungle top duo because Fiora can get those autos in and get the Sejuani passive in. And the side of UCSD picked up Varus, which pairs it really well with Karma. If they can both go to combo building and lane, it can poke enemies balling out very quickly. And Wukong picked up
There's the
that
Wukong.
strong pick.
Wukong, I mean, we talked about it before. I won't go over it too much. The man can do it all, or the monkey can do it all, rather. Just insane pressure all around the game. He's hard to beat as a jungler right now, so no surprise seeing him picked up there. And then Victor, too, they don't want the mid pool getting pinched at all, so they opt to pick their mid lane before the second ban phase. Not bad at all. You can secure a good matchup, sort of, by banning out counters without a Akali being banned out.
So definitely, I think UCLA is trying to roll the assassin mist that can just make your life miserable in mid lane as a mage. So I can expect them to ban another mid laner that can threaten Victor's scaling early, or maybe just something in the top lane that can destroy Fiora.
Yeah, very true. Things like other mid counters that kind of beat Victor. I was just going to say Aurelia. Aurelia, even when she completes this Bork, you might not think Victor is affected much by the Bork damage. That's Bork for you. It does an insane amount of damage, so I like that ban from Victor. He's very immobile, kind of easy to kill mage, so you want to keep him protected.
Yeah, definitely. And Aurelia can also be a flex pick if UCSD does want to pull that through. So very smart choice by the side of UCLA. And we see UCSD bans away the Doggles champion pool, Zeri and Samiragon. And I think both bans are really good because Samira can work pretty well with the Sejuani, just go in after Victor R's and people are low, and Zeri, after the rework, she's back in the meta again, very stable ADC all around.
Absolutely. It's a kind of an interesting choice, not picking AD carry until 4th round here for the side of UCLA. They did ban out the Zeri Samir because of it. Yuumi makes it all the way to the 5th phase. They're obviously not going to pick it here. They already have Karma. They might be assuming that UCLA wants to pick up the Yuumi here. I don't think Yuumi goes crazy well with Tristana, right? Am I wrong?
Maybe they're trying to just take away from UCLA because UB can go on to the Fiora later on and can become like a second engage tool once the engage goes in. But also maybe the Karma can be sent top, but it seems that they decided it's not what they're gonna go with. They picked the Gragas up for top lane because Gragas can counter Fiora in a way with the
body slam.
Yeah, the body slam, and he's also very durable in lane, so if he plays the lane correctly, Fiora shouldn't be able to solo bolo him. But later on in the side lane, it is where Fiora shines, and I don't think Gragas is as well as dealing those kind of pressure, but I assume he will look for more team fighting opportunities.
I think you're absolutely right. The Fiora, if left untouched in that top lane, will get very, very strong. But we have our final team comp lineups here on the bottom of your guys' screen. Renata Tristana is a very aggressive, very strong bot lane, I believe. I mean, Tristana just wants to get in there. But I think Karma Varus does a pretty good job at matching their damage in terms of these 2v2 skirmishes. If we get jungler help down there, I think Wukong, just as a champion, is going to provide so much more than Sejuani. But I think this game we're going to be looking at a lot of bot lane prio.
Yeah, for sure. And I think in lane, it's definitely Varus Karma who will win early, especially if they both decide to opt into the poke build. It's pretty hard for Tristana or Renata to play because both champions are decently short ranged. And I think the Renata pick is more of a teamfight response to the side of UCSD, as they do have pretty aggressive engage coming from the Wukong and the Gragas. So I hope this Renata will shine later on in teamfights, but laning phase might be where they struggle, and it comes down for Strauss to decide which lane he wants to go to, because there is the Fiora in the top lane where you want her to get ahead, but there is also the bot lane who can get poked out really hard. And in mid, Ryze should theoretically have more roaming power later on once he hits that level 6 and hits that tier, last chapter where he can just shove the wave and not even care about mid lane.
Yeah, it's going to be, as we said just a little bit earlier too, you kind of handshake the farm, wait till you get a couple items in this mid lane. I think both Victor and Ryze have no real issue doing that. They both like, okay, I'll wait till 4 items and then we'll see who's the real man. But yeah, there you have it. We're going to go ahead and wait for the spectator delay. Do you have any predictions on these comps as they just disappeared? Do you have a favorite maybe?
Personally, it's hard to say because I think both sides have a good comp, but I am the manager of UCLA, so I'm gonna say go UCLA. And my take is King Clues definitely is gonna work wonders on that Wukong pick, is considering it is such a strong pick in the meta right now. And looking at his team, right, like he can be the engage, he can do a decent amount of damage to the side of UCLA, but that's also why I like Renata pick, because if that Renata ulti is good, you work for me now, and the entire creative team starts attacking each other. Yeah, for sure. But I think what it comes down to this game is how top lane goes, especially because Fiora is not going to be as good at team fighting compared to a Gragas, let's say. So UCLA should put their focus more on like split push, and making sure that can happen is to put enough resources into the Fiora early on. But that also means bot lane needs to be able to stabilize, right? Or else the Varus Karma can become an issue with the Karma roaming on the map, and Varus can also go the on-hit build if he wants to deal with tanks better. Yeah, the Sejuani is definitely going to, like we can assume she's going to put a lot of pressure up into this top lane just because she works so well with Fiora, right? They both move forward very quickly, and those melee stacks on Sejuani pass will go crazy. As you mentioned, I think like Tristana does a pretty good job at staying safe bot lane early. She can, with her rocket jump, get on out of there. Renata, not as much. She has her E to throw them back, but if the good Varus ult lands, that's all she wrote. It's interesting to see, maybe we'll see a little bit of bot switching, so we can get Fiora down bot, and then the bot lane can switch up top, get these Rift Heralds going a little bit earlier too. Some teams, it's very interesting. I speak from experience. UCI kind of does these sort of things. They don't really play for early dragons that much, but early Rift Heralds, I can definitely see that. A lot of times a good strategy is to give the first 2 dragons, because it's not, where the dragons really start mattering. But if you go to take the Rift Herald, get more pressure on the map, it allows you to get more gold and get that advantage and get those map pressure, and eventually allowing to take the rest of the dragons. And the other team only had 2. What can they do about it? Nothing, right?
Exactly.
So it's definitely a good strategy to take. But yeah, if mid lane wants to play aggressive, I can see that happening. They can take C-Paw and trade very aggressively early on into the Ryze versus Victor, but they can also just take the other route where they handshake and they're just chilling there.
They're just chilling.
We'll see how it goes, but if Victor just lets Ryze get to that stage, I think Ryze will outroam the Victor, and which in turn can help the side lanes out, right? There is the Fiora which you want to shut down, and there is the bot lane that you have prio with. And if the side of UCLA's bot lane gets poked out, it's an easy 4-man dive, because there's nothing you can do against a Wukong and then the Ryze meeting you.
Yeah, these junglers have the potential to gank mid, as you're kind of talking about. Ryze and Victor, very immobile mid lane champions, right? You get Sejuani out lands, Wukong gets on top of you with the Cyclone. It's kind of over from there on. Victor does maybe a little bit of a better job in self-peeling with his W and the movement speed from the Q and whatnot, but won't get into that too much. I hope we can see it play out. But yeah, for predictions, I think top lane is going to be where some action's at. I really want to see these early Rift Heralds secure an early lead, and then we can back things off a little bit, wait for our mid laners to scale, and be all good. And I believe we're heading into game very, very soon here.
Are you excited?
Oh, am I excited? Boy, am I. Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, best of 3, UCSD versus UCLA, getting into game 1 here of UCEI Invitational, presented to us by Xfinity, and here we go.
As we see here, Wukong actually picked the blue pet, which allows him to move very, very quickly through the rift. So I think he's going to look to get more ganks in and get his lanes ahead that way.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of early bot lane here. They wanted to get a deep ward. They managed to, UCSD managed to get one in this bot bush. No information really gathered as UCLA kind of take their time on the top side of the map. They did get a ward on UCSD's blue buff, which is huge. That's a little bit of an early information advantage for the side of UCLA.
Yeah, and we see that Varus actually opting to the on-hit build to deal with the Sejuani better later on. So laning phase-wise, it's not going to be as strong because Varus Karma can be annoying if they both go to poke build. So that will alleviate the pressure on the side of UCLA's bot lane a bit better. Absolutely.
Just going to get started nice and slow here, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking nothing too crazy so far. We've got Wukong starting on this top side. Bit of a mirror side. Sejuani starting solo on blue buff. Her clear will be a little bit slower than one may hope. But that's okay. So we did talk about this right in the stream. Sejuani going to be pathing up to this top side, giving Gragas a little bit of pressure in this early game as the doggo takes a little bit of his HP down early in, but that's a-okay.
Yeah, top lane. Oh, actually, when we move to bot lane, we see that the side of UCLA's bot lane has already taken a decent amount of damage, and I assume it's honestly mostly the Karma, because Karma level 1 is so strong. If you hit that Mantra Q, it's just gonna take at least 25% of your HP, and we see that UCLA is still walking up, trying to contest the pressure, but the side of UCD will soon get level 2, and this Karma is doing tons of damage.
Yeah, I mean, this support character's putting in work. Varus doesn't even have to pay attention to the enemy characters. Karma's got it covered, but early shove here is going to get them the advantage in terms of this early poke, which is what Varus does just so well. With this Dark Arrow does manage to hit.
Yep. Oh my god, it's just the Varus Q into the E, into the Karma Mantra Q. It's just plain dodgeball here, man. And we see that since Wukong started early, if UCLA's bot lane takes too much damage, they can get though, because Wukong is working his way up there. And Sejuani is topside, so there's no one to protect the side of UCLA's bot lane if they continue to get chunked down too much.
Here's that early game prior. We're talking about top lane Straws. Giving Cypher doing B a little bit of, not necessarily a problem so far, but he's letting him know, listen, buddy, this lane is not going to be easy for you. I'm going to be behind you the entire time. So it's up to the first Poro to set up these waves and make sure Sejuani's got a nice, easy entry.
Yeah, and I think since the Gragas pick is decent against the Fiora, it's kind of hard for the first Pro to trade into him right now, because most of the time when you go for that Grasp Fiora, you want to continuously, you know, proc that Grasp and just like poke them down in a sense. And we see that Sejuani is actually topside ganking.
Yeah, there's our repeat gang from Straws after taking Krugs, and that will be a first blood going over to the first Poro. There's that wave position we're talking about, and Straws coming in, nice clean gank, even getting Gragas' flash. Big gank there from UCLA. Really well done.
Yeah, especially with wave now frozen aside of the first Poro, they can just continue with the repeat gank and assert a lot of pressure onto the side of UCSD's top lane and get that Fiora ahead. And once that's done, Strauss can be free from top lane and go help out the bot lane a little bit more.
Absolutely, yeah. This Fiora getting ahead is going to be such a key part of this game. I mean, right? They have to. If they are going to put this Sejuani pressure up there, they need Fiora to do well. Obviously, so far, so good, but hopefully they can keep this up and get it rolling, as we have Dragon coming up very, very soon. 45 seconds, Ocean Drake.
Yeah, for sure. And we see bot lane, there's already a CS difference showing in terms of ADC, as the early laning phase was very oppressive from the side of UCSD. And Karma already roamed around the map a little bit, put down some wards in the side of UCLA's jungle, giving more information to the side of UCSD, and we see Strauss is pretty much just living topside. He's not going anywhere else right now, and I like the way he's executing their game plan.
Right, it's such a hard game if you're Cypher in this point in time. Like, look at the wave the first Poro has here. He can hold this all day long, and Gragas has to be so careful just because of the distance that Fiora and Sejuani can cover, especially when you don't have flash for yourself. But bot lane, we're seeing this constant wave shove. It's got to be so unfortunate for the side of UCLA.
We see that Strauss is actually making his way down, but because the side of UCSD has pushed, they seem to want to fight him on his spawn.
Yeah, a little bit of an invade. King Clueless getting aggressive, as you talked about. He's got that Sheen already, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage. Straw is sticking around, maybe wants this Gromp a little bit more. As his mid laner's backing, so he's not going to be able to do a whole lot. Maybe better to just give off this Gromp.
Yeah, for sure. As we see, King Clueless is also invading a time where both his mid and bot have prio. So I think the smarter play for UCLA right now is to honestly just full play for top set, because your mid and bot lane, as we said in draft, are not gonna have prio, and it's better off for you to get that Fiora ahead, so you can leverage that pressure that Fiora gives you and expand your goal lead that way.
Absolutely. We got this first dragon being taken here too. I talked about teams maybe sometimes not going for these early dragons as much, but here to prove me wrong, King Clueless and Protoss taking this thing down after all this bot prio they've gotten. Super good use of their time and effort so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely just a good usage of the bot lane prio, right? You already have so much pressure coming from your bot lane. Might as well take advantage of that, take enemy jungle, take the neutral objective that's on that side of the map, and make sure that you have the tempo of this game right now.
Absolutely, and it doesn't, maybe at first glance, they have a big gold advantage. If you guys look at the top of your screen there, a lot of that coming from this top lane first blood and the CS difference there. But all around the map elsewise, things aren't looking too bad. Granted, it's not much of a gold lead, but that first dragon is going to be big for UCSD.
Yeah, and even though you're a bit behind on Gragas early, but I feel like if you pick Gragas, you're already, expected to be weak-sided. You're just kind of chilling, trying to farm the farms that you can get, and later on in teamfight, you will do your job and throw that big barrel into the enemy team and make them miserable. And right now, you can see like your bot lane is doing well, your mid lane is like also having prio. So I think as the Gragas, you're completely fine with the situation.
Absolutely. Protoss making a name for himself up here in the top lane, maybe getting a little bit of pressure off of this Gragas, which is exactly what you want to do, because at this point in time, right, your only weak spot is this Gragas. So if you can get him a little bit more of a foothold in this game, the first Poro has a much more difficult time finding himself ahead.
Yeah, it seems that Protoss is actually setting up vision for the upcoming Rift Herald, and we see here Strauss is looking for a gank on the side of Cinnamon Jouster.
Cinnamon Jouster gets flashed out by Strauss. It is not going to be able to dodge that stun. Does land, and kill goes over to Mike Wazowski for that second kill for UCLA.
Yeah, it seems that Ryze's flash was burned earlier already, so it was a good play coming from the side of UCLA to abuse that flash timer on an immobile mage like Ryze.
Yeah, it did cost Strauss his flash on that Sejuani, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. That kill on Cinnamon Jouster is big. He was getting a little bit. If you want to, he's going Rod, you can see there on the bottom of your screen. If you can delay that Rod just a little bit, it can be huge. Maybe delay that extra level a couple minutes and get this Victor a little bit more ahead.
Yeah, for sure. And Victor will be that one scary champ to deal against when you're on the side of UCSD.
Absolutely.
And we see a replay here in the side of bot lane, and Wazowski actually hits the R on Prosciutto, and Prosciutto just goes down.
And we're back here. That sort of replay there. We missed that action in the bot lane, unfortunately, but that was that Varus ult coming in big, not ending up with a kill, and all summoners are still available bot side, so I'm sure we haven't seen the last of all that action down there. As we have Protoss and the King Clueless looking for something. All this priority that Fiora has had earlier in this game seems to be lost. He's getting a lot of assistance up here.
Yeah, but it seems that Protoss is actually getting pinched, but there's also the Wukong, and Protoss just walked through people, and Prosciutto actually falls down because Prosciutto's flash just got burnt in that bot lane play.
Yeah, she's still being chased, but a good cast from Gragas gets her out of there. Protoss saved by her top winner. You love to see that. Now 2-3, UCLA pulling ahead just a little bit in this gold lead as Mike Wazowski walks away 2-0.
Yeah, I really like how UCLA was able to respond to that play that UCSD was trying to, do against the first Poro, because they did send 3 people top a decent amount of resources trying to help that Gragas out, but UCLA saw that play coming and also sent their people top. And even though Prosciutto fell down, Cinnamon Jouster fell down as well, and I think it's a better trade between the millionaire losing, EXP to only your support losing EXP.
I absolutely think so. Protoss is he's not too upset about missing this XP, as just Sam, but the Doggo and Shizo now both level 7. Almost on par with their mid laners, not bad at all. I like to see the supports roaming like this, as Strauss Makes his way in the top. Not quite going to be able to find this Gragas, but King Clueless on this Herald might get spotted out. The little spectator lag drops to 900 health. Straws now aware, dashes in, no smites available. Red team will actually steal the Rift Herald. Straws takes that, finding the stun on the King Clueless as well. Double stun with the ult, dropping so low, but here comes the first Poro. Slides over that wall, not quite able to find that mark. No movement speed, but the riposte is going to take him down, and Straws gets his first kill. Doing B, now the man with the plan, running away, but a flash and a body slam gets him out of there.
That was just beautifully done by the side of UCLA. That still was definitely like a bit of a luck involved, but the fact that Wukong did that for so long and still didn't get a Herald must be so tilting because as Wukong, you do want to power farm once you have that Ravenous Hydra and just make sure you can get that gold in, and then once you have OT again, you go for those plays. But just him spending so much time on the Herald and still not being able to get it must be very sad. And now UCLA can use that Herald and most likely top lane to get Acura even more ahead. Or even they can use a bot to help out the bot lane a little bit because there is a 30 CS difference coming from all the shenanigans that has happened.
Yeah, a lot of shenanigans down there. If you look too, this UCLA's bot tower is only sitting at 2 plates left. They have been merciless down there on the side of UCSD. This Varus Karma is coming up huge into Tristana. It might cause them some problems late game. Tristana is a pretty good like mid. She does get really good late game, but not having that foothold early is going to make it a lot more difficult to come back in that late game.
Yeah, so right now we're seeing pretty much the classic, the top side versus the bot side coming from UCSD and UCLA. So it really just comes down to how each team leverages from their strong point, and we see that the Legal has to our King Clues away.
We got an engage here. We got my main man Protoss is the main focus. Prosciutto dropping low as well, but it's not going to be enough for a kill. And that's a free kill. Now 3 on Mike Wazowski with that Leandro's complete. Dragon is the name of the game here. They want to secure the second one because UCSD took the first one. UCLA, being ahead as they are now, are looking to take this Dragon.
Yeah, for sure. And this Victor getting fed is definitely scary because even though you have tools to deal with him like the Gragas and the Wukong, but Victor has that innate movement speed and the self-peel that he has, it's gonna make him really hard to catch in a team fight. And Mike Wazowski, I would say he's probably one of the best millionaires I've ever seen at UCLA who does play those control mages very well. So I think having those kills on him means a lot for the side of UCLA right now.
There you go. In the hands of the carry, able to do some damage on this Victor. Hopefully your words come true. UCLA looking pretty strong so far. Now ahead 1,500 gold. Not too shabby at all. But it's going to be up to the doggo to hold on down here. He hasn't died yet, which is super good. CS advantage, or disadvantage, not quite what it was a couple minutes ago. All he's got to do is ride the Victor wave for this game.
Yeah, for sure. The Fiora and the Victor can definitely carry UCLA through that mid-game and allow that Tristan to farm up and catch up a little bit more. And we see that both teams now have just gone back to clearing, and Strauss is actually topside again, and maybe something will happen there.
Yeah, look at him up there, sneaking in through this tri-bush. Hopefully he's able to get something done down there. In late game, right? Even if you do, the theoretical hit here is Varus gets ahead, right? You want Varus to be your carry on the side of UCSD, but he has such a hard time playing against Sejuani, right? Sejuani can find her way onto Varus so easily without follow-up from Fiora. It's going to make the game so hard to play for Varus. So it's not looking too good in this late game phase for UCSD. UCLA still looking really good here with this pressure. Yeah,
not only that, when your team engages as the Varus, you also have to keep in mind of the Renata OT and the Victor OT that are just on the ground for you. Like, you have Cleanse, but it is a summer spell that has cooldown. So if UCLA is able to abuse that, their main source of damage can also be gone. But there is also the Rise, but he's not going to be able to put out as much consistent damage as an ADC would.
Right. Looks like they've identified now. They said, okay, Victor, listen, buddy, you're kind of our carry here, so they're going to drop that Herald for him in the mid lane, get just a little bit more gold in his pocket as he now looks to hand off a blue buff as well. Straws is doing his mid laner some justice as Prosciutto dropping the wards like any good support should.
And we see that even though Straws was invaded on a couple of times, he's actually up in CS right now. I think mostly from the Herald still, that was a pretty good power play for the side of UCLA. So after that, Strauss was able to just clear his jungle in safety and not worry about any invades. But we do see here the bot lane tower is about to go down. But honestly, there is no tower plating or anything left at the moment. So it's whatever. You can catch the side lane now as the doggo.
Yeah, the first turret gold is a little bit there. We now have this Gragas getting a little more items in his back pocket, so he's able to withstand the wrath of Fiora just a little bit more. Once he gets that Fimble Winter completed, he'll be in a pretty good spot with that shield he gets as they now trade this mid tower for that bot tower. Not a bad play at all for the side of UCLA.
Yeah, for sure. And we see that even though the side of UCSD, like the Gragas, and honestly, most people are pretty tanky on the side of UCSD. We also see Karma opting into the Moonstone instead of Shirelius to get that more movement speed, but rather they will want more sustain in teamfight. But the side of UCLA does have items such as Kraken, Leandries, and stuff like that.
First Poro getting locked down here. A beautiful Varus ult to start off that fight. And Mr. Jouster takes away that first kill of the game for himself. Love to see it. Rise is going to be something that they have to be wary of into this late game. Level 10 Varus to a level 6 Renata on the enemy team. This Varus, if they keep doing plays like this, getting gold in his pocket, can be very, very strong. You love to see it.
Yeah, for sure, and it's a good timing as well because after this tower, they can just base and go for this dragon and prepare for it. And the side of UCLA has responded, but it's too late now. The Fiora has already fallen down, and I don't think there's any more plays to be made. It's better off to save your ultis for the dragon fight.
Yeah, Strauss looks like he wanted to make something happen there. We have the second Rift Herald coming up in a couple minutes as well here, just under a minute, excuse me. Maybe they'll play for that. As you mentioned, Dragon is coming up in a minute. Maybe they'll look to trade it. I think a Rift Herald for the side of UCLA would be really, really good if they can crack this top tower, maybe open up Fiora a little bit more. But other than that, no, they're just taking the Herald right now.
Yeah, definitely. If the side of UCLA continues to disrespect the pressure that UCSD can, exert with those movement speed from like Karma and just the Wukong catching people out, they can lose their advantage pretty fast, and then UCSD can build an advantage for their team fighting. And they also have a split push champ like Rise, right? So they can deal with UCLA's win con, let's say, if they continue to make those pick plays.
Absolutely, and their comp is really good at these pick plays too, right? They have Gragas to separate somebody, on top of obviously Varus ult to lock somebody down with that burst from Rise as well. It's those kinds of plays that they have to keep on making. Now, Dragon, the main priority here, coming up in just 15 seconds.
Yeah, we see that Victor is trying to secure the mid push, but the side of UCSD's bot lane has gone to lane, and now they're just gonna contest the vision around the mid lane.
Which is absolutely what they should do. We do have UCSD taking Pryos so far, but Straws on the side might have something to say about it. This him and King Clueless got a little scuffle going on. A lot of damage from Sejuani. She does have that mythic completed, so she's a little bit more of a force to be reckoned with here. But in terms of Pryo for this dragon, looks like UCSD is going to take it. We got a flash engage from Sejuani, going to miss on a Protoss, but King Clueless drops so low, past the pop Cyclone as well, and gets out of there. UCLA have full Pryo of this now.
Yeah, for sure, but we do see the Gragas is positioning pretty aggressively as he still has ulti, and if he ultis the side of UCLA and he disperses them, UCSD's bot lane can just start, chunking damage into the side of UCLA, but it seems that they're just gonna give as the side of UCSD support has already burned flash and King Clueless is very low.
Yeah, it's tough. When King Clueless got chunked out like that, they really can't contest the dragon anymore because the second he dashes in, he gets blown up by Victor. Just doesn't work quite the same. I think a good decision to back off that dragon.
Yeah, I think mainly it was because UCLA was able to push through mid faster than the side of UCSD and get more vision there. And because Protoss was positioning a bit off, Strauss was able to catch the opportunity and throw the ulti and burn his flash, and it just became harder for the side of UCSD to push through that river. Absolutely.
We'll have to see more plays like that in the future if they want to maintain this dragon control. It does get a little easier as Wukong gets a little tankier with the Death's Dance later in the game to walk in like that. Won't get bursted out quite as much by Victor, but Victor being 3-0, almost on 2 whole items now, gonna be a force to reckon with.
We also see that Strauss opted into building Radiant Virtual. I think this is an item that's catching more eyes now because it's pretty strong. Like, have you seen Radiant Virtual Karma? You just saw, and then all of a sudden your team heals to full and you have move speed. It's a pretty strong item at the moment, and it definitely fits the identity of UCLA where you just want to dumping damage, and if the side of UCLA decides to engage on you, you still have that Renata OT for safety.
Absolutely. The doggo, the poor guy, is just trying to get any farm that he can, but Varus doing such a good job at keeping him off of these waves, now up almost 50 CS as this wave crashes. You love to see it. A lot of pings over on Fiora that may be looking their way. She starts running, but does she have enough time to get out of there? As Cinnamon Jester on the opposite side of the map is A-okay. First Poro, you gotta run, buddy. King Clueless coming in hot. Cyclone is available, flash as well on both sides of the party. Dodges the ricochet, and the Varus ult does end up missing. First Poro wants a piece of the pie, but does not get any as he gets taken down by Varus.
That was just like 3 R's thrown onto First Poro. The First Poro right now is probably like, what the heck, guys? Am I really worth that much gold right now? Like, I don't even have a shutdown. But I think right now for UCSD, they're just trying to catch any opportunities that they can take, because that early game honestly didn't go too well for them. And shutting down that Fiora, slowing her farm can still mean a lot of things for them. Slowing down that split push pressure.
UCLA getting pinched just a little bit here. Doinby looks like he wants to move forward a little more, but Clueless here on the sideline. No Cyclone available, so he's got to be careful about going in. Prosciutto has to leave his jungler behind. Straws now running, but the 4-man Renato will get his jungler right on out of there.
So UCLA did get the second tower in mid lane from UCSD, but they did also have to spend a decent amount of resources into escaping. Like the flash was burned by Prosciutto, and they did have to use Renato ulti. So if the side of UCSD wants to use this opportunity and make more plays, it can't work.
Absolutely. Just saw Ryze ult over towards Baron. I guess UCLA's on a reset. UCSD's looking to take a Baron here.
Does UCLA even have an idea? We see that Prosciutto is making his way there, but it seems that UCSD decided it was not the play that they wanted to go for. I actually think they probably can do it pretty fast with the Varus and then the Ryze.
If Varus was there, maybe with them in that Ryze ult, they could have done it, but he wanted that mid-wave just a little bit more, trying to keep that CS advantage over the doggo, which isn't a bad call, just maybe the safer call to be sure.
Yeah, for sure. And now we see Prosciutto is clearing the vision that UCSD has in the top side to make sure that they cannot do a play like that, because we have seen Faker do that, like where he just, teleports your whole team to the Baron and yoinks that, and any team is like, what just happened? So I think UCSD is still thinking about that play in their head, but now they have to focus more on the dragon that is coming up.
Yeah, there's that one clip where I think it's Faker. They on T1 they Ryze ult into pit out of nowhere, sneak a Baron, and that's kind of the play they're looking for. I would love to see that in the late game. That would be so exciting. But we got a ways until we get there. The teams right now taking a breather off. Only Baron is up. No reason to really try to force it. So they're gonna wait for this dragon, and then they're gonna have to fight. UCLA wants dragon for sure. Straw's in a weird spot.
You see that Mike Rosowski is also in every spot, and he does have a decent amount of shutdown. He does flash away, and Renato puts W on him. And if he takes someone down, he can revive, but it seems it's not going to happen. He just gets, caught in a choke, and it makes his whole team fall down on him.
Yeah, Varus in the backline there dishing out so much damage, takes down 3. That's really big for the side of UCSD. Shutting down Mike as big as Tristana gets rooted as well, but nothing going to happen for it. Pings on the way to the Baron. They can turn this. As you said, Varus takes Baron so quickly. They might be able to take this down.
Yeah, for sure. And now that's just the power of vision, because Mike saw he was good walking through that. It's, my jungle. But who knows that the Wukong and the Gragas are just coming from each side, and he gets pinched, and his team has to use the resources to save him, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah, not quite. Unfortunately, Dragon not quite spawned either. They're TPing to it right now, so UCLA definitely wants this dragon. This is what they have going for them. They have 2 already. This one will put them at soul point, and it will be a Cloud Drake this game, which is so good on, I think, Victor. And Fiora is crazy.
Especially the Fiora. And then Strauss already has that Radiant Ritual, so he just gets extra movement speed after he ultis.
3 dragons over to UCLA. This is their win con. They want this Dragon Soul, this Cloud Soul to be more specific, and they want to run rampant through these team fights. It makes it so much easier to close that gap between Varus, especially, because he's going to be the main target for UCLA for sure.
However, I want to point out, from what it feels like so far, it's UCSD who's pulling the trigger mainly, and UCLA is just trying to respond to those plays. So I really want to see UCLA being more proactive, and it also just helps you with your morale more, right? Like when you're playing a comp game, you can't always be the one.
Speaking of proactive, Straw is making a huge engage, and Varus falls so quickly. That's all that they needed to win this fight. Taking down Varus is king, and the doggo finds a kill as well. Clueless now running. Honestly, doesn't matter what happens with the rest of this fight because they took down Varus. They got that shutdown gold. That's all they needed. Super good engage there from Straws.
That's crazy. Well, I promise that the players cannot hear me. That did not happen because I said they need to be more proactive. But that was just a beautiful catch by Straws. And I think Straws is honestly, like, even though he's, KDA seems like he's just like helping his team, he's actually been, at every single play and just helping his team out and being that decisive factor for his team.
They're looking to take inhib now as well, which is great. Straws missing some HP, not quite going to go for that inhib. They're more the wary as Varus did just respawn. Pings back towards Baron. Now, mind you, UCSD had Baron there, but they wiped 2 or 3 of them off, which is absolutely huge. That was so funny. Just as you said, UCLA should be more proactive. There it was.
Yeah, for sure. And then I saw that around the 24-minute mark, Prosciutto has just finished his support, and that's really late. And I think that explains why the side of UCLA's vision wasn't as good, because Prosciutto honestly wasn't able to farm those Spell Thief stacks in lane. Maybe it was better for him to go for the shoulder guard item this lane, as it's Varus karma, you're not walking up.
That's very fair. Now at this point in the game, we're kind of slowing things back down a bit. UCLA got a little more gold in their pocket. The gold, very, very even right now. UCLA actually ahead by just about 800. Not too bad at all, but we're going to see a lot more wave clearing in the next few minutes. Maybe some aggressive warding and engages as Straws picks up his own red buff. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we do see, I think the side of UCSD has very good warding. I see Protoss just like, from early game, he's like already roaming to mid and top and putting on those vision for his team. And now it's just vision area. We see that Prosciutto used his R and maybe he was trying to look for something, I'm not sure. But also it could have been a misclick.
Yeah, forced to flash away there from Protoss. Not bad at all. As a root does find, and the knockback from Gragas gets himself another kill. Don't think he's going to take down anybody. But that's Mike Wazowski dropping. That's a big pick. Just as I talked about how the game would be a little bit slower, UCSD found a way in, found a key target at UCLA, and it's going to make it so much easier to take down this tower.
Yeah, definitely. The Gragas R can just display with such a big distance, and I don't think Mike saw that happening. Like, he was in a tower, he was just like chilling and farming, and all of a sudden, boom, he's in the middle of the enemy team. And even though he fell down, I don't think it's the worst. Like last time he had an 850 gold shutdown, but this time it's just like losing a little bit of a farming EXP. But it does seem he needs to pay more attention to where he's positioning, as the side of UCSD does have aggressive champions that can start the game.
Speaking of aggressive champions, Fiora jumping right in with the help of Doggo, and Cinnamon Jouster dropping low, but the counter damage from Ryze is absolutely insane. First Poro does manage to find one, sitting in that heal field doing a lot of work as Mike Wazowski shows up with his TP. Here comes the damage to take down UCSD. Cypher doing me dropping as well with a flash on Varus. It's going to lock him down. No flash available himself. Will be a double kill for Sejuani. 2 members left of UCSD running. Don't think they're going to be able to catch them. They might go for it. They did have Shirelias on Prosciutto, but they're going to get out of there nice and clean. Great find there from UCLA.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know why that Fiora looked more like a Cassante for me, where she just went in and started the engage, and oh my god, that Renata W just synergized so well with the Fiora, and the healing and all the shielding coming from Prosciutto, and even Strauss' Radiant Virtue. It was just such a, decisive play that was pulled off by UCLA.
The Radiant Virtue, it feels like it's doing a lot, right? It makes their whole teamfight presence seem so much greater than it used to be. I mean, the damage, really in teamfights, all they have is Victor in terms of like multi-damage AoE target, but something about this Radiant Virtue, they're all moving faster. Fiora can get onto this Varus easier. Just, it seems like it's such a good item to build.
Yeah, for sure. And also we can see that on the side of UCSD, there is no heal cut. So that Fiora can just, heal the full. And now she's picked up the Death Dance, which is going to even make her harder to kill alongside the Prosciutto W that's going to just be popped onto the Fiora. And this Strauss just like, ulting in and just giving move speed and heal to his entire team.
Absolutely. We got Cloud Dragon, number 3, spawning up here in just 10 seconds. UCLA really want this dragon. They can give, but we got a sneaky position. Nothing quite landing so far for UCSD. They're making their way in. Strauss fears nothing as the cleanse comes through, getting Sejuani out of the way, but Fiora is on top of Varus, who is in stasis at the moment. The damage comes through. Flash pops out as well. King clueless here with a counter engage. That Cyclone finds not too many as the Doggo has to jump away from all this damage. The engage now back on the side of UCLA. They're finding onto Cinnamon. Their Doggo not quite dying in the corner. Varus still alive, hitting. Fiora trying to find him as he gets a trade kill, but he will drop in the end as well. That is a 4 for 3 for the side of UCLA.
I think there was a bit of a miscommunication going on the side of UCSD because I just saw the Ryze flanking into 4 people, and because Prosciutto was holding on his R for so long, which was really good for him, right? It was such a patient and good R, as it just stopped like 3 people on the side of UCSD from doing anything. But I'm not sure what the Ryze was trying to flank, because at this moment you don't really kill anyone with like your full combo, and it's better off for you to just group your team and put out those consistent damage alongside the Varus. So that was just a bit of a positioning issue, and also even though they had the prio in the river, Strauss just did not care. He said, I'm going, guys, with that Radiant Virtue, and boom.
He's got Radiant Virtue, Force of Nature. That man is stopping at nothing to get on top of Varus here, and he did so well. Yeah, I like that. He really did just walk right into that river. Said, hey guys, what's up? I'm tanky. You cannot kill me. Welcome. But they're trying to actually sneak Baron here. This would be such a power play from UCSD. They love these sneaky sneakies. Varus not quite there for the damage. If Varus was there once again, they'd have that damage. Unfortunately, not able to get there. That could have been a really key play there for UCSD.
Yeah, we see this repeating theme of just UCSD catching up UCLA, but UCLA winning those full-blown team fights and UCSD trying to steal Baron. But now that UCLA has a bigger goal lead, I think as long as they play safe and they play around their vision and they don't get catched, the side of UCSD is going to have a hard time because Strauss can just go forward and press his R button and his whole team follows up. And now they're actually trying to take Baron.
Which is huge. They're melting it so quick. Tristana comes in big here as well with maybe a little bit of Leandre's on Victor. But this Baron's going to go down uncontested. UCLA at the moment has the Baron, has the Cloud Soul. They're ready to rumble, and UCSD have to face on the Bruins.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how they're going to use this Baron. Are they going to just full on group, or are they going to do a 1-3-1 or the 1-4? Because Victor does have TP, so I think they can opt into a 1-3-1, but it does also give UCSD the opportunity to catch someone in the side lane, right? As we've seen, they're like not scared to just use 4 ultis on one member. Like it's worth for them because they can exert more map pressure after that and get more vision. Absolutely,
their comp is so good at it too. They have the Varus, as we saw in that mid lane. Varus Gragas ult combo is just so good for picking one target, singling them out, and hitting the road. Now, Tristana does have cleanse, so you kind of can't really do it to her. Mike Wazowski does not have stopwatch yet, so he may be a key target. Look at these control wards in the inventories of UCLA.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I remember there was before a scrim set.
Oh, we got a fight here going in. A lot of damage coming in on the Straws, and he drops almost as if he got caught from nowhere. The doggo jumping in, and we actually do find one under Protoss. 1-for-1 so far, but killing Straws is so good. There is no objective to take right now with the smite, but 1-for-1 nonetheless, not too shabby.
Yeah, it seems that Strauss just got caught in his own jungle. As I was saying, our team got yelled at for people not buying control word, and now it's like everyone has a control word in their inventory, so our coach is happy. But it seems that we didn't really use the control word, or maybe Strauss thought he's so tanky with all the tank items like the Force of Nature and the Sunfire. But if there's 5 people on your team, still not that, right?
Yeah, not quite that tanky. No Borks on the side of UCSD, but you don't need a Bork if you've got 5 members behind you. It is this Varus that's going to be the one pumping out the damage as Mike cancels the back here, but maybe an engage here from Cypher Doomby. The first part was so hard to kill. He can just pop the Fiora ult and then just run away at the speed of sound with the Cloud Soul, but nothing so far. They're just taking the foot off the gas a little bit. They know they can wait. If Elder Dragon does come up, UCSD definitely have a fighting chance.
Yeah, for sure, and we see that at this point the Gragas is 100 CS behind the Fiora. So I do think UCSD had a game plan where they wanted to get their balling ahead and their melee is just going to roam around the map. But it seems that, the sacrifice that the Gragas has been through didn't really work for them because the side of UCLA was able to equalize bot lane even though they were behind, a little bit in the CS, but it wasn't the end of the world as the mid, the jungle, and the top were just so strong in the top side.
Yeah, it's not like the Gragas. Oh my god, he's been Flame Horizon, by the way. He's down over 100 CS on this Fiora. Cannot match Fiora in the side lane whatsoever. Fiora will demolish him. But Fiora knows that if she does try to contest that heavy, going deep in the side lanes, that UCSD is going to be there in an instant. And with their comp, it's so hard to get away. So unfortunately, Fiora not able to do her split pushing duties this game.
Yeah, for sure. And I hope that in the next game that we're going to see, the side of UCLA is going to, respect UCSD's vision control a bit more because UCSD has really been excelling at that. They're just putting vision everywhere and they're not scared to use the vision that they have.
King Clues with an engage, finds a Cyclone onto only a couple but has to disengage now. Sejuani ult was used on Gragas so they won't have it for Varus as they push forward. Straws is a force to be reckoned with. They're moving, marching forward as 5 as per first Poro brings up the side here. They got the pressure for this inhib. That's all they want for now. They actually take 2 inhibs, which is huge for UCLA. This Cloud Soul makes it so easy to make these quick rotations. They're on the gas.
Yeah, it seems like UCLA is trying to continue with the push, but I think it's better off to just leave right now with 2 open inhibs that UCSD has to deal with and go set up that Elder. UCSD have to pick between their base getting wrecked by all the super minions or going to the Elder Dragon that can probably win another fight.
Absolutely. Only a minute till this Elder Dragon, which will be a key part of this game. I got a feeling we're going to see a big fight coming up with that one. But if UCLA can keep Prio on this Dragon as it comes up, they're going to be in a really good driver's seat because they do have Wukong for this engage on the side of UCSD, but it's not quite anything like a Sejuani to get themselves back into that pit.
Yeah, we can also see after the Wukong uses his ulti, he's just pretty much useless, the Renata can put on her ulti, the Victor can put on his ulti, and there's nowhere for the Wukong to go other than retreat, and his team cannot follow up with all the threats that's, being put out by UCLA.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's going to be so interesting to see this last team fight. I had to get a quick sip of water there, sorry. But anyways, we're back. King Clueless and Straws are going to be the characters to watch, especially Straws on the Sejuani. The engages are where this man's come from. As we've got a skirmish in that top lane, if you take a little glance, the first Poro solo kills Cinnamon Jouster. That is huge. We have Elder Dragon spawning. This is absolutely massive. We got a TP coming in from the first Poro as well. It's a 4 versus 5. They have to give us up. Their post comes through, finding the stun as a lot of damage drops in this Renata. Oh, sweep through. Varus unable to hit anybody. Now a 2 versus 5 as he gets flashed on and taken down without hesitation. Protoss now the only man standing, but it's not going to be enough to stop the outcome of this game.
That was just beautifully played by the side of UCLA. I think Cinnamon Jouster probably didn't respect the Fiora damage, and he thought he was okay because I think he had a big wave pushing to the side of UCLA's tower, right? He was probably in comms with his team like, guys, I'm exerting pressure in the top lane. But little do you know, the Fiora can just dash on top of him and take him down.
Yeah, and that's going to be game 1, ladies and gentlemen. UCLA overtaking the throne. First seed UCSD in this game 1. What a game that was. We saw UCSD having a lot of prio earlier in that game, but UCLA, oh man, what a game. I mean, you got to be rooting for them, right? Come on, you got to root.
Definitely. I was a little worried because I saw, what was happening bot lane, like starting level 1. I was like, oh god, if our bot lane starts 18 right here, it's over. But yeah. I'm very glad about how our bot lane played. They were able to absorb those pressure and eventually, farm up and help out his team. And just the top side, the first hero still was just so tilting for the side of UCSD. It stopped their tempo by so much and allowed UCLA to, get more advantage into the Fiora and the Victor, which led them through a pretty stable mid-game, I would say, even though there were a little bit of mistakes coming through from both teams, people getting catch in the side lane, people getting caught in the jungle, but overall, I think it was beautifully played by both sides, as UCSD was very good with vision control and just catching those opportunities, and UCLA didn't just let UCSD run through them, like they were able to come back with each play that they did, and eventually, through their, I would say it's a pretty big draft div as well with the Renata pick, and then the Victor they were just put ours down against the side of UCSD and make those team fights unplayable for them.
Renata is so good at shutting down those team comps, especially into Varus, because Varus is so heavy on hit, right? If he's auto-attacking his own team, not really what you want to see from such a hard-hitting character like that. One thing you also brought up was that Rift Herald steal. That, I feel like, was the big turning point in the game for UCLA. They swiped that Rift Herald right from under Wukong's nose, and from that point on, it felt like UCLA was in the driver's seat. They did have a little bit of pushback in that mid lane with, when UCSD did get that pick with the Gragas Varus ult combo, but UCLA kept their cool. They brought it back, and they took game 1 right away from UCSD.
Yeah, I do think UCSD probably could have done that first Baron where the Ryze TP'd in because UCLA was not really aware of that. When they put down wards on that Baron, if they kept doing it, it probably would have been around 3k HP and they could have just bursted it. So I think the side of UCSD had a good game plan going into the game, but execution-wise, it was a bit off. But I'm very excited to see this next game because both teams seem to know what they're doing and they have a game plan going into the game.
Absolutely, and now we do have a little replay coming for you guys, so just sit back and check this out.
So we see that in top side, Straws was as I was mentioning, sticking to game plan.
Yes.
And getting that Fiora early was one of the game plan, and they burned the Gragas flash, which in the end of the game, we saw Gragas was down 100 CS. He was making, good plays with his ultis, but compared to a Fiora who's that fat, just killing your entire team, she's a bruiser. What can you do about it? And also the mid fight, even though the side of UCLA's bot lane did not have prior early on because of the picks, we still see Prosciutto was able to match those roams that was put out by Protoss. And like I said, this one is just a replay where UCSD used their vision so well. They're able to get vision even though they're behind. That's just something that's shocking to me. How are you guys just walking into a jungle like that when UCLA has all the push and all the towers on the map?
Yeah. We talked about so much. It felt like UCSD was in the driver's seat for most of that game, but man, UCLA swung back after they took, these dragons kind of stacked up. Getting Soul was a big point. And it was plays like these where it made us kind of think oh man, UCSD is not dropping the ball, but they're playing aggressive, they're ahead, which is fantastic. But man, play after play, just slightly tipping in UCLA's favor. This play right here, was really good for UCSD. They like found a nice pick, thought it was going to go well, but it turned into a little bit of over-aggression, and they managed taking some falls for it.
Yeah, honestly, I think UCSD's comp was really good at picking people, but then UCLA also has like strong silent champions, so it's pretty hard to pick up Fiora when she's that ahead in the late game. So that's where like the team comp started to falling apart a little bit. The game plan started to not work, even though it was like going very well. UCSD was like in the driver's seat, like we said in the beginning, getting those vision, picking people off. But once they use their Rs, there's just nothing left. Whereas UCLA can fight back with their Renata OT, as we are about to see here. Like the Victor OT is already on the ground doing damage to people and silencing people, and the Renata OT gets pressed, and like the side of UCSD has just to run away. Like they can do damage and walk into it. And like I mentioned, I don't know why Rice was in the middle of 3 people. I think there was a bit of a miscommunication over there, because at this point you're not really one-shotting anyone with your damage, especially considering you're going like Roa and the more consistent damaging build.
Exactly, and this solo kill right here was a huge end to this game. It allowed UCLA to find Prio onto this Elder Dragon. The TP coming in right there was just crucial. They took down Elder Dragon and UCSD in one fell swoop with this Renata ult, Sejuani ult coming right through, and then Fiora, the first Poro, just running rampant as they clear off that Elder Dragon.
So yeah, I would expect this next game that UCSD can probably draft more towards their advantages, because they seem to be really like laning phase focused. They want to, get that advantage full on front early game and just expand that later on to the game. And this game they weren't really able to do that because of the picks that UCLA had. Like Strauss was able to just be everywhere, get that Fiora ahead, and manage to equalize mid and bot lane. And even though the Doggo and Prosciutto were falling behind early against the Varus Karma pick, they weren't really dying. Like they were just conceding waves when they needed. They weren't like egoing. They just came out lane a bit down in ECS, but like 0-0-0. So it wasn't, the worst. So I think I want to see UCSD just picking champions that they may be more comfortable on and can get the leads, safer and better, so they can play the way they want to play, the aggressive way.
I like that. UCLA did a really good job, especially shout out to the Doggo down there, taking that CS disadvantage for that entire game, but coming back in the end with his team to take that win. And UCLA did take that win. This was best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. We got games left to go, don't you worry. But UCLA up 1-0 versus UCSD. We're going to head to a short break, and we'll catch you guys very soon after. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here after that game one where UCLA took the victory over UCSD. Now we're back here with game two after that little bit of a break. Last game, we saw UCSD in a very determined manner taking that game, but UCLA staying consistent with their Dragons, were able to take back in that mid to late game and taking away the win.
Yeah, so I definitely think UCSD is going to change up some strategies to make sure they can secure this next win that they have, since it is a BO3. If they lose this one, they're out. And as we mentioned, the stakes are high because it is single elimination bracket for our tournament today. And I would assume UCSD is going to pick something that's more aggressive in the laning phase, as I previously mentioned, because that's the way they like to play, right? King Clueless loves to invade enemy jungle and secure early objectives and, you know, expand their advantage from there now on. But if their laning phase isn't strong, if their champions cannot secure the push, then King Clueless cannot do that. So I think the side of UCSD is going to draft more aggressively, whereas the side of UCLA is going to continue to stay with the consistency and just pick things that are good, all around in laning phase, in team fighting. And even if their laning phase isn't as good, they can just continue to, concede a CS and make sure they are not dying as much.
Absolutely. Now we do have a couple of highlights for you guys from that last game as we jump right into those. These were 3 key moments from that last game as Selena breaks it down for us.
Yeah, as we see here, the first one is just the straws going to top side, trying to get that Fiora ahead. Very, very determined play by the side of UCLA because the game plan wise, Fiora was the carry that game. However, this one is also UCSD using their vision control very well, and Mike Wazowski was just not knowing what he was walking into. It was just Wukong and Gragas waiting for him, and because UCLA had to walk up to save the victor, everyone falls down as well. And that was a determined play from the side of UCSD, but UCLA just caught up right after as Strauss just saw this moment and went onto the Gragas and takes him down, and everyone else just falls down right afterwards.
Yeah, these plays were absolutely crucial in this last game as we have this last solo kill right before the Elder fight was insane. Fiora's damage here, I mean, come on, undefeatable. This gave them the 4v5 advantage heading into this Elder Dragon fight. Was absolutely huge for UCLA and a big reason they won this game. So shout out to Mr. The First Poro. That was a nice solo kill up there, and then this last team fight was just a clean wipe. Sejuani ult coming in, Renata ult sweeps through, and the Poro just doing his work in this front line as Elder strikes down.
Yeah, as we see from this game, UCLA's draft was just really coherent. Like, their champions had a clear identity in team fight. It's just like front and back, right? Front and back fighting. If enemy team wants to engage, we have the Renata ulti ready, and we have the Victor ulti to put down consistent damage. That's why Sejuani to start the team fight and make sure that there is a beginning and there is an end. For the side of UCSD, the draft identity was there, but I don't think they executed it that well because, as we saw, the Rice was trying to ulti to Baron like twice, but none of the Barons still happened. So I think for the side of UCSD, they're definitely going to draft more aggressively like we previously mentioned.
Yeah, speaking of draft too, it was brought to my attention. We've talked about previously, right before we get into this draft, Varus Renata, super good pick. Renata as a character is just so disgusting. It was a little strange that they picked Renata last time without the Varus. We'll see if they can change something up this time, but I really think Varus Renata is worth picking. It's just such a good combo.
Yeah, as we see, draft is starting up for UCLA versus UCSD, and the first ban is still Heimerdinger coming through from the side of UCLA. They're not letting Protoss have his one, famous champion, and Fiora is banned away this time. As we saw from last game, the first Pearl had a dominating performance on that champion. He was able to just bully that Gragas and laning phase, but also just play like a bruiser that started a team fight with Strauss. Like, it was just crazy. It's like Fiora split push champion, but also, hey, I can team fight. So yeah, that was pretty interesting. And UCLA decided to ban away the Lucian to separate the Lucian Nami pick, and UCSD is banning away the Cassandra. It's 2 bans against the first port already. All right, our top laner is drawing some attention over here. And the third ban from UCLA is Jace. I assume this is more of a targeted ban against like someone who's really good at Jace. I assume probably the top laner from the side of UCSD, and they decided to ban away Strauss Sejuani. That means Maokai is left up this time. Last time they decided to ban the Maokai away from Strauss, and they saw the performance from Sejuani, and we see that Maokai being picked up by the side of UCLA. So it's honestly just a choice that you have to make when you're UCSD in this position, because you either play against Sejuani, who's going to run you as Radiant Ritual and the rest of your team, or this Maokai, who's really good at counter ganking, like counter engaging, which is what King Clue is probably looking to do. And like we also mentioned, they want to pick aggressive lane. Here he comes. Caitlyn Lux.
There it is. Caitlyn Lux, you talked about it last time, right? It's such a good blind pick is what you said, which is crucial, right? They have range advantage, the push advantage as well. They are a little bit easy to kill if you can get a jungler that can make his way onto these two in the bot lane, but it's just such a good combo. You love to see it. The damage is phenomenal from those two.
Yeah, definitely. Once in lane, the Lux hits a few E's and it hits a root, the Caitlyn traps, then someone's probably going down. And we see from the UCLA, they actually responded with Samira, so I assume they're probably going to go for a pretty aggressive lane, because even though Caitlyn Lux has this range advantage, has this poke advantage, they are scared of a full all-in, because they're both very squishy, right? Yes. Especially the Lux. If the Lux falls behind on Lux support, then it's not going to look pretty. And we see here, the side of UCLA decided to pick the Victor once again, which we saw from last game. It was a pretty stable pick. It was able to output a consistent amount of damage. It was able to, be this mid lane beacon in the laning phase and just like keep that push going. And however, this time we don't see another handshake control mage matchup. It's actually Silas in the mid lane. So if King Clueless and Protoss want to make their way into the mid lane and gank that Victor, that's just gonna look ugly with Silas gank setup, because even though Silas is this melee champion, he has strong all-in potential and can set up ganks really well with his root stun. And we see that the side of UCLA did go for a very aggressive comp.
Wow.
Aatrox Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank Samira, and Blitzcrank hooks someone. That guy is dying, or you're gonna flash. But for the next 20 seconds, you're gonna be scared because Blitzcrank Hook's gonna be up again. So
these champions are so aggressive, right? All they're doing is marching forward. They have really good engage with, as you mentioned, Maokai ult, right? Maokai ult, super scary, crazy good zone control. But if you glance on the side of UCSD, we have Silas. Silas can just steal the Maokai ult and send it right back at him, plus a lot more damage because he's all AP. I think the Silas pick is beautiful here. I really, really, really like it. That's 3 reallys, you heard me right. I like both these comps a lot. Zero hesitation with the Sion pick, which was kind of crazy, into Aatrox. I don't think that Aatrox, or that matchup is particularly good for Sion. I think Aatrox can do okay, but Sion as a character is very, very hard to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. I would assume he will probably go for the Heartsteel route because that item synergizes so Sion. You're just bonking people down. I think people who play tanks and build Heartsteel nowadays are just getting that instant dopamine when you hit the bonk sound. So yeah, but it is pretty interesting here because I see that the set of UCSD, like their bot lane wants to play zone control, but the rest of them kind of just want to go in. So we'll see how it plays out in team fight. I assume it's like the Caitlyn Lux poking people down, and the rest of 3 can engage when they find a good window. But the set of UCLA is pretty beefy though for the most part, and they can just like re-engage or start the engage if they want.
It's honestly so good. The Sion pick, I don't know, there's a little bit of logic. Sorry, I want to go back to this. It's like Samira doesn't really do a great job at killing tanks, right? She annihilates squishies, but kind of gets stuck when she can't kill a tank, can't get the E reset, can't really get the ult reset or anything like that. So it's going to be tough for her. She's looking to prey on this Caitlyn Lux in the bot lane. But as we count down this timer, do you have any, with maybe without some UCLA bias, do you like a comp one way or the other?
I like UCLA's comp better just because it's more consistent. Like once they pick the Samira, I think it set a tone for their team comp because Samira is an ADC that you don't just like pick and go like, oh yeah, you can do whatever you want. Like that's not what's gonna happen. If you have Samira, you want to go for those big team fights. You want to go for the resets that she can get. You want to go for those stuns and like CCs that she can just use her passive on. So yeah, I think the side of UCLA has a very consistent like team identity, but if they fall behind, it's gonna be hard because Samira is not gonna provide those consistent damage against tanks that well, like you said. And there's a decent amount of things that can just stop her ulti on the side of UCSD, like the Sion stun, the Wukong knockup, and the Silas stun. Yep. So like there are a lot of things that UCLA has to watch out when executing this comp. And for the side of UCSD, I also like their comp because I think they're still going for that early aggression from laning phase, especially that bot lane. And we do see that the Lux is taking Ignite. She's not taking Exhaust for the Aatrox, for the Samira who's gonna like jump on her face. Like she's not scared. She's playing for that laning phase.
We like that. We saw the Doggo playing a little bit more reserved last reserved last team. On that Tristana had to sit back and farm for a while. He said, listen, put me on Samira. I want to change the pace a little bit. And he's going to go in on this one. If I had to pick a team comp, I do like UCLA's comp more. I like that it has a direction, right? They want this engage Victor in the backline doing what he can to poke out some damage, assisting Samira and Aatrox as they go in and wreak some havoc. But man, UCSD's comp just looks so fun.
Yeah, I can definitely see it working. If the Caitlyn Lux, they can like come out and link ahead, they can definitely start chunking down those towers, and we know that UCSD loves to play around vision. So with Caitlyn Lux, if they're able to get all the tower platings, get all the towers, and Protoss just starts doing his vision thing, then the side of UCLA is gonna have a lot of pressure to deal with. Absolutely,
and this Silas too, I think, could even steal Blitzcrank ult. That's crazy. You can shut down the Samira, it does a lot of damage on Silas. The guy's got crazy AP numbers. With Blitzcrank ult, the scaling goes crazy. You can also shut down that Samira ult right then and there. So I think I really, really like the Silas pick. That's why I like UCSD's. I'll give them my favor, if you will.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I think UCSD's comp is solid. I think we're looking for a really good game 2 here.
Also, I think the Sion can go for like the split push Heartsteel route because he does do insane amount of damage to towers. I remember the Bobs, like I was just like clicking on his stream like, oh, what's top lane tanks players doing? Oh, 10k HP, awesome! Crazy. Yeah. So that's definitely an option still for UCSD to play for the Sion split push because you don't care if you int on Sion, right? Like you're getting those objectives down. And yeah, I do agree with you. The Silas is a pretty good pick because even though Victor is a pretty strong mage in laning phase, he cannot like really up the damage to kill the Silas. And the Silas, once that Silas gets into the range of the Victor, he can just easily out-trade you with the W, right? So it's gonna be a pretty good lane phase for Silas.
I think you're absolutely right. And We're going to hop right into this game, ladies and gentlemen. Kicking it off, game 2 of UCLA versus UCSD. And we hop into this game. We got 5 members walking towards the top side already for UCLA. They're looking to do something. They absolutely can. They have Blitzcrank at the lineup. We'll have to see how this goes.
Yep, we see that UCLA didn't really 5-point. They decided to all go into the top side bush and trying to catch someone with the Blitzcrank hook. But Millennium Baby has put a ward down in that bush already. And also to point out, I believe last game, the top lane of UCSD was Cypher Doomby, probably a sub. So this time, they should have their starting top laner, which will make them stronger as a team.
I didn't even notice that. That's a very good point. Millennium Baby is the main man on our roster here. Nothing coming out of that little invade, which is definitely good. They got some deep wards on the side of UCSD, which is a lot of early info, but this stack here from UCSD could prove lethal. It's almost like they know something.
Yeah, it seems that maybe it's going to be a vertical jungling happening this game because Strauss is going to start top side and path his way down ball, which is a smart decision because Kaylin Lux is going to have that natural push against Samira Blitzcrank. And I'm not sure if they're spotted. Prosciutto actually ends the hook and Protoss gets hooked.
That's a lot of damage coming out from the doggo so far. Forced to flash away. Protoss blowing it nice and early. Ignite as well, drop from him. Nice hook there from Prosciutto, but the doggo's not done quite yet. If they can zone Lux off of this first wave, they're in a great spot. This Blitz hook should be coming up soon.
Yeah, this is where you're like just kind of chilling there, like sitting in the bush and hope UCLA walks in, but it turns out to be not worth it because it seems that Prosciutto has some ideas. I don't think they have vision. They probably just sent a blind hook and was like, I wonder if anyone's in here because I don't see it on the map.
There somebody was. Boom, there it is. Both junglers, just as you predicted, vertical jungle. Maokai starting in Wukong's top side, not bad at all. You wouldn't really think, Wukong starting in Maokai's jungle, kind of had that twisted. Wukong really, really good at counter invading. They did nerf it in this season, correct? The jungle not worth as much?
So now it's like gonna be slower if you're doing enemies camps. And we see here mid, like Cinnamon Joster is playing really aggressively. And Victor, honestly, he's not that long range of a mage. Once Silas ease in, he's probably in a W range. And if he keeps trading down with the Victor, it's gonna be more beneficial for the Silas because the Silas has more all-in potential to kill the Victor. And if he wants to freeze his wave on the side, Victor cannot walk up. And anyone can just show up like King Clueless or Protoss. And we see Strauss here is actually making his way down bot.
Ooh, he's walking in here. He got a little movement speed from that bush. Forced to flash. Caitlyn doesn't throw the hook just yet. They know Lux is their target. Waiting for this Maokai W and maybe a hook from Blitzcrank behind the flash. And the doggo with that knockup combined. They give the kill over to Samira. It's perfect. It's what you want to see. The doggo picking up a kill for himself in first blood. But Prosciutto not backing off. They see King Clueless. Maybe now have to do so. Walking forward there, make the move onto Prosciutto. Red buff is active, so if they get this though, they might be able to find the damage, but the health bars are just too low. No final decisions made, and that's going to be 1-0 for the side of UCLA.
That was just beautifully done by the side of UCLA. They know Lux has no flash from the level 1 hook, and there she goes. No hesitation. Strauss roots into Prosciutto flashing into the Lux and hitting the hook. And honestly, I think if King Clueless chased a bit longer and the Blitzcrank hook was off cooldown, someone else might go down as well. So it was a smart decision for King Clueless to stop chasing over there.
Absolutely. Honestly, I like what you said. Beautifully played. Hopefully we see things like that continue for UCLA because they're looking to clear out the series, but the root doesn't land. King Clueless flashes forward. Doesn't die to tower. Thank goodness. That could have been disastrous if he died there to Mike.
So yeah, another play that UCSD is trying to make, but just, you know, a little off and not enough damage to kill, and the root didn't land because the minions just walk right into it. A bit unfortunate, but I like how UCSD is still looking for those aggressive plays, and Strauss is also looking for aggressive plays.
Speaking of aggressive plays, Strauss is not letting off the gas anytime soon. That is 2 successful ganks for the Maokai in the jungle, right where he belongs.
Oh wow, I feel like this game is already going at a faster pace than last game. So much action going on everywhere. And maybe top lane will get the next action because both junglers are hovering topside now. Yeah, I guess we got to keep our eyes on Strauss. Is the man with the plan this game. You'd think the teams would take a little bit slower the second game, afraid to maybe make any mistakes. But UCLA says, no, we're going forward and inward with the action. And I wouldn't think Maokai's the one to do it, but here we are watching the tree go crazy. Yeah, definitely. I always see Maokai more as a counter gank jungler because he's so good at when enemy team engages, he's there to root them and make your team turn the tide around. But Strauss has a different idea what a champion is. And in the bot lane, we see the doggo actually went for Dirk instead of like the normal ADC items. So I think he's just looking for that raw burst, raw damage once that Blitzcrank goes in the hook.
And that's what you want on the Samira, right? She knows that late game is going to be really hard, especially if the Scion gets tanky enough to where she can't really one-shot him. But man, if you can kill Lux Caitlyn on repeat, she's going to be like drowning in gold, going crazy. CS not looking too good for her right now, but it's early game. We don't really care about that. All we're looking for is some kills.
Yeah, definitely. And we do see here in the mid lane, Mike Wazowski didn't have to use Flash when they looked for that tower dive earlier. So even though the wave is pushing to the Silas right now, Silas is trying to freeze that actually. So they're definitely looking for something happen mid.
Something happening. Strauss is our man here. The hook lands on the Lux, and Strauss is here to back them up with that root. That's going to be another free kill. Oh, but actually trade kill. Strauss picks up one, but not without Shez taking down another. Now we got them on the back foot again. Once again, Wukong just not quite there in time to make any counter plays against Strauss.
Yeah, I think King Clueless, instead of answering those plays, it's better off for him to look for more proactive plays because obviously it's just not working.
Oh my gosh! Prosciutto, that hook was insane! What a shot, and King Clueless is helpless against the two rumbling in the spotlight. That hook was amazing.
I don't think that was a hit, but it hit. That was just, wow. That must be so tilting.
Speechless.
As a Caitlyn.
Oh man, the Hex Flash from Narnia is where that one was from. Super well done there. We like these aggressive playstyles from UCLA. They're here to take this game under storm, looking to make the upset. Let's get a quick replay on this one. Break it down for us.
We see that, you know, Lux has no flash, so Prosciutto just very decisively went for the Lux, and Lux falls down right afterwards. Even though the doggo fell down, the hook on the Caitlyn kind of made that up. So, still overall a win for the side of UCLA, but because UCLA had a reset, UCSD took this opportunity and took down the first dragon.
We'd love to see that. Just as last game, UCSD, it was actually kind of flip-flop last game, right? UCSD had the advantage, and then UCLA took dragons, and now it's a little bit switched. Hopefully UCLA can keep track of these dragons and make sure not to give UCSD any edge whatsoever. And this hook, look at this. Right between those minions. Oh my goodness, what a hook. Prosciutto, you're
We
nasty.
see that the Caitlyn didn't even expect it, and she like started clicking up, but honestly it was a bit of a prediction hook as he shot it upwards and Caitlyn dodged right into it. So well played by Prosciutto. That man should be put on Blitzcrank duties, not Yumi or like Renata. What are those champions, honestly?
You gotta ban it next game just for this guy. That is not easy to do either after a Hex Flash like that. You gotta kind of reorient yourself, especially if you're playing lock screen maybe. But that was a big play. We're looking for more like that in the future. Millennium Baby's been under tower almost the whole game this game, but King Clueless making a move onto Mike, has no flash available, but no Cyclone either as well. So he's just gonna whack him a few times and take a step back as the roots maybe force out the flash, not quite finding that lockdown. But a nice play there from Strauss. This man has a plan this game.
Yeah, and we see Prosciutto and the doggo are trying to look for something. Oh, the hook misses, and now the doggo and Prosciutto are on the run. Nice dodge by both the Samira and the Blitzcrank, but Caitlyn decides to flash net and hits the E into a headshot.
I said, listen, Prosciutto, you're not the only one with the moves this game. Caitlyn slick on the feet. You love to see it. They're back, and they're not giving an inch on the UCLA. These games are back and forth, and I'm here for it, Selena.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the side of UCLA definitely is playing more with confidence now from that first game. That's always what you see in a best of 3 or best of 5 series. Whoever wins the first game is going to have the morale going into the rest of the series. So now I love how UCLA is playing. They're just playing without fear, playing with confidence.
Yes, and as they look to maybe stop them from taking this Herald, we do have Silas with a Maokai ult. Keep your eyes out for that. But Prosciutto is here. It's a 4v2 in favor of UCLA. It's so tough if UCSD make a play onto this. They're not going to be in a good position. Now a 3v4 with Protos taking the side lane, but the Herald did go down to Strauss. But the engage onto Strauss now as he gets rooted up by Protos, and he falls down so low and gets taken down by that sheen damage from King Clueless.
Yeah, definitely. Even though King Clueless couldn't really look for anything as his flash was burnt earlier, because the Caitlyn and the Lux was able to make there, and Caitlyn has that semi-global ulti, Strauss had to fall down, and now they're looking for something in the mid lane under tower.
5-man dive, 2-man Scion ult as well to take it off. Stun not fighting anybody for now, finds 3 later on. Prosciutto running away. They only managed to get 1 there, dropping 2 very, very low. Victor is so good at holding off on these tower dives, almost even finds himself a kill on King Clueless.
Yeah, definitely. That was just another decisive play made by the side of UCSD. A repeating theme that we're seeing from UCSD is they're just not scared to make those plays. They're down to just flash it under the tower and dive whoever is in there.
This was a really nice play. That root barely fine from the enemy Silas ult onto Maokai. A lot of follow damage coming through. And then this tower dive was aggressive, but 5v2, come on, you can make this happen. The immediate Sion ult onto 2. Victor dropping W ult was crucial here as well, getting so much damage. It's what allowed Prosciutto to live, I believe. But moving on from that, it was a nice little dive there from UCSD. You love to see it, now bringing the score up 4-4.
Yep, and Caitlyn was honestly the one who benefited the most from those plays. Now she's 3-1. Even though the early laning phase was a bit rough because what happened in level 1, she is now, back in the game and just gonna bully that Samira with her range advantage.
Speaking of bullying, poor Millennium Baby on this Sion is down 30 CS now. Aatrox is brutal to lane against, right? He can just shove you under tower and keep on harassing with those Qs.
Yeah, and Mike Wazowski is respecting the lane position right now because he can easily get ganked, but he did want to breed for the backline minions. He puts on a W, stuns the Silas pretty well, but isn't enough to do anything. Did
finally take him down with that Silas ulted Victor. You love to see it. Those are the plays UCSD needs to keep themselves in this game. Silas getting ahead is going to be huge this game. The fights. If Samira can't execute Silas right at the beginning of the fight, he can heal back up, take his time in these fights against these tanky players, and just keep on dealing damage, healing up, not dying.
Yep, definitely. And as we previously pointed out, as Victor, in this matchup, you have to be scared all the time. If you don't have vision, which, Mike Wazowski walked up to get that last 3 minions and think that he can shove it away, but no. King Clues is just waiting there. You don't have vision there. You cannot walk up as the Victor.
Absolutely. The gap closers on Silos too. Now that he's got the Everfrost completed, Victor's going to have to be more careful than ever. But we have Dragon coming up soon. It's going to be up to who can either get mid or bot prio. Looks like UCSD want this bot prio. Prosciutto has something to say about it, but he's got to be careful because the Wukong is waiting nearby.
Yeah, not only that, Millennium Baby also has TP advantage over the first Poro, so if he really wants, he can just TP down and make this a 4v5, and there's also a fight going on in a minute.
That was one of the longest Silas E's I've ever seen as the trade goes somewhat even, maybe in favor of Cinnamon Joust with the engage onto King Clueless as well, King Clueless engaging, Mike goes down, had flash available, does not have flash available, so will go down without a trace that time. Bind does not land on Straws down there. UCSD's got prio of this Dragon, surprisingly, with a very nice pick in that mid lane.
And we see Prosciutto lands a beautiful hook on King Clueless. King Clueless had to flash away, but since UCLA put themselves in a tri-bush, it's really easy for Lux and Caitlyn to do their things.
That damage was crazy from Caitlyn. I missed that at the beginning. Gale Force Caitlyn already completed. She nearly one-shot Straws and Prosciutto. It was kind of insane there. That's going to be how we keep out watch for. But look at that Silas E. That was so long, right? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, definitely. And as we see here, now Cinnamon Jouster isn't really scared of laning into the Victor anymore because 1 W means his HP is gonna be healed full back up, and that was just like 3 people zoning the Victor into the Lux ulti. There was nowhere for him to go. And even though Prosciutto lands a beautiful hook on King Clueless just walks away, and that also leaves Strauss in a very, very vulnerable position, and he falls down.
Just watch that Caitlyn damage time and time again, dishing it out. First Poro, maybe in trouble here. Cyclone is available, gonna be popped. Has 1 charge left, as well as that World Ender, but the double knockup is so hard to deal with. Slow as well coming through, but they're gonna be able to stop this Herald, no problem. Hopefully, Straws is there for the backup, but not a whole lot of value coming out of that Herald. But they did actually get plates, I'm a liar.
Yeah, so for now, UCSD is in the slight gold advantage, and we see that now they're finally finding their, pedal for the gas. They're finally making their plays, they're regaining the tempo of this game, they're just making plays non-stop from bot to mid, from mid to top. They're just making things happen.
Absolutely. It's going to be tough for UCLA to climb back. We were giving them so much props for this aggressive playstyle earlier, but if their gold lead doesn't complement the aggressive playstyle, it doesn't really work out with Samira. Samira is a feast or famine character, but a hook here onto Protoss is going to take him down near instantly, and the flash forward from the dogs is going to maybe take down Caitlyn, but the damage is there. They trade 1 for 1. Shutdown going over to Samira.
And that's honestly worth it because Samira probably can complete her mythic item now, and that also shuts down the Caitlyn. The Caitlyn had to use flash, so if Strauss wants to come to bot lane for a visit, either the Caitlyn or the Lux is going down.
Absolutely. Ooh, Wukong damage with that Divine Sunder is going to be huge this game against Maokai and Aatrox. He's going to be dishing out some damage. The CS isn't too bad as well. And top lane, it feels like we're watching on repeat, but Cinnamon Jouster in a 1 versus 2, holding his ground as Mike Wazowski re-enters the fight but gets taken down instantly by Straws.
That was just so much damage done by Demonic Embrace. I don't think that item is healthy on melee characters, but here we are. And I think for now, with that item completed, Strauss can also clear his camps faster, so he is able to assist his team a bit more.
Absolutely, which is crucial for a jungler, right? You don't want to be just sitting on the map clearing waves the entire game. As we hop into this replay, look at Cinnamon Jouster go in this 1v2. So much damage to Mike Wazowski off the bat, but Straw's here to help him out. Is going to secure this 1v2 and lock him down just a little bit longer. The flash forward was aggressive, unneeded maybe, but that is A-okay.
That was beautifully done by Strauss because the root and the knockup actually displaced the Silas E, which could have hit Mike Wazowski, so that probably saved his millionaire from dying. And the flash forward may not have been either, but who knows the Silas W cooldown. Maybe he gets the W back up and just like... And we see Prosciutto actually falling down here in a choke.
The timing as Wukong dashed over that wall was perfect. The Blitzcrank just didn't quite see it coming. That's a nice little kill over to UCSD. Maybe able to translate it into a Rift Herald, which would be big. They have Silos Bot, whose TP is not available, but UCLA don't know that. They kind of have to respect the fact that he might have that teleport.
Yeah, and their decision is actually to give the Rift Herald and the first world TP down bot lane to match the Silas and make sure the tower doesn't fall down. And right now we see that Mike Wazowski is just going to go for the top lane wave, and the game is going to be a little bit of a stale state until the next dragon fight happens.
Yeah, dragons are going to be crucial this game. UCSD already up 2-0, which we absolutely love to see. It's something that they've proven to be okay at. In that last game, UCLA did end up taking Soul, but 2-0 this game so far. Super, super crucial. This next minute is going to determine a lot if they can manage to pick up this third dragon, putting them at soul point. But Gank coming in here onto Millennium Baby. He's no fool. He's not going to fall for that one.
Yeah, definitely. And Mike Wazowski needs to base now as he doesn't have TP and dragons coming up. So Strauss and Mike Wazowski are also making their way down to bot dragon.
Yeah, it's going to be crucial, right? 30 seconds. What do you think? Does UCSD need to set up first in Baron, or can they wait it out and engage later on?
I would say it's better off for them to set up first, but it doesn't matter. Prosciutto lands a big hook on Protoss. Protoss has to flash away, and she is super low.
Surprisingly able to live that one. I thought that was a goner for sure, but these hooks from Prosciutto are lethal in what's keeping UCLA in this game, because if you can just find these hooks, it's simple enough, even like that, causing Silas to blow his flash. He did pick up the Blitzcrank ult, but it's just not enough. Oh, but we have an engage here as the Herald is dropped as well as King Clue is going in. Gets taken down so quick. All 5 members standing on UCLA so far. Millennium Baby is a rock in that front line. They can't push it ahead too far, as well as the ace in the hole. Not quite able to find its mark. But Dragon's still available. Herald taken down as well, now in a 4 versus 5.
But yeah, as I was saying, I think it's better off for UCSD to get that river control with the Caitlyn Lux, because Caitlyn wants to put traps down, Lux wants to put E down, and it makes it hard for people to walk through. But if you just let UCLA push in, Prosciutto can just do what he just did. In the span of like 20 seconds, he hits one hook on the Lux, burns the flash, he hits another hook on the Silas, who's trying to steal his R, burns another flash. Very, very valuable summoner self-burn.
Millennium Baby is deep here as the flash hook misses, unfortunately. He gets taken down by a lot of damage, and Shez manages to find a kill as well. 4 versus 4. Dragon taking down, no smite available on either side, so you gotta watch that health bar as Straws falls, unfortunately. No junglers, burst damage coming out. Red team does end up stealing that dragon away from UCLA. That's 3 dragons for UCSD.
Yeah, it seems that there was a bit of miscommunication going on for the side of UCLA because Prosciutto actually went for the flash hook. Even though it missed, Strauss was also there to follow up, and Samir wasn't really in range to follow with any of the CC that was provided by the side of UCLA. So overall, it just became people falling down one by one, and there was no smite on the side of UCLA. And we also see here in the mid lane, as we previously mentioned, Strauss on this Maokai champion is very good at disengaging, and after the Wukong pressed R and went in, he just decisively pushed the R button and allowed UCLA to get a few kills back. But because they weren't on the same page at this dragon pit and the crucial hook missed, it turned the tide the other way around to the side of UCSD.
Yeah, Caitlyn in this backline here playing her range so well. And this dragon, no smite available anywhere, mind you, so it ticks down. Aatrox almost had that timing, but that Scion Q came in clutch and took that dragon right from under their nose.
Yeah, definitely. And now the gold lead is still honestly not that big. It's only 2K, but it seems that UCLA has to collect their pace a little bit and figure out what they want to do as a whole. Because right now, some people want to go in and some people are not following up, and that's just not going to work.
Yeah, not too bad here. They're just looking to wait a little longer. Ideally, this Caitlyn can scale up Sion as well, getting his health up, doing what he needs to do to get into this late game safe and sound. But I don't think UCLA want this game to go late. Samira can do so much damage early in, is not too far behind. So I think UCLA maybe want to keep pushing these fights.
Yeah, I think even though they don't want to, it's fine because there is the Victor who's going to provide the more consistent damage later on. And Maokai also actually does a ton of damage with a Demonic Embrace build, and I believe he's going for the Jack Show. And as we know, Jack Show, awesome item. Everyone loves it, right? Yeah, so Demonic Embrace Jack Show gonna be a pretty scary combo together once he buys those items. But right now, it seems that the side of UCSD is doing what they're good at again, getting vision on the Baron.
Absolutely. One thing we got to talk about, getting vision too, right? Maokai, as a character with these saplings, is able to provide so much utility for their team. So UCLA are going to make key use of that Maokai, maybe combat a little bit of UCSD's vision, prowess, but they do expire after somebody sees them, unfortunately, but it gives them something to do against UCSD.
Yeah, it's also very annoying for you to face check, right? Basically, UCSD had just to send Millennium Baby on that duty. Like, hey, yo, you going first. Because if that Caitlyn or the Lux gets hit by one sapling, then 30% of their HP is probably gone.
Yep, way too much as Wukong moving a little aggressively here. Ping's coming down to know where he's at. But the first Poro not able to defend that tower. They will get a little bit of extra cash in their pockets as it looks like we're prepping for this Baron just a little bit. The teams are waiting around in this area.
Yeah, actually this game so far, the first Poro hasn't, and we just see the Silas hits the E on the Victor, but Victor was actually able to flash away. But as I was saying, so far this game, the Aatrox hasn't really been able to making to any fights. So I assume the next team fight that he joins, he's gonna be able to make something happen.
Blitzcrank got caught out there, just barely stepped on that ward. We just talked about how UCSD was so good at warding, and it came and gave them yet another kill as they're starting up this dragon. It's a little interesting. Caitlyn's not quite there to rack in that damage yet. They find the root onto Caitlyn as the damage is burning from Demonic Embrace. They're not quite starting the dragon, but flash onto Straws is going to be a lot of damage. He just can't quite move as he's stuck in the middle of 4 and does go down. The Doggo and Mike now in a 2 versus 4 situation as the first portal gets taken down instantly in the side lane. Cinnamon, that damage is absurd.
Yeah, definitely. The Silas is pretty strong right now with the 2 items completed, and the first Pro doesn't have any MR items. So to a Cinnamon Jouster, it's just a piece of meat that he can easily take down. And now the side of UCD is doing Baron, and also Strauss actually went for Radiant Virtual again instead of Jack Show, so he's gonna be less tanky, but he can offer the healing and the smooth speed again.
The engage here from Millennium Baby finds onto Mr. Mike Wazowski so easily. That was a lot of their team fight damage, so this Baron will no longer be able to be contested. And that's going to be the Baron at Nasher over to UCSD. They've got 3 dragons and now a Baron in their hands.
Yeah, this the game state isn't looking too great for UCLA right now. With those Baron minions, they can just easily siege with the Caitlyn Lux combo, and then the rest of the UCSD champions can just go in and reap all the players who are still alive.
Absolutely, that flash engage there was pretty key, and I mean we didn't even see it because it was fast forwarded, but my goodness, he died so fast. That Silas damage is going to be a problem later in this game. They tried to make this counter engage work, but the Scion engage just stopped them in their tracks.
Yeah, definitely. And as Victor, when your tanky members are not here, it's pretty hard for you to want a position against a comp like UCSD's. And now we see that there's a dragon fight breaking up.
Yeah, this dragon is crucial. This means soul for UCSD as we got an engage on the bottom side, but Caitlyn forced to kite for her life in this top side as they lock down Maokai and take him down. Ace in the hole, not quite going to finish off Blitzcrank as King Clueless takes down the Doggo on the bot side, and the first Poro now is getting revenge for his AD carry. Does so successfully while giving away soul to UCSD. It's huge.
Yeah, especially considering it's Hextech Soul with Caitlyn's range, one auto can mean like slowing the whole team and just allowing UCSD to, press their R buttons, engage, and just kill everyone. Considering there's also a decent amount of item diff right now.
It's so monstrous, right? You have two huge members on the side of UCSD. This Caitlyn, 8-2, 3 items completed already, and this Silas, whose damage, as we saw against the first Poro, is nothing to laugh at. UCLA gonna have a tough way back into this game.
Yeah, definitely. And also because the Samira went for the third first buy on base, she has to, she basically locked herself into buying Collector. And Collector right now against UCSD isn't really going to do much. They have beefy members, right? Maybe you can go onto the Lux or the Caitlyn, but it's pretty hard if you want to go through the Wukong, the Silas, and the Sion as the Samira. So even, one less member to deal with the tanks.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, these tanks, nobody's doing damage to them except for maybe a Maokai sapling. It does percent max with that demonic embrace.
And
Did anybody else
disappeared on the
Did anybody
screen.
else blink? Because I missed that one. Oh my goodness.
So Caitlyn trapped, and because she trapped, Priscilla had to walk around it, but she hits the net instead, and net Q headshot. Boom.
My goodness. I guess Blitzcrank's got no armor, but this Caitlyn is feeling it right now. Step on a trap, you're sentenced to death as they march down mid here. Gale forcing forward, drawing up the Victor ult, finding a kill on a Mike Brzezowski as the Victor ult ticks down on Caitlyn, but it's not enough. The first Poro, maybe he does tick out to the bleed. Eventually he does. And now it's the King Clueless running for his life, but he's not able to do much. Team standing by him close as Silas makes the re-engage onto the first Poro. We've seen his damage in the past, and he does it again. The doggo, maybe he's fighting for his life here. The stopwatch does save Cinnamon, though. And now we just have Prosciutto as Cinnamon finds his way onto him. Here's that damage, maybe again. Blitzcrank ult in the back pocket for Silas. So much damage. As I mentioned, there's 2 key members on UCSD. It's not a one-man show.
Yeah, for sure. It seems that UCSD has found their way back into how to play the game again. They're just so aggressive. Like, the Caitlyn is not scared to just Gale Force forward and net someone and kill them. Like, as the Caitlyn, usually you're thinking that, oh, I'm just sitting here with my range advantage and autoing. But no, I'm starting to engage. And
look at that damage forward. I just, man, you blink and you miss it. We have Straw's putting up a lot of a fight back here until Silo shows up and that damage pops in this re-engage here from Cinnamon Jouster. Keep your eyes on the doggo's health bar for a second here. Nothing hits him, and then all of a sudden, Silas Q, Silas W almost one-shots. The zone is coming out as well from Cinnamon Jouster is going to save his life, and now this game got a lot harder for UCLA.
Yeah, it seems that UCLA has, been a bit lost. They're just scattered all around the map every time they go down. Like, there's no coherent team fighting here. It's just people going down one by one, people getting caught. So I hope UCLA can pick it back up because if they draft a comp that's so aggressive that requires consistency, you can't play like this.
Absolutely not. It's so tough to see, right? Because you try so hard in this early game. The Blitzcrank hooks were on point, but it's just not enough against these different characters. And you gotta hand it. Caitlyn is playing so well. Shezomasi, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Very sorry, but we got an engage here onto Prosciutto as he drops the ace in the hole, dealing hundreds of damage there. It's going to clean him up as he Gale Forces forward once again onto Straws in that backside. Keep your eyes on Caitlyn and Silas. These are our key damage dealers, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, now the Blitzcrank has, basically gone through the stage where he's good in the laning phase. Like, he can hit hooks on 2 squishies. But now if you hook anyone, it's probably not good. You don't want to hook the Sion or the Wukong or the Silas into the middle of your team. And it's hard for him to do to complete any vision right now because UCSD just has so much pressure, especially with the Dragon Soul that they have, the sieging ability that they have. They're just not scared of anything.
Nothing at all. With the aggression that they have, Silas ult grabbing Maokai there is massive. It just basically means UCLA can't walk into the fight while Silas has that in his back pocket with the re-engage too from a Sion ult and the Wukong. Their team fight is scary because of the Silas pick. This is why I liked it so much in Champ Select.
Yeah, definitely. And a minute 30 until Auto Dragon, and it's pretty hard for UCLA to contest with all 3 waves pushing into them. And if they want to contest, it means they have to push through the vision. And there's the Caitlyn and the Lux. Honestly, the Lux is also doing tons of damage right now as a support. And also interesting build here. Usually you see Lux supports build Ludens. And she actually opting to the Mandate into Horizon Focus, which is interesting. Horizon Focus just got a buff, which is understandable. But the Mandate by itself, it means like you have to be pretty confident with your skill shots.
Absolutely. Your teammates can apply a lot of damage with that Imperial Mandate too, right? I mean, As Lux, I guess you're not the driving factor of AP damage in this game because you have Silas, but Millennium Baby making his way onto as we get the lead client. But that is A-okay. Maokai Ult gonna stop them in their tracks for now, but a hook onto one is gonna be huge. That's instantly GA pop. That's onto Caitlyn. No, I do not believe that is Caitlyn. Excuse me, King Clueless goes down. Millennium Baby now in the front. Lux Ult coming through. A lot of damage on the first portal. But Straw's now locking the Millennium Baby down. He does drop. They've taken down the brick wall that is Sion. Will they continue to go further? I don't think so. Gonna get some heart steeled stacks and call it a day. Baron is up and Dragon is up in 30 seconds. This could be a pivotal moment.
Yep, but however, we do see that Protoss and Messi still has the positional advantage.
The first portal goes deep for Protoss, but he doesn't end up getting in. The bleed is not there. Watch out for that sapling, Protoss. Please don't die to that. As King Clueless marches forward onto Mike Wazowski. Cinnamon Jouster in the backline. Protoss might end up falling, but they trade 1 for 1 onto that Maokai. Now, Baron is the angle absolutely here for UCSD. They've got a Caitlyn who could do so much damage to it, and Silas alone can stop them from taking Dragon, but they're actually not going to opt for this Dragon for this Baron because it's Elder Dragon.
Yeah, definitely. I can see how UCLA was trying to push through a bit further because obviously it was a 5v4, right? You wanted to go for the advantage that you can get, but they forgot that Caitlyn, Lux, those champions excel in chokes. Even Silas, it just makes hitting skill shots so much easier, and if you lock yourself in that position, it's very easy for those champions to shine.
Absolutely. Caitlyn now probably sitting on a lot of gold after that team fight. Is going to finish off her Guardian Angel for this next big team fight, which will be Baron. Now with Elder Dragon in their back pocket, it's going to be so easy for this Caitlyn damage to come through and wipe. Even the Maokai ult, if Silas steals it, can be absolutely massive.
Or even the support Lux. I can see that support Lux maybe one-shotting a squishier member on the set of UCLA. And if not, just pair that with, acing the hole from the Caitlyn, and someone's definitely going down with the Elder.
Absolutely someone's dropping. This trade here in the back was pretty nice. Protoss, your death will not go unnoticed. You did end up getting straws there. Absolutely crucial kill. As Caitlyn trying to find that one little spot where you can attack it over the wall, but decides to caliber net over it anyway. So I'm done with this. Let me just hit it. We have a couple members on the left side of Baron here, maybe waiting for them to face check a bush as Baron is taken down by UCSD. They have the Elder Dragon. They have Baron. They're waiting in this bush just as they wanted. It's Millennium Baby, unfortunately, but the damage is there as for almost to take him down, but a flash onto that bush will secure him to safety. Now Shezo is dropping low as well. Ace in the hole gonna hit hard on the first portal with that slow from Chemtech as well. Excuse me, Hextech. That's 2 down, 3 to go. TP out of there, canceled by the Cyclone. Mike, where are you going? Nowhere, my friend. Back to base with you, and that's gonna be a 5-for-0 team fight for UCSD and likely the game.
Wow, that was just, I would say that was still a respectable play coming from UCLA because they have Baron, they have Elder. If you don't fight there, you're probably gonna lose. You're probably gonna lose eventually, right? So it was a good try from the side of UCLA, but unfortunately it was Sion who face checked the bush. It wasn't enough damage to kill that beefy, tanky Sion. But still a respectful attempt, and that means we get to go into Game 3.
Game 2 going over to UCSD, bringing this series 1-1. This is big. We have UCLA. Is the 4th seed, I believe we discussed, versus UCSD, the 1st seed. It was supposed to be pretty one-sided going into this, looking at the accounts and the numbers. But UCLA putting up a fight. UCSD, as you mentioned during that game, kind of found their rhythm again, right? They kind of remembered who they were, found these aggressive plays, very happy with themselves here getting into this Game 3. But what a game, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I would say both games, the team who won has shown their play style, has shown what they're good at. UCSD shows that they're good at just continuously making aggressive play, pounding the enemy team until you're just like, what am I supposed to do? Like, as you saw, UCLA towards the end, they're just so scattered every team fight. They're just, they don't know what their game plan is anymore. It's a nervous situation, especially it's a LAN event, I understand. But UCSD was just so good at just capitalizing their advantage on vision control and picking people off and going for those aggressive plays. But in a game that UCLA won, they also showed their consistency in team fight, Straw's ability to catch members off guard and lead his team into victory. So I would say overall, this series has been very, very exciting so far, and I'm so excited to see what's about to happen next game.
Right? This Game 3 is going to be insane. Hopefully we get a little replay package from that last game. There was a lot of hype moments, a lot of cool Blitzcrank hooks that I'd love to see again. But this means we're going to a Game 3. And ladies, keep in mind, this is a best-of-3 series. we got 2 more of these today coming your way. So the fun does not stop after this series. Stay tuned and we'll get you some more. But the Blitzcrank, right? Prosciutto did so well on it. I'd be pretty excited if they picked it again. But before we talk about that, could you walk us through this replay package that we got coming right up?
So we see here, this was the gank early on after the Lux flash was burned, and Strauss just knows that Lux has no flash. Goes straight to root that Lux. Prosciutto flashes and hooks the Lux, and that pretty much got the bot lane a lead pretty early. And this beautiful hook over the wall after Hex flash, that was just not expected. However, though, after that, the side of UCLA's bot lane wasn't really able to push for advantage any further, and Mike Berlowski was also just kind of getting camped this game because Victor is a mage that can be shut down pretty easily if you just continuously gank that character.
Yeah, it's really like that, especially against Silas. He's just a mobile, can't do a whole lot, and these engages from King Clueless were just so clean all game, as well as the supporting Lux ults to counter pick him up. But again, this team fight, keep your eyes on Caitlyn, right? The hook here was super nice from Prosciutto. They weren't quite able to finish off King Clueless, but then Caitlyn and Lux marching forward, finding kills with these headshots, just coming huge. Gale Force forward. Oh my goodness, what a fight. It was these kinds of plays all throughout the game that were just staple moments for UCSD.
Yeah, maybe I can see a Caitlyn ban coming through again, because I believe in Game 1, Caitlyn was banned against the side of UCSD, and I can tell that if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, I'm sorry. The ADC from UCSD, he's very comfortable on Caitlyn. Those Caitlyn combos, those E's are just not missing, right? And you see that he's so confident. The way he's just like walking up all the way, and even towards the end of the play, around like the mid lane inhib tower, the Caitlyn just gale force forward and started to engage. Like, that's not something that you would do if you're uncomfortable on a champion. Yeah,
it takes bravery to do things like that and a lot of confidence. You love to see it. Hopefully we see a lot more of that coming on. We saw confidence as well coming from Prosciutto's Blitzcrank, as again we'll touch on, as well as Silas. I want to give a shout out to Cinnamon Jouster. This man went crazy on Silas this game. His side lane play, his team fight play was on point, and he just made these team fights so much more possible for his team. Really well played game from him as well.
Yeah, and I also like how he played laning phase, because Victor is a champion who wants a slower laning phase, right? But Silas, you want the opposite. You just want to continuously trade with the Victor and, you know, make sure that his HP is low, make sure the wave is on your side, and he did that in laning phase, and which was what allowed King Clueless to come mid and visit Mike Rolowski so many times. Oh,
King Clueless chasing down the doggo here. We missed that one in the actual live cast, but barely taken down by the Cannon Baron minion there as the first Poro found himself a cannon. Okay, here we go. Trap. Didn't actually get the trap. Net. It was just Q headshot.
Yep, and that was enough damage because the Blitzcrank also wasn't building tanky items, right? He had Swifties into Shirley. Like, he was a piece of metal, but pretty thin piece of metal, so he fell down pretty fast. And in this play, even though it was a 5v4, UCLA was not at advantage fighting chokes, and this was just the last, you know, desperation play that they had. It didn't work out, but it's still respectable.
I think it was a really good attempt. They read that they'd walk up top to clear that bush out, but the Lux ult there, taking down Straws, they found him TPing in the bush, and it was just all she wrote, as this is our final team fight of the game. Beautiful game from UCSD. Got to hand it to them once again. Taking this game to a 1-1. We're going to game 3.
Yep. And hopefully in the next game, both teams can continue doing what they were good at doing. You know, UCSD with those aggressive picks, the Caitlyn Lux. Maybe one of the picks will get banned away this time again by the side of UCLA to separate those strong balling duels, because we saw that UCSD, another repeating theme is they're very good at playing around bot side, and their top lane is usually just weak siding.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, that was game 2 of this best of 3 series. It is now 1-1, as I've said multiple times, UCLA versus UCSD, the Tritons versus the Bruins. Now, don't go anywhere. Go get yourself another snack, because we're getting into this game 3 very shortly after just a little bit of a break.
You can do better, at least with your big name wireless carrier. With Xfinity Mobile, you can get unlimited for $30 per month on the nation's most reliable 5G network. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, I can do better.
Yes, you can.
I can do better too.
Now, you really can do better. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back here. It's game 3 of UCLA versus UCSD. 1-1 so far. This game will decide the winner. The last game was exciting, a lot of hype plays. But any final thoughts going into this last game?
So yeah, definitely both teams are probably gonna pick like their secret picks out, I would assume, since it is game 3 of this series. Loser goes home, winner advances and can get that very juicy prize pool that we have because of our presented by Xfinity and our other partnership with Corsair and MSI, and we're able to offer those beautiful prices for our esports gamers, and it's also just exciting to take that trophy home, and that can be like the one thing in your esports collegiate career that you can just brag about when you're like 80 years old.
Absolutely.
So yeah, well, anyway, I do believe UCSD is going to continue drafting just powerful picks in laning phase, and like we said, they were really good at playing around bot side, and mid lane also tends to pick things that have prio, and top lane is more of a leave on the island, let them do whatever they're doing, and UCLA is more of a wherever Strauss is going, it's where actions are happening, right? So I would assume Strauss is going to be put on another pick that can be very proactive and can also just do a lot of versatile things like starting a team fight, disengaging, just covering his teammates when they're about to get ganked, stuff like that. Yeah, overall, I would assume there's also going to be different picks coming from mid lane because we saw Mike Krasowski on Victor for the past 2 games, and I'm not sure if this is the best decision you want to make coming into this game 3 because UCSD has proven that they can play against the Victor with wave management and just tons of ganks, right? So I assume UCLA is going to change up their strategy a little bit, and UCSD is going to continue with this aggression.
Absolutely. But before we hop into this next game, we got a replay package for you guys and some of those highlight moments from this last game, so we'll jump right into that for you guys real quick.
So we see this was the most BS Blitzcrank cook, if you want to call it. And he just hex flashes through the wall and gets the Caitlyn as she's juking. And this is another example of how Victor can just be easily countered by good wave setup and a gank. Even though Strauss was there to counter, it's just too much instant burst damage going to the Victor. And this was another fight here. I believe UCLA was trying to contest Baron Vision, but it's just so hard to contest Baron Vision when the Caitlyn Lux are there, and they're also very fed on the team at UCSD.
Yeah, this Baron play was huge too. We saw them try to look up for a kill, but the Scion ult coming in real hot, shut it down in its steps right there. They did finish the Baron off of this pretty much for free, but this game was full of highlights and damage everywhere, just as you're about to see. Net Q auto. That's a dead Blitzcrank, and this last one was amazing. As we talked about, super good last try from UCLA here to try to stop them, but unfortunately didn't quite have the damage to burst down that Scion. Got bursted down by the Lux ult, the Caitlyn ult here, and just finishing him off with Elder Dragon. And that was pretty much all she wrote from there. And that was the game ending. So hopping into this next game, right after this little replay, what we talked about what they're going to continue to do. UCSD, they're going to come in with that aggression that we keep seeing with this incredible warding. Victor, I think you're absolutely right, does need to change. I don't think it's quite working out like UCLA wants it to. What do you think they maybe pick instead of the Victor?
There can be maybe like a Kali or something, as we previously mentioned, because a Kali is that one champion. Even though she's like pretty versatile laning phase wise, but she can output that insane amount of damage in team fights and can threaten your backline very well. Like last game we saw there was like 3 BF members just standing in front of that Caitlyn and the Lux. It was pretty hard for the Victor to access the backline unless you stretch to the front line first, right? But when you're that behind in last game's case, it's hard. Like the front line is not going down. As you saw in that last fight, 5 players are like sitting in that bush, but then they cannot kill the Scion. So this game, maybe they'll pick something that's more assassin-y, I would say. Or maybe Mike Krasowski will whip out another mage from his pool, maybe like a Syndra or something like that. Just something with more self-peel than rather Victor, who only has 1 W on the ground and takes time to activate and stun people. So yeah, there's definitely that. But I think the side of UCSD is going to continue drafting those aggressive champions unless UCLA decides to ban the Caitlyn again, which I assume they will this time.
Yeah, you really would like to see the Caitlyn ban. That's interesting you bring up Syndra. We haven't seen Syndra. She has 0 presence so far, neither picked nor banned in both of these games, which is interesting. Syndra's a very good character. Very similar playstyle to Victor in terms of that kind of safe control mage. Victor has a little bit of a better time self-peeling, but Akali, as you brought up, would be so fun to watch as we get right into this draft.
Yeah, and we see that this time UCSD has taken blue side and decides to first ban the Fiora away again. And that just shows that they actually don't have an answer to the champion and rather ban it away, which is respectable as the first Pearl did prove that his Fiora is pretty insane in game 1. And another Heimerdinger ban, which is just the repeating theme coming from UCLA, respecting Protoss' champion pool.
Yeah, it's a good ban. These two top lane bans as well. Classic coming out from UCSD here. I mean, this is it, right? K'Sante Fiora is the top lane meta. If you ban K'Sante, you pick Fiora. If you ban Fiora, you pick K'Sante. Kind of just how that goes. And I don't expect a whole lot different in terms of these bans to the last 2 games bans. But Lucian ban as well coming out is big. Maybe shows that they're scared of the Lucian Nami a little bit after revealing their aggressive playstyle. UCSD, right? They know the Lucian Nami will be kind of disastrous to play against.
Yeah, they also banned away the Maokai this time. Maybe they'll pick the Sejuani instead. I'm not sure what they will do. But King Clueless is a pretty versatile player, even though I do think he excels better at carry junglers. And there it goes. They're actually taking away the Sejuani from UCLA. And because UCLA banned the Wukong, there are a few other choices left for Strauss. And we actually see the Gwen picked up. It can be a flex pick. Going to the top lane or in the jungle because Gwen has a pretty good time against tanks, right? So if that Gwen goes to the jungle, she just needs to power farm for her 3 items and is able to deal with the Sejuani. And we see the Viego and Akali being picked up by the side of UCSD as we're just mentioning about Akali. And the Viego is most likely going to jungle, which means Sejuani is going top. And maybe UCLA sends the Gwen top as they pick the Trundle. It can still be a flex pick, we don't know yet, but Gwen has a decent matchup into tanks for the most part. So that can definitely be a win con coming from UCLA. And even though Gwen is this like champion who has a pretty mediocre mid game before she gets her like 2-3 item power spikes, once she hits that, it's gonna be really hard for the side of UCSD to go into the Gwen because when I play Gwen, I personally just love when NMP runs into me and I just needles out. Like you get like just 3, ulti charges of damage onto an enemy team and just shreds through them.
Absolutely. Zeri, that's an interesting pick. I was gonna point out that Renata is still available. Could have been interesting with UCLA's comp, the UCSD's comp here. Soraka be interesting. Their team screams at me, go forward, engage, right, with this Akali, Sejuani going absolutely crazy. I wouldn't hate Seraphine here. I think they have pretty good damage along with these other teams, along with these other characters. Yuumi would surprise me, but they pretty much know at this point that they have to give up the Yuumi to this Yuumi-Zeri combo. That's kind of why you pick Zeri. You're going to pick Yuumi. It's kind of how it
Definitely. And UCSD actually opting to pick in an Ashe, looking for a more supported botting this time. Maybe they will look to play around mid and top a bit more because Soraka Ashe, actually a pretty strong laning phase if Ashe hits W and allows Soraka to hit those Qs and it just continues sustaining. It is going to be hard to deal with. So, but then like after the laning phase is over, Ashe and Soraka kind of take the backseat and let their teammates do their thing. But as you mentioned, the side of UCSD's comp does want to look for more just like aggressive plays. So the Soraka may be having a hard time to position against the side of UCLA because there is also the Silas who can threaten this backline, right? And this time we see that Mike Rosowski is finally not on Victor duty. He is on Silas. And Silas versus Akali is this very, very skillful and intense matchup. As we saw in Worlds, it was Zeka versus Scout. And Scout got soloable like how many times? I don't know. It was pretty depressing for EDG matchup, fans. Yeah, but this is a very, very hype matchup. We're finally not seeing just a handshake. We're farming only in mid lane, so it's gonna be exciting. And Strauss is also on Trundle. I think Trundle is a pretty decent pick in terms of what they want to do, since they also have Sejuani on ENT. He can just steal her stats later on in team fights. And Trundle is pretty good at ganking or counter ganking, so it definitely fits Strauss' player identity so far. And bot lane, even though Zeri isn't as strong early, if Karma plays well, she is able to wrestle with those wave control and wave pressure.
Absolutely. I really do like what UCLA is going for here with this comp. I think the Trundle pick into Sejuani is huge. It's just stealing all those resistances at the beginning of a fight. Trundle can run rampant, especially into all these melee characters with the melee mid Akali. Zeri, Karma too. Excuse me, I talked about the Yuumi, but I overlooked the Karma pick. Zeri, Karma is not bad at all, right? Zeri can still kind of do her Zeri things. She gets the shields from Karma, which allows her to go off just a little bit more. I think the Soraka shuts down Zeri pretty well. The little poke trades she can accomplish and the silence can really throw off her kind of sidestepping and pathing. But I really like UCLA's comp here. I just kind of like to have all the answers, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. And I also do like the Ash pick because we know that Nausus was actually a pretty decent counter pick to Zeri because of the slow. Even though Ash doesn't slow Zeri as much, it's still very annoying to play against when you're on a champion that wants to kite, that wants to be mobile, and then there's just the slow coming through. So definitely like how both teams are like responding to each other's picks, but also this time it feels like the comps are not as like all the eggs in one basket like we saw last game. Like all the eggs in the Samira basket didn't really work out, right? I think it's better off if you can separate your win cons a little bit, so eventually if one thing doesn't work out, you can, you know, seek the other win con.
Right, both these comps have like 2 to 3 carries that can work on either team. I also like, we've talked about maybe teams would like think about slowing down after these first 2 games. No, not here at UCEI Invitational, brought to us by Xfinity. We're looking at aggression, damage. We got a Kali Silas in the mid lane. Very exciting matchup. I think Sejuani, Gwen wants to fight constantly. Viego's a very heavy skirmisher, and Zeri is just so much fun to watch. We got ourselves an exciting game, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I do think UCLA has a pretty decent scaling, right? Gwen scales like a monster. We all know when she hits that Cosmic Drive, Nashor's Riftmaker power spike, holy, that champion is shredding through the entire team.
Oof.
And Zeri is also very, very strong in terms of scaling. So I think UCLA has 2 pretty consistent damage later on, whereas UCSD has a very strong mid game, as Viego Akali can be this insane combo where Akali executes one person, Viego goes in, picks up the body, and you know Viego, Isolde, I'm still with you. And then, yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Something like that. Don't remember. Don't play Viego. Don't play jungle. Anyway. So yeah, I would assume the side of UCSD, as they have always been playing, they're gonna utilize that mid-game advantage that they have and just continue pushing for those aggressive plays and getting gold lead. And eventually, when the gold lead is so big, no matter, you know, your comp is good at late game. Oh, we don't care if we're up like 5k gold, right?
Yep.
So yeah, very exciting game, and we see that the players are just. They seem pretty serious. It is game 3.
Oh yeah. We're at game 3. We're serious. We're locked in. We talked about it earlier, right? Stakes are high. This is a LAN event. This is the last game for one of these teams. They will go home after this. There's no double elimination. So they're looking to win these games. Mistakes are very costly in this game, right? If you throw the game early, the other team might be on lock enough where they can punish these mistakes and bring this game to an end. But man, I'm excited for this one. I'm not going to lie. Remember, UCSD was the first seed going into this tournament. UCLA, we'll call it the last seed. It's the 4th seed. You know, same thing. But, you know, it'd be a little bit of an upset if they won, and it makes for a very, very exciting game 3.
The DRX underdog story.
Oh.
Or maybe it's the T1 who always secures the championship,
Yep.
you know, it's the same narrative. So both teams want to win. Like, UCSD wants to continue dominating the UCEI tournament, and UCLA wants to prove themselves that, you know, doesn't matter if you're first seed, we're taking it down anyway.
Absolutely, and that they might just do. They looked really good in game 1. Their cool composure. We're heading into game very, very soon. And we'll see if they can bring it out again as we head into this, what seems like a normal early game. But we got 5 members of UCLA making their way down to start things off. Wonder if they can find anything. Pick up some early kills. But they don't really have the means of CC to lock down anybody so far. But walking into a bush full of 5 people, not exactly what you want to be doing level 1.
Yep, we see that UCLA is actually walking through the bot bush trying to catch people. Protoss is there to spot, but nothing will happen. And I also want to point out, Cinnamon Jouster has opted into Ignite this time, which means early game that Akali is going to be stronger in terms of trading against the Sylas, because Sylas early game heal, right? Like, even though it heals a decent amount, but if you Ignite him, he can probably be taken down pretty much. And this is a melee versus melee matchup in the mid lane, so they're going to be, you know, want to constantly fight each other, and this Ignite can come in handy when that happens. So let's see if Mike Wazowski knows how to play around the Ignite versus TP.
Absolutely. A little bit of a disadvantage there for him, I guess you could say, but we got a late invade here from UCLA. These kinds of moves are going to make waves, and Protoss spouts him out, but doesn't get, eventually gets hit by the Sylas E. Has to blow a flash, getting the Viego off of this red buff to start things off. Pretty strong UCLA. They're going to be a little bit late to their lanes as of now, but a good interrupt there from UCLA.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised though, instead of taking the red buff, Strauss decides to go back to his blue buff, and King Cruz, I would say that he assumed that Strauss would start his red buff with all that shenanigan, but Strauss actually decides to opt in elsewise, and we see that bot lane, Soraka level 1, pretty strong pair with the Ash slow, and because UCLA also had to walk all the way around from the red buff invade, they are losing a bit of HP.
Yeah, it's Stuff like that you got to watch out for. Every little mistake matters in this game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Millennium Baby with some early prio. We got this Soraka. You don't really even mind that you're missing so much health on this Ashe early, right? As soon as Soraka hits level 2, you're full health again.
Yeah, for sure. And because Mike Wazowski was also there with the invade, Akali has that natural push going to him, and Strauss is actually there to try to go for a level 2 gank. Prosciutto walks forward, flashes for Mantra Q, but it's not enough damage considering Soraka is also level 2 already.
That was a nice flash there from Soraka. A lot of counter damage coming out from Ashe here. Actually, they may be able to find a kill. Soraka keeping them healthy. The heal is popped, the health is low, Strauss goes down, maybe looking to find 2. Doggo has flash, there it goes. Protoss wailing down on him, lethal tempo still proc for Ashe, unable to find that final kill. In a 2 versus 3 level 2 gank, they managed to turn it and find themselves a kill. UCSD, what a play from our power bot lane.
Yeah, I would assume it was a good try coming from the side of UCLA, Prosciutto flashing immediately, but at the time both the Doggo and Prosciutto were level 1, and I think they both missed on EXP because of the red buff invade, so yeah, considering both your bot laners only have 1 spell level 1, I don't think the gank was gonna work. And Ashe, Soraka, they have so much fight back power. They can just stick on you and like chase you down.
Speaking of chasing you down, no chasing needed for this one. Millennium Baby taking down Straws. Nice little invade there. Poor Straws not having a game so far. 0 and 2 to start things off. He's been killed in a gank and now counter jungle. The man is struggling and is going to continue to struggle to find some gold in this game.
Yeah, and we know that King Clueless was in topside red jungle, and Mike Wazowski does have a wave pushing into their Akali, so if he wants to look for anything mid lane, it can also work. So right now, the game state isn't looking too well for the side of UCLA. It's only like 4 minutes in, but it's already about 1k gold lead for the side of UCSD, and things are looking a bit rough. Does Mike Wazowski know that he's about to get ganked soon?
I really hope he does. He has flash available, so he can kind of take his time on this one as he needs. But Prosciutto is here to help him out as he engages on Cinema Jouster. They still don't know King Clueless is up there. They're going to take things slow for now, maybe just try to crash this wave and get Mike a good back. E forced out, but King Clueless is hesitant to pull the trigger.
Yeah, for sure, but also he doesn't really need to look for anything too crazy right now because Strauss is pretty behind with all that, what happened. Because not only did Strauss not take the red buff after the level 1 invade, he also went for the level 2 gank that just caused him to die. And King Clueless was able to catch him again in topside jungle, so Strauss is going to be pretty behind for a while, especially considering he's on Trundle, a champion that actually wants to make things happen early and not just power farm. It's gonna be a pretty rough game for Strauss.
Yeah, if he's not strong enough to walk in and really be a frontline for his team, he really struggles to find his identity as a character. First, Poro did have to burn his flash in this last gank, as we saw, but he's gonna waste a little bit more of King Clueless's time, which isn't a bad thing. He's bleeding a little bit of CS because that wave is frozen, but not all terrible things besides that flash.
Yeah, for sure. I would say Sejuani. Oh, there's actually a mid 1v1 going on right now because.
Oh my goodness, Cinnamon Jouster, that was clean. The level 6 timing was not quite there for Mike Wazowski. He just, right as he engaged on that Akali, that last mini died, and he hit level 6. And then Cinnamon Jouster took advantage of that situation. Watch this, right as he goes in, she hits level 6. Does take a tower shot there, lends some damage, tries to flash the Akali R2, but she gets the damage off, flashes right out before even taking a tower shot, and that last tick of Ignite takes her down. Beautifully played there from Cinnamon Jouster.
Yeah, that was honestly just pretty unlucky as Mike Wazowski eased in. Akali hit 6, and he's in the middle of the minion wave, nothing he can do. The minion damage coming in, the Akali with Ignite, as we previously mentioned, the kill threshold for the Akali is way higher with Ignite, right? And Mike Wazowski didn't really respect that and does fall down.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's all around the map so far, or I should say the top side of the map rather, for UCLA is not looking too hot as UCSD are looking to take this first dragon. These first dragons have been very decisive. We've seen 2 souls taken in both of these games. Looking to make it a third after this game. These teams are both very, very decisive in wanting to take these dragons nice and early.
Yeah, I hope UCLA can slow down the game pace a little bit because I do believe their scaling is better than the side of UCSD. So if they can just, chill, maybe elongate the dragon timers a bit longer, it can work. And we see that the side of UCSD is trying to catch Zeri off spawn.
This is so brutal if they catch the Doggo here. He might be a little bit too far in that lane. We have them walking forward. If they find the stun, not quite able to do it, but he's going to run for his life. Exhaust having to be popped as well. The health bar dropping low. Ash is so difficult to get away from. They managed to find this cheese kill. Straws is here to help them find an answer, but it's not going to be enough. It's a 3 versus 2. Just got to take that loss, Doggo. Look at this wave that he's missing. This is huge and a big difference in the side of the bot lane.
Yeah, definitely. As bot lane was already kind of struggling from the level 1 and the failed gank, considering Ash Soraka can just bully out the Zeri now, it's going to be really hard for UCLA to continue playing this game, but I hope that they can find their way to stabilize and scale into their power spikes.
Absolutely. These power spikes are going to be key. Playing into when your items hit is absolutely crucial. Akali, not on a bad one right now with that Hextech alternator, is so much stronger than Silas. He's going to be bleeding CS and health for just a little bit. Hopefully Straws can give him some attention, but given as how far behind he is, I don't know how likely that is to happen.
Yeah, definitely. And in top lane, we also see that Millennium Baby has stacked a huge wave against the first portal. Can probably get that proc on a tower from Demolish. And I would say Sejuani is actually one of the tanks that does a better job against Gwen, just because she does a pretty decent amount of damage. It can fight back.
Right.
Like if Gwen uses the W, she can just save her stun after her W expires and trade with her that way. Unlike some other tanks who can't really fight back, like Ornn or Dr. Mundo against Gwen. So this is another matchup where Gwen actually needs to play more skillfully.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. Gwen is down a little bit of CS, so hopefully Millennium Baby can keep it up there. If he does, there's not a whole lot of weak points for the side of UCSD here. They do have a little bit of a weaker scaling just because of Zeri Gwen, as you mentioned earlier. But that was another Herald we just saw going over to UCSD for free, pretty much. If they can use it well, they can landslide this game into a gold lead.
Yeah, as we see here, King Clues is posturing very, very aggressively, knowing that Cinnamon Jouster has Prio against Mike Krasowski, and Straws wants to look for it, but maybe there is a bit of a miscommunication because he knows that Mike Krasowski has to catch the wave under tower.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. He's not even welcome in his own jungle anymore. They're taking all 3 of his topside camps. He's got nothing to do but sit and watch. I mean, he could try to help the first Poro out here survive this possible dive as the Ash arrow comes in, doesn't quite find its mark. They know Strauss has no flash, so he is a free kill after that Viego stun hits, and that's all she wrote for the poor troll.
Yeah, I'll say as the jungler, you're definitely quite tilted in this scenario, and there's actually a bot fight going on.
Yeah, we got the Doggo making an aggressive flash ult, and they're looking to take this down right now. Ash kiting for her life. Soraka doing what she can to keep her alive, but not quite able to do so. The Doggo and his main man in crime able to find a kill there. That is what UCLA needs. This Zeri Karma duo might be the shining light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, definitely. I think right now, even though it sucks for Straw, like, it must feel miserable playing jungle in this game. Like, wherever you go, you don't have Prio. King Clueless is just like, hey, buddy, what's up? I'm here to take her blue buff, red buff, everything, right? It must feel terrible, but I think right now you kind of cannot do anything. You have to concede. Your lanes are losing on Prio because of the level 1 incidents. And your game plan isn't going to go where you're expecting. So you kind of have to adapt and maybe play for your bot lane right now, who is actually winning the 2v2s, and look for plays to be happening on the map instead of farming, because it's not going to work.
Yeah, Protoss doing his best to keep his AD carry alive there. The ignite at the start and the absolute burst damage coming out from Karma Zeri was just enough to put it over the edge, and Ash did fall. As Cinnamon is attracting a little bit of attention here in the mid lane.
Yeah, we see that Prosciutto is trying to help his team out a little bit, but not much can be done because Protoss is just due to counter, and also Karma has to walk in their range if she wants to set up for a gank. And Prosciutto wants to clear this ward. Strauss is actually here. Protoss has no flash, but it might not be enough damage at the moment. Akali decides to flash in and RE the Strauss.
That damage from Akali is nothing to mess with. He's ahead. He's got almost a full item already. They know Strauss has no flash. That was nothing but a free kill to a man like Cinnamon.
Yeah, poor Strauss, 0-4 already. This game he honestly has not been playing at all. The first, level 1 invade didn't really get enemy rep buff. The gank into bot lane dying and him dying, it's just not going too well. But at least his lanes are still trying to stand against the side of UCSD.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're doing a decent job so far. The CS isn't in a crazy deficit or anything. They've just been losing out on these ganks. by King Clueless, but we got an engage here from Mike Wazowski. He has the Akali ult active, hasn't quite used it. It's R2, and there it goes, but that Soraka ult that came in the middle of that is going to sway the tide in favor of Cinnamon Jouster. But continued is this Trundle pillar. He ulted, so he's going to be tanky. Zeri in the backline, keep your eyes on her. She's hitting so much damage coming out from the doggo. Akali, no ult available, so she can't really counteract this, and it's just going to be the doggo. Proshetto lives long enough for King Clueless to slip away by just a little bit. With the re-engage, not quite able to find that kill, and the doggo will pick up 2 kills for himself. The shining light for UCLA.
That was beautifully played, knowing that Soraka has just OT'd mid on the Akali, and she had no flash. Soraka got caught, Straw with the pillar, and the Zeri is pretty strong right now. I didn't expect Zeri to do so much damage with just like, you know, components after the rework, menu rework that she got. She was just like, I am lightning, and it's cutting through the entire team. That was very, very well done by the side of UCLA, and it should boost their morale a little bit from that, you know, early game that wasn't looking too good.
Yes, that's big. I mean, when you look at the facts, right, they're only down just over 1,000 gold. Morale can play such a big part in these games, and it's honestly can win or lose. If you get tilted just a little too quickly, the game can go south and there is no recovering. But if you keep your head high, like what it seems like UCLA is doing, they've got a fighting chance in this game, no problem, as both teams are maybe looking towards this dragon.
Yeah, for sure. I think right now our eyes should be placed on the doggo. He is gonna be the main source of damage coming through, right? Like Straws is pretty behind, pretty much just a CC bot at this moment, and Mike Wazowski is actually getting caught here.
Dodges that Sejuani ult very, very nicely. No flashes burn. Excuse me, Mike Wazowski did have to flash that ult, but that is A-okay. That Sejuani ult wasted. That means that's a little bit of pressure off of that dragon. We just talked about Straws not being too hot. The man is currently 2 and 5, unfortunately. 5 deaths is a lot of deaths, but he's still the same level as King Clueless on the opposite side of the jungle, which I think is very impressive. So he's definitely keeping his composure with this nice little pillar. Ashel not quite able to land its mark.
We see that Cinnamon Jouster is in the middle, but not really scared because Cinnamon Jouster has the Akali ulti, can get out of sticky situation if he needs, but the doggo is scared to join the fight. Blue buff actually is still secure. The first Pearl is scared to join the fight as well.
He's here, and the doggo is here to assist him as Silas on that bottom side finds his mark onto Cinnamon Jouster. He's now in a 1 versus 5 situation. Gets taken down real quick. And UCLA's found his way back into this game. TP top, so the first Pearl doesn't miss out on a whole lot. And that's golden. They got this dragon, stopped UCSD in their tracks.
That was just a beautiful macro play coming from the side of UCLA. The first power rotates down, and because he has TP, he doesn't miss anything. And even though the side of UCSD thought they were in a winning position with all the pryos coming from mid and bot lane, and Akali just, you know, standing there like, yeah, I'm just gonna stand in front of your face. I'm not really scared of ulti. First portal comes out of nowhere and catches King Clueless, and the first portal probably shot called and said focus on the jungler, and the doggo just followed up immediately, bursting him down. And Strauss uses that stolen Ashe ulti, hits the Akali after she tries to E away, and takes down Akali as well.
You really do love to see it. They've found their way back into this game, and ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a game 3. Dragons 1-1, gold just about even. Looking pretty good so far. The first Poro has been proving himself a very valuable player, right? He's playing these team fights so well. That last flank was huge. I think these flanks can mean something very big. Also, Sejuani has another Radiant Virtue.
Yep, and we remember that's like basically dopamine, just, you know, just injecting into your teammates when you ulti. So yeah, but however, Gwen also has Riftbreaker finish. That means right now in the 1v1 situation, she is gonna have the upper edge, paired with Conquer and just her kit that does true damage, right? So Millennium Baby definitely has to be a bit careful when it comes to those 1v1 situations, but it seems that he's pretty, you know, knowledgeable in this matchup, as he is up about like 12 CS at the moment.
Yeah. Looking to take onto this Herald here. Looks like UCLA has something to say about it. Straw's walking in from the bottom. Not going to be able to stop the Herald, though, unfortunately. Just not quite the right positioning to find yourself as a team and get in there. Yeah,
definitely. And we see that UCSD is posturing very aggressively. And once again, the ulti hits on Prosciutto, and Prosciutto falls down.
What an arrow there. Nice shot securing that kill. Ping's going down onto Straws now as well. They're not going to be able to find him just quite yet. Sejuani has ult available. Keep your eyes on her as she tries to pull that trigger, but they're going to go ahead and take this tower, drop the Herald. They may be looking for more than just this one tower because they see Zeri's just in that side lane, farming it up, and they're able to get this charge out.
Yeah, it seems that Doggo has stopped split pushing and is coming back to assist his team again. Good thing is the tower didn't really fall down. If it was 2 towers for like nothing on the side of UCLA, it would have been pretty bad. But at least Zeri is getting solo farm and EXP in the side lane, but Millennium Baby is walking towards her. Zeri sees her and is respecting the Sejuani.
Yeah, you gotta respect it. It may be a tank, but man, you walk a little too close and it will eat you alive, as Millennium Baby is sure aware of. Now Zeri does have shield bow, so she can last pretty long, maybe even wins the 1v1, but they're not even gonna give her the chance to 1v1 as her team is coming up to assist. This game, they might go the distance. I think if they can make it to late game and Zeri can farm up, they'll be in a very, very nice spot to counteract UCSD.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. With the Zeri and the Gwen, if at the side of UCSD want to just full-on slam their heads into the enemy team, it's gonna be a pretty aggressive fight back coming from UCLA with the Gwen ulti, the Zeri can ulti, and just eat away. However, I do want to point out that Zeri has exhaust instead of cleanse this game. I personally would have taken the cleanse against Ashe and Sejuani. If you get caught in teamfight, it pretty much just means you're instantly dead with the Viego and the Akali. So the Doggo definitely has to play extra well to make sure he doesn't get hit by those CC skill shots.
Just don't get hit by Sejuani ult or Ashe arrow in the
5
first
head.
place. 4 head, 5 head even. Oh, you can do it all you want. Hopefully, I mean, Zeri is, as a character, very fast. You can weave around very quickly, so hopefully we can see her not get hit, but if she does, it's an absolute lockdown. Maybe Karma will build Mikhail's Crucible as well to help her get out of those stuns,
Yeah,
but we'll
for
have to see late game.
It also seems that Karma isn't really opting into the normal Enchanter support build with that little Tinky component that she built. Maybe it's a Locket, maybe it's...
Radiant Virtue?
Yeah, it seems that the Karma is opting into something that's tankier, which I think could be good, right? The Karma can get in there with the Mantra W and just be annoying to enemy team, especially with that extra tankiness, you can make those plays happen even better.
Absolutely. We're looking for these plays. These teams have taken a step off the gas a little bit, just farming up. UCSD has a little bit of a gold advantage, as you can see there on the top of your screen, but I'm sure the patient game is waiting not much longer because we do have an Ocean Soul this game, and it's coming up in 30 seconds. These teams are both going to want to fight for it. A lot of pings on the bottom side of the map here.
Yeah, it seems that the side of UCSD wants to make a play for Mike Wazowski. Mike Wazowski just not even panicking, sidesteps the Ashe arrow. So now UCLA knows there's no Ashe arrow for this dragon fight, and let's see what they will do. However, it seems that they're probably giving Strauss is just upside.
That's one way to do it, I suppose. You're okay with giving it. It's not the end of the world if UCLA ends up taking this dragon. They're looking to make a play here, but nothing quite going to happen. They're not even taking the dragon to start things off. They're walking straight down mid, forcing these two in the top to recall. They want to fight. They want this 5-on-5 because they're confident they can win it. Now they take a step back to dragon, where it'll maybe be that 5 versus 5 fight.
Yeah, definitely. I think UCSD knows that right now they're stronger. They have more burst. If the Ashe arrow hits someone, it's just like a lottery, right? The Ashe sends an arrow. If we hit someone, great. We can kill that person with our Akali, with our Viego, and our Sejuani can also be there to engage with the ulti and the Radiant Virtue. But if it doesn't, we're just gonna look for those aggressive push that we can do on the map.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a free dragon for the side of UCSD. That's really, really nice for them. It helps them extend and secure their lead, now putting them at 2. So the next one is very important because it, well, math would say, put them at 3, which is very close to 4, some may say. But we're going to move on anyways. Really, the only weak spot of UCLA is this Trundle. Just looking at the scoreline, right? Zeri is huge, up 40 CS, has 2 items already. So you were right earlier. Absolutely all eyes need to be on the doggo for the rest of this game.
Yeah, definitely. And even though the Trundle isn't that strong compared to the other people in this game right now, he is still gonna be able to do his things. He's gonna do the art that Sejuani, steal her stats, and put down that pillar and be annoying to the enemy team. However, we do see here King Clueless is once again in Strauss' jungle and just taking away his camps.
Oh, but Millennium Baby finds the Glacial Prison onto the Silence as well with the doggo. Now running for his life, they need to find this man. He has no shutdown, but he's worth everything. They could turn this into a Baron. That Ashe volley is going to land that slow, and the kill goes over to Ashe. But now we got a little more brawling up here. I don't know if we'll see a whole kill with Cinnamon with a lot of damage coming out. Has that E and R2 available with a clean kill onto Mike Wazowski.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, right? Like, the doggo does not have cleanse against a comp with Sejuani and Ashe. If he had cleanse there, he probably could have cleansed and just walked towards the Karma. But since he has exhaust and he also brings his splash for 0, now UCSD just gets Baron for free. The game is going to be hard for UCLA once again, but maybe they can find another team fight like around the Dragon Pit to bring the game back a little bit.
Yeah, they did it last time, and it's going to be a little harder this time just because of how online this Akali is now after picking up a couple of these kills. She's going to be more of a threat to Zeri than Ashe will ever be, I believe. But yeah, what you said about not having cleanse is huge. I mean, watch this. Glacial Prison hits, you're done. This Soraka silence on top, just a lot of damage loss, and then Ashe was in a great position to follow up for this kill. Needed to use her own flash, of course, but honestly, really great team fight there.
Yeah, and we see Mike Wazowski was probably trying to help out Zeri, but just gets caught by Akali in their own jungle. And Akali right now pretty much just kills anyone. I don't even think she needs to hit the E to kill people right now. She can probably just R someone and then chase them down with Q and into R2 for execution.
Yeah, it's really like that. If you glance down at the bottom of your screens, Akali is up 50 CS on this Sylas, so she is a force to be reckoned with. Poor Sylas is on 1.5 items, no boots even completed, so he's going to be wanting some gold for himself. Ideally, this game slows down a little bit. He can pick up some side waves, perhaps, but man, it's just going to be so hard when there's constant kill pressure all over the map.
Yeah, for sure. I think right now the doggo really just has to respect the pressure coming from the side of UCSD. It's going to be hard for the side of UCLA to push Vision out. Right now they can only put down defensive wards at best because of the Baron push and just how many towers they have lost already. So I think it's very important for UCLA to not greed for minions if they're too far out and just try to farm safely. And now UCSD is pushing all the ways into them, maybe get a few inhibs, and they can just use the inhibs to farm supers if they want to, because I do still believe there is a chance at the scaling that will win.
Absolutely, that's what they have to cling on to, but I think UCSD knows this. They're stepping on the gas, they're not letting up on this pressure, they're taking their jungle camps, they're pushing these waves under towers, getting as much gold as they can for themselves while applying this pressure that we see here.
Yep, definitely, and we see that UCLA is trying to defend right now. It's not as easy for UCLA to defend because if Ashe just hits someone in their tower, UCSD can probably just, press the gas pedal and go.
Right, I think they will be looking for a gas pedal, but UCLA looks like they might have a counterplay here. Straws walking up. Protoss very, very caught out with a flash. He's going to get him out of there. Straws drops so quickly on the side. King's Clues comes in with that resurrection, turning into Toronto. Now Great Pillar finds 3. Akali now in there. Cinnamon going huge. Watch on Cinnamon. He's going to jump in at 3, and there it goes onto the doggo, running for his life. He will drop it. Akali takes the quadra kill onto the first portal, finds the penta kill, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. UCSD are going to take this game 3 in a stunning manner.
Wow, Cinnamon Jouster just jousting on Akali right now with the pentakill for himself. And that's just game over. I really thought there was a chance for UCLA to continue the scaling, but it seems that UCSD just did not even give them that opportunity to do so. They just pushed through with the Baron and fought them under tower, and a clean 5-0 ace going to UCSD. And congratulations to UCSD winning this BO3 in 2-1 manner.
What a beautiful ending to that game. Cinnamon with a pentakill coming out in game 3. My goodness, what a way to go out. UCSD really proving their dominance in this last game. UCLA looked good. They took game 1 away from them, but the reigning champs came in strong. That's our first seed, ladies and gentlemen. What a game.
Yeah, you can just tell that they had a clear game plan going into this game. They just continued making those aggressive plays, like top lane. King Clueless kept going to topside jungle after Sejuani had prio with the gank. Bot lane, that level 1 happened, which was unfortunate, but King Clueless did not let Strauss have his, time in the jungle at all. He just continuously invaded, and then Cinnamon Jouster with the Ignite advantage in mid lane was able to utilize that and solo bolo Mike Wazowski at level 6.
Yeah, it was a really rough game for the Straws on that Trundle. Got invaded, or excuse me, didn't follow through with their late invade. Got killed in that first gank, and UCSD did not let up. That is a brutal one if you're UCLA. It was a tough loss. They looked really, really good throughout that series. But man, UCSD played so well. Props to them, taking it all the way to game 3 and ending it in an explosion of a pentakill from an Akali of all things, which you predicted. You said, you know what, it'd be really cool to see an Akali here.
Yeah, and we talked about previously, right? Cinnamon Jouster is this millionaire who doesn't really have a mage champion, but he is this mechanical player who likes to play things like Kiana or really Akali, and this game just proved that. Wow. just beautiful pentakill going to Cinnamon Jouster, solo bowling people left to right, like doesn't really care, just invading, continues with King Clueless. It was a beautiful mid-jungle duo that the side of UCSD pulled out, and it was just such a iconic play by the side of UCSD.
It really was. They kept on that gas. They kept pushing on. Hopefully we'll get a replay package coming at you guys soon for that wonderful, wonderful game and an explosive ending. And oh man, here we almost go. That was a little prank for you, keeping you on your toes. Watch out for that one. But yeah, what an incredible series. Best of 3, UCSD taking away that win. Do you have any closing thoughts for either of these teams?
I think even though UCLA lost, it was still very, very like respectable series. Like they went, they got one win out of UCSD, which is very impressive considering UCSD was the first seed of last year. And here we have a replay.
A little replay for you guys. We're gonna hop right into this. Lena, break this one down for us.
All right, so this is the level 1 gank that we talked about, which failed. As we see, already several summoner spells burned out from Ashe and Soraka. I think this is where you call, oh, it's good, and you look at your bowling list level, they're both level 1. Obviously, you're not going to be able to chase down the enemy team and kill them, and considering it's a Soraka, you're not going to have enough damage after the Karma uses Ignite already, and it just turned into a pretty bad situation for Strauss. And this was the solo bolo in mid, as we see Mike Grozowski Eden and W the Akali to look for a short trade, but who knows, that Akali turns level 6 at that point. And this is another top lane where Strauss is just trying to farm his own jungle, but King Clueless is there and say no. This was the bot lane 2v2 that happened. I think this was still very impressive. As we said, like even though UCLA was kind of in a losing position for the most part, they were not giving up. As we see here, the Doggo and Prosciutto are looking for those 2v2 moments and taking down enemy bot lane. This was the beautiful dragon fight done by the side of UCLA, where the first bar rotated down and was able to help his team out and catch King Clueless off guard, and resulting into killing the side of UCSD and securing the dragon. So I do believe this game still showcased that UCLA's capability of just making those good macro plays and playing as a team. However, there is a bit of a, I would say, early game, just like some decisions didn't go too well on the side of UCLA, especially in the jungle, and it kind of set the tone for the game, which was unfortunate, but I still think it's great that UCLA continued playing the way they did.
Yeah, I think they played a very, very good series. This engage was so clean by Millennium. It was things like this, honestly, that cleanse might have been a really, really big difference in this game, as you said a couple times there, but this kill as well. Just, man, Cinnamon is such a player doing all this damage. Mike can't even fight back on this man. What a game. This is our final team fight here. They thought they had the engage onto Protoss. Unfortunately, weren't able to find it. And Mike Grozowski falls as well pretty shortly after this Sejuani ult comes in. And Cinnamon, look at this opening he gets onto the back window. Rounds the corner with R2 available. Finds himself onto the Doggo. And man, that is all she wrote, ending in a nice pentakill for himself.
Yep. I also want to say Cinnamon is just this really patient player, as we saw in the solo bolos that he had against Mike Grozowski. Mike Grozowski was trying to predict the Akali E's, the Akali R2s, the Akali Qs, but it just, he held on to that R2 for so long and was able to kill the enemy players. And UCSD just proved that as a team, they can play the aggressive way that they want. They can just continuously invade your jungle. They don't care. They're going to pick those aggressive picks and make your life miserable. So I think for the next team, whoever wins the UC Berkeley versus UCI series, they have to watch out for this aggressive playstyle that UCSD has and maybe try to counter that, or maybe respond with their own plays.
Absolutely. That will wrap up this best of 3 we have for you guys. That was UCSD taking that series in just a couple. But wait, don't go anywhere. We have an interview for you guys, actually, from Cinnamon Joust, and we're going to jump to that in just 1 second. Wait for it. Just wait for it. We're good. Wait for it. We got it coming in. We'll kill a couple seconds, but winner does face the winner of UCI versus UC Berkeley, right, in this finals, which will be coming up very soon.
Hi. So I'm here on the stage with Cinnamon Jouster himself. Hi. So, all right, I have a few questions for you. So first of all, we saw that insane reverse sweep against UCLA. What was going through your mind while we were while you were going through it? And what did your team basically do to, come back from that?
We were really shaky game 1 against UCLA, or we were really confident going to game one, but after game one, we were really shaky. So we just decided to play what we were used to, and obviously it looked pretty good.
Gotcha. And it would be a total miss not to mention that insane pentakill that happened just last game. What was going through your mind while it was happening?
I wanted to leave. I didn't actually want to go in.
Gotcha.
My team always flames me for going in too much, and it looked kind of bad, but everybody was shouting at me, so I just kind of went in.
You know, but it paid off, and you sweep the entire roster of UCLA, so congratulations to you and UCSD for winning that. And so I guess we'll go back to casters after. You know, but it paid off, and you sweep the entire roster of UCLA. Congratulations to you and UCSD for winning that.
Thank you, Janine, for that interview, and Cinnamon as well. Congrats on that Penta and on that Game 3 victory over UCSD. But really quick, next game in our next series is UCI versus UC Berkeley. That's going to be an exciting one coming up in just a little bit. Any closing thoughts?
So I think from this game on, I believe most collegiate teams are entering CELO. So I hope both UCLA and UCSD use this series and learn from them, right? UCLA, you guys can learn how to execute your game plan better, and even if things aren't going well, make sure to keep your composure and continue to look for those plays that you guys can make, because you guys are a really great team together. And UCSD, make sure to take some rest, drink some water, eat some food, because you have another series of games coming to you for our final games tonight. So yeah, make sure to continue playing the way you guys do, because you guys are very aggressive as a team.
Very well said. I was Quincy PhD Stokes here with
Selena Access OCC Play.
And we enjoyed this series very, very much. We hope you guys did too at home. We're going to jump to a quick little break, and we got a whole other series coming at you guys with different casters, so we'll have to catch you later.
Girl, you can do better, at least with your big name wireless carrier. With Xfinity Mobile, you can get unlimited for $30 per month on the nation's most reliable 5G network. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, I can do better.
Yes, you can.
I can do better too.
Now, you really can do better. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line.
Welcome back, everyone, to UCEI presented by Xfinity. I'm Kimmy Allen Wynn, joined by Jamel Aspian Hopkins. Here we're going to be joining and seeing UCI versus Cal after the UCLA and UC San Diego game. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. It's a nice sunny day, a little bit of a break from those storms and that wet downpour we've been having in SoCal the past week or so. Nice and sunny right here in Santa Monica at the Red Bull HQ for North America. I'm excited. Always love to cast a good old land, and honestly, I'm really looking forward to these two teams.
Honestly, I'm feeling the same way too. Gotta shake out the news over here, but honestly, I'm very looking forward to seeing UCI and Cal taking this down in a little showdown match. What Eastern champions are you looking forward to seeing, or like any team comps in the meta lately that has been like really strong? Considering we are in the new season too, and all these tank items such as Jack Show. Oh my goodness, I hate that item. But what are you looking forward to see?
Well, like you said, new season, new items, and it doesn't necessarily look like a brand new meta. I'm seeing a lot of callbacks to our Worlds meta. We were seeing a little bit of a Varus priority here and there. No one picking up Yuumi, which I am very flabbergasted by. That seemed like a very free pick, but that is on the table. A lot more of the same. Aatrox has been hit, not picked up as much as we usually like to see. I think UCLA still did play it. So a lot going on. I personally thought that with all these new tank items coming out, people would feel a little more inclined to, play a bit beefier of a character. We saw the Scion last game as well, got a lot of work done. Very unkillable. Even with that Sunfire, they were just doing a bunch of damage, taking a lot of hits, and very, very hard to deal with. I'm curious what these teams will bring, because UCI, we're a little biased. We get to take a peek here and there as UCI casters, but they play a very, agile style. They don't really have too much of a traditional frontline most of the time. They have playmakers, obviously, very talented roster all around, and you don't really see like Maokai, Scion, other resident sleeper kind of picks coming forward.
That's right, Aspian. We've been seeing new team mates on the side of UCI here. We have a new support, Light Pulse, over there in the little support lane, and we also picked up Mike Young as well, along with Elated and Gorga. And we will be seeing the returning Cinnamon Bread as well, which is pretty cool to see, honestly.
No, yeah. I remember Cinnamon Bread from my senior year of casting. Very, very mechanically gifted player, a little bit flashy, loves to show out the Akali. That's what I know him for. But definitely can pivot. Very good just being able to switch up the picks. But yeah, the roster is a lot of new faces for me, honestly. Mike Young is not that much of a new face. Very strong jungler. You saw him in the NALCS all the way back, but on a run back right here. I'm curious what his champion pool will be. Last time I was watching UCI, it was a lot of Duong Pro. His Graves is just very violent invades on these junglers, then just really setting a tempo that most of these teams could not match. I'm curious how it changes up, though, because I know Mike Young, a little more of a carry jungler oriented, not necessarily AFK farm, come back out of the jungle with 2 items.
That's right. In the mid lane, I've been seeing a lot of control mages as well. So the Syndra and the Victor picking up along in a lot of these team comps. But I wish I could see more mechanical champions such as the Irelia or the Zed, or even something crazy as the Katarina. Me being a Katarina main would be so exciting to see. But we will see what these teams will bring to us.
Speaking of those mechanics, we saw a Ryze player the other game. That was a very interesting choice. Didn't fare too well into the Victor, because Victor got 2 kills before 10 minutes, and once you get 2 items on that kill, you don't win the game. But I do want to see, maybe in Azir, you want to talk about mechanically champions. I really love watching Azir. I don't know if anyone on our roster plays it. Maybe Cal has a couple tricks up their sleeve. We will see. But yeah, those players, they're getting ready, all set up.
Oh yeah. I would definitely love to see that Shurima shuffle coming from Cinnamon Bread, if possible. But let's talk about the AD and sub combos going on lately. I really love Seraphine and Sona, which is back in the day where they did the healing, shielding enchanter type thing. They also have the Lucian Nami, which is also really strong as well, and the Varus Renata combo. So
yeah, Lucian Nami is something that Riot seems to hate, but it's prevalent in every single 5v5 matchup, right? Just a very good amount of controlled damage that if you're able to apply it whenever cooldown is thrown away, which tends to happen fairly often, especially in collegiate, you can get a lot of value if you're able to run away with it. But it has seen nerfs time and time again. It's not an autopilot win as much as it used to be. And like you said, I really like the Varus Renata combo, just because you get so much teamfight utility out of bot lane that you don't normally see. Granted, you can play something like Jhin if you want utility, Ashe here and there, but Varus with that ult, combining it with Renata, and you can really easily snowball a teamfight into something that should have been well controlled. But we will see as we switch over back to us again. They're still drafting.
No worries though. What is something you would like to see in the top lane? I know prominently like Cassandra has been banned.
We're not going to see him.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, we're not going to see. I would be very, very thoroughly surprised if someone lets it through. I'm getting magic voices in my head called
yes,
production.
I am too.
Yeah, so little technical issue. So we're gonna sit here, stall, look pretty, what we're paid to do. Man, I love MSI PCs though. The most reliable thing. They were coming in, they looked super nice.
Oh yes, I agree with that too.
On the stage, yeah, I was setting them up yesterday too.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, they make me do grunt work whenever I'm not on air, but it's all good.
Oh.
It was a lot of fun though, and those PCs look pretty nice. We got some nice chairs out there provided by Corsair, which are also actually really nice and really a breeze to set up, and it's all done.
Pretty
I would love if Corsair sent me one.
Oh, Corsair.
But
Is this a possible offer for?
You know, I'm just saying if you want to give one here or there. But going back, you were talking about top lane before I cut you off about Cassante. But yeah, I truthfully don't think any teams want to draft either into it or risk giving something up. It's been banned in like every single match previously between UCLA and UCSD. San Diego was a very strong roster, I would say as well. So they have some merits getting rid of that pick. I think we're going to see a little bit more carrier-oriented or bruiser top laners, even though we got the Sejuani last game as well. Big beefy piece of tank that would just sit there and not die as long as you don't gank it. But other than that, maybe Fiora, like we saw a lot of contention over there. We did see Gwen as well. I'm not sure if Jax can. I know they reworked Jax, and I can't remember if it's banned because of the rework or people just don't feel comfortable playing it. But that is a pretty strong solo laner in this current patch.
That's right. Honestly, I'm so excited to see the mid lane going on. Maybe, like I said, the Akali, the Victor, maybe an Aurelia, really exciting, like team fighting type champion going on, along with like jungle combos, maybe like Sejuani or like the Wukong. Oh my goodness.
There was a lot of good Wukong play there.
Yeah.
And this new patch is like a very, very interesting one for jungle. It does open up a lot of viable junglers after the changes with the jungle pets. You can see a lot more ability to just shove random things in there. Wukong was like kind of, you could pick him if you were really good, but now it's like, yeah, I come out the jungle with like essentially all my HP at 3 minutes or so. So definitely a fairly strong choice. I think you could, one good thing you can do is maybe flex the Sylas. We saw a lot of Sylas mid coming through, and it is a good option if you want to pick it early in your rotation, make it a flex pick. Same thing with maybe Seraphine you were talking about earlier.
Yes, I love Seraphine.
As an ADC mate, I hate Seraphine. With every single enchanter, I gotta hate.
Oh, no.
But it is very strong, and credit where credit's due. If that pick is able to both get you advantage in champ select, and you're able to flex it around, more power to him.
Have you been playing any League at all in the new season, the current meta too? Like I said, it's been a lot of like top lane, like tanks, and just dominating like all these team fights in this crazy meta. Honestly, what do you think would be a great addition, like change to the game that you would like to see instead?
Remove Yuumi. Step one. I mean, League is one of those games where they change it every year, right? It's very difficult. They do find new and innovative ways to change the game. Obviously, Jungle Pets has that side effect of like, we're gonna just add a bunch of jungle champions into the roster viability, right? And then that changes a lot of, okay, what's our 2v2 between mid junglers, right? You can have a little bit more flexibility. I think as the patch goes on, teams will adapt more strategies. It won't just be, all right, we're gonna pick Graves. Oh, Graves is taken. We're gonna pick Viego. Oh, it's banned, right? So I'm always more for having a wider champion pool available. But realistically, like teams, they only want to scrim, like maybe 3 or 4 characters max per like role. Who knows?
Yeah, I definitely noticed that too. Like they are really like closed in on like champions. There's like a good amount of set of champions that like are in team fight that are in like the competitive meta. So it would be really interesting to see them like branch out to like other champions or like play them in like potentially other roles and like different builds and just something really exciting.
Yeah, even if you want to go like that route, you can go back to Heimerdinger support in Worlds, right? That was like a problem that had to be dealt with in the draft. Like T1 had to account for it where they could get Ashe and Heimerdinger and just get poked out of bot lane, and that ruins, Gumi Yusi's thing right now. So yeah, if you're able to get these like sort of used to be niche picks into different lanes, yeah, you can definitely see a whole lot of changes in how you just draft itself.
Oh yeah. Speaking of LCK and like Korea ranking and system in the new seasons, such like that, how do you feel about the Jhin support dominating in the solo queue meta right now? Seems like everyone's picking it up off of like the Korean supports and like I think it's really weird.
I think it's one of those cases, at least right now, right? No one plays against Jin support. So you're going to run into people that just don't know how to deal with the matchup, right? I mean, I don't think we'll realistically see it, but like you said, in solo queue, you can definitely get away with just knocking people off kilter and not knowing how to deal with a matchup. Because yeah, what do they play with it commonly over there?
I'm honestly not too sure, to be honest.
Just a blind pit.
Yeah, just
That's
a blind
obnoxious. I would not like it normally on my team. I could see the synergies, right? Like obviously, like Ashe used to be like, why are you playing Ashe support? You're just trolling on me. But now as more and more items come out, like I remember item that when you slow, you get the heal. It's on the tip of my tongue.
The slow when you get
Imperial Mandate.
Oh, Imperial Mandate.
I get paid for this job. Imperial Mandate, right? When that came out, that introduced viability into that pick. So we could definitely see some changes coming forward. I love stalling for time.
Yeah, I love it too. Honestly, the solo queue games haven't been going too well either. But have you played any like placements at all? Has there any like?
Don't call me out that I don't play League on air, bro. I love watching. League is probably one of my favorite esports to spectate, and I think it's one of those things like once you get an acquired taste, you know, you understand the general flow, like, okay, this is a pick comp, this is a team, they're looking for this goal. It's very, very fun to watch, but yeah, as a new person, I have no idea how you can come into it. Especially, I think, if you're a new player playing League in general, there's too much to do.
There's just so much information, and honestly, when you look at League, right, you're like, oh my gosh, I want to play this game. It looks so amazing.
And then you play the game.
I just can't be LCS, man. Honestly, I wish I could. Oh, looking like we're going to a brief ad break soon. Don't you worry though, we'll be right back with you. You know, just stay put, and yeah, we'll see you soon. And we're back at the UCEI presented by Xfinity. I'm Kimmy Allen Wynn, joined by Jamel Asper and Hopkins. Welcome back, welcome back.
Thank you. Welcome back to our audience, waiting so patiently during those brief 45 seconds. Felt like a lifetime, you know, not being able to hear our ramblings for a second here. But looks like that technical difficulty is getting sorted out, so we should be jumping in very shortly into a draft that I'm a little excited for. Because like I said earlier, this roster is not one that I've watched a whole lot of recently. So I want to see any change-ups, any shake-ups. I know roughly Cinnamon Bread's champion pool, but what do you think will be popping up for the rest of the lanes?
I hope we see the Akali, like I said. I hope we see the Irelia. You know, maybe we can get that Yumi in too. I love that little kitten, but you know, honestly.
No, I hate it.
No Yumi?
Like, well, it's not fun to play. And anyways, it is very strong, definitely very easy to just attach it to any carry. And I think one of the benefits is that you can, you know, this person's doing terrible bot lane, just shift it one to the left and you get a very, very nice care package of heals and speed. We are going to be jumping into Champ Select really, really soon. They're screeching in my ear. They are clamoring, ready to go see what this priority is.
Is it the demons?
It is.
They're calling it the
demons called production. All right. I'm curious which side which team is starting on. I wonder if I'll get another voice in my head telling me that.
Oh yes, I'm not too sure either. But how do you feel about Cal Berkeley playing against UCI here?
Well, I mean, to be fair, right? They dropped the ball when UCI played again previously in the series. So I think it's going to be the same thing. But look, we got a nice overlay, and looks like Fiora is going to be the first thing taken away by Berkeley.
Oh, I'm so sad. Unfortunately, we will not be able to see the Akali coming from either side, and looks like the Caitlyn's going to be taken out as well. Let's see what else is going to be progressively coming next, and that's Camille being banned off onto the let's see, I believe that's UCI
Yeah,
side.
UCI is going to be on the right. They are taking away the Akali, so deciding, no, we're not going to have Cinnamon Bread pop off on that. A little bit of worry. But that Camille as well. I've been hearing a lot about these bruisers top side. Camille definitely can get a really nice engage, very useful sort of bruiser that can win lane if played properly top side. I wonder what this last ban will be. Heimerdinger attracting another ban as well. This is something very, very prominent in these banning phases that I'm interested about. But that first pick is going over to Cal Berkeley, and I wonder what they are going to prioritize. It is going to be
the Wukong. Honestly, I think it's a really good first pick. You got the flex, maybe the top lane. Oh, is this maybe a Draven going on the side of UCI here?
Okay.
Oh, it is. It's locked in from the side of UCI.
I'm sitting up for this.
Yeah, honestly.
I really love these two picks already coming forward here. Draven is something I have not seen in competitive for a minute, and being able to just say, yeah, we're going to make sure we run it down one way or the other, whether it's your Nexus or our Draven's KD. They left Cassante open, and I'm going to eat my words. I guess they just either don't want to play with it, not enough comfort, but maybe they're thinking, do we have to prioritize it away from UCI? So this mid lane matchup we can talk about between Syndra and Victor. You're a mid lane main. Do you have any thoughts about it?
Honestly, I feel like it's pretty sleeper until they start scaling into the game. You know, you got to build up that stocks on both Victor and Syndra. So in the late game, when they do get that items, it's going to be really prominent to see how much damage they can deal in these team fights.
Definitely, I have to agree that Victor is playing to either get a gank, get a nice early kill, and try to snowball from there, or just sit there and AFK in his side lane. Hopefully, just able to scale into the game and have it not be taken apart from there. This Draven and Viego, I think, are going to be a little bit more pivotal in these early game skirmishes. I think Mike Young can have a really nice time running bot side, trying to get a kill onto this Draven. Even if they trade, I think that's still a good thing for Draven. Get that passive pop and get away pushing, get some dragon control and snowball it from there. But we still do have to see what will be coming up for the top side of both of these teams.
I am speculating the early game aggression towards the bot side. Oh, and we do have the Cassante gonna go on the side of UCI. Honestly, I'm really surprised that they didn't decide to ban it. So
yeah, I think it was very bold to leave it open and not pick it up in that second rotation. They really prioritized getting Draven first, which I can understand if that's the pick you want to pop off on. Ezreal is gonna have trying their best, and essentially the same thing as Victor, late game scaling, but they're gonna have to have a really nice buddy in the bot lane to support them here.
Yeah, it seems that Yuumi is still open, so potentially maybe they can go for an Ezreal Yuumi bot lane to maybe compensate, but it's really difficult to play that Ezreal Yuumi bot lane, seeing that they do have the Syndra, the Draven, the Cassante, the Viego, just all these potential champions who can go for the dives in the bot lane on the Ezreal Yuumi, so that's really scary to see.
This Kayle is a pick.
Oh,
I would truthfully feel like it's a liability more than anything else, because right now you're essentially praying that UCI does not end the game before Kayle hits 16, right? And that was maybe that was not right.
Maybe that was not
we
the
had
right
a mistake, so Champ Select is going to restart here. You can just blaze right through it though. They know what they're choosing, so maybe that Kayle was more of a liability than they thought.
I know, something I realized on the side of the UCI, they did ban the Lucian out so that Cal Berkeley would not be able to take in the Lucian Nami. I think that's something they were worried about when they were first picking the Draven in the bot lane, which is really interesting for me to think about too.
Yeah, in that matchup, obviously Draven's pathing is very telegraphed. If they go for trades, you can hit a very, very easy bubble, or you just sack a whole bunch of damage. Even early game, you can consider the mana usage of having to recharge Q, so I can definitely respect trying to separate the those two characters that do very good down there with the two light guns. But yeah, I'm excited to see how this laning plays will fade out. I want to see what the support pick is, though.
That's right. Instead of the Kayle, it looks like they picked up the Ornn for that team fighting
That makes sense.
Yeah. So we got the team fighting type R ultimate coming out the Ornn, and then the R coming out from the Wukong with the ultimate. So, and we have the Victor there, just gonna play the scaling lane too with the Syndra.
A lot of really good team fighting and a little bit of extra scaling with the Ornn items if you want to consider that. I try to think of it more of Ornn's utility in the early to mid game, because that's what's going to decide the rest of the tempo here. But that's such a beefy composition coming from from Berkeley. The Braum is going to have a tiny bit of trouble, I would say, finding like consistent procs. Ezreal is going to lack a little bit of attack speed early on. But if your main goal is essentially auto Q Draven when he tries to run up and deny any sort of aggression, then I'm all for it. The Soraka with the Draven, though, you don't want to see pop off in any way, shape, or form. So I'm going to assume that Cal's jungler is going to pay a lot of visits to that bot lane.
Yeah, I think it's really important to see the consistency in the bot lane too. So if Braum does look for a play here in the bot lane, Ezra would just have to look for that like synergy going on too. So I hope to see that going on for Cal Berkeley. So very exciting to see.
These teams, all smiles, all having a good time.
So happy.
I wonder if it'll stay that way after game one
Maybe
for
playing
either
with the
team.
Legends.
We haven't seen Cassante yet, so that is going to be a nice, interesting pick. We don't get to see it often in general because it just gets taken away from the draft. But now it is my favorite time where we sit here for the spectator delay to come through. Now,
ooh, look at the summoning spells. We have the cleanse going on the Draven from Gorica and the heal on Light Pulse with the Soraka.
I honestly love that like bot lane has had a lot more variety in summoner spells. Way back, it used to be like, the strictly heal. Then you saw a little bit of a barrier meta when that summoner was super strong. And now we see Ghost here and there. We get to see, like we are here, we get Cleanse, we get Exhaust, a lot more variety. And I appreciate the fact that we're able to get that variety. Soraka Draven is going to be a little tough to kill that first pass through. I think if junglers did decide to go gank from top to bottom and try to visit that 3 minutes, you can try to burn a flash, burn a cleanse, and come for the repeat gank, because definitely Gorka is going to have to be pushing that lane as a Draven, essentially. You don't get a choice beyond freezing, dropping axes, and wasting mana, essentially.
Oh yeah, you definitely want to see that early game action. So I would like to see Viego starting from the top side, working his way down to the bot side, looking for like the early game, like I said, the aggression gang, just like something really aggressive, something like they can play off of and like just really take this opportunity and just push something out of Draven and Soraka.
And if we're looking on the opposite side here with this mid lane matchup, like you said, it's much more scaling oriented, but that doesn't mean that once 6 happens, there's not the possibility for, a solo kill. I'm more leaning towards the Syndra just because I feel like it is slightly easier to set up, especially for Viego. Obviously, if Mike Young wants to flash W to get a gank, that could definitely set behind Victor there for the side of Cal. But what I feel is more likely is just a game of wave manipulation. Who can get that wave slow pushing towards the enemy team and try to look for a roam early, because these, I think more bot lane, a little bit more volatile than top side. Ornn is a bit of a tough gank, but still, you want to be roaming to really just shut down this Draven and prevent them from popping off.
Honestly, they have a really good like Viego Syndra combo, but on the side of Cal, they do have the Wukong Victor combo as well. So maybe like they can get the knockout from the Wukong and like the W like stun from the Victor. So getting that locked in CC would just make it big, and getting Victor his ahead with his early stacks and getting the upgrade on the E just makes it really like strong and like bring it in for the mid game as well.
All right, let's hear some predictions as we get ready to jump on right into the game. How long you think this game will last?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. I'm not biased. I don't like really see how well or these guys played against each other at all, but I do know that UCI are very aggressive team comp. Just like the Draven, the Syndra, and the Viego, just like overall, just really aggressive champions. So.
Okay, well, I admit I'm biased. I'm gonna think it's either UCI, they have to run it down, like get to the enemy nexus within like 20 minutes, or they're gonna lose that team fight right at the 20-minute mark. Victor's gonna get a shutdown, and you're just gonna see a reverse sweep. There is a bit of a time limit, in my opinion, for UCI to make it across the finish line here with this composition. Now, granted, I'm curious what this Game 2 draft will be, because we're not even done with this one, but having that Draven is a little bit of chess, I would say, in the Champ Select world, because you're going to have to, if it does well, you're going to have to start picking around it, banning the synergies, and that takes away a lot more bans. We already saw Cassante come through.
I think it's really interesting, too, that they first picked the Draven. I would never expect that being picked at all, to be honest.
Right.
So maybe like they could have gone for something other, like the Cassante pick for the first pick. Maybe we weren't too familiar with the pick order, so I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it was Draven first pick. Oh no, sorry. Second rotation, we had the Draven and the Syndra. Both of those were really nice pickups for UCI. Cal prioritized that Wukong, so I'm assuming, right, they're gonna try and pivot a lot of their action in the early to mid game through that Wukong choice. Either it be getting early game skirmish, trying to find tempo somewhere, but we'll see. I'm very, very I'm on the eyes on bot lane right now.
Oh,
I'm a little
yeah,
biased as an
definitely me
ADC, but you don't get to see Draven very often.
I don't think you really get to see the mid lane that much in the early game, unless they try to do for like some cheese gangs or something
Right.
like that. Or do you think they'll potentially like do a cheese invade or something, catch
Well,
someone off guard?
Let's
Oh.
find right out. We are jumping into game 1, UCI versus Cal Berkeley in this best of 3.
Honestly, I'm very excited to see it. Looks like a simple 5-point going on. It's very chill, nothing too bad going. Just a little hover here and there.
Crossing our T's, dot our I's, get the ward here, and try to fish for a little bit of free info. They might be able to catch this Wukong. A little bit of vision, say hello.
Lightpulse does see the Wukong over here and getting that ward over the wall just to see where he's going to be starting, where he's going to be on the map.
Yeah, they are going to be able to confirm where this Wukong is starting. I think they're trying to do the same dance over top side. Yep, Cal is going to send a little task force, get some vision on there, and try to find out where Mike Young will strike first.
They did take down that ward, so that's a little bit of XP going on to Gork over there. And a little bit of gold. Look at that 1 CS going on to the Draven.
Hey, you know, if that Draven hits 6 first, you know what to blame right there.
Oh, no.
That'll be an interesting one. Looks like the jungle pathing is going to start with both junglers in the top side. So, like you were mentioning, going to be a bit of a pathing towards bot lane at come that 3-minute mark.
Oh yeah, I'm very excited to see that. Maybe like they go for a bot lane skirmish of a 3v3 in the bot lane. Honestly, we're not too sure, but we'll see what happens. It's like a chill farm lane for Cinnamon Bread and Mr. Victor over here. Very, very
Wait,
chill.
I do want to point out in the bottom right of our screen here, that wretched mini-map, we can see both side lanes of UCI faked the leash to truly try to hide it. Plus, Mike Young is pathing towards the Krugs, so they're not going to get spotted by that Raptor. So there is a big chunk of time where Cal is not going to be able to read where Mike Young could be pathing. And although right now you might not see too much come from it, it does enable UCI's lanes a little bit more confidence here. Like you can already see Cinnamon Bread has that Victor down to half health.
Yeah, I think another thing you should notice is that Cinnamon Bread did take first strike in the lane against Victor, considering that he does have that level 2 range onto the Victor, so he already chunked him down quite a bit too, so that's a really nice trade going on from Cinnamon Bread.
Yeah, I think in these competitive environments, people love first strike just because it's a very quantifiable amount of value. You don't have to really worry too much about tracking jungler going over aggressive because you have a support tracking the enemy jungler. So you can take these risks, and obviously if you're very clean with your rotation, I can see a lot of value coming from this first strike, whereas the Victor for the side of Cal is going to have to play a little bit more timid. They do have Airy that comes out pretty often, but they're running into the danger zone of a possible stun into a gank if they try to trade.
That's right, junglers are still both working towards the bot side, but it looks like we have some trades going on to the top side here. Warren going in for that slam onto the Cassante, but Cassante is going to be trading back too. Looks like pretty even trade going on UCI and Cal, but...
Yeah, top lane noodle fight. At level 3, all right, let's start trading grass procs. I do want to point out, though, that's a 10 CS lead on a lane over in top lane. They are going to be having priority for a good chunk of the game. We can already see the junglers as well for both sides pathing towards this bot side. Wukong hitting the recall, but Mike Young hovering a little bit. He might be smelling some blood in the water in this mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like Cinnamon Bread does have a really great way for a potential gank onto the mid lane with Mike Young. So maybe we'll like probably see that or something. Something you should also notice is that Wukong did reset, and they didn't have vision of the Viego of Mike Young at all. So it's really interesting to see if he was trying to go for something in the bot, but...
Yeah, again, just so much fear is caused by just not showing where your jungler, and obviously it's like forehead stuff, right? Like, yeah, I don't know where their jungler is, so I'm gonna be scared. But doing your due diligence and making sure you dodge that ward definitely helps UCI a little bit. They can feel a little more confident in these waves, but not as much now that Wukong has reset and they are gonna be presence on the map.
Ooh, Gorka here looking for these trades, and Lightpulse just walking up, getting prio of this lane in the ball lane here. Getting some autos on the Ezreal here and there. Very, very healthy guy, and so is Gorka.
Yeah, Gorka is running low on the mana. I think one extended trade is all it takes for UCI to have to finally hit the reset. So they're already getting a really nice slow push going into this turret. And Ezreal Braum does not have a really good way to break this slow push. They have to either sit here and assist ping their Wukong, which is on the other side of the map, or sit there and eat it while UCI gets a really nice recall. Plus, Gorka up 10 CS. They're going to have a very, very nice recall once they commit. But it looks like a tiny bit of action towards top side.
Yeah, honestly, in the bot lane, they were poking so much on Cal, on the Ezreal and the Braum there. I think that's like what you want to see out of the Draven Soraka. It's just like the constant poke, the constant walk up and auto. But it's looking like Khan's looking for the gank on the Cinnamon Bread here. Cinnamon Bread is aware of this, so he is going to walk out safely.
He is.
And he's there.
Yeah, Cinnamon Bread is toying with death here, but he knows no mana on that Victor, and Wukong already used that rotation. They're going to tip their hat, say a little farewell. Mike Young was in the shadows ready to go. This first Drake coming up for contention is going to be a win Drake. So obviously not a fan favorite. Everyone loves, you know, Inferno. Everyone loves the Hex Tech Drake just for being able to do massive amounts of damage. So we'll see what pops up. But I wonder if these junglers are going to try and prioritize a bot lane gank, a bot lane skirmish, and transition that into a Drake.
Oh, looks like Cinnamon back in the mid lane over here, and everyone, the junglers are still working towards the bot side. Maybe we could potentially see something going on as they are pathing bot. We've got some trades and stuns going out of the Cinnamon Red, and the ultimate going out from the Victor. Honestly, I think that's for him to clear out the wave so he can have a back timer, because he is low on mana, and he does, well, he still does have biscuits, and I guess he could stay in lane a little bit longer, but since he did clear that wave with the ultimate, that was his cue to just take that back timer. Yeah,
very good observation. I think from my point of view, obviously, it looks like, oh, he just whipped out. But yeah, get that wave priority so it's not terrible. He has TP as well, so he's going to be on the slot shot. But Cinnamon Bread helping out with this Drake might affect that recall timer a little bit. They do not have teleport to match it, and they are not on Lost Chapter either. So maybe a little bit of a sustained difference going into these next couple minutes, but that is the first Drake secured for UCI.
Yeah, unfortunately, Victor did have to take that back timer, so Cinnamon Bread was able to capitalize that and tell his teammates, oh, Dragon's up, let's take it. And they did secure the Drake, and maybe we'll have something going on the bot lane, just some simple poke, simple trading, and nice farming.
So satisfying, but that is a major cooldown, I would say, to whiff on the Braum here, but nothing will come of it. Just some poke back and forth, but looks like they're running it.
Gorka does not care. He's taking these autos down on the Braum. Oh my goodness. And looks like they have some action going on in the mid lane as well. Wukong trying to look on the Syndra, but doesn't quite find any Ingo at all. And some simple fighting in the top lane, as the usual.
I love top lane.
This
is a very, very high intensity, high impact.
Oh my gosh.
Way to watch.
So much action.
Yeah, I would assume this much. Ornn doesn't want to die, so he's going to sit there and press Q on the wave. Cassante doesn't want to get ganked, so he's going to sit there and press abilities on the wave. Bot lane, though, Gorka is running a little bit low on mana and half health. He has the pickaxe, so in those sustained traits, he is going to start to edge out over Ezreal. But as long as Ezreal keeps their distance, is able to just proc Sheen off cooldown, they could definitely, I see, force out the Soraka, make Draven hit a bad recall eventually.
Ooh, looks like we have something going on to the top lane. No, just simple trading, the usual. But honestly, in the bot lane there, they did take that back. Oh, looks like they're still there. Oh, they did take the reset. There we go. Taking the reset, just getting that mana back and just getting those items and that early game aggression going on in the poke. Sounds like the usual bot lane.
Going back to our champ select talk, right? We were talking about how mid lane is probably going to be Resident Sleeper, not too much. Even after 6, we did see some trades here and there, a little bit of jungle action, but we're going to see a little bit more as the jungler for Cal is going to make sure Mike Young does not take this for free.
They are aware that the Drake, or not the Drake, sorry, the Rift Herald here, maybe a potential fight going on. Mike Young does see the enemy jungler of Cal jungle going in, and we have everyone taking control of the river, and Light Pulse coming in to assist his team here too.
Yeah, nice big happy family reunion. Bot laners go stay at home, make sure you're farming it up, but I do want to point out we're actually going to team fight instead.
Oh, we got the flash engage from the Wukong here, and the Ornn ult going in. First blood going onto the Wukong. The Ornn ult does not find, finds 2 on the Viego. Wow. That is Mike Young and Cinnamon Bread going down. 2 kills for Cal Berkeley.
And that is not something you want to see on either of these picks, really. Syndra wants to scale up. Viego doesn't want to fall behind on the tempo like that. They had it with the first Drake, but now after taking those team fights, Cal is going to be slightly ahead. Really good use of ultimates. I love Ornn making that rotation in time. And you have to wonder, right? Is Elated at fault for not, prioritizing top lane enough, getting enough space to make sure that Rift goes smoothly? Or is it fumble up in the team fight here? But we'll see as laning phase starts to progress forward.
I feel like it's a little bit of the position too, because everyone was kind of all over the place. You have some people in like the near beginning of the river, some people at the Herald, and elated in the top lane. Like everyone was just all over it. It was just like they all squished together and got the flanked by Cal Berkeley. So it was very difficult for them to play off of anything, to be honest. And the flash engage from the Wukong, that was insane.
It's hard to beat that, obviously. And yeah, it felt like a really just stalled take, in my opinion. And they had a lot of time to secure it. They backed off a little bit and they looked for the recommit. But what's done is done, and now we can see supports rolling back to the bot lane, returning safe and sound. Little bit of a CS deficit being recuperated. Oh, we get a nice little replay here, and you can see Cinnamon Bread dies at the start of the fight, so there's not much left to do. A quick little cleanup, and already UCI knows how to disengage, so.
That was a nice ultimate coming out of the Orange too. He just knocked out 3 people down that river in a straight line. Super satisfying for me to see, to be honest. So very exciting to see how Cal Berkeley is playing right now, and hopefully UCI will potentially look for opportunities to come back as well.
And this is one of those scenarios you don't really want to see when you're running this sort of composition. Draven, obviously, although they're not negatively affected directly, there are going to be foes on the other side, like Wukong jumping on top of you. You have your E, and if Wukong is able to get on you past your E, you don't have much self-peel. It's really going to be reliant.
Mike Young hovering over the wall over here, but Cal Berkeley do realize that the jungler is here, and then they're just going to take this opportunity to be like, oh, bye, see you later, and looking like Cinnamon Brad is hovering over as well. Angry Bee.
Angry Bee.
Happy Bee.
Thank you for that wide variety of emotional expression right here. That's either Happy Bee or Sad Bee for me, but this is going to be Rift Herald dropped, and it looks like the usual handshake of I'm going to sit here, clear little waves. Not enough damage on that turret to fully kill it with the Rift Herald, but that's a nice chunk of change going into an already snowballing Cal.
That's right. That's a lot of platings going on to Cal Berkeley here. Honestly, we're still working and looking like Cal is going to take this opportunity to get the Drake, as they do have priority and bot lane of UCI reset, so they were not able to secure this Drake, but Cal Berkeley did.
And it looks like it is going to be Infernal next. A nice, exciting soul. Not the best, not the worst, but definitely something you want to pick up. And I think Cal has a little bit more tempo right now in order to continuously secure those Drakes. Viego from behind does not feel fun in any way.
It's like a Sad Bee.
Yeah, I could kind of clean up, but what is our main source of engage now beyond Mike Young jumping into the backline and blowing some up? Cassante, maybe, if he can get to leave top. But really no flash engage, nothing to really secure anything. So it's really up to Cal to kind of throw a team fight away or get out macroed, because they have a really nice combo, that Braum ult or the Ornn ult to set up Wukong, and it's hard to recover.
Yeah, seeing that Cal Berkeley do have this lead, do you think that they will be able to push it, or in the mid game that maybe the teammates of UCI were able to outscale the champions of Cal? What do you think?
Well, I was ragging on them earlier for losing previously to get sent to losers bracket, but now they are looking a little bit faster in the tempo. It seems like they know what they want to do. The question is how quickly they can put the pieces where they go. You still have a Draven bot lane that is completely even, and although you've tried to gank it here and there, you haven't been able to secure a good summoner or a good opportunity to shut them down, and we can already see maybe they're listening in, because right now both these junglers are bot side getting ready to crack us open into the mid game.
They are. We have Mike Young and looking for that lane gank, and Gorga trying to bait out the team of Cal Berkeley. Maybe Ezreal will walk up a little bit too far and get CC'd by Mike Young, but we will wait and see what happens. Wukong is hovering on the bot side over here, looking for another engage onto Gorga. The ult does not quite land onto Gorga, and Mike Young is here to hover over and save and stop any potential mess from happening in the bot lane.
No more cracking open mid game. We're still well in laning phase, it looks like. But that turret plating falling does open up a lot more opportunities for these teams to group up, and I can already see some attention go into this Victor recalling in the middle of them.
You're in a bit of a spooky spot, but they do not spot you. You get to go out like very nice, happy man, happy bee.
Okay. You know, we're privileged. We get to see the entire map. They don't. But that is very dangerous water that the Cal mid laner was playing with here. But resets left and right. Leandri's on both of these mid laners. Combine that with that magical footwear, and both of them just look dead even, essentially. As, you know, if we ignore that Syndra death here, I'm going to just pay no attention to that one in the middle of his KD. They do definitely don't have a lot of stopping power in that Syndra kit regardless.
Yeah, we do have Kraken going onto the Draven and maybe a possible Moonstone on the Soraka. So a lot of healing going on. Life Pulse just supporting his team. Very happy Soraka player.
Happy as a clam. I have my carry. I'm press W, hit the silence when I need to, which would be a pretty big deal for the side of UCI. If they're able to get a silence, that's a big. Ezreal's a bit of a pipe dream. Maybe Wukong though, acting as your form of peel would be a very, very nice thing. That's an E forward. And it looks like we're going to continue this team fight on. Our Victor is going to drop Gorka, forced out of the fight, and we're going to calm things down. Nice and relax, no harm, no foul, and reset.
Still 2 kills in 15 minutes. Honestly, this game has been going back and forth. We get the shot from Cinnamon Bread. Very happy B. There we go. And maybe we can look for something here. Not quite. And it seems that Cal Berkeley are going to use this opportunity to take down the Rift Herald. Maybe UCI does realize this, so maybe they'll get into the river and try to look for a fight, getting that stun flash onto Victor. Unfortunately, Victor's going to go down to Gorka here. We have Cassante in the fight in the river as well. The Ornn ult going off in the Wukong ult. Cinnamon Bread taking down Braum. And unfortunately, Lifehouse will be taken down as well. And oh my gosh, this is such a really intense fight. And it seems that UCI was able to pick up so much out of it. And the Rift Herald secured to UCI.
There is a universe where that CC does not hit. That was such an aggressive commitment from UCI, and it paid off dividends right there. Stopping that Rift Herald. I was about to comment, like, you're about to give up your second Rift Herald. This is definitely looking like UCI floundering a bit in the water, and then they just immediately dialed in, jumped on the next available target, and they cleaned up the rest of the fight. I want to see really nice scatter of the weak from the Syndra, and they just continue to clean up the fight in the 4v5. A lot of abilities used trying to secure that Rift Herald before it reset, and I think that kind of cost him. You can already see Mike Young having a field day, like he's kicking toddlers at the preschool, just dumpstering on that Viego. They get the Rift Herald, and now they are going to look to try and reset the tempo in their favor. Really nice gold lead to top it all off.
Oh my gosh, honestly, that was a really aggressive play on the Victor there. They just said, yo, you're not in the position, you're gonna go out, and they did. Honestly, I did not expect that at all. It was just such a sudden move, and Victor, I guess he wasn't aware of the positions of UCI, so he did walk up a little too far. We have a fight going onto the bot lane. Ezreal is going to escape with the flash E, and Mike Young is not able to take anything out of it at all. But we do have Cinnamon Bread and Life Pulse here looking to save the day. The ult coming in from Cinnamon Bread, taking down the Ezreal, and that is another kill going on to UCI, and it's looking like an Infernal Drake too.
Now, do we look at the whiffed Viego W, the whiffed scatter from that? No, we look at that kill and that dragon coming on through, and that is going to be 3-5 in favor of UCI, and this is a lot more of the speed. I think they want to take this game. Draven bot lane, 2-0, 200 gold bounty. That is priority target #1 for Cal. The problem right now is their only real way of getting on top of them is that Wukong. And if Wukong dies trying to shred that Draven, there's the Viego, there's the Syndra. A lot of opportunities for cleanup. You even have to burst through that Soraka right here. So it's going to be a little bit of damage control and farming for items for Cal.
Rift Herald going onto the mid lane here, looking like they're trying to take down this tower. Mike Young is here to potentially hop onto the Ezreal, but the Ezreal does eel away, but he does not care. Trying to go for that ult onto the Ezreal, but doesn't quite get it. Mike Young in a really sticky situation, unfortunately goes down. Wukong going onto Cinnamon Bread here, getting that ultimate off, and we still have Life Pulse here to heal up little Cinnamon Bread. Maybe he's a happy bee, maybe not. But he does get out.
Happy or not, he lives to fight another day. Not much can be said on Mike Young's side, though. It was a really adventurous dive into that back lane, and unfortunately just still not enough damage. You have to remember that there is a slight lead on that Wukong. You are not going to be bursting as quickly as you're used to when you have a lead. I want to look, though, at this top lane. Now, we have the Jack Show on Cassante, and he is going to sit there and have another noodle fight, but with that Braum might be in hot. He's gonna recall. He knows nothing's happening in top lane.
Oh yeah, it's top lane. They're just going back and forth. 2 tings. I mean, that's gonna take a while to kill. No.
Yeah, not much to do. Let's look at this advantageous dive coming out. Very, very scary stuff. He tried to secure the kill onto Ezreal, but unfortunately just not enough damage to see it through. Meanwhile, this fight is super split. Cinnamon Bread has a Wukong on them, so you can't really do too much to help contribute to Mike Young's dive, and that is just going to be the tempo coming a little bit back towards Cal. You still got a gold lead on UCI's side, but no more Rift Herald. Your next opportunity to sort of press the advantage is going to be this Baron coming up in 20 seconds.
I think something you want to realize is that Cinnamon Red did have the position to synergize with Mike Young there, but unfortunately he was zoned out of the Wukong, so he wasn't able to capitalize and take his kit and taped Mike
he had
Young
to use
from
everything
that
to
situation.
get the monkey off.
Oh yeah. But it's okay.
Looking forward here. These teams are going to be reuniting. Looks like towards Baron. UCI is going to pull off from that mid wave. And I'm really excited to see what comes forward. Cal has a very strong front-to-back team fight. If you could get a little bit more damage onto that Ezreal, it is going to be a nightmare for UCI to handle. So right now, I'm assuming they're going to try look for a pick, look for someone to misplay, and then press the advantage that way. Looks like we're starting off with an Ezreal just to check.
Yeah, as you can see that UCI do have control of this river, and they did try to take the priority with Cinnamon Bread just staying in the mid lane, just trying to zone everyone out and trying to see the positions of everyone on Cal Berkeley. So that's really important, especially when you're trying to go for an objective such as Baron, which is like really heavy team fighting and just a really overall good objective for either sides of Cal Berkeley or UCI.
Yep. Baron is good.
Baron, my best friend.
I love stalling out games for 40 minutes because I wanted another Baron. What do you mean Nexus turrets, bro? We gotta get this purple guy.
Oh yeah, purple guy. Nexus turret, bad. Purple guy, good.
Look, pads my gold, pads my stats. Why wouldn't you want to take a little detour? Both these teams are starting to reach some spikes. We just saw level 11 on the left side of the screen going over to Wukong, who's just continuously being a backline threat. Versus two immobile carries for UCI, I think UCI has to really find an opportunity to start putting Cal into death grips. You need to either break open an inhibitor turret or throw an advantageous fight on that Baron. And not many opportunities presented anymore.
Yeah.
That Victor getting caught might just be a one-off.
Looking for that bot river pressure. Very, very happy B. Oh, lots of emotions of B's going on Cinnamon Bear right now, as per usual. But looks like we're trying to get control at the midway, just getting the priority. And everyone seems to be playing together, like Gorka, Mike Young, Lightpulse all together. And looking like they're trying to hover over onto Cal Berkeley and see what happens.
Yeah, that dragon coming up soon. Will be a little bit of a point of contention. No soul point to be threatened yet, but people underestimate the power of having 3 dragons because you do start to force people's hand in terms of what macro decisions you make. You can't contest this Baron, you have to secure this Drake just to prevent the opportunity of UCI wiping you at a Baron fight and then going over to take Dragon Soul as well. That can be just game over from there. So I want to see Cal try to take the initiative here. You have the proper positioning to prevent the dragon, but how will you use it, or will you get poked out? Yeah. Let's see.
Seems like everyone's getting poked out, but it's looking like a fight is going to be breaking down. You have to be careful, though. You don't want to play into a choke with the Ornn ultimate. So it's very important that Cinnamon Bread does get this opportunity to just separate everyone with his kit, with the Syndra. And so we could see Mike Young looking for possibly something at all. And we do have Cinnamon Bread going for that full combo, like stun onto Cal Berkeley here.
This positioning is a bit scary. I think they're onto Cinnamon Bread in the shadows here. That bit of damage is enough to scare them away, and this will be a 5v5. First stun comes through.
Looking like everyone's very indecisive to see who's going to go in first or who's going to do what. But this Baron will determine what will happen in this team fight going onto the river that we know that will be potentially happening.
There's a lot of discipline from Cal that I can respect here. They really aren't jumping the gun.
Ooh, and we got the stun coming out of Cinnamon Bread. Baron Nashor is going to be secured by UCI here, but the ult from the Ornn is going to come out onto 3 members of UCI here. Fight breaking out. Who is going to be taken down first?
Ezreal.
Ezreal does take down Cinnamon Bread off. It looks like Cal Berkeley is trying to take any ounce of what they can get. Unfortunately, UCI has to use all their abilities to just flash out and get out, but Gorka getting flashed on by the Ornn, just getting CC'd, and unfortunately gonna get shut down by the Victor.
They're diving for it. They don't want no Baron buffs up.
And unfortunately, that would be Life Pulse falling as well to the Victor, which is very, very scary to see, honestly.
Okay, UCI, we did secure Baron, but what did we lose? That Draven bounty is going to be going over. We also saw a shutdown going in the pockets of Ezreal for Cal, and now they are going to lose tempo on trying to secure this Drake here. Elated and Mike Young are going to hover. They're obviously going to try and just make an attempt to show face, but those respawn timers, maybe they're able to come up in time, maybe they're going to dissuade. Looks like it's going to just be Wukong and homie over here. He has a cool skin that I can't recognize off the top of my head. Ornn gonna just secure this dragon, and that is not gonna be a soul point contention for UCI.
That is another Drake going on to Cal Berkeley. And you know what? Victor was able to get all that bounty gold from that team fight. And look at what he's building. He's building Leandries and
Banshees and Oblivion Orb.
And Oblivion Orb, that's right.
Yeah, getting that 2-item spike a little bit early. Gonna feel a little less heat coming from the Syndra. Right now, it is just the goal for a lot of members of Cal to survive, because these longer team fights can go their way if Draven is not popping off. Like a front to back, you can kind of go, well, Draven should do enough damage to outweigh getting dove, or maybe they're able to just find their way onto the back line. But realistically, right, if it's a long fight where Ezreal is just poking the entire fight, Victor can just sit there and press E. It is very, very difficult to prevent all that damage just on one lowly Soraka. You burn ult once, and there's still a lot of opportunities to get poked out.
You know what? Another thing I realized is that Cal Berkeley is scaling. They're taking all this gold and using this opportunity to just like try to build themselves up. Like they don't need to do anything at all. They just need to just collect gold, just progressively farm, and just get their items and do well in the mid game. And honestly, it'll be really hard for UCI to come back.
It's every solo queue player's dream, guys. We scale. Please do.
Scale.
I see that Draven's 2-0, but please do not tilt. And it's working out for them, obviously. I think that you don't have enough of a consistent answer for Ezreal being at max range pressing Q. And they are optimizing very, very AD heavy. It's gonna hit like a truck, and who's the front line to really tank it? Maybe K'Sante if he's not diving the Ezreal in response, but again, a lot of mobility, a lot of ways to shut down a dive. So really, UCI's game plan is just, I hope Cal steps into my CC, I hope they misplay the macro, and it doesn't look like it now. Very clean game from Cal.
I know, that's right. In the beginning, I feel that if you have such an aggressive like bot lane of Draven and Soraka, you're supposed to like get that early lead and just push it forward. But it's really hard now, considering that nothing really happened in the early game aside from Cal Berkeley getting those 2 kills. So that's going to be really hard on the side of UCI trying to get into the mid game with the Draven, I feel.
We are going to be stalling out a little bit. Both teams crossing their T's, dotting their I's, waiting for Baron to be the next nice little objective to take Fawn over. I'm really interested what UCI is going to try to do in order to get a team fight in their favor. Their only side lane right now is K'Sante does not have TP up yet. Cinnamon will not have TP up for a while, so you cannot shove them in the side lane. Plus the possible danger of, you know, Wukong from the shadows, surprise gank like that, or an ult from Fog of War. There's a lot of opportunities for Cal to convert side laning into a 4v5 and an objective. Meanwhile, Victor, he can just sit bot lane, clear out that wave, and he feels very, very comfortable being ready to have that TP ready to go for this next Baron fight.
I think another thing that's really interesting is that considering that Cal Berkeley were able to get that bounties and use the opportunity to scale, UCI is still ahead in the gold lead, which is really interesting to me, but maybe in a little bit of these fights, we'll see how they would break it down.
Yeah, they are catching waves. They're not falling behind in CS. Things are just stabilizing here. Looks like Victor, take a blast cone over, take a quick little peek bot lane. But some pings coming out on that top side. I think they're figuring out that Cal had a lot of members invested in that bot side here. They were pinging to start something.
That's right. Since everyone from Cal side was in the bot lane trying to look for cinnamon bread, but don't quite get anything at all, they're just pinging to just take control of this top side. That's what like they could really do right now.
I don't know why. Ping like 20 something times and they're just sitting there clearing camps, bro. But be that as it may, these members are grouped up mid lane, and that is a very scary bush that this Braum will not check. He will get a nice tasty red ward to clear out. Mid turret for UCI still standing as Cinnamon Bread hits level 16. A very, very scary ult that you don't want to eat. Even with the Banshees, if they're able to pop the first shield off, not something that Victor will want to take on. No vision on that Baron. That's nothing to do over there.
These teams are playing so carefully. Like, we're 30 minutes in, we still have like 12 kills going on, so nothing too much going on that much other than like the fights around the objectives and potentially something to look out of from Mike Young, or maybe not.
I feel that's a reoccurring theme here. Maybe this is the fight. Nah. Maybe this one here could be a good start, but no. We're gonna change that poke and be on our merry way. Let the Leandries burn. We got a Soraka to heal us up.
Yep, like you said earlier, happy family, in scale.
Happy B gonna go far. Dragon is coming up. This could be 3 Drakes and start threatening Soul Point for either team now. And I wonder what they will prioritize. Getting this Baron secured and risk, having that 3rd Drake open, which isn't that big of a deal right now if they're able to end. But that Ezreal gonna chunk Soraka out a tiny bit. Is that enough for Cal to want to pull the trigger and clear out vision for this Baron pit?
You know what? Wukong does have the flash and the ultimate, so potentially he can look for a flash ultimate engage.
Oh, this might be it.
This might be it. Gorka walking up a bit too far, but Braum doesn't quite look for anything at all. So again, it's still pretty chill. Not too much fighting yet until the objectives actually happen. So this is what we're about to see in the river right now.
Mike Young is going to be the one to herald us into a team fight one way or the other, because he is quite far ahead of the rest of the members of UCI.
That's right, Blue Bomb going secure. Looks like they're going to look for this Drake right now. Orin ult's going to go in along with the Wukong. Oh my goodness. He's got that.
Unstoppable coming through here, and Kazante a little bit low. We can already see Elated running back to the safety. Mike Young, though, from the shadows. He knows that Drake's there, and I always love a good Dragon steal. Yeah, we're going to steal the red buff instead, try and get away. So, 3rd Dragon secured. Oh my goodness, and a nice Ezreal execution as well. That is going to solidify a little bit of advantage going over to Cal. They do not have a gold lead, like you said, but truthfully, I feel like Cal have control of the game more, so they're going to be able to threaten Baron. And Gorka and Cinnamon Bread, although they have a lot of damage, you have to get in their face to really let them do that damage for you. Even with Elated here, I don't know how this fight will turn out.
Yeah, this is very scary, as it is a 5v4 and Mike Young is down. And like we get that stun off onto Cal Berkeley over here. Maybe Cal Berkeley are trying to take a side, and looking like that blue buff is gonna go away to Cinnamon Bread. Very, very angry man, and takes the blue buff away from Cal Berkeley.
That's the real goal, obviously, getting my blue buff as a mid laner. Guardian Angel coming on over to the Wukong. That will be even scarier, I feel, for Gorka. He has just felt zoned out of a lot of these fights, and although Cal has been hesitant to pull the trigger, UCI, they haven't been hesitant, and they're not winning these fights very convincingly. They had one good team fight, but ever since then, it has been a bit of a drag, and they're just looking for some misstep from Cal. Baron's gonna go over him, though.
That's right, Cal Berkeley did reset, so that will be a Baron going on the side of UCI. Can they potentially turn this game around, or is it like super even? What would you say?
Right now, it depends on how much value you can get from this Baron. You want to side lane a little bit. It's just, who do you send beyond Kazante? Viego, you could send over to the bot side, get him prepped, and then eventually once Drake spawns, you're going to have to fight for that anyway. But you're losing a lot of engage possibility. Your only real thing is going to be the Syndra. Combining that with Gorka, and you get a 3v1, Cal just magically gives you, but more likely than not, Cal's just going to play safe, sit there, clear the waves out, and then when the dragon fight comes, they have room to give. They can fight for that 4th soul point here, and
unfortunately does not get the CC out on the Braum or any of the teammates of Cal Berkeley. And all of UCI are in the bot side trying to look for this fight, but don't quite find it at all. It's okay though.
Yeah, a lot of just staring at the enemy, doing your little wave, drop an award, say, hey, come sweep this, come give me a little visit. Clearing out that mid wave now. It looks like Mike Young wants to press the gas a little bit bot side. He is going to be pathing as fast as he can towards Orin, who is
unfortunately a bit too far, but is going to flash out of the stun CC of Cinnamon Bread. Mike Young is here, looking to hover and secure this Drake possibly. Oh, and looking like they are going to secure this turret. My bad, I'm so sorry.
I mean, all good, man. It's a turret. We're going to hit a stun here. Cinnamon Bread is going to drop the Q, and good chunk of damage. Got the Leandri's, got the Void Staff, so those resistances, ideally, get shredded, take it down a notch. Ooh, this is a very violent mid-fight here, though.
Getting that CC stun and the execution onto the Braum. Another Ezreal ult going onto Gorka, but he does heal for quite a bit. Unfortunately, gets taken down. Life Pulse is up next, and it seems like Kazante is going to be falling to the Ezreal as well. Let's see what happens. Are they able to escape this situation? Mike Young tried to looking for a back line here.
He's looking
on the Ezreal. He is looking. He flashes onto the Ezreal and takes him down, but unfortunately does not get the passive off, and that will be a kill going on to Victor.
But Shutdown and Guardian Angel. that will make Mike Young's life a little bit easier. Diving that back line, what looked like a very decisive initiation from UCI, just like we saw on that Victor before the Baron, was a little bit more even. They were able to get their rotation out, Cinnamon did a huge chunk of damage, but then nothing came from it. Gorica got isolated and taken out of the fight by the Ezreal. And after that, where's the consistent damage? It's nowhere to be really found. UCI had to backpedal, but right now they still have Baron. They can get a bit of more waves pushed in. I am curious how this Dragon fight will play out, because I feel UCI really need to contend with this, prevent any scary incidents with Elder coming in the future.
That's right. This is soul point for Cal, so this is really interesting to see how these two teams play out, especially in that fight. They're playing like in the jungle in a choke, which is like really hard to play, especially with but it's really good for Viego to just walk in there and be like, hey, maybe I can look for you, Ezreal. But unfortunately, CC'd with the Wukong and onto the rest of the teammates of UCI. It's kind of scary.
Yeah, you want a nice wide open fight if you're UCI, because the Ornn ult, the Wukong ult, and the Braum ult stack up so much. They don't even have to be precise with it, they just need to generally hit it, and you're zoned off of a fight, have to force to hold your rotation. Lots of cooldowns being dropped on that bot lane, inching their way forward from Cal. They want to make sure UCI do not get any advantages securing this Drake here. They're going to wipe out all the vision. All you got left is Pixel Bush and a Dream. Ornn starts us off.
The ult going in on two members of UCI here with the Wukong onto Cinnamon Bread. Unfortunately, he's going to get taken down. We have Elated over here and Draven going for that flash auto, but doesn't quite find anything at all. This is looking pretty tragic for UCI, and Elated unfortunately will have to get out of this situation here. It's just you and a Dream, but unfortunately he's going to go down to the Ezreal, and it's looking like a shove mid, get Drake angle. What would you say?
Couldn't say better myself. Honestly, we were talking about it. Draven, you either run it down 20 minutes end the game, or you fizzle and stall out. Syndra was a bit of a late game insurance policy, but right here we're just not able to find use of it because of how much zoning comes out from Cal. Viego is gonna die in the back line here, and it's gonna look like Cal are gonna take that first game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Viego is trying to do, and it's just Life Pulse and a Dream. Maybe he can do something, the Soraka, but unfortunately not. It seems that Cal Berkeley will be taking game one.
That was it was very good back and forth very early on, but yeah, it looked like a very heavy-handed side from Cal at the end. They were able to just say, this is our objectives. You're not going to take Dragon Soul from us. You're not going to take this mid fight from us. UCI was able to just steal or like not even steal. They took a Baron from Fog of War, and Cal was more than happy to just let them have it. So they felt very confident. It was very surprising.
That's right. Like, both of the teams played super safe, considering that, you know, you had the Ezreal, right? Like, you don't really want to do anything with the Draven and the Soraka and the bot lane, even though I feel that they really needed to do something in early in order to get a lead to push it through, unless, like, Draven, unfortunately, won't be doing anything in the mid game because of all the CC from Cal Berkeley.
Yeah, it was a very, very messy team to fight. You know? Like, obviously, team fight, it's in the name, but I really just keep harking back to it. Ornn ult, Braum ult, it's such a easy win condition for Cal to execute. Even though you could say UCI has very mechanically gifted players, you can't outplay being in Raptor Pit when there's a Braum ult and an Ornn ult, right? There's nothing to it other than, okay, we got to position differently. And I think UCI made that pivot too late. Obviously, after that Drake fight, there was not really much for them to do. There was no time to reset. Everyone was dead, and Inhibitor was calling. And I do want to bring attention that Cassante, that I thought was going to be such a high point of contention in the draft. Not only did UCI pick it up for free with no contention in the draft, it didn't do a whole lot. Granted, he did get a lot of opportunities to shine. There was that one fight during Rift Herald, but other than that, yeah, not many chances.
Yeah, it's just really hard because if you have the CC lockup from the Braum, like from the Ornn, from the Wukong, like you just can't do anything at all.
Yeah.
Like, especially if you're a terrible position and just not in position of your team, like such as like Syndra falling off behind or Draven. Or even like Soraka, it's just so squishy and getting constantly CC'd. You're not able to do much against these tanks at all, or use your abilities to your high skill ceiling.
Well, like you said position was off. I would simply position better, obviously.
Oh yeah,
but
for sure.
We have some nice replays coming through from that past game here. Some exciting action. It's gonna be a cool little sting, whoosh, and all that jazz. Let's go.
Ah, here we go. Looking at
So
that replay.
this is the first fight I would say that started to tip the balance, make me look a little bit shaky for UCI because that shouldn't happen.
That's right. And we have the flash going out of
Reload.
the Soraka. And looking like we have something going down in the mid lane here. See, Mike Young was trying to look for that opportunity, and Cinnamon Bread does see this angle, but unfortunately Mike Young will have to fall down in this situation. And Cinnamon Bread, unfortunately, too far up, trying to look for that angle, and Mike Young doesn't quite get anything at all.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. The rest of it's just, you know, by the book team fights, Braum, Horn. It's so simple, but it's just so effective.
That's right. It's so simple yet so effective. And that makes me think maybe it's a champ diff.
It doesn't matter that I'm drafting these complex picks, you know, I'm just going to pick very simple stuff. And if Cal has more win conditions, obviously they're going to be able to shine in more opportunities. UCI had a very, very strict game plan.
Look at that. That colliding Wukong all along with the orange just like synergizes together and just completely obliterates the UCI like bot line. That was just so beautifully done, honestly.
It is not something that's fun to play into. I think when we go into this next draft, UCI, they could choose to unrestrict their, you know, win conditions, essentially. They can go for more of a side laner. I feel like although Cassante can obviously sit in the side lane, not a lot of wave clear. He was just sitting there and getting a lot less value compared to the Ornn, who was able to both wave clear, TP mid, press R. My job's done, essentially. Cassante, you really have to say, I'm going to focus down this player. I'm going to focus down this guy over and over. But that being said, we are getting ready to jump into game 2 after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right here.
Girl, you can do better, at least with your big name wireless carrier. With Xfinity Mobile, you can get unlimited for $30 per month on the nation's most reliable 5G network. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, I can do better.
Yes, you can.
I can do better too.
Now, you really can do better. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line.
Welcome back, everyone, to UCEI, presented by Xfinity. Kimmy Allen Lowell, joined by Jamil Asprin Hopkins. We're back again for Game 2 of Cal Berkeley versus UCI, with Cal Berkeley taking the lead of 1-0.
Yeah, I think I got the wrong script beforehand because I was predicting, a nice, fierce UCI victory, but Cal playing a very nice, clean game. Very good with their win conditions, I would say, in that draft. Although I thought what would be the losers of not being able to secure Cassante did not really get as much performance as I thought it would be. And that Draven ego peak from Gorica, although in solo queue it can be a terror, not that much value from it either.
Yeah, like I said, if you are going to pick that Draven, Soraka on the ball line, you want to get ahead first, but it's like, oh, maybe I could take them down. But since they picked Ezreal, it's really hard to lock in that Ezreal, especially with his E ability. So it's really hard.
Right, and I was clowning the pick, obviously Ezreal Braum, although they can't proc the Braum passive too often, so with Ezreal's attack speed, you still get a whole lot of peel, and I guess their main plan was just prevent Viego and Draven from running down Ezreal until we get into the mid game, which they managed to do. Although Draven was 2-0, we did not get any real value out of it coming into the mid and late game. And after that, it was just UCI just trying to find picks here and there.
Looks like we have everyone walking back to the stage. But like I said, when you have that team team fighting champions such as the Ornn, the Braum, and the Wukong, it's just so hard to lock or so hard to just use UCI's opportunity or team comp to just take in and sit in that CC. You're just getting sit in by CC after CC after CC. What can you do?
Nothing beats the bare basics quite like playing, front-to-back team fighting. We saw that Cal played very good using this Ornn, using this Braum to set up consistent team fights in chokes. We saw a lot of fighting in Raptors pit, towards Baron pit. The very first engage that set the game off was those two picks going over to Cal on that Rift Herald, Cinnamon Bread losing their life. And I want to see a little bit of a change up. If Cal is going to lean in towards playing these simple characters with a simple game plan, get something that can shred through these tanks. Obviously, you could try maybe go for a more utility thing. We could see Varus Renata. Maybe for the ADs, we could see Caitlyn, I guess, kill lane if you really wanted to, but I really think that Cal are going to play very safe, and there's not a whole lot of options to sort of front-to-back shred like there used to be.
It's just really hard to get in that synergy too. Like we saw earlier with the Mike Young going in that 1v4 situation there, but Cinnamon Bear was not able to follow up as he was zoned by the Wukong. So it just made it really difficult for UCI to even do anything in that situation, and unfortunately would have to fall and get punished for their positioning.
I mean, I can hear the code being it wouldn't be a 1v4 if y'all followed up with me, but it was a very dangerous dive. Mike Young, unfortunately, not getting value from that Viego dive past the tier 1 turret, and I'm really picturing a little bit of this composition switch up from UCI's side. They got their first game in. They're warmed up, essentially. We saw a similar trend. UCSD versus UCLA. San Diego was favored to win that matchup, and although they dropped the first game, they woke up, banned Fiora to prevent that pick, and then just started to run away from it from there. They played a very clean game. So going forward, I expect UCI to kind of do the same. Maybe there's not really one point of hypertension. They might target the Wukong if they really feel like it, but I think the change in draft might be, they'll still be aggressive for sure. I don't know if we'll see a full-on tank, but maybe something to just deal with that front line a little bit more. You maybe may even see, I keep coping for Azir, but we're not going to get Azir. We could see a Cassiopeia maybe.
Maybe a Cassiopeia, maybe a Gap Closure or Kali, especially long extended fights too in value for anyone playing a Kali. It's just really important to get that team fighting comp going. Especially that Ornn ult, that was so strong for Cal Berkeley to take in these team fights and use this opportunity to just sandwich everyone together on UCI and just completely take them down.
Yeah, and another alternative, obviously, UCI can just say, I'm not going to ever team fight you. Get a really strong side laner, get a mid laner that can play. You could play a Silas maybe if you want to go into more team fighting, but you could just, have someone farm a side lane. The Akali, I think, is really good for that. Maybe in the top side, if you want to keep the Cassante. I don't think there was really any problems with the pick itself. It just didn't get value for my taste, and I wonder if they're going to continue to draft it. You could see something I don't know, throwing on Olaf, I know, could just be strong, just runs it down, sits in a side lane, ults to run away, be a nuisance. Play those side lanes out and really make Cal play macro, because right now they have a very simple, guys, I'm a press R, I got the Braum ult down, let's just follow, and it's very easy, and there's nothing wrong with it being easy because it's being effective, and UCI's comp was not as easy to pull off.
Yeah, all you need sometimes is just simple. Like, you just need the setup, the CC going through from ult, Oin ult, Wukong ult, like all these engages and all these like things, just putting it together, it just completely takes down like UCI, and they're not able to like scale that much because they're not going to get value out of it. If you're getting CC'd and just locked down like completely for the entire team fight, there's not really much you can do at all, to be honest.
Those players are sitting nice and comfy in those Corsair chairs provided to us by Corsair, having a little bit of a load off here. They are getting ready to get in the draft soon-ish. A little bit of pep talk here and there, dialing in, focusing up. Do you expect any changes from Cal's roster? I think is a good question. Are they going to go with the patented, it worked once, let's go again?
You know what, why not? If it worked once, why not go again? Like I said, it's really simple. Like their champions aren't too like complicated, too mechanical, but that's like all you need sometimes, like especially with all these like tanks and all the CC that they have. That's really all you need to take in that opportunity to just take down the enemy team. Maybe they could potentially go for more like scale damage, but like I don't know if that will like maybe ruin what they had before or the like game plan in mind potentially.
Yeah, and that's not to discredit the Cal players either, despite the fact that we're calling them relatively simple. There are a lot of nuances to these picks, and they, regardless of how simple or complex you want to call a champion, they won with it. And I think it's very good to have a more flexible champ pool. Ornn, very consistent in the top lane. We were watching a lot of wet noodle fights topside throughout that game, and no jungler really wanted to kind of visit up there, you know? I saw a lot of people pathing down bot side. You saw Mike Young trying to hit a lane gank on the bot lane, just getting this Draven out of laning phase, and UCI just couldn't find that way in. And I think that was a big factor for the rest of the mid to late game, because Draven didn't have a big enough lead to run someone down. But Ezreal doesn't need that. He just sits there and presses Q, stacks a mana Mune.
Yeah, especially when you have those aggressive champions, how they're going to play is very obvious on the side of Cal. Like, if you're going to play Draven and have Mike Young go to the bot lane, try to like collapse onto Cal Berkeley's bot lane, oh, we're going to play Ezreal, you're not going to get us. So that's what they're looking for. That's what they're trying to do. They're not trying to take in these fights and not going to let these guys have the lead.
We got the overlay coming in. That is going to be the champ select. I'm excited to stop stalling and get to the champ select. And Fiora, very simple problem that can be solved with a ban in that first rotation.
Bye-bye Fiora, and looking like we're not going to see the Akali either as well. Unfortunate. It is something I wanted to see. You know, long fights, the gap closure, the execution R, just mechanics too. Like, that's really exciting to see out of Akali as a champion. She's just so strong.
Nope, those weren't the bans.
Unfortunately, they got taken.
Nope, they are. Okay. I do want to talk about how we know Cinnamon Red for the Akali, so the fact that they don't want, that UCI themselves are banning it away, means that either Stabsy is playing a really good Akali or a really good Akali counter, and they don't want to really first pick it or deal with it. Looks like they are going to be red side though, so they're going to be trading that first pick over to Cal. And same set of bans essentially. They're taking Caitlyn away, they're taking away the Heimerdinger, and it looks like the Lucian ban to deny Lucian Nami.
Yeah, they are denying the Wukong too, so that he wouldn't go for that like flash engage, looking like Light Pulse over here, just chilling, and looking like we're getting that Camille and Kindred on the side of UCI.
Kindred.
Ooh,
I like the Kindred pick. Kindred's it's like the Draven of jungle. It's an ego pick, and it can so easily get shut down. You really have to be at the prime of your game. You mentioned it already. Wukong getting banned out, so we're going to be taking the Volibear over to Cal. Also, not banning out Camille means we are going to be seeing Elated pop off on it. Let's look at that mid lane pick though. The Rise, we saw it in the previous series as well, and it's a very, very interesting pick in my opinion. You need to know what you're doing to get value. Obviously, it looks very simple, EQ, but anyone that's played Rise can tell you that you feel like you don't do anything unless you're keeping up with the CS. So already off to a good start if you want to have a side laner or someone to contest. And they have Realm Warp plus a TP if they really wanted to come and match these fights. So I think Cinnamon Bread, once again, on a bit of a timer. Although you're Syndra, you don't have a lot of solo kill potential. You need to zone off this Rise so you're not getting free farm.
Ooh, look at that.
Draven handshake.
Cal Berkeley, that's right. J2 on
Wow.
freaking Draven over here. And the Braum looking pretty blue inside the cow, pretty blue. And looking like Tom Kench going on to UCI, possibly like locking it in.
A little bit of a hover. They're
And
going to
there
lock
we go.
it in. So this draft already super different. I like UCI. They've taken a little bit more initiative. I think their win conditions are a bit better. You have Varus ult, you have Camille to lock down someone with Hextech Ultimatum, and Kindred Varus solves a little bit of that problem we were seeing where there's just big beefy bruisers that no one can shred to. You have Varus, you have Kindred. Kindred can scale it well into the game, and it enables Mike Young to play that carry jungler he wants to. He wants to go be aggressive, dive into the enemy jungle. Way back in that game 1, right? We saw how much care he put into avoiding Cal's wards, trying to hide his jungle pathing because he really valued that early game in order to try and take tempo advantage going forward. Now granted, it got thrown away at Rift Herald, but what could have been is definitely something that's pressing on his mind.
I think another thing you should look at is the Varus going out. Do you think he's going to be going that AP Varus, like tank shred, but would it do anything against the Braum shield?
It is a very interesting way they can go. I've seen both, obviously, Blood Razor, or whatever they call it nowadays, Shield Bow going through. They could also go the AP build like you said. That cleanse on Draven makes me lean a little bit more towards going AD overall, going for that on-hit build, but you never know. There is a lot of opportunities to shut down Draven beyond the Varus R. I think that they're going to kind of do the inverse. UCI is going to want to shut down Draven or make sure they're not able to get a free laning phase, and then scale that into that stagnation of Cal not having a real ADC to walk up in fights versus this Varus who's very long range versus the Kindred as well, who has the potential to be a very long range threat.
That's right. They have the prolonged fights. But another thing is that since UCI did take away the Wukong, another thing you should notice is that Cal Berkeley did pick up the Sejuani on the jungle role over there. Maybe they can have a lockdown like CC, like single hand pick before a fight, and that could really give them that advantage in the early game or at any objectives, really.
Yeah, that Sejuani is just a big piece of stats, and normally I like seeing Trundle into it. That is not going to be taken by the side of UC. I think Sejuani is definitely going to be the stat check for whether or not UCI is still relevant in the game. They have to be doing enough damage to take out Sejuani, make them not a problem, but Sejuani has a lot of opportunities to either just farm for 6, get a really nice clear in, or just try and not get counter jungle, I guess, because Mike Young, he's going to be fishing for blood, especially in this matchup. If he's able to secure a kill early onto Sejuani, it's going to be very devastating for Ryze to have to sack getting a wave push when your jungle's getting invaded.
Yeah, that's right. Another thing that, like with Kindred and the marks, like it spawns on all over the map. You're going to look for these invades, you're going to look for these fights, and hopefully that UCI will be able to take that opportunity and build that lead for Mike Young in the jungle role over there.
Yeah, UCI, no stranger to playing around their jungler's ability to carry, essentially. We saw it a lot with Drong Pro on the Graves and all his other signature carries, but now it is a little bit different. We saw the potential to get a lot of early game action done, but just the tools weren't there necessarily. Syndra, although they can set up a gank, they can set up a fight with that E, it's not as much early game damage to support just running down mid versus another early game pick. Meanwhile, topside as well, the Camille has a lot more mobility and could definitely be a big contender for contesting Rift Herald, but that Volibear he's scary. He is not a force to be reckoned with.
We can look at the bot lane matchups too. We got the Varus R and the Tom Kench CC onto the Draven, the Braum. But the thing is, if you take too long trying to kill Draven, he's just gonna outplay you, especially with the lifesteal. And if he does take Conquer and like prolonged fights, it's gonna be really hard for bot lane to look for opportunities onto Draven, and maybe he would like spice it up and run them down.
Yeah, the name of the game for Draven is going to be, can I live long enough to just press Q, cash stacks in, like you said? I would be really surprised if UCI doesn't pay a visit, because when you think about it, Kindred can guarantee a stack, maybe he can guarantee a dragon take. There's a lot more opportunities bot side versus top, although Camille can definitely set up ganks. It's 50-50 whether you burst down that Volibear, and I don't know if Kindred has enough damage to really gank a full health Volibear and be able to jump through the shield and all their HP, but we'll see. We're loading on in. Very exciting stuff coming through.
That's right. What do you think the emotion's gonna be? Happy B? Sad B?
I'm usually not a happy bee after losing the first game of the team I picked to face in the final. So I think there's a little bit of something to prove on UCI's side. Obviously, they thought this could be a 2-0 sweep. I thought it was going to be a 2-0 sweep, but gladly, I'm proven wrong because we get a series on our hands. Looks like it is game 2 of the UCEI presented by Xfinity. We got Cal up 1 round versus UCI. We're going to game 2.
Oh, there's the emotion of the bees coming out of Cinnamon Bread. Another thing to realize is he is starting that first strike again against Stapsy with the phase rush out of the Rise. So I think we're expected to see the trades out of the Rise coming through in the mid lane, hopefully.
Same thing as usual, 5 point, trying to get a tiny bit of info here and there, but this time we will not be seeing UCI jumping down to the bot lane and getting a red ward. Looks like that Braum is going to be posted up, ready to go. You do not want to face check a Braum. That passive can get procced so easily if you run into 4.
That's right. We're going to get that 5 point, trying to look for the vision to see where each jungler started. And it's looking pretty chill right now. Honestly, what is your thoughts going to the game? Like, what do you think is the win con for UCI to come back in the series?
No, just kill everyone, bro. I mean, you have a lot of opportunities in these team fights. You could try to slow someone with the Tahm Kench more realistically, right? You're going to open with a Hextech Ultimatum. You can open up with the Varus. And then if you do have Hextech Ultimatum, your Camille is dying, you can send in the Kindred ult to try and sustain that fight out. You're going to have to take down the 2 really big, beefy tank. Plus Braum, as a matter of fact, as well. A lot of tanking is going to come from that support. You're really going to rely on either Mike Young or Gorka to be that tank shredding, because otherwise your Syndra only has Rise and Draven to kind of deal with, and if Draven has Cleanse Up, he's not going to get CC'd and eat that full combo.
That's right. And the thing you want to realize is that both junglers are starting opposite on the side of the map. So we have Kelsuis working over to the top side with Mike Young working over to the bot side.
Yeah, a little bit different compared to the last game when both junglers started top side. So this will be interesting. Mike Young opting for the same pathing, going for those Krugs, then going to swing down 2 Raptors. The question is, though, will we see him try to go for that invade? I think Chrysos is trying to secure their buffs early just to make sure you don't get counter jungled and invaded early on. They don't have a whole lot of protection from the Rise roam because obviously they just don't have that much pushing power early on.
Level 2 going on to Cal Berkeley first. Do you think it will be a potential level 2 for UCI if they do get it to engage on the Draven? Draven looking in on these trades here onto the Varus, but does get poked down as well, with Light Pulse being pretty healthy.
Yeah, turning that into a trade for sure. They're going to be taking a little bit of heat. Not going to hit level 2 for free, but it looks like you said, level 2 from UCI. They want to walk up a tiny bit, but what is their gap closer? Nothing as of now. They have to kind of poke at Draven, try to hit those Tahm Kench Qs whenever he's going for an axe, but early roam coming from this Braum
is working into the mid lane here, but there is a ward, so he is not spotted out quite yet. Just sitting in the bush to see, oh, Cinnamon Bread does spot out Braum over here in the river and does take note of that by walking away.
Gonna get a little bit of pressure. I like him walking up, whether intentional or not, walking up to make sure Braum walks past that ward. We did see a little bit of missing pings, just curiosity where that Braum is, so sucking a little bit of time, try to convert that into a lead. We will see as we're taking that top scuttle and everything's all quiet.
That's right. Pretty chill. Like you said, everyone's a happy family. Got some trades going on in the mid lane against Stabby from Cinnamon Bread, but nothing too serious going on right now. It's just some simple farming. You know how it is the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, nothing too exciting. Little trade, but I don't expect nothing much of it. And that wave will crash. And looks like UCI getting a little bit of a cheater recall here.
That's right, they're going for that back in, and Cinnamon Bread and Stabsy going back and forth in the mid lane here, getting that poke off. Unfortunately, Cinnamon Bread is not able to proc the first strike, but he does get the stun trade onto the Rise.
And top lane is top. I'm not even going to say anything. They're not going to fight there. It's going to be this mid lane first.
Unfortunately, Stabsy is going to be walking into Mike Young, getting that root, flashing away from Mike Young with the phase rush. And he is going to escape with the help of Scuttle's crab movement speed. And looking like we have something going on to the top lane here. Sejuani almost caught out, but doesn't quite look for elated at all. So he's just going to walk away.
Everyone showing their teeth a bit. That was a very nice gank, though. You burn a flash on the Rise. he is not going to have a good time. Has a little bit of a CS advantage compared to Cinnamon Bread, but Cinnamon Bread is going to have TP advantage going forward. I could easily see him getting that Lost Chapter a little bit earlier and starting to shove Rise right back in.
That's right. Sometimes you don't even need to secure the kill. As long as you like take in their flash or their summoner spells, it makes it really easy for Mike Young to just come back and maybe look for another potential gank onto Rise if he does walk up a bit too far into the lane or miss positions or anything at all.
And I want to give a little bit of kudos to these wards in the blue side of the jungle bot lane. Cal is trying to rotate their support mid consistently to try and stop the bleeding, help out Stabsy. But the problem is he gets seen every single time, and there's not a whole lot of value from these rotations, and Draven is forced to sit there in a 1v2 lane, something he does not want to do. He wants to run up and throw axes at people.
Stabsy does not have vision of the river here. Light Pulse is here, able to get the CC possibly on the Rise. Unfortunately, Rise, you are a bit too far. Looking for that ult to potentially get out. He does, but is he gonna get knocked down? You just can't go anywhere, man. Unfortunately, everyone is there, and First Blood is going on to Elated.
You called it too. No flash on that Rise means Stabsy either respect the possibility of another gang, respect the Tahm Kench, or walk up and be super greedy. And unfortunately, there's no wards on the side of UCEI's river. They can walk up there and take that space for free.
Yeah, I feel that is a little bit of miscommunication too on the side of Cal Berkeley. If you don't see bot lane and top lane at all and you have your support roaming, the only thing you can think of is maybe they're roaming too.
Maybe I'm gonna get some visitors here, but I'm gonna keep this cannon minion about to be so good in a second. Looks like Cal will start to set up for this dragon. They have no problem starting it off. UCI had to reset after that little take in the mid lane, and that's gonna be. I thought that was
going on
nice
to Cal Berkeley. Very, very interesting and very, very calm. Honestly, not too bad considering that Stabsy did die First Blood, but it's fine. They get the Drake, and they can use this for however they want.
Yeah, no one likes Wind Drake. They're like the ignored second child, but there is a value. You get stats. Are they the best stats? Debatable. I know some people will love to say that Cloud Drake is super underrated, but I am not one of them at all. Going forward here, it is going to be more of the same bot lane. Very, very easy to land those skill shots on a Draven who has an axe about to hit the ground as Gorka getting as much value as they can from these skill shots.
Yes, Draven is proked down quite a bit, so maybe Light Pulse can look onto J2 in the bot lane there. Potentially anything, but it seems that they are going to take this back timer and potentially stop them.
But that's level 6 over both to Gorka and Mike Young. Now, bot lane, that's a little bit scary. I think they're going to try and burn that cleanse on the T1 J2 before they fully commit and send Mike Young down there. Mike Young is hovering top side, just making sure that Rise doesn't get any fun here. I'm going to just assume this. Yep. Top laners are going to sit and slap each other and then nothing of it.
Oh yes, the usual farming top laners, going in for a little trades here and there, but not fully committing because all you need to do is farm. Stabsy is walking up a bit too far here, doesn't get CC'd by Cinnamon Bread, so Mike Young couldn't really look for anything at all. But remember, Stabsy does have flash coming up.
Oh, what's up?
Oh, Light Pulse is here looking for a gank potentially, but Stabsy does see this, so he's just gonna walk away.
See, this is if I was the mid laner here, this is where I ping. Why are you guys sapping my XP? Like, obviously, they're not saying that. Oh, thank you for the possibility of a gank here. Looks like Cal will come up, match it, and now we're seeing them just take Rift Herald. Very, very interesting. Both Dragon and Rift are gonna go uncontested, despite UCI getting First Blood.
That's right. I think Light Pulse was aware of this, so he tried to take that opportunity to just be there on the map for his team to look for this Rift Herald. But we are seeing UCI in the Fog of War, and they're not too sure where they are. Seems that they are getting sandwiched, and the ult is going on to Mike Young with the Kindred ult coming through. Elated coming in, potentially, and it's looking like, oh my goodness, unfortunately Mike Young is going to go down along with a trade coming from Light Pulse.
Yeah, and that Rise is going to get away scot-free. Looks like Cal will pick up. Never mind, they're the ones getting picked apart here. And now the fight is getting turned. Light Pulse coming up huge, keeping the CC going. Elated, you're probably a little too low and you're going to get finished by that Volibear who has a lot to tear into. Looks like Stabsy as well going to pick up some kills. And this back and forth is going to finally come to a head. Crying, angry bees coming from the corpse of Syndra. But Stabsy will be the one to rule them all with that nice double buff in his pocket.
Wow, he is a very, very happy man indeed. Look at that, like, team fight going on. Like, they all knew that they were going in together. They were all there, but they just completely get CC'd and just separated.
That engage was really rough because not a lot of members of UCI could follow through closing that distance, obviously. The only person that could be was elated, but there was a Braum in the face of the rest of the team, and they had to decide that Light Pulse goes solo Rise for a little bit, and it did not come through. UCI looking like they could come back, but Syndra used her cooldowns, and that is a good go button for Cal to try and turn it back around, and then it's just murder, she wrote. Draven Oat coming in to say hello, but it's truly Stabsy going to be taking it away. And a Rift Herald. Not something you'd want to see on the opposite side if you're UCI.
That's right. At UCI, you know, it's really hard in that fight for them to do that consistent damage. As that fight was played out pretty long, don't you think?
Yeah, we got to see both the advantage switch back and forth. But we're going to talk about this dive coming out bot.
We're going to flash. CC coming out of Light Pulse and unfortunately going to take down the Braum inside of Cal. Getting that CC onto Draven, but Draven is going to walk away. Another happy man, but not too much as his support does fall to UCI.
Now, we see, is this investment of clearing that Mike Young did going to start paying off? Very aggressive play, bot side, make sure we try and stunt the growth of Cal before it gets too far out of hand. But we were seeing Mike Young, he was going over for the farm. You couldn't really contest that Rift Trail until you got everyone else, so he did his time, trying to build a little bit of a CS lead, but
Light Pulse is going in onto Stabsy here. Cinnamon Bread sending the ult onto Stabsy, but he's just gonna face rush away like the Rise man he is.
Yeah, Rise doing a very good job of not necessarily winning lane, but just not dying. It's kind of like ADC, right? You get more value the longer you are alive, and a character that I thought should have been shut down.
Sending in that ult from the Sejuani doesn't quite get Cinnamon Bread, so he is gonna live another day, but that was a really good attempt.
I think that Cal knows that they can start putting a little more pressure onto the neck of UCI with their boot. They're going to be ready to pick up another dragon. UCI, though, they want to walk up and they're going to face check this Rise. Is it enough damage?
Unfortunately, Rise isn't going to take that much damage from this trade coming out of Cinnamon Bread, but they do have control of the river right now, so maybe Cal Berkeley can try to sandwich these guys in with Rise in the flank over here, but maybe not.
I don't think that Cal want to really stick their hand in the hornet's nest anymore. They do have a very nice lead, in my opinion. Gold is dead even, but right now you got to look at who is carrying the gold in their pockets, and Stabsy is not someone you want to see being like the main antagonist if you're the side of UCI. They just finished Roa. They're going to be feeling very confident, and look over the top side as well. We are going to see the Divine Sunderer on Jim in the Volley Bear. Looking over at bot, there's not a whole lot of wiggle room left except this ult.
The ult coming in from Gorka here in the CC from the Tom Tench. We're going to flash onto J2, and unfortunately he's going to fall to Gorka. And it seems that Braum, unfortunately he's not going to be able to get out either. That is a double kill going to Gorka.
That's a lot of damage. Like, truthfully, I did not expect Bears to be able to dish out so much. They have a bit of a goal lead, though, in comparison. As we watch the rest of this top lane noodle fight, just a little bit of a reset. That, I think, is a really nice way to take the tempo back in UCI's favor. They're going to get a little bit of plating. Mid, okay. Rise is having a field day. Something 1% of the Rise players normally get to have, right? But beautiful CC bot lane.
Wow.
Dodging that Brahmo, crucial in making sure this kill gets secured versus T1, J2. And then after that, it's just cleanup. Mike Young was there as well. Lay a little bit of a hand. And now we're looking at top side.
Oh my goodness. Unfortunately, we have everyone going in here. Cinnamon Bread does get the TP off and Elated, just trying to live as long as he can. He does take down the enemy top laner, but unfortunately, Elated is going to fall here.
Cinnamon Bread at 1v3, very hard. You got a turret. Can you make it happen? No stun to confirm. Flashes the Q away, and now Light Pulse saying, hello, howdy do. We're going to knock up this Rise. I'm going to cash in the check, and that is a shutdown with Mike Young in hot pursuit. I don't think they have enough speed. Those Qs are going to run out of cooldown, and that is going to settle the rest of the fight. So, a little bit of gold exchanging hands once again, and UCI coming away with a 2K gold deficit.
Wow, honestly, that was a really interesting dive going on from both sides of the team there, and especially how they played. That was a great TP coming out of Cinnamon Bread, just trying to save Elated there from that situation. And we have Light Pulse and Mike Young on their way to just, clean up anything, if any. So, honestly, not bad.
Yeah, I think UCI feel a lot better about that fight compared to how they were. That bot lane exchange as well, getting that 2-0 Varus is going to be crucial, I think, in keeping UCI in the game and feeling consistent. Because Mike, yeah, he gave up a kill. He does have Kraken Slayer, though. He does have scaling possibility, and he has 30 or so CS ahead of the Sejuani. Now, yeah, Sejuani doesn't need gold per se, but I mean, you don't want to be staring against a Kindred without some items to, pad your stats a little bit. Now we are going to start path and bot side. There is a very big crack in that bottom turret, and I think UCI wants to hit it with a hammer.
Oh, looking like Mike Young, Cinnamon Red going to the flank onto the Sejuani here. Sejuani just trying to get away, but unfortunately gets flashed on by Mike Young, gets taken down. J2 and his support in here in the bot lane, trying to look for anything or to get out at all. Unfortunately, he's going to fall to Gorka, and that is 2 kills going on to UCI.
And this is the form that we're used to seeing from UCI's roster. Yeah, I'm biased. But they're a very good team, and their macro is where they shine, right? Get someone with a lead, and we start collapsing onto them. So I love how many plays we're starting to make. And honestly, if you're not paying attention and you just randomly say, oh, UCI just happens to have 5 here perfectly when we go to catch the sideway, what happened? It's very, very deliberate on the side of UCI. They are definitely trying to look for these opportunities where they can force a dive, force someone to be overextended, and then capitalize on it. This is, I feel, the game they wanted to play last time, except they had a Draven, and Draven can do damage, but he cannot lock down those characters for the dive the same way Varus can.
That's right. Light Pulse on the Tom Kunch there, going in for that CC each time. Can you see that? That was so insane of him to just CC, lock in all these teammates from Cal Berkeley over there, and it was just really difficult for Cal Berkeley to even get out of that situation because of the CC from the Tom Kunch.
Yeah, taking a couple notes from their playbook of have a nice fun CC button in order to lock down a play. It works, and I'm very happy to see UCI taking advantage of it. This dragon is going to be coming up real soon, and the bot lane of Cal is going to be collapsing.
Oh, unfortunately, Stapsy is trying to get out of that situation, but gets finished by Elated here. That is so, so sad, and unfortunately, you will not be there in the drag fight in time to get that control.
I'm gonna be truthful, you should not get solo killed if you are this Rise in the side lane right now. But another opportunity for killing. These are both some half-health bot laners, and Cinnamon Bread wants to collapse.
Perhaps Gorka can send in the ult or anything at all, but it seems that they are going to secure this mid tower.
Oh, watch out!
But we got Sejuani in the back line, hopping onto Gorka. Cinnamon Bread is able to take down J2. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. And Sejuani, unfortunately, gonna walk away with Mike Young there to save the day.
All right. They're also listening to us. They decided to have the perfect rotation, and Sejuani coming up clean with a nice ult. But it was a trade. I think it's a worthwhile trade. That 0-3 Draven. Sacrifice him to the Wolves. I do not care. Let's look at this solo kill down here. I'm pretty sure just Stabsy assumed they had plenty of room to work with. But that is a Camille. You do not have room to work with in the side lanes. We saw bot lane try to help out, but not enough. Too little, too late. We're looking at Dragon, and still UCI have a pretty good control of this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Stabsy was a bit overextended in the bot lane. I guess he wasn't expecting to be matching the Camille, but the Camille made note of this. Elated just walked in and was like, hey, you're pushing too far, and you're going to get punished for it. And unfortunately, he will fall down to Elated over there.
3-0, 350 gold bounty, and that is going to be Rage Blade completed for Gorka. They're going to have a very, very nice time throughout this game because they got plenty of targets to melt through. Volibear has yet to be seen, truthfully. They are matching side lanes, but they are not being a big, unstoppable bear in the middle of the team fight. It really is giving Elated plenty of time to run around, E forward, but we see a sad B coming from Cinnamon Bread. What's going on? You guys are looking pretty good. I wouldn't think you're sad, but is this dive? Potentially.
Oh, Stabsy is going to flash out and root Elated here. And we're getting TP coming from Cal, potentially to take down Elated. Elated does get that lock in, and the teammates of UCI is coming here to maybe save the day. Unfortunately not. He is going to fall. And we are getting that CC onto Light Pulse with the Volibear ulting over the wall. And the CC from the Bears taking down the Cinnamon Bread over here. And looking like Mike Young just trying to kite his way out with the Volibear on the side. Unfortunately going to CC Mike Young. And they are just all gonna fall on the side of UCI.
Oh my goodness, Jim taking a bite out of that cinnamon bread for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Mike got a kill. That's pretty cool, but they're gonna have to fight 1v4 under this turret. I have my ult, but I got a few seconds left, and that stun is gonna shut them down. That is an ace, ladies and gentlemen, going over to Cal, and they're gonna be very happy taking this top turret and taking some control over this Baron coming forward.
Wow, honestly, what even happened in that fight? There was just so much going on, especially when they were walking a bit too far, and then they have UCI coming in to just try to save the day of Elated, but unfortunately not. And the TP coming from Cal, the responsiveness of this team, these two teams are so incredible.
It truthfully, to me, just felt like overconfidence on that dive. Elated with the W, and on Eden, there's not a whole lot of value. Plus, you're getting TP'd on top of, like, yeah, we have members coming from River, but you're not living long enough, and I don't think you commit that many resources to what could be a very, very scary jungle to re-clear. Now, Cal, very happy with their bounties, reset. They are going to be able to sort of fight each other on fair game. The question is, who's going to blink first? Braum taking a lot of damage. That shield was going off cooldown. Thank you for that Thunder tool tip. I forget what it does sometimes too.
UCI getting control of the river here. I think Cal Berkeley are aware of this, so they are trying to regain the vision, you know, see the positions of UCI and maybe look for something with this Baron objective coming up and up.
That Rift Herald is going to be UCI's signal to say, hey, please walk away from Baron for a little bit. Let us be this big scary ones here. There's still a bit of a goal lead on UCI, and they're taking that top turret, but there's a fight breaking on out.
Getting the TP coming in from Elated over here, getting that lockdown onto the Braum. Unfortunately, he's gonna fall to Gorka, and maybe they will use this opportunity to secure that Baron.
Yeah, they are going to be walking right on over to Baron. It's a very scary team to jump on into. Tom Kenj, so slippery, but Elated is caught in the side, going to use a cooldown to get away. And this is a little bit scary of a fight because now Cal knows this brief window, there is not enough resources for UCI to properly turn on the split up fight. So now we're going to see some action.
Yeah, that's right. And the ult coming on.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness here. And Lightfall's trying to go in for that CC, but unfortunately doesn't quite get anything at all. Cal Berkeley living a long, long life, and they are going to get away.
That was a 3-man stun coming from Cinnamon, but unfortunately there's just not enough range. I guess Camille does not have the cooldowns ready to jump on into that backline, and Cal are gonna be able to walk away. Very scary, and if we look at the ults here, you're gonna be missing some crucial ones. The bot and mid of UCI, nada for this next contention of Baron. Also a dragon coming up soon. Meanwhile, on the side of Cal, yeah, no Sejuani ult, but you have that Braum ult coming up relatively soon, and in a dragon pit, I don't know if you want to fight that as UCI.
Yes, that's right. Stapsy is doing quite a bit of damage and living so long in these teammates to able to use all of his like kit and the Rise abilities to just take down and just melt UCI. It's just really difficult for UCI to get onto that Rise, and he's living a long life.
Right now, we're going on back way to the beginning where we're talking about win conditions, and UCI, it's still relatively the same. They want to fight front to back roughly, try to get value out of that Varus, get the Ginsu stack. Cal, on the other hand, they have alternatives. Side laning with the Rise or team fighting are both very viable options for them. I don't think UCI really want to be side laning with this TP on cooldown, but a little bit of abilities traded, not too much more. They have a Varus that's very close up.
Gorka, you're going to have to be careful of that positioning there. You are in a little bit of a choke, but we have the CC coming out of Cinnamon Bread, so nothing is going to happen until the Drake is going to go down to one of these teams.
Oh, and Mike Young is saying, you're going to coin flip this with me. You are going to fight in my Dragon Pit. We're going to start us off with a Sejuani ultimate, but we're going to come through with the Volley into the backline. Not enough damage. Cinnamon Bread decides to shut down Braum in the rest of this team fight, but T1J2 is going to take away Camille. Now, in this Kindred, everyone's a little bit too low here. You're going to flash right into the face of that Volley Bear. Who's coming for seconds? He's coming for thirds. That is a triple kill. And I will no longer discredit that Volley Bear. He is here, and he is here going to take some people out. We are walking towards that Baron.
That is a strong, strong Bear, and like you said, a triple kill going on to Jim. What do you think happened in that team fight for them to just lose so much control?
Honestly, a little bit early, I was very scared about Gorka's positioning. You pointed it out too. It stabilized, and then people just started dropping. Volibear did a very good job jumping into that backline and making UCI fight a separated fight between both towards mid turret and in the river, and that is not UCI's specialty right now. Oh yeah, Kindred can stall for a little bit. Varus can kind of poke from far range, but if there's a bear mauling into Varus, his bow is not going to know any arrows to hit. And now TP's coming on out for both sides as we're going to take a look at this dragon.
That's right. You know what? Cal Berkeley does have the Baron, and they do have the buff minions to get control of that mid lane over here. And it seems that UCI are trying to use this opportunity to try to regain control as well, but maybe not as good as Cal could be.
Yeah, 5 members of Cal standing strong, the guardians of this next dragon. UCI looks like they're going to sack it and say, let's get as much pressure mid as possible. Can we threaten this mid turret? Can we threaten some vision in the top side jungle? With Baron coming up eventually, I do see a lot of value in trying to control this upper quadrant, but you are going to be put in the same situation. You do not have soul point to threaten for objectives, and that's a big card I feel most teams throw away a little too easily.
That's right, they used that opportunity to get that Drake, and UCI responded by trying to take control of all that top side.
It's a lonely Gorka.
That's right, 4 members of UCI here in the mid lane here, potentially looking for a fight. We have Lightballs walking up, trying to look for something, if anything at all, getting CC'd by Braum, and unfortunately not able to look for anything.
That's a 4v3. Draven's in the side lane versus Camille. That should already be a red flag, but it looks like UCI, they're committed to taking these turrets. Looks like the cavalry is coming through, and you're going to have to eat that Braum ult in the choke.
Oh dear, we got Sejuani coming in here, not looking for anything at all, and Lightballs would unfortunately have to use his flash to just get in position with his team again.
And that's a pretty big cooldown. Tahm Kench does not have a lot of mobility beyond that initial engage. If he jumps in, knocks someone up, granted, you can try and kill him, but you have to hope your team can follow up that big distance. You just closed. 5 members are in the mid lane, cracking at these turrets, looking to start knocking on inhibitor turrets.
That's right, they're sieging, getting in all that gold, and all UCI could really do is just respect it. Honestly, it's really difficult for them to play in this situation, considering that their team comp is a bit like hard on the hard end over here, and we have Cal Berkeley with the Volley Bear, the Sejuani ult, the Braum ult. Again, like these team fighting simplest champions, but they still are so effective in these team fights.
Cal just presses R on the back line. A very notable trend we've seen. And yeah, we have a little bit of difference here. The Tahm Kench can kind of peel, but you're offset by the fact that Tahm Kench wants to engage, he wants to find these picks, and if he accidentally finds you a new team fight to start, you don't have your support in proper position to be the peel god, and Gorka does not have a Kindred ult to save him. He has 1 R press that he probably already used while you were diving on in. Baron will be up soon, and it looks like business as usual for Cal. They don't mind being pushed in because they have a lot of room to work with in team fights.
Yeah, that fight was really difficult for the side of UCI. Even though it was a 4v3, they took too long trying to make a decision, so Sejuani was able to walk up and try to look for a flank, and unfortunately, that would have to burn the flash of life balls.
Yeah, I think it's just hesitation too much when we know UCI has it in them to be fast, be reactive. That is a 4v3. Did they feel like it was a lack of damage? I don't know, because Elated, although he is a solo killing machine bot side, that's a 1v2. Draven's not going to make it to that team fight quick enough, and now we are going to see a little wave, nothing more. Pardon my excitement there.
Unfortunately, nothing more. Mike Young is going to be hovering Elated here in the bot lane, along with Cal Berkeley's Braum support here, hovering over Mr. Volley Bear.
Yeah, give him a little bear hug saying hello as Gorka continues to do wave clear duty. Right now, it looks kind of like last game. Both teams are simmering down, stalling things out. Ooh, Cal, very forward positioning in this jungle compared to where we saw them a couple minutes ago, where they're getting their vision cleared out. Baron was looking very scary, and now Life Pulse, you're the big strong tank. You're gonna face check him, right? You're gonna see who's in our jungle. Not quite. Wards are dropped, and now Light Pulse is calling the backup to play ward detective.
Unfortunately, Cal Berkeley is going to take control of the side of UCI's jungle, so it's going to be really difficult for them to walk into their jungle solo. So,
ping, ping, ping. I've been there too, don't worry. Cinnamon Bread, very forward. This isn't a bait this time, though. This is a 1v4, and I would not walk up that quick. But I'm not challenging. Oh, bye, Volley Bear.
Volley Bear ulting over the wall here, not looking for anything at all, and avoiding Elated and Mike Young and the jungle on the bot side. We did see Cinnamon Bread walk up a little bit too far, but I think he was aware, like, oh, this is kind of spooky, so I'm gonna just back out.
got that map awareness. What he doesn't have, though, is level 17 and Stabsy. Very, very formidable opponent. Just getting stronger as this game goes forward. UCI, they can play around, Varus late game, but they get dwarfed in comparison to a Rise who can push side lane a little bit more effectively. There is a Camille that you have to worry about, but still that wave clear is super fast compared to Varus who has to burn cooldowns and doesn't have an escape option. Rise, yeah, I pressed R, so what? I'm going to be in the side lane again in the next couple minutes anyway, whereas Varus has a flash cooldown.
I think another thing you want to realize is that Cinnamon Bread did take in the Luden's Echo instead of something like Leandri's for like a little overtime damage.
Right.
He went for a full burst, which is really difficult going against like tanks like the Braum or the Sejuani or the Volibear, because you just can't burst those champions. The only thing you need to do is just lock down the Rise and Draven, but even so, the positioning from the Volibear and the Sejuani, it's just really hard to go back onto them.
Baron initiated, elated, first one into the fray here. Braum ult to return, and it looks like Draven ult is going to come on through. Rise ultimate is going to be used to just escape, and we're going to simmer down on that thought. I'll let you take back the PvP reins, because that fight is not a fight in of itself.
That's right. Looking like Braum is a little bit too low, and we are poking down, and we're getting that flash over and gone.
That was bold.
Wow. That was crazy. He just completely, that reaction time just completely ignored the Sejuani ult.
Yeah, like, even if you hit that ult, right, your team's already pathing towards this Drake here, and it looks like they will be giving up Baron to UCI, who is more than happy to take this crumb of objective. Instead, Cal will take over the dragon, threaten Soul Point, threaten to steal, but not quite, as the Sejuani's forced to run away.
Unfortunately, Sejuani is not able to secure this Baron, but it is secured by UCI, so let's see what they can do with this, as Cal Berkeley is going to walk up and try to take down Cinnamon Bread, as he is a little bit too far.
I've seen this before.
He's getting that CC and unfortunately doesn't get caught out, but they are still going to try to look for something and try to chase. With Sejuani here coming in, CCing onto Cinnamon Bread, and a fight breaks out. Fortunately, he's going to get bursted by Gorka here, but the Volibear is going to come in, going for that CC. Lifepool's trying to step out of here too, with J2 taking down Elated. Oh no, but the fight is continuously going through as the flash from the light poles goes in and takes down one member of Cal Berkeley. Unfortunately, Stabsy trying to walk away here with Mike Young, progressively queuing in onto these champions, and it's just really easy for UCI to just take down one and just completely just keep going. Like,
get out of my face trying to stop our Baron buffs. UCI feeling very happy being able to secure that. They're going to TP top, and they're going to be looking to take inhibitor turrets for sure. That cooldown on the timer of Rise, 35 seconds and counting, so for sure. UCI is going to secure a big piece of the map, and I think Cal, they don't really have much of an answer anymore.
That was a really big bait coming from Cinnamon Bread. I think he was aware that his team was there, so he's like, oh, maybe on 5, maybe we look for something here. And Cal Berkeley was so confident. They're like, we're going to lock down Cinnamon Bread, we're going to take him down, and then we'll take the rest of UCA. But unfortunately, it did not go their way.
100% I agree. Cinnamon Bread played that very properly. We're not done though.
Not done though, but another fight breaks out with the Braum all going through. Lifefall's trying to save Gorka, and unfortunately gets taken down by J2. We're trying to get the lock-in with the Kindred here, with the ult going through. Unfortunately, nothing much other than Lifefall's gonna go down, which is not too bad.
Teams are scared in these fights. That was a lot of hesitation from them. And I think although Cal did try to recover from that engage, UCI did a very good job saying this fight, they just reset. We're gonna take it very easy. And going 1-for-1 on the supports, I could take it any day of the week, honestly. Right now, it's just a matter of Cal trying to reestablish dominance in that jungle, while UCI, they pat themselves on the back on a job well done taking that top turret. They're gonna buy some items, and now we have some scary contenders in these side lanes.
Looks like Cinnamon Bread is gonna be a happy bee, as Lightpulse did sacrifice himself to save the members of UCI. Be a very happy guy.
I'd be happy too if I didn't have to die in a team fight. Yeah, both supports are going to reset. No real objective fight as of this very moment. There is a little Kindred stack in the bottom right of the map. You can see it on red buff by Sejuani, taking a trip to make sure it's secured. Let's look at that jungle difference in CS right now, though. That is a very, very sizable lead. Getting ready, and we have 7 stacks on the Kindred, so they are cruising on through. Guardian Angel on Aleda as well, so he's gonna be more than happy to just dive on and be that, I guess, sacrificial lamb, because he's gonna be coming right back up.
I still think it's anyone's game though, considering that they do have like 2 team fighting type comps, and they are pretty hesitant to look for any fights at all. So seeing how they play these fights, trying to look for engages, trying to look for who to focus, it's really important for either team, especially if they are trying to like continuously go up in these games.
Yeah, both teams showing a lot of respect in the posturing of these last couple team fights. We see that UCI has a little bit of room to breathe. They have that Tom Kinch to sort of run up and tank Braum Qs, but you don't have that much beyond Camille all-inning. Maybe Sinjo gets a snare here.
Cinnamon Bread is going to look for something, but Angry Bee unfortunately does not get anything out of it at all. So members of UCI are going to walk away.
Not much to do still. It is just a waiting game. And Cal, I think they're really doing a good job of recovering vision in the jump. It's something really boring, especially as a viewer to listen to the commentator. But truthfully, right, if you're able to reestablish that presence when this Drake's starting to come up, it gives you a lot more time to run to the objective, especially when you have such a good team fight. You have the Brahmo. If Braum can initiate very early, but he knows that, hey, I can just run straight here, no face check, that makes it very easy to make it a coin flip. Whereas UCI, like, yeah, getting face checked into would be beneficial to them. They could hit the Varus, so you still have a lot of opportunities for Volibear jumping into the backline. Sejuani hitting all on grouped up people. You can't really play those bush games if you're facing against the Sedge. We're gonna, magic voices in my head, we're gonna hit a quick little pause here. You know, take a break in the action. No objectives up anyway. So what are you feeling?
Honestly, another thing I noticed is that Rise did pick up that Merc Trust instead of the Magic Pen boot. Maybe would that tenacity be okay for him, considering that he did have Phase Rush and he was able to like free form in these fights? I don't really think the tenacity boots was able to do much in these situations, but it can be debatable.
Yeah, I would say that granted more damage with the pen boots or something else, you could argue for it. I think they're playing very, very safe. In my opinion, like, I would ego, I would buy the damage, and I would simply kill 1v5. However, in this competitive environment, I think they're just saying, like, we need to just be as safe as possible. Yeah, you're sacking some damage. We need you to stay alive for these fights. And now we have a really scary game, because both teams are going to be threatening that Dragon Soul real soon, but that inhibitor coming down.
Looking like an ult going from Stabsy, taking his team up and taking down that inhibitor. While UCI did get that Drake, Cal Berkeley was able to respond to this and just shove mid and just take down that inhib tower and be like, oh, if you're taking this, I'm gonna take this.
And that harkens back to the point we were making. If you have Dragon Soul, you are forcing the enemy team to start playing for dragons consistently. And that means we are giving up this temporary inhibitor that will eventually respond for a Dragon Soul point that, if they get those permanent stats, is not something to be too happy about. So I really like that. Now, though, both teams can threaten Soul. And it's a question of, right, do we sack Soul for the Baron? Do we go try to hit Nexus turret? It's a very scary situation. UCI, actually, in CLO top 4 last season, they had a very scary situation as well. They sacked the Dragon in order to go for Baron, and they were not able to close out that series. So maybe a little bit deja vu. These are a little bit of a new roster going forward, and now we see the members of UCI grouping up, ready to fight.
That's the thing. It's really scary to have that open inhib because if you have the objectives, such as the Drake, such as the Baron, Cal Berkeley can use that opportunity to be like, oh, I'm just going to shove and just try to end the game. Like, it's just really difficult for UCI to just continuously build that pressure while looking for these objectives.
Right. And now it is a middle inhibitor. Everyone says that that's the fool's inhibitor to take very easy waves to catch. It's not a side lane and it takes away resources. But I think for one, that was all Cal could get in that scenario. The side lanes just aren't as pushed in for Cal as they UCI has. Taking that top inhibitor, I think, is going to be huge. But forget inhibitor talk.
A fight going down in the Baron over here with the ult coming out of the Braum. The CC going out onto the Sejuani with Mike Young, popping that ultimate to save his team. That was so beautiful.
But this is a front-to-back team fight. This was what I was calling the win con for UCI, and they did not win anything in the slightest. They are forced to reset and stare at a Baron. Maybe not full reset. Maybe we'll take another quick peek.
That's right. Maybe they want to look for this Baron. Elita does have GA. Oh, unfortunately, they are not able to steal the Baron, but the Volibear is going to go over the wall to lock down the team of UCI here. UCI is living not too long, though, with Stabsy coming here to save the day. Jimball taking another one down. This fight is just really, really unfortunate. They are not able to do as much damage, but Stabsy does fall. So this is really 50-50 fight going on. Another one going on to Mike Young. It's a 3v3 situation. Can they get this? Can Cinnamon Red chase down J2 over there?
So many people being chased down. Volibear is gonna smack that frog, catfish, whatever it's called, out of the sky and gonna make sure that Mike Young takes this 1v1, but that shut down in their pockets. Ping's going over to their base. There are, I think, super minions ramming on into it, but that was a very, very scary exchange. I honestly thought we saw a little bit of a Guma UC cosplay stealing that Baron, but nope, that is secured by the blue side. Taking a look here, you can already see UCI trying for the steal, not quite, and then it's just a clean up. Those members were low health. I admire Cal just being pulling the trigger and not trying to secure the Baron, but the problem is Mike Young very, very confidently kiting on the sideline. None of the backline damage dealers can really hit Cinnamon Bread, so he's free to use rotations on the Sejuani, on the Volibear, and then Mike Young can clean it up. That E from Draven, not enough.
That's right. Look at that spacing from the Kindred, from Mike Young, and just completely just spacing out the Draven, spacing out the team of Cal Berkeley. And it's just so well played of how he's playing the Kindred and just kiting them out. Here, even, he does not get locked down by the Volibear and just completely spaces out from the team of Cal Berkeley. It's just so beautiful.
Definitely. We have a game on our hands once again. Shut down from that Draven is going into the pockets of UCI as well. There is still only a 2K gold lead between these two teams. However, the bounties now rest with Mike Young and Cinnamon Bread, who are already high priority targets in Cal's Engage going forward. So let's see how quickly you can dodge these Volibear ults and these Sejuani ults.
Yeah, it's very scary considering that we do have Soul Void coming up in a little bit, not too long. And it's looking like we're sieging mid lane out here from Cal Berkeley. Getting the ult from the Braum with the ult from the Volibear. Unfortunately, gonna take down Elated. Gets locked down. Cinnamon Bread, you're not in position at all. Will fall as well. Mike Young here trying to savage anything for his team along with Gorka and Light Pulse. Unfortunately gets that CC but cannot flash out. The Kindred all going off. Light Pulse is going to fall down to Stabsy here. And can anything happen for UCI at all? Unfortunately not. Every member of UCI is taken down. And this is looking like a game 2 going on to Cal Berkeley.
Wow.
Actually.
That was a very well-played team fight from Cal. Credit where credit is due. Completely acing UCI. And we saw a little bit of the same. You have Tom Kent who has to kind of make a 50-50. Do I start initiating or do I come into the back line? Meanwhile, Mike Young doesn't have any room to breathe. That ult not stalling long enough. So that is going to be a 2-0 in favor of Cal, something I didn't think I would have to say.
Honestly, they played really, really well, especially Mike Young, considering that he wasn't able to secure the win for the team, but his spacing in these team fights on the Kindred was just so crazy to me. But unfortunately, with Cal Berkeley and their lockdown from the Volibear, it just made it so difficult for them to maybe come back and try to trade back in these team fights. It was just a lockdown, oh, you're dead, and then you're dead too.
And I think I really liked how UCI was looking in that mid game where we saw the dive with the Varus early on past the tier 1 turret in bot lane. That was exactly what I wanted to see. UCI macroing very well, positioning 5 people and getting a kill. The problem was as the game went on, the win conditions for Berkeley became so much easier to obtain. It is don't let Rise die. And he was blowing people up. Syndra has the same sort of idea. Don't die, let my cooldowns come up, but it's a really tricky thing to do when you have Sejuani Volibear. And even when UCI had that front-to-back fight where they could have taken advantage of both the Varus and the Kindred near Baron Pit, they all got half health, 1/4 of their health just completely obliterated, and then they had to say, all right, reset, we'll try to recontest. That was a really good fight where they did recontest, but I think that was going to be the story of the whole game. These team fights just did not have enough damage for UCI.
That's right, Rise was able to sustain so much with the front to back, the Volibear, the Sejuani, and Rise, he's just a happy, dandy little man, just setting in those combos over and over and over, off a cooldown, rotations. But it's really difficult for Cinnamon Bread because he doesn't have that consistent damage compared to a champion such as Rise.
Yeah, and again, Rise, very, very capable hands. He was in this game. We saw the damage. Even though he did build Merc Treads, he was a little bit safer. He was just a force to be reckoned with. And although way early, we saw a late solo kill him. That was before, Rise got 3 items. And it's the same thing, a late game scaling character that has plenty to do. But we can already see the teams shaking hands, waving hello to each other. That was the series.
That's right, that was the series with Cal Berkeley winning 2-0 against UCI. honestly, that's really interesting to see the Tom Kench from Light Pulse in the ball lane over there. I was just trying to remember the username, but I feel like the Tom Kench was really strong early. He was able to lock down so many champions and like was able to, bring Gorka up a couple of leads in the early game.
He had a lot of opportunities to find value. He definitely was able to make plays happen, and I don't think that Tom Kench was a problem in the draft. It was very good when it was being used. The problem was just as the game progressed, it seemed like people were running out of steam in a way. Like people were like, I don't want to have these fight this. I kind of want to be safe. And granted, yeah, you want to be safe. It's LAN. You're on match point essentially, but you can't do much if Rise is scaling. So look at that.
It was such a close game, actually. 26 to 26 kills. And look at that gold lead there. Only a 2K gold lead coming from UC Berkeley at the end there.
And I can say, like, a lot of that gold was in the pockets of, like, the right people. Like, Syndra having that much should be destroying people. That you mentioned it earlier, that Luden's Echo, yeah, it can burst down people, but Rise eventually scales up some health pretty well. They're not going to get one shot. So you're really saying, I'm going to devote my entire Mythic to maybe killing Draven, and I don't know how much it worked out for them. Syndra had 4 items, and the fact that we weren't feeling it really goes to show that itemization was iffy.
Wow, that was very, very well played on the side of Cal Berkeley. Honestly, I didn't expect it out of the Rise. I thought it would be like a little like, not really like with Cinnamon Bread, just like, oh, let's lock in this person. But Rise is just like, oh, I'm gonna keep doing this and this and this and this. It's just progressive like cooldowns and rotations. It's just so strong.
Right. If you had to pinpoint like one spot in that game where you think was the turning point, could you name one? Like, honestly, for me, that looked like a very close game up until everyone died at the end.
That's right. It was really difficult to pinpoint a single spot because the fights kept going back and forth. I just saw like the prolonged fight in the top lane and the dive coming from Elated with his teammates over there. It's just a lot of things just going back and forth, and it's just like it was really hard to dictate who was gonna take in this like lead.
Right. It was very wishy-washy. You can't even go buy gold leads because, yeah, Cinnamon Bread is the one that has all the money. That doesn't do an accurate reflection of the rest of the game, especially if Syndra's zoned out most of the fight. You have to worry about the Volibear engage. So good stuff. I think the composition was a very good step in the right direction from UCI. If we had a best of 3, if we had a bracket reset, yeah, sure. I could definitely see enough changes happening in Champ Select, but that is going to be UCI getting knocked out of the rest of the running, and Cal moving on to face San Diego.
That's right. I think, as we realize, like Cal Berkeley, they did play the same like simplest like champions for team fighting, such as like the Braum, the Sejuani, the Volibear, just like these like amazing team fighting champions to just lock down a person. And Mike Young trying his best to get that Kenji to prolong these fights, but unable to make up for it.
And the same thing too, like UCI accounted for that in a way. They drafted things that should, shred through these bruisers. The problem was just there was no team fights where I thought UCI was like, this is a very simple over and done team fight in our favor. Everything was wishy-washy. Yeah, let's start trying to turn it. Let's try and outplay the mechanics. We saw, again, Mike Young gets a lot of credit for playing that Kindred so well. But the problem is you're not going to get gifted those opportunities. And it's very easy for Cal, even if it's not always the right decision, to just press R on a team fight and start off with that initiative.
Yeah, that was beautifully well done on the side of Cal over there. And I want to talk about that UCI did have the responsive macro, especially in the early, going for that back flank onto the 2 members of Cal in the bot lane. Even though they secured that, they weren't really able to do much with that opportunity. So honestly, very disappointing, but well done to Cal.
Yeah, one school signs my checks. One team is going to move on to the next part of the bracket. We are waiting to get a nice interview from one of the players really soon. I wonder who it would be. Who would you think is the MVP of that specific series of matches?
I'd definitely say Stabsy.
Stabsy.
Considering that he was able to prolong these fights and do so much damage with his rotation of cooldowns. But even Jim in the top lane just running in, just sending in that all 4 face. What a tanky bear.
No, he was almost an unsung hero for a second. I thought this was just a side lane Volibear, not grouping, not doing much. And then immediately, I'm going to get a triple kill. Please shut up. And it's commendable, right? Because now you have sort of a backline threat with Sejuani. It's relying on the ult. Now, Volibear is something I must deal with now. And there weren't enough tools for UCI to both play aggressive, make decisions, and attack, while still having that backline protection, which you need in a front-to-back team fight in a way. Having, I think, only one sort of tank is really ruining UCI's chances to have like a consistent team fight.
Yeah, that's right. It was really difficult for, even though you have a bruiser such as Camille, like a really strong side laner, there's really not much you can really do in these team fights aside from locking down the backline like Ryze or the Draven. But unfortunately, if you're gonna get taken down by these Volibear and Sejuani, like these tanky champions, you're not able to reach them, you're just gonna instantly die.
Right. There's just no way around it, essentially. I think that we covered everything. We looked at every little lane. Jungle, I think you can't, there's not a whole lot of leeway, I feel, with UCEI. They want to play these more carry-oriented junglers, and more power to them. The problem, I guess, is when you get scenarios just like this where you're getting beaten by the simple stat stick that's going to press R. And truthfully, beyond changing that aspect, I guess, yeah, you would have to shove maybe an Ornn top side. Someone that, yeah, you can side lane, but you have a piece of utility to make these fights not super macro-oriented. But we are going to be going over to that interview in a second right here, going on in like a couple seconds. I'm excited.
Yeah, we'll see you soon.
So tense. It was so back and forth against UCI. Really, what was going through your mind through the
First off, I was really nervous because I was playing Volibear, which is statistically not a good champion for top lane.
Yeah.
And I've never played him in any solo queue games, even in scrims and practice. I've tried him out, but they never succeeded. So I was really worried on playing him today main stage. But then after they picked Camille, I was really left with no option. And my coach really believed in me. He was like, Jim, go for it. You got this. So I decided, sure, why not? And then I was really nervous throughout the whole game. But then laning went really well for me, and I was really happy with that. And then we won the first skirmish top side, and I was really happy about that. I was really confident. And then I started getting a little shaky because we lost a couple more fights after, and then we're actually behind. It was like, I remember it was 6-11 at one point. And at that point, I was like, okay, because Volibear is a champion that if you're behind, you can't get ahead again. So I was so nervous. But then we started playing team fights again, and then we played them really well. They were kind of always divided, and we picked them off one by one instead of going full on 5v5. And because of that, we started winning more team fights, we started getting more objectives, and then we just kept this tempo, kept this snowball, and we kept rolling. And then eventually, the Baron fight, I feel like...
Yeah, that was a big one, wasn't it?
I think the biggest turning point was the first Baron, was when we killed their jungler, and then we just decided to shoot the gun. That was the first part. But then after that, it was still such a close game.
Oh, yeah.
Because like I saw like that last Baron fight, even though we got the Baron and then we got like initial pick, we just didn't have enough burst to kill all of them. And in the end, it was, I think I had 2 players alive and we had 1 player alive. Yeah. And at that point, we knew that like, okay, we definitely have like the power to win. It's just we have to play better. Yeah. And then luckily in the last fight in mid lane, we just luckily found a pick on Varus with blew his Fash, and then we just were able to find a free engage on the Camille with her GA down. And then at that point, it was just easy cleanup. And then I won versus Irvine.
I can imagine the nerve like up here the entire game, but that makes the victory so much sweeter. Do you have anyone to shout out, Jim?
My team, first of all, my coach, my manager, they've been so helpful towards us just growing, developing as a team, and obviously being able to help us get here and do all of this. And then for my players back at home, I guess my mom, hi, Joel, and any other people watching, thank you so much for supporting me.
Oh, lovely to hear. Thank you. Thank you again for this interview, and congratulations on the win against UCI. Really hard won, so amazing to you. Back to you, Caster.
Thank you, Janine, for that. We can win, we can just need to play better. I don't think there's any better advice than that, but you can tell he's riding the high of that victory, and that's really heartwarming. They're going to be moving on to face San Diego in the finals. Don't go anywhere. We got some nice, good highlights coming through, but for this game, it is going to be a highlight package ready. In this game, it's going to be Jamela Asprin-Hopkins signing off with
Kimmy Allen Wynn. See you guys soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at the finals. Now, I know that was a long, long break. We didn't really see it coming. We had a little bit of a medical emergency with one of the players on UC Berkeley, but our condolences to them. They're feeling okay now. They're going to be okay, but they have a remote player coming in to play as their jungler. So we will continue on with the finals. We know it's getting late. We're going to try to wrap things up rather quickly. Not wrap up, but, get into this game rather quickly.
We're going to have UCSD versus UC Berkeley for this final here. Not what everyone was expecting. UCI is going to take an early loss to UC Berkeley. So Berkeley with the upset coming into this match, they were seeded third, so it's still not too crazy that they did beat them. But UCI was seeded as that second seed, so it's cool to see UC Berkeley come out here.
It is. All the luck to all the other teams next year. But this finals, UC Berkeley, UC San Diego. We're going to get into it very soon as we get this pro draft completed. It is already complete, but we're just waiting on the players to hop into this lobby. And we'll get you guys into a game very, very soon. But highlighting the night, sort of. We're getting in the finals now. Did you have any, fun moments? I know we won't
fun
have the
moments,
replay,
there was that pentakill coming out of UC San Diego to finish that best of 3 against UCLA earlier in the tournament. They did already play UCLA actually prior to that online in the previous round. So it was kind of interesting to see that rematch. UCLA was able to take a game and then they reverse swept back. It was pretty interesting to see. I thought that second game was really close and then UCSD kind of pulled ahead at a certain point. We've been seeing a weird disappearance of Yumi.
Right?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't get it.
It's a very strong champion, but has not showed up even once. It hasn't even been banned. People have been hovering it all night, but no one's been able to pick it. We've seen the Zeri come out without the Yumi, which was kind of interesting to me, and I was a little bit questioning of it, but they made it work, so I don't really blame them too much, but the Ashe did come out as a counter pick, and that was very powerful, so yeah, it's just surprising. Yumi on, at least I was watching the Demacia Cup for LPL, and then Yumi Zeri was in almost every game, and pretty dominant, honestly. We've been seeing the Lucian ban, of course. Yes. Lucian Nami still a good combo, so just going over these bot lane combos that are pretty strong, and we're going to see the draft come up super quickly. They're doing a blind draft just to get us into game quicker after that delay, so we're going to see a bunch of champs come out. We're going to see a Kassadin, very interesting, coming from the mid lane. Do you have any insight on that?
I'm seeing a lot of similarities on the side of UCSD. We saw them play this Viego Sejuani earlier, as well as this Karma with that Zeri. So no surprise there. I think Kassadin can be really good into Ryze. They kind of both want to play this scaling matchup. It's also somewhat safe post 6 on this Kassadin.
Yeah.
Get away from these Graves ganks. I think they're going to have a big problem dealing with Draven, though. Their only real access is Sejuani, as it looks like. And with a character like Maokai, all these characters standing in front of this Draven, going to be really hard to land that glacial prison on him.
Yeah. Interesting. The Kassadin angle, I think, comes from how strong Rod of Ages is right now.
Okay.
After it got buffed, every champ's really, really good with it. Ryze, we've been seeing all tournament today. Because Rod of Ages got buffed, I think the stats just got too good to kind of compromise. Ryze usually typically sits around like a 42%.
Right.
Now he's like risen to 48 or so, which is actually extremely high for Ryze. He has not seen this in years. So that's a pretty big power pick here. We're going to see a Graves, which is also pretty interesting. I know there's the Malphite blinking right now, and we're going to get to that in just a second, but the Graves is an interesting pick. He's not the strongest jungler, but when you have comfort on this Graves, you're going to pick it. So do you have any thoughts on that?
No, that's pretty much it. The Malphite does get locked in. It's a kind of a nullifying landing to Sejuani. They can't really kill each other. They both sit up there like the rocks that Malphite really is, I do believe. I think team fights are interesting. Xayah has a lot of survivability against Malphite, right? The ult's obviously countering the Malphite unstoppable force, but it's the only real backline access that UC Berkeley has. So it's going to be really easy for Xayah to play around it and kite out their team fight. Yeah,
the Wombo combo for the side of UC Berkeley is going to be very interesting. They have the Maokai to layer on the front of that, I think it's like a secondary engage. You have the Malphite for the snap engage. That's just going to go hard. And you have a lot of consistent damage coming out of Graves, Ryze, and Draven. So it's going to be kind of a push and pull. You want the disengage out of that Karma, Mantra E, and then as well as the Xayah ult coming out. Kassadin also a lot of maneuverability, able to dodge around these CCs. So it's kind of like a game of inches in these longer fights where we're looking for kind of extended fights. I'm not going to expect any bursty fights. Yeah, the Malphite might be able to pick up a couple, but I don't think there's enough instant damage to take down kind of like pretty tanky members. Viego, usually pretty tanky. Kassadin with that Rod of Ages is pretty tanky as well. And then the Sejuani on top with those shielding from the Karma. So it's going to be a pretty kind of close match. I don't have a particular team I'm leaning towards too much. It's kind of unpredictable, especially Viego is always an X factor, something that is very interesting to me. I don't think he's the strongest he's ever been for sure, but he always provides that structure like, oh, I can always use him as a win con kind of character. Meanwhile, on the side of UC Berkeley, I'm other than the Draven being an early power point, I'm not seeing something that will allow them to pull ahead very quickly. Graves kind of lost a lot of his early game strength coming into this season. So, you know, kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, honestly, the more you talk about it, the more I like UCSD's comp a lot more. They kind of look more well-rounded. They have decent team fight with this Kassadin and Xayah. They have disengage with the Viego and Xayah as well. It's kind of just well-rounded. Plus, UC Berkeley doesn't have the means to, as you said, blow up these characters. They lack the burst damage besides Draven. Unless like this Rise gets crazy far ahead, I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of damage. But they need early game to go really well, I think, and I think we're going to have to look at bot lane especially for that.
Yeah.
Maokai Draven is pretty strong if they can get on top of this Karma especially. Should be a free kill every time, especially Draven having cleanse. It's so hard to slow down even if you do hit that Xayah root. So I think early game's going to matter a lot. We should see a lot of action in the bot lane, I want to say. But honestly, UC San Diego's comp has my vote.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Xayah is actually one of the few champs that benefited from the buff to Navori's Quickblade. You know, almost every other ADC goes Infinity Edge. Because the cooldown reduction doesn't benefit that many ADCs, but Xayah in particular really benefits off of it. So that's probably why we're seeing her, at least, you know, it gives a lot of survivability, the fact that your cooldowns are so low. That E can come up like every 2 seconds if you're really autoing a lot. It's pretty crazy. So that's kind of why it's so strong. The only other ADC that could possibly go it, but it's sometimes not worth it for the damage sake, is like Lucian.
Okay.
But even then, you don't want to see that too much. So it's really just Xayah. We've actually been seeing a bit of her con even, just because Xayah's decently strong. Gotcha. Definitely stronger than she's been all last year.
Okay.
So that's definitely pretty interesting. And then we've been seeing pretty high Draven priority, surprisingly.
We really have with Gorica and UCI versus UC Berkeley. Yeah, that was.
And then the takeaway the next game by UC Berkeley, and we're seeing it again, Draven right here. You know, I think in the previous match actually, Berkeley first picked the Draven. I'm not sure if that was just from Pro Draft or that's the order they went with, but it did seem like they were going for a first pick there, which is, I don't know if it's misconstrued. What do you think about this Draven?
It's something. It's kind of a flavor pick, right? Like it's not necessarily. It's not a bad pick at all. It's not an incredibly strong pick in the meta. It's if you can perform on it well, it can stop. It can act like a solo queue game where you get crazy far ahead. You're doing unstoppable damage. I don't think his laning is bad. He has a little bit of that self peel with the E.
Yeah.
He can kite around pretty well with his Blood Rush as well. I don't mind it. I like it. It's exciting. You can kind of snowball. Really good siege. Really good objective taking as well in these early dragons. I'm a fan of the Draven.
Okay. I'm a fan too. You know, I think he provides a lot of structure because he has like strong points in the game that kind of match what you'd kind of want. You have a Rise and a Malphite, not exactly particularly good early games. So and Lucian was almost definitely banned. So, you know, that list of strong early game ADCs really gets shrunk as soon as Lucian, and I imagine Varus was also probably taken off the board. We didn't get to see the bans, but that's what I'd imagine.
Right.
So then that leaves not too many champs in this pool that are very strong early. That leaves like Caitlyn, Lux, and it seems we're going to hop into game here. We are going to have our first match of the grand finals of UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. It's going to be UCSD versus UC Berkeley.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen, what you've all been waiting for. It's been a long day of League of Legends, and we're getting right into it nonetheless. We got a little bit of top shenanigans, maybe looking for that early ward. It's very common that you see these teams going for these early wards, just get a little bit of information for themselves, a little bit of an advantage. Speaking of an advantage, Malphite maybe in a place he shouldn't be in, gets a little movement speed there from Sejuani, but the Q start is going to knock him back just a little bit. Mr. Maokai and Draven unexpectedly here on the top side. Flash from Malphite, locks down Millennium Baby. He drops so low so quickly, and he's going to fall first blood to Draven. This is huge. This is the action you want to see in the early game.
Yeah, the Draven able to cash in early. You know, didn't have any stacks, but, you know, you hear that cha-ching that Draven hits with, and then, you know, that's kind of what you want to see. I just talked about it, how Draven is that early game champ that you want to play around. So getting an early kill, that was actually super smart pathing out of the bot lane from UC Berkeley. They kind of wrapped around onto the Sejuani. You know, it kind of looked for a second there like Malphite was the one that was caught, but it was actually Sejuani all along. Kind of a mix-up there. But we're just going to see a little bit of contention in this bot side river as Karma's looking to get any stacks on that Spell Thief's edge.
Yeah, she's going to earn herself 60 gold right there, no problem. And a health pot off of Maokai too. Not a bad start to the lane. I think Draven having this longsword can hit pretty hard, as we see right here. He slams Karma for 2 auto attacks. Not too shabby, but Xayah does a pretty good job at poking out early, right, with those Qs?
Yeah. Xayah's lane prio is not the best early until, because you don't want to waste that E, especially early on, for the early lane control, because as soon as that E's down, it gives opportunity for snap engages by the Maokai. But the Maokai crucially does not have flash, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to put a lot of pressure down here. Draven, unless they handshake, of course, anything, but we're going to see a level 2 early coming out of the side of UC San Diego, but not going to get the kill here. So now Xayah's in a really good spot, able to root Draven, takes him out, and then the Maokai's also going to fall here. There's nothing that he can do. Proto's just going to secure the kill to ensure his life, and that's going to be an early level 2 push, able to work out for UCSD, but UC Berkeley, you know, they had that lead from the Draven, and now the Draven has kind of lost it completely. Now the wave's going to get shoved into that bot lane, and it's going to be a pretty rough position for UC Berkeley.
Yeah, honestly, don't love to see that. They timed that level 2 so well walking up. It looked like Karma was maybe running it just a little bit, but hitting that level 2 was crucial. Draven still had cleanse up. Maybe he could have cleansed the Karma Ignite, something like that.
No, the positioning out of Xayah was really good there. Made sure that there was no way that Draven could get out after he flashed in for that kill. So just good awareness coming out of Shizomacy. Sorry, it's a hard name to pronounce.
It really is, and that's okay. We're going to mispronounce it a couple times, and then we're going to move on. It's okay. Apologies if we're saying that wrong. But Graves on this top side here, looking to secure this top side scuttle. Viego moving towards the bot line. Scuttle going to be A-okay, but Maokai's there to give him some contention.
Yeah, we're going to have Sejuani in the bush again, but just going to get spotted out by that ward. You know, can't really walk up here knowing that their jungler is bot lane, but we're going to see Karain getting a little bit aggressive on this bot side. Going to get chased out by Protoss here.
Wonderful
King Clueless is going to, yeah, King Clueless is just going to flash onto him just to secure that kill, and now Draven's just going to have to walk away here with no support. So that's actually just another kill going over to the side of UC San Diego. This is definitely what you want to see. I think with that Cassidon, you have a lot of scaling as well. So you're kind of both sides have a lot of that pressure going towards the bot lane. Obviously, top lane, I think Sejuani has a little bit more pressure pre-6, but after going down 1 death, so not going to want to see too much, especially you want to curb this Draven. That is particularly strong for the side of UC Berkeley.
Absolutely. It's so hard for him to play the game with a flash by Xayah, but the E not going to be enough to get him out of there. Yes, it will be. Now that we have Maokai for the re-engage, just going to get Draven out of here. It's so hard for him to farm right now. The wave is not too hot. If they find this freeze, it can be really problematic for him in the future. You talked about Malphite being weak as well. He really does lack that damage early game. Right?
Yeah.
He's just a rock. He doesn't do a whole lot except be tanky. Kind of a common theme with that character, but that's A-okay because Sejuani does a very similar thing. So they're just going to sit up there, but King Clueless here, a little sneaky lane gank might be kind of good.
Yeah, there is that ward in that bottom bush, so probably going to get spotted out here, but we do see a response out of Dark Lord 70, who did get subbed in for this match in particular. So maybe Graves is a comfort pick for this particular sub, and then also, you know, it's kind of hard for the Draven Maokai to play if Maokai is constantly getting caught. We have a double range coming out of UC San Diego. Always a lot of prio in these lanes, especially Karma. You know, earlier in the day we saw a Varus Karma, which isn't my favorite combo, but we can get into that on another topic. But either way, the Karma provides poke, shielding, everything you'd want in an early laning phase. Also some CC for lockdown, especially when you have a jungler that has some CC in their kit already. So that's kind of what you're seeing on this game in particular.
Absolutely. This Ryze Cassidon mid matchup is something you always love to see. Ryze has so much fire early, but hang on, we got Viego just a little bit aggressive here in the Dark Lord's jungle. Dark Lord does get that smite off, I believe, so...
Yeah, that's a lot of the gold going over to Graves there. Gonna deny some space. You know, the Karma had a free walk up off the pacing of the bot lane from UC San Diego. That UC Berkeley had to take a reset a little bit earlier, so Karma's just going to walk up towards that top side, so Viego just gets to walk in for free. So good thing that Dark Lord was able to smite that to get most of the gold back. And he's just getting denied by Protoss. Protoss is always there, you know, good looks from that player.
Yeah, he's matching Dark Lord's tempo really, really well. He knows exactly where he is at all times. Love to see it. It's something that's very frustrating as a jungler, but we're looking towards this dragon down here. We could get the observers, unfortunately, but looks like it will be over pretty much for free because it's such a nicely shoved wave by Cal.
Yeah, Viego just gets spotted on the top side ward, so they're just going to all move down towards that dragon here, and they're just going to get it for free. This is a very good sign I always think first Dragon's pretty important. It's good that they get it kind of early in the game, so you could start that stacking. The next Drake, it seems, probably going to be a point of contention, I'd imagine, since the bot lanes are a big focus from this game. Right. And the Ryze has a very easy movement towards the bot lane, so I expect action to come down pretty soon off these rotations coming out of the mid.
Absolutely. He's going to have this prio for a long, long time in the mid lane until Castle maybe hits level 11. Maybe hits 2 items he needs before he can really contest Ryze, because Ryze may kind of seem like a burst mage, but he has a lot of good faults in his sustained fighting, which is not bad at all. I didn't see him miss anything. Everything's fine. But yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of Dragon play this game. Maybe a little bit slower unless Protoss manages to find a route on Draven again. But with Maokai standing in front of him like this, it's going to be real difficult. But Protoss is playing so well this game.
Yeah, Protoss really controlling the map here. Yeah. That's really what you want to see. He is level 4, so a little bit lower, but those ADCs were able to get up to that level 6 pretty soon. But then we're going to see a walk towards the mid lane. We're getting a lot of pings onto King Clueless here. We're going to have to have flash out of Karain to try and set up this play. He's going to try and ult out of there, but Draven's going to try and follow. He's looking for his stacks right now, but we're going to have the Ryze to follow, but I don't know if they have enough damage, and King Glue's going to go down by the flash by Stabsy. So just getting pinched there. He was looking for a gank mid, but turns out he was the target all along.
Yeah, a little bit of a misstep there from Draven. Canceled that auto with the ult, but that's A-okay. We got that kill anyways. Cost Ryze his flash too. But we like that. If only Dragon was coming up just a little bit sooner, they'd be able to secure that as well. But we like that if we're Cal, right? We're getting these early kills back a little bit. Draven getting a little more gold in his pocket to find his early Eclipse, I believe. So all is good for them.
Yeah, we're seeing a Dark Seal out of Ryze here. Pretty interesting, you know, Dark Seal, not the item you would expect too much nowadays, especially after they remove the bonuses from the pots. So it's more just raw stats. It's a pretty good purchase, very, very gold efficient, but obviously if you die, it's pretty high risk. Right. As far as gold's concerned, we're seeing only a 300 gold lead from Cal, which is actually surprising considering they're killed down. So we're seeing probably, it looks like they got, it's funny, UCSD actually has one of the plates, but there's that one plate in the mid lane that went over to the Ryze when probably Cassidy went for a reset. You know, Cassidy's pretty rough, so definitely had to take a reset early. Use that TP to come back. And we're just seeing a complete rotation from the bot lane of UC San Diego to the top side. You know, Malphite, as I said, not the strongest early game champ. So this is going to be pretty rough here as 0 wave clear as a champ. But we're going to have King Clueless try and wrap here. They're going to go for a dive more or just coverage for this bot lane to make sure that they do not get collapsed on. But we're seeing a lot of movement out of the red team right now. We see Maokai pinging out the Viego. He's on a ward. We'll see if there's an engage coming in right now.
Finds stun on a Maokai over that wall, but he's going to get bursted so quick. King Clueless down. Protoss now the main objector, but Cinnamon with the damage. I fumbled on my words. It was so huge. Going to be able to follow that, no problem, with a flash from Xayah. 2 remaining for the side of Cal, and that's not too bad. We like those fights. UCSD with a nice, clean rotation.
Yeah, that was actually a really good pinch there out of Cal, but not able to find the damage there. There was a big Xayah ult there to deny the space, and Cinnamon Jouster just coming in, bursting one player, instantly loses a lot of the fight power for the side of Berkeley. So, you know, all things considered, very good for UCSD. You know, they were already pressuring the top lane turret, and I'm sure they're grabbing up some plates right now as we speak. So that gold lead that I just talked about was 300 in favor of Berkeley is now 1K in the favor of UC San Diego. So that is definitely what you like to see.
Yeah, we really do like to see it. Another thing we kind of like to see is these bot lane switches, right? It puts both bot lanes in a better position to get these gold and get these early plates, but it kind of messes with the top laners tempo, right? Both Sejuani and Malphite aren't going to get as much gold as they would have. If
you know they're tanks.
They're
chilling.
They can survive on welfare, and they'll be okay. But Cinnamon maybe looking for something here in the mid lane. He's all right. Stabsy and him are just going to go back and forth with these waves, which I think they're both more than happy with at this point. Yeah. They don't really want to fight it up. They both want to scale, and that is all good and dandy. But Dark Lord, maybe walking in a little deep. Nah, he's okay.
Yeah, he's looking for something here. Protoss is not there. You know, we were talking about how much he's controlling the map. So he's just had to take a reset right before this dragon. We have 40 seconds till it. I'd expect at least some contention coming out of UC San Diego, but we do have Malphite walking down, so this might be a big fight if they do elect to fight for it. We're going to have a Rift Herald summoned in the bot lane to apply some pressure, so we're going to see how this fight's going to go.
Yeah, a lot of the gold for UCSC is in this bot lane on that Xayah Karma, so it's absolutely going to be the main target for this Malphite, who has unstoppable force available. That's going to be the #1 motive for this team. Afterwards, this tower. Now, they've taken down 2 plates already, but J2 gets chunked, but your Glacial Fission lands onto the support. He drops so quickly. The assistance from Maokai is here. He drops. Unfortunately, there's that Xayah ult. Feathers have flown. Jimbo now running for his life, unable to find any common ground. Stabsy dishing out damage, full health. This man can turn the tide all by himself as Xayah does drop in an unfortunate position, pushed back by the Dragon there just a little bit. I thought it was going to be really good for UCSD, but Cal kind of managed to turn that one. I'm here for it.
Yeah, it was a 2 for 2, but then because of how low Cinnamon Jouster and Millennium Baby are, and also you lose that jungler, crucially, so Berkeley is just going to take the drag up, and that's going to be the 2nd drag now, so we're getting really far into the stacking, and we're going to have a Cloud Soul this game. We'll see if Stabsy get kitted out, but he's actually going to get rooted before he can get out, so Stabsy's going to need to try and run it out with that phase rush, able to walk it off. I don't think they have enough damage, so he's just going to get out, and now Karain is getting pressured. If he gets rooted here, there's a chance, but they're not going to go for the full commit onto Karain, just in case the Rise was able to pump out enough damage to take a trade kill there. So we're just going to see a kind of just like walking out from both of those players. They didn't have to burn any sums there, so that's pretty fortunate for Berkeley. If they did take a death here, it would mess up a lot of the tempo off of the side of that Drake.
Yeah, Cinnamon was a little hesitant to pull that next trigger there. He didn't want to go too deep under tower. He was thinking about it. I could see him.
For sure,
Maokai did a great job at kind of holding him off. Let his Rise get on out of there safe and dandy. 2 dragons now for Cal, bringing us to a Cloud Soul map. I feel like we've been seeing these all day long, but it's A-okay. I think it's really, really good on Draven. He can ult at the start of a fight and run absolutely rampant.
Here we're going to have a replay. We just have a Glacial Prison directly onto Karain. Going to try and burst him out, but actually going to take a kill onto King Clueless so quickly, but they're going to get their return kill, and then Malphite's just going to go down. Right here, Shizomacy, you know, that smoke screen really impairing his vision, wasn't able to get out, just has to go down, and because Viego goes down there, they have no jungler, so they're just forced to back off that dragon. It was a pretty good fight, you know. I thought it would be better, but Maokai was able to get off his abilities before he went down, so that applied a lot of pressure towards the side of UC San Diego, so they were forced kind of into a bad position, and then there was just so much damage onto King Clueless to start that fight.
And it's these heavy damage team fights that we're looking for. The burst was crazy. We didn't really see it coming, but King Clueless now here on the bot side. A lot of movement down here still. Despite Dragon not being up for another 3 minutes, they might have found Karain here in the side. Hopefully he doesn't walk up too far. Unknowns that the Viego is there waiting for him. King Clueless just asserting his dominance just a little bit. Again, top lane is like not a factor in this game, right? They're up there, they're just soaking their waves, and they're going to do their jobs as tanks once we get later into this game. Yeah.
As far as CS is concerned, we have a considerable lead for Rise right now, 30 CS up. That is exactly what you want to see out of that matchup before Cassidy can reach that level 16. And here we go. We have turret platings. We got a lot of plates out for the side of UCSD. That's what that pressure allows for. And the side of Berkeley was only able to get 525 gold, you know, 3 plates, so 3 to 7, so pretty good gold there. But overall, you know, with how these fights are going, I don't think I'd feel too down if you're Berkeley for sure. After getting 2 Drakes, that usually I say Soul adds like 3k, 4k worth of stats of gold, so it's fine to trade Souls for that, but they're only 300 gold down, so they're definitely not sweating at all.
Yeah, they're doing mighty fine, especially if they can stay on top of these dragons later into the game. It's such like an insurance, right? Because even if UCSD does build a lead later on, they have this kind of 2 dragon buffer, right? If UCSD does want Soul, they got to go a whole nother 4 dragons, and Cal has that now time to maybe scale up a little bit, but they're more than happy with this Draven just getting a little bit stronger, waiting for Rise to scale up as well, because we've seen Rise in Worlds and Pro Play and wherever you want to see. This man can
we
do
haven't
some
seen him in a while, but he is here.
This is true.
So he's returned completely. I do think casting the scales a little bit harder, of course. He is the scaling champion, the scaling monster. Eventually he'll just one-shot your ADC by accident, you know, just by some latent damage, some teleportation, shenanigans, but you know, Rise does scale up. You have that Rod of Ages ticking for both of them. So as soon as that ticks up all the way, they're going to gain an extra level. So really beneficial for Cassidy here, because obviously you want to hit that 16 as early as possible. So that's why Rod and Cassidy have been pretty strong in these last few patches. In general, a level just gives so much latent stats off of anything. So that's why this item, after it gets buffed at least, so the stats are comparable to the other mythics, that's why it's gotten so much more play in this last patch.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of love to see it, honestly. This mid lane meta has been a little stale for so long. Seeing these Rod changes, the buffs towards them, Cassidy isn't exactly a boring character to watch. I'm all for it. He can do a lot of damage, especially once he hits that level 16, as you were saying.
Yeah.
That rod is going to get him there. Dragon now coming up in just 40 seconds, but the junglers seem a little occupied with this rift at the moment, as Cal is going to look to try to take it. They can knock down a couple extra towers with this one. On top of, and having this before Dragon is huge. You can generate some pressure in a different lane and then rotate down to Dragon.
I think SD has realized that they aren't able to take a fight, but we're actually going to see an engage onto the bot lane here as Draven goes for a full exchange there, but not going to find the kill, and he's just going to try and walk out as Millennium Baby's going for the Glacial Prisons, but it's not going to hit, and the cleanse is going to get him out just fine. So a full TP commit and a Glacial Prison, but not able to find the Draven on the side. But we're going to have Karain get engaged on here. I don't know if they have enough damage here. Karain's going to try and walk it out, and he's just going to be fine. He had to burn that flash at the start of the play, but then they also got King Clues and Protoss Flash to try and guarantee that kill, but it just didn't work out.
Didn't happen. All that matters now is they have a little bit of prio on this Dragon. Jimball here finally making a play for himself, or rather an appearance for himself as this rock. I love that color, by the way. That
Oh, I use that
Malphite.
exact same skin, which is so funny.
We got UCSD now on this Dragon. Really good for them if they want to start taking away Cal's little lead that they have, which is these Dragons, right? So if
okay, here we go.
Take this away, but it should be pretty good. 3 members still in the mid lane. Doesn't look like it's going to go contested. This is Cloud Drake, #1 for UCSD.
What's so funny is I was just about to say I think SD has realized that they can't fight 5v5 here, but they're able to chunk out Draven, which is a lot of their strength during this portion of the game, which allows them to get the drag for free. So I kind of had to eat my words, you know, because San Diego, while they realized they can't 5v5, they ended up in a favorable position that allows them to just take the Drake for free. I was going to say they need to make a play eventually. They can't let them stack all the way down to that soul that early in the game. So good that they get the drag here. And we're going to transition kind of into this mid game as the Baron's going to spawn in 2 minutes. We'll see if anything kind of occurs. You know, we've seen a lot of aggression towards this Baron just today, especially UCI we saw earlier was like very, very comfortable with just doing the Baron dance halfway through the game. Even if they weren't the strongest, the favor of having strong vision control was really powerful for these Baron dances.
Right, absolutely. I think UCSD is a pretty nice Baron dance comp. They have Karma Shields to help them get out. I say that, but I see Maokai in the
Yeah, I see Maokai.
Maokai is so much better. I take that back entirely. Maokai's way better than Karma. But Karma has just been playing this game so well.
Interesting. You know what happens?
I guess so.
I will say, we've talked about this a lot, PhD. Maokai is the king of objectives, which is why he was so... I thought he would be so strong in Worlds, but he's going to get engaged on right now. Karain, I've seen this before. Is he going to be able to walk it out this time? And it looks like he will with the help of that Cloud Drake map to be able to walk it out with that extra movement speed. So not going to get taken down here. You know, didn't have flash. It was a pretty scary position, but able to just use Maokai's abundant CC to get out.
Yeah, Diego had no ult there either, which you would have gotten caught, would have jumped over that Maokai ult with it, but that's A-okay.
Yeah, so as I was saying, Maokai, king of objectives, you know, the vision control, but here we're going to see a TP.
Well, the Q cancels it, right?
Yeah, the silence definitely cancels it, so Jimball's going to get engaged on here. There's probably nothing he can do. He should probably just save everything. Please do not flash. And he correctly does not, so that's good to see at least. There is the Baron coming up in 30 seconds, so not going to be able to time it perfectly, but he did waste the TP, right, so if they really want to, they could, but I don't think they think they're strong enough to just straight up take the Baron at this point. So they're just going to keep waiting it out, but it's a good pick for the side of UCSD to build that pressure in the top lane. Now you could shove in that wave, give Cassidy a free reset here, and we're just going to have them come back onto the map when the Baron spawns.
Yeah, once Xayah hits 5 or 6 items, you can take that Baron instantaneous.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But they're going to maybe look to take a move on a King Clueless. They're only 2 members strong. Draven in the mid lane. Keep an eye on your mini-map here. They have the sandwich a little bit. But Karain looks to just be caught out after Shock goes down. It's pretty much a free kill. They were in way over their heads for that one.
Yeah, Karain thought he had more support than he did, but as soon as Dark Lord sees 3 members, he's out of there. And Maokai was already kind of committed to just go full in, so he's just going to get taken down. No walking away out of this one this time, so... Here we're gonna have a look towards Stabsy here. He's gonna try and make it out. He's gonna chunk King Clueless really hard, so I think they're gonna have to just back up. That's what I'm talking about. I think he might have stacked his Rod of Ages all the way, because he is that level 14, but now we're having to engage onto Dark Lord. I don't know if he's gonna have enough survivability to live here, but he's gonna get taken down from the root from Shizomacy, and then Jimball's just trying to walk at him, but I don't think he has enough damage either, so Jimball's also gonna go down, and Stabsy's unable to provide the damage from the backside of the fight, so he's not gonna be able to get a trade kill here. So this is just 2-0 for the side of UC San Diego, and now they're going to look towards that Baron.
Yes, Cinnamon is coming online here just a little bit. Not quite level 16, but the damage is astronomical right now with the help of his AD carry Xayah to back it up. Zaya does a lot of damage to this Baron, so keep an eye on its health bar as it ticks down. But Stabsy's here, and we saw how much damage he just did to Viego. Here come the roots. Watch who it lands on. We have 2 in the pit. They're going to take down 1. That's the jungler. That's huge. Baron is dropping low. Ryze in a super good position here to make some damage. That's a double kill for Ryze. Stabsy on the backline, flashes on his eye, finds 1. That's a triple kill. Will he find the 4th? Yes, he will. Cinnamon versus Stabsy. There goes the Arcane for that damage, but Draven forces him to jump over the wall. Here comes the Realm Warp, but there it goes, and no damage to finish off Cinnamon. He makes it out of there with 150 HP.
That was so close to a pentakill. He's probably kicking himself that he procced that ult. That would have been for sure the penta, but they're going to just look onto the Baron for Berkeley here. You know, they took so much damage in that pit from the Baron. Millennium Baby gets taken down instantly in that fight, and that's a lot of your core of that team fight. And Viego gets chunked very low, gets taken down, and then Stabsy just has free reign. You have your 2 people with Snap CC just eliminated immediately, so he just has space to flash onto Zaya, flash onto Karma. I think we might get a replay here. That was actually such a close fight, but yeah, Stabsy kind of uncontested was just able to do enough damage. I really thought that was going to be a pentakill, so let's take a look. This started all with an engaged by Jim Ball onto the ADC for UC San Diego, but instantly Dark Lord gets engaged on, and then there's the good flash follow through with the feathers to come through from Shizomacy, and then Jim Ball just doesn't have enough damage to take down Shizomacy, and then on the backside of this fight, they're just going to look for the Baron here, but not going to find, they're just going to try and DPS it down, but you see Millennium Baby getting really low from the Baron, as well as King Clueless. He was sitting on the backside of the pit, but he does take the root, so that just means he's stuck there for a solid 2.5 seconds. Maokai very powerful at these objectives, as we were talking. That ult just does so much work in these pits, and Shizomacy is going to get taken down by Stabsy, as you can see, and Proto's just can't really do much without any support from the damage dealers. And Stabsy, this would have been the penta, but he's going to ult out and just not get enough damage on the backside of that fight. So now Cal just has complete control of this game from the Baron, and they're just going to take this 3rd Drake for themselves.
Yeah, Ryze, surely level 16 now off of that, plus that Rod of Ages. He's going to do so much damage. This is what we were hyping up earlier in the game. He's going to be unstoppable. Anybody who steps to this man is going to see darkness very, very quickly as Cal takes their 3rd dragon of the game. Really exciting position here for Cal. They're able to get this tempo rolling again. This Draven, while may not be the star character of Cal's damage right now, is merely a kind of a bait. If you're Sejuani ulting the Draven, you're doing it wrong.
Yes. I think a big thing there is the Rod of Ages. Stabsy just level 16 in this game. There's no one even close. Look, Sejuani at 13, Viego at 12. He will do so much damage. The base resistances just aren't there for the side of UCSD. But Cinnamon Jouster is pretty close. He's about to hit that level 16. We've been talking about it all game. So let's see if he's able to perform once he hits it. We will see just a 3K gold lead out of Berkeley. I don't think they can get anything off that Baron. You know, it was a pretty close fight. And with everybody going down around the same time, everyone respawns at the same time, they were able to pick up a couple turrets off the map, but not going to find too much more, I believe, as we're just going to, you know, kind of wait. We're waiting for these 2 objectives to come up next. You know, next one's going to be Soul Point for Berkeley, and then the Baron in 3 minutes, obviously very powerful. It's going to be the 2nd Baron of the game. So we will see where this leads us.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. I wish we could take a look at the items right now. I'm sure Ryze, when he closes on his Rabadons, is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Level 17 now. This guy's crazy.
17 at 24 minutes is disgusting, actually.
Zero issue sitting in the side lane, farming it up. I mean, he can only get so much stronger. I guess you start fighting ideally soon, but that's what they're trying to do right now as they look to move 4 bot.
Yeah, so we're just going to see them try and push down these turrets, as I was saying. That's probably the best they could get out of this Baron. Not going to be able to end the game here. So just walking it down towards that bot lane. There just isn't enough damage. You know, Kassadin is a big core of this side of UCSD, and the survivability is just not there when your Sejuani is 4 levels down on the Ryze. So it's going to be a little rough. This is like the repercussions of the early rotations out of the bot lane, where the top laners just couldn't get anything down here. King Blue is going to find a stun onto Dark Lords. He's actually going to go very far forward. He's forced to burn his ult to try and get out, and now he's going to look for a re-engage onto T1, and he's actually going to get taken down. And the Maokai ult also gets burned there, so there's no disengage out of Karain, but the Realm Warp's going to get him out of there, so a good start to that fight. Oh my god, Protoss just takes a big Q.
That's a taste of
he's doing 1K to the minions too, so he really is that powerful. He's actually building towards that Rabadons right now. You see that needlessly large rod in his inventory. That Dark Seal is really paying off. 502, so, you know, 700 gold bounty. If he ever goes down, it will be pretty bad for Berkeley, but you're really comfortable with this Ryze about to hit level 18, I'm sure. But Kassadin, I see it ticking. He's about to hit level 16 and just one more minion. There you go. There it is, level 16 for Kassadin. And King Clueless is going to look towards this top side, just looking to cover for their strongest player. If anything does come up, at least you have that strength on that side. Sejuani's just going to look to push out this bot lane so that when the Baron inevitably comes up in 1 minute and 30, they will have an opportunity. But they're looking for a pick here on Stabsy, but going to just call it off as soon as Stabsy sees someone in the bush.
Yeah, nice hesitation there. Stabsy definitely could have done some damage. He wasn't in a great position. If they had gone on that, could have been something perhaps.
Yeah, they would have had to kill him very quickly. They had no control of that top quadrant, so they just had that little pocket that they were trying to find the kill on. But as soon as Stabsy spots out anyone, you know that the entire horde is coming, so you would not want to engage on that. So just going to cover up for this top side. We still have 1 minute on the Baron now, and 1 minute 30 on the Dragon, so pretty close to the big action event of this game.
If I'm Cal right now, yeah, exactly what they're doing. I'm feeding every bit of gold into this Ryze's pocket. If he can get Death Cap before this Baron fight, he's going to one-shot everybody on the side of UCSD. Hopefully he's close to this Death Cap. He's only got a minute. Probably won't have it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But, oh man, he's going to spike so hard. Definitely, obviously, wouldn't buy the Medjais at this point. Carrion finishing his Anathema's chains as well, which is exciting. Probably puts that on Xayah. I think Xayah's going to be the one.
Xayah or Kassadin, either one.
Kassadin.
You know, they're both doing a ton of damage. And if you do put it on Kassadin, you know, it does have that tenacity debuff, which is very important for locking down a Kassadin, which is as slippery as he is.
Right.
And then now we're just, you know, a bunch of resets. We need to have everyone hit their gold points. Draven's going to finish his third item, the Collector, in his pocket. And that's just a, you know, that's just a full AD build. So you're really looking to burst someone down. And then on the side of Xayah, you know, I was talking about the Navori actually going to opt for the Infinity Edge in this game instead, which is still fine. It's just, I like the unique gimmick of Navori's quick blades from the beginning of the game. So we're just having Ryze TP back in. I wonder if he has that Death Cap. It would be pretty curious. We can't see this items currently, but that would be pretty interesting. We're just seeing some posturing towards this Baron side. I think Cal really needs to establish the vision before they walk down towards that bot soul, or they just need to snap engage onto the side of UCSD. They can't allow these fights to go too long. If UCSD is able to trade anything here, they're winning for sure.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. You got to keep your eyes on this Ryze. Cinnamon, they found him on him, and he's going to have to flash out. The damage coming through. Archangels is enough to keep him alive for now, and he blows up Viego. Cinnamon gets himself out of there with that jump, but can they find anything else? They have the ability to rotate down a Dragon here, just like that. This is an important Dragon for Cal. This means Soul. This is Cloud Soul, which is huge on Draven, I believe. Graves as well, not too bad at all. But Stabsy is here. Online, so he's going to be. I don't really think UCSD can contest the Dragon.
Yeah, they're going to
give it, and they have to trade Baron.
Yeah.
But I think they can move quickly. They have Ryze Realm Warp to get back into
true.
this, but they're maybe looking for the setup bait. They know they can use Maokai saplings to look into these bushes, make sure nothing's fishy. But they do have a pink ward in that pit. Nothing's going to happen so far. They're going to walk mid. This is a game of patience right here. We're going to play this nice and slow. Looks like Cal is calling their bluff.
Yeah, UCSD has no. Like they sweeped out the vision in the area. Cal actually has nothing there, so technically they could have went for a sneak there, but kind of, yeah, Berkeley exactly calling their bluff. They knew that it's just too risky to go for the Baron there, so we're just going to have it to wait it out to see the second Baron. But I expect UCSD to put some heavy aggression towards it, and yeah, exactly. Yep. The Rabadons was completed for Ryze, so he is basically 6 items. I wouldn't even be surprised if he upgrades to that Medjai Soul Stealer, which, you know, 602. He almost got bursted that fight, but Rod of Ages just provides so much good stats that he's able to survive and just kind of kite out the fight on after the kind of, I guess not sacrifice, but you know, help from his team.
The support of that Malphite was definitely the reason he lived.
Yeah.
He did have to blow Flash, so if they can manage to find that again, he's going to be much more easy to kill. He could, I imagine, sell that Darkseal for a stopwatch in this next team fight.
That
which
would
I think
also be pretty big.
Could be crucial against these burst characters like Kassadin and Malphite, and Xayah, excuse me. But as this Baron is the only objective up, it's kind of all we have to dance around. UCSD want to position around it heavily. Stabsy knows he's a man who does some damage. King Clueless looking to flank. He's in a really good position. Keep an eye on your minimap. If King Clueless moves, the Protoss maybe in an unsafe position. They have the sandwich maneuver still. We're going to wait and see how this turns out. So Sejuani on the bot side as well. They don't know it, but they're surrounded right now.
Yeah,
Malphite
Viego on the
TP
top
as well. Viego maybe looking to make a move. The Dark Lord is caught all alone. There's our fight started, but he just slides past each other. Called in those roots as well to help out Draven in the bot side. Manages to find a trade kill. Unfortunately, that's okay. Draven does go fall down to Cinnamon. We don't have Protoss on the side. Rise nowhere to be seen just quite yet. There's that damage coming through on the King. Those drops. Redemption healing is huge. This team fight is wild, but we got 3 members of UCSD alive. Cinnamon is going ballistic. Protoss alive as well. And Cinnamon goes crazy. This is that level 16 Kassadin. 2 quadra kills in this game, both on the mid laners.
Yeah, that was a super extended fight. You know, it's kind of scary. You see Shizomasi get taken down so early in that game, or in that fight. I was terrified for them because they don't have that much consistent damage, but Kassadin able to play the very long game. He did have that blue buff, which is very crucial for Kassadin. So able to just take out and use whatever mana he needs to take down a bunch of members there for Berkeley. That was actually an insane fight. Stabsy, I think, just got caught a little bit. There was just, I'm not too sure. I'd have to check the replay, but it was just pretty impressive there. You know, T1's been getting taken down early in all these fights. The Draven not able to perform some strong duties. He has just the shield buff for survivability, which against the level 16 Kassadin isn't going to do enough. So just going to get taken down. And then I haven't really seen too much out of Graves. You know, I was talking about how much I don't particularly like Graves in this meta currently. He's just been getting picked after picked after picked, so it's been pretty rough for him to play the game. And Maokai, while strong, it only does so well if your team's able to follow up. Exactly. So we're going to see some posturing from Berkeley here onto the Baron. Let's see if we can find anything. Jimball's just going to walk up, look for another pick onto Shizomasi. He has been able to find him a couple times in a row now. So we're just seeing a full startup on the Baron here. Half HP.
It's half already. No members moving over. It's almost as if they're unaware, or they're just going to hand that over. 2 members hitting level 16 on the side of Cal as well, with those fancy graphics on the side. But UCSD didn't really get a lot off of that Baron, we'll call it a give for now, but they're looking to make a fight. T1 is walking up real aggressive. No tank by his side. We got Malphite just recall looking to take this fight to the bot lane, where UCSD is making their stand.
Yeah, Jimball just kind of distracting all of UCSD. They were looking for a pick there out to Jimball, but he was able to just ult out, and that was null and void on the play from UCSD. But Cinnamon Jouster getting a little aggressive. They're going to find the Glacial Prison onto Stabsy, who is a lot of the power on the team. But Cinnamon Jouster is going to go in right now, but he's going to get taken down instantly. That is not what you want to see on the start of that fight. Zaya's going to try and walk it out, but that is just so much damage from the Draven. They're going to try and get out, but the Realm Warp behind. Jimball has no ulti here, so he's going to just have to act as a body here, but they're going to take down Viego on the side too. They really need to survive here. If anyone else gets picked off, this might be the end of the game. So they're just going to try and walk it out, but they're kind of catching up here, but they should have enough damage to at least take down the inhibitor here. We're going to have a TP back in right now, and then we're going to have a Malphite ult on top of that, and then Sejuani is just going to get taken down as well. And just Protoss remains. I believe that might be the game for the side of UC Berkeley.
Here's that damage from Stabsy coming out. No fear in this man's eyes. You can look right into him, and he will not waver. That is going to be our game 1 going over to Cal. What an incredible game. They put up a great fight against Berkeley, but it was an incredible game. Stabsy coming up huge in that game. Unfortunately, Cinnamon not able to carry the weight of his team. But my goodness, what a game 1. We're going into game 2 already. That was quick. They're probably already done with the pro draft. We're flying here.
Oh, for sure.
For sure. Thoughts on that game?
Wow, you know, Cinnamon Jouster was so close to carrying that game. He had 2 quadra kills in the same game. You know, even one of them pre-16 Kassadin. The second one was level 16, but as soon as he goes down, that is so much of the power for UC San Diego. So they just didn't have enough gas left in the tank for that fight. Zaya just not able to match the damage of a Draven and a Rise. So just gets taken down, and then Jimball he's just finding those ults, you know, honestly, he's doing his honest tank work on that fight. And then on top of that, the Viego wasn't really able to find anything. I would say Graves also wasn't able to find too much.
Not at all.
But either way, I think it came down to that mid lane.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you pick Rise Kassadin. You already know this game's going late and we're scaling.
Yeah.
We have Draven as well in the bot lane. Like, okay, Draven can get us ahead, carry us into this late game. Didn't happen. Zaya and Draven weren't that far ahead. It did escalate the game a lot more once Rise got that quadra kill so early in. So he was kind of the main driver from there on. Kassadin picked up some kills here and there as well. Didn't really die until the last team fight, actually. It was like 7-0. But, oh man, when you pick these two characters and they both get that strong, we're going in a head-to-head battle, Rise versus Kassadin. My goodness, what a game to watch.
That was a very fun game to watch. You know, we had the kind of like the quintessential, I need these on my team. We got a tank.
Yep.
We had an enchanter.
Yep.
I will say Maokai's not exactly enchanter. It's kind of just follow-up, which is very nice in a team comp like that. You have Graves, just some solid damage. Viego for both of them are kind of like, oh, I could pop off if things come up. We're gonna head to replay right now and check out some of the plays from that last game. There were some big ones, so let's take a look. So we just have this. Oh, this is the level 1. Pretty interesting stuff here. You know, Malphite thought he was the one in the cage, but it's actually Sejuani all along. We're gonna have the flash out of the Maokai just to take down Millennium Baby at the start of this game. You know, that's kind of what the game started with, but we're gonna see a good return kill here from Shazomacy. So, my bad. Look at the positioning there. After Draven full commits there's just no way he's gonna live that. So just gonna get taken down as well. And that's a good reversal after that level 1 for the Draven. And then we're gonna have a full engage here. This is the surprising one. Look at the HP from the Viego. He just gets completely bursted out as Jimball just has to trade his life. But that is exactly what gets them that dragon for this fight. So that's kind of just a win. It's a pure win out of Berkeley. So we really did see a lot of dominance out of Berkeley here, but UCSD kind of pulling it back with individual outplays, really, you know, equalizing, and that was a really clean Xayah ult, I gotta say.
Nice.
Yeah, getting both players there, so there was no follow-up even onto the Xayah after she flashed in, because the support there was also rooted. And then this is just a contest onto the Baron, but here we go. We're gonna see a pretty unfortunate miss from UCSD, taking way too much damage on the Baron. And as soon as Sejuani and Viego goes down, there's just not enough gas in the tank. And Shabsy just has free reign to do whatever he wants. He's going to flash in on the Xayah, take him out, and then the Karma just has nothing he can do. Cinnamon Jouster is going to look for a return kill, but not going to be able to find anything. This was totally the pentakill angle, but just getting the Realm Warp out and that last Q with the Overload, not able to do enough damage. Oh, wow. I did not see that earlier, but did you see that? That was actually so unfortunate. The Maokai ult coming on top after Xayah uses ult. She flashes towards the Draven to try and get the damage, but just gets rooted instantly. And then the Malphite on top just to take her out. So that was just really unlucky, but we're going to have Cinnamon Jouster just clean up this fight with a quadra kill, which was very impressive. This is right after he hit level 16. And then we have a Sejuani ult on top to look for Shabsy here. Here we're going to see Cinnamon Jouster. The crucial mistake gets rooted by the Malphite. No stopwatch this late into the game, so just going to get taken down instantly, and that's not what you want to see from UCSD, so they're just going to get taken down and chased out of this fight towards their base. But as soon as the Viego falls, now you just have 2 little members, and the Malphite's ult is coming back after having to burn it before the Baron. So he's just going to have it again, and he's going to pick up both of them to end this game. That was a good game 1 for sure.
That was a nice like string of a team fight in the end there, and we get these fancy little graphics
Shout outs to production.
Production going crazy. We have this nice little kind of gold. You know, we got the gold graph.
Yeah, gold graph here.
No there's the damage.
There's the damage.
32,000 damage from this Rise.
As we were talking about. This is the mid lane right now. The mid lane show happening right now. Wow, if Kassadin had another 5 minutes, or if he just had bought the stopwatch. You know, stopwatch does go through roots. If he had stopwatch there's a chance that SD just wins the game there, because that was so much damage coming out of Kassadin. That was like a 4 stack on his teleport. He teleports in, gets a huge burst, but he gets bursted himself after getting rooted. And once you're rooted, you can't really do anything as Kassadin if you don't have that stopwatch. So because he's trying to follow the pace of the Rise damage, probably didn't think to itemize Zanya's.
Right.
But there's just too much lockdown that can be mitigated by it. I probably would have thought it would have been a good purchase. Either way, that's a good game out of Berkeley, and we're just waiting for the next game to start up. I'm very excited. I hope... Actually, what champs do you think you want to see in this match? Because this could be our last match. All things good said. And then Berkeley will get a crazy upset run. They beat UCI, you know, one of the favorites of the tournament, as well as, and then they beat SD, who was seeded, and they won the previous UCEI.
With a sub.
With a sub as well in this match, yeah.
These guys are crazy.
So that would be a crazy run for UC Berkeley, and we have SD. They're on their last leg. They really need to take this. They really need to take this towards their direction. They need to figure it out. You know, they did have that reverse sweep against LA earlier in the day. So if they pick up one of those,
as well, that would be pretty impressive as well. So stay tuned. We're going to go to an ad break right now, and we will be back to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity.
Girl, you can do better. At least with your big name wireless carrier. With Xfinity Mobile, you can get unlimited for $30 per month on the nation's most reliable 5G network. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, I can do better.
Yes, you can.
I can do better too.
Now, you really can do better. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know we have to move quick here. They've already finished Pro Draft. We're going to hop in soon. It occurred to us we did not introduce ourselves. I am Quincy, PhD Stokes from earlier here with Daniel Golden Gad. That is your casters for today. That's Daniel. We're going to hop into this Pro Draft very, very, very soon. We hope that game was entertaining for you guys because we're headed into round 2 in UC Berkeley versus UC San Diego.
Yep.
Berkeley took game 1. Do you think they can close out game 2?
You know, they were looking pretty good in that game. I couldn't really see too many flaws in the way they play. You know, taking early drags is always one of my favorite things. It really pushes the tempo and kind of pushes it towards your favor, especially if you're able to get 2 really early on, which they were pretty much on spawn. They had some pretty good fights around the dragon especially, which were very helpful, and we're going to see the champ select go pretty quickly here. Obviously, it's going to be very, very quickly. We're going to see a Kassadin again out of the side. But this side is actually going, this is Berkeley's Kassadin here, and they're going to pick the Draven again. Is that actually Morgana jungle? That would be pretty interesting. We haven't seen that in a while, probably since last Worlds, if anything. And then, or not last Worlds, like last Worlds.
Right.
Not even this most recent one. And then we're gonna have a Draven Lulu for the side of UC Berkeley, and then an Ornn. On the other side, we have a Maokai and a Sylas. Just, you know, just kind of solid champs. I'm not the biggest fan of Maokai jungle, but overall pretty solid regardless. You know, you do have Maokai, the objective just control is insane.
Yes.
You kind of saw it in that last game when that ult, that Baron fight was completely determined by that Maokai ult, in my opinion. So that's kind of what you like to see. The vision control gets a lot easier when you have that Maokai as well, with the saplings getting tossed everywhere. And then we have a pretty safe bot lane. We have Varus plus Braum. Usually Varus has either one of 2 ways you like to play him. Super aggressive with an aggressive support with like Renata, or like Heimerdinger even, or Karma. Or you take another route where you take a Braum or a Tom Kench or something of that sort to make sure that that immobile ADC is able to stay safe, especially in this team fight for the side of UC San Diego, where it's going to be a lot of dive out of the first 3 members.
Oh, big time.
And Varus is going to need some help to stay alive for sure. So he's going to be kind of on his own, so the Braum's definitely there to help him out. And we have the Ornn locked in as well to round out the draft for the side of UC Berkeley. What are you thinking of Berkeley's side?
First thing that pops in my head, Braum against Ornn. Love that.
Oh, yeah.
Picking it, stop the Ornn horn from coming in. Big fan of Braum in that matchup. Another thing, Sylas. Man, I just love Sylas. Honestly, I'm not going to lie. He's like who I ban when I play solo queue.
I also ban him when I play mid.
No way,
yeah,
dude.
for real.
Twins. But he's just such a good character. He can steal. He's got Ornn ult and Lulu ult now to steal this game. Kassadin ult, not that good. Morgana ult, it's okay. But, man, Sylas as a character can provide so much to the team based on what the other team has. Beautiful thing. I love to see it. I really, really like UCSD's team. I really do.
Yeah, I think UCSD's comp is super strong. I actually expected Camille to be a bigger pick than it ended up being this patch, with the kind of changes to the items, with Ravenous becoming so strong and Divine Sunder is, you know, always been strong. Oh, yeah. I expected her to be pretty prevalent, but ended up not becoming too prevalent. I think most of the champs that are currently played in top play pretty well into Camille, so it gets a little bit rough over there. But I'm actually really interested with this Morgana. I kind of want to talk about it. So Morgana, I think, was actually not bad throughout the entirety of last year, but no pro teams wanted to try it out because the speed of its clear, yeah, it got nerfed by about 20 seconds. Okay. But Morgana was so fast at clearing when it was meta 2 years ago that I think it was still fine even after the nerfs, but no one wanted to give it a try. I did hear LS, you know, famous man, talk about it a lot back when the year first started last year after the nerfs, but no one really picked it up. You know, it's pretty risky considering how kind of weak her skirmish got in the very beginning. Earlier, she was like a pretty strong ganking and skirmishing jungler, which is why she got picked, and she had like the fastest clear in the game, which was like kind of annoying because, you know, you lifesteal so much off these camps, you're always healthy. But with these jungle changes, I'm not sure if there's a new interaction with the jungle pets coming in, which is why she's back. But I think this might just be something to keep that Kassadin safe in these fights. We were just talking about how the stopwatch for the Kassadin was a little bit unfortunate. So with that Black Shield going on the Kassadin, and you have to burn either Sylas or Maokai damage probably to pop that spell shield before you engage. But at that point, you're probably using some sort of Maokai CC, so it gets nullified. So I actually really like the angle here with the spell shield for that Kassadin, just to keep him a little bit safer. You do have that Lulu to support the Draven early in the lane. There's a pretty strong laning phase, but the Braum should be able to kind of quell that aggression.
Absolutely. One thing it's also sticking out to me, if you look at the side of UCLA, or excuse me, not UCLA, my goodness, UC Berkeley, they have A lot of AP damage in this top half of the map. They have Ornn, Morgana, Kassadin.
Yeah.
A lot of AP damage. If Draven doesn't get ahead like he needs to, they're going to be lacking in the AD department. You can build Force of Nature on this Maokai. He's going to be a problem late game if they can stack magic resist. So I think Draven needs to do really, really well this game. I think I said almost the exact same thing before last game, that Draven really, really needed to do well.
Yeah, Draven seems to be a pretty big linchpin for a lot of these teams.
Exactly.
You know, Berkeley now picked it twice in a row. They also picked it in the series against UCI, so it seems definitely for some comfort on that side. So, you know, I'm not too concerned with it being primarily an AP top side because Camille isn't really going to build too much AP.
Okay.
You know, you're going to probably get that Merc Treads coming out. But then on top of that, the Maokai, I've seen itemized a little bit more damage or just even straight up like more support with like Radiant Virtue, stuff like that.
That's
so
interesting.
it's not actually too tanky compared to how it was before, since Radiant Virtue is mostly HP as far as stats go. So, you know, it's going to be pretty interesting. I don't think they can... They might itemize a lot of MR, but it all depends on the players. Maokai's a pretty flexible build currently, so it kind of goes game to game. And we'll see how that goes. I did notice a couple games ago when we did see Maokai jungle, he started with that red jungle pet, which was pretty interesting.
Oh, a little Charmander action.
Yeah, Charmander indeed, which was pretty interesting. I'm not too familiar with how that helps Maokai. Maybe it's just gives him a damage breakpoint that he can play towards.
Something like that.
Instead of going for the Moss Stomper, which is the green one, which was completely dominant for the first couple weeks of this year. But, you know, seeing some more variety, we also saw the blue one in the last game, so pretty interesting stuff. I don't play too much jungle, so I'm going to leave it alone, but I just think you look out for it.
We'll be looking out for it. Maokai, honestly, I love Maokai as a character. He just, he, like, thematically, he's got his little wards. He ward up a little bit. Honestly, great character to watch. But reminder, ladies and gentlemen, this is finals of UCEI Invitational, brought to us by our friends over at Xfinity. This is high stakes here. Cal are looking to close this game out. Now, do you think they know this? Do you think they're getting a little bit excited as we run into this game pause here? What do you think they're doing right now? Are they hyping themselves up? Are they staying
I think they
calm?
got to feel like they have a pretty good shot here. Their comp is pretty solid. Obviously, you did say you prefer SD's comp. I also somewhat prefer it. It's a more controlled comp. But overall, I think the pieces on the side of UC Berkeley work really well together. It's kind of that mesh, but with that Braum able to stop that Ornn engage, it gets pretty difficult to be able to set up that Draven to do good damage in these fights. T1 was getting caught a lot in this last game, so without good protection there, it's going to be pretty difficult. Oh, man. And you have to think, this is UCSD's last chance. They are down 0-1, so they really have to scrape out this win if they want to extend this series and look for the championship for the League of Legends at UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. So, I don't know. We'll see. I think, and if Berkeley closes out 2-0, they'll have a crazy run to be talked about.
They will. It'll be, honestly, like, great place to them. They came in 3rd seed, which is not terrible. We're heading into this game, so we're going to stop the chit-chat and start some action, if you don't mind. Now, we have what looks like a normal 5 points so far. I feel like I say this at the start of every single game, but then we get into these little deep warding shenanigans looking for that early advantage.
Yeah, so we're just going to see that, that 5 point you're talking about, where you have an early ward onto that top side by the Maokai to kind of deny a possible invade on that side. And then we also just have Lulu guarding the gates, holding the line. There's not going to be too much action here. There's no champ that is super strong level 1 except for that Braum, so we might see a late invade, but I kind of doubt it. It's a little bit risky, because you kind of want this control coming into this game. I don't think you want to have anything go wrong. Last game, there was that Draven kill, but they weren't able to benefit from it too much, as, they got taken down level 3 or so in the bot lane, so that was a little bit unfortunate. Actually, they flipped it, my bad, so it was UCSD either way. But, yeah, we're just going to see some good plays out of the side of either of these teams. Yeah, we're going to see a blue jungle pet this time for Maokai instead of that red, unlike the last one. So, pretty interesting stuff.
Honestly, I'm a fan. I'm here for it. I'm not totally sure. It gives you a little bit of that extra stickiness, right, on that Maokai. You love to just sit on top of...
Yeah, it gives you... I'm pretty sure it gives a boost of movement speed when you go through bushes.
Yes.
That's its basic function, but I'm sure it has some more intricacy in it, too, as well. So, it's kind of interesting. They're pretty late on this bot side to get to that. Draven and Lulu pretty late as a core, but so the lane is kind of afforded to Shazo Macy and Protoss. I think I've had 3 different pronunciations for that particular player in this best of 3 already, and then You know, we're just seeing some default clears here. The running prio is definitely going to be in their favor, and there's the pause once again. So we're just going to have to wait it up.
That's okay. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna talk through this pause. Ain't no biggie at all. Now we'll talk about jungle pathing early in, right? Morgana, crazy fast clear. She can do it super healthily as
it used to be, but
that's fair. I still think it's pretty fast. Faster than Maokai
yes.
for sure, right?
Oh, 100%. Well,
Okay.
you're comparing Maokai to any champion. Your clear is going to look pretty
My point
fast.
still stands.
True, Morgana is out jungling the Maokai, that is for sure. So I'm not too sure what the pause is for, maybe some sort of tech issues, but we're just going to kind of cruise through this.
Absolutely.
Regardless.
Yeah, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, UC Berkeley's jungler is playing remotely. He's not here at the venue playing on lane with his teammates because of the whole situation. He had to be subbed in, but that's A-okay, so it does cause for a little bit more in case he lags, something like that, a couple more variables we've got to deal with, but it's okay. We're bringing you guys some high production thanks to our production team. Maybe we'll take this time to thank our production team. They've been working tirelessly all day. That's the reason these transitions are so clean, but we're getting voice behind the mic the entire time as we hop back into this thank you screen. And big shout out to everybody here on this list. The work has been amazing so far. And remember, this is just day one. We have 2 more days of this, my goodness. I'm excited.
Yeah, we got Valorant tomorrow, and then Overwatch the day after to close out the event. I'm pretty excited. I will see you tomorrow, so you know, just a little sneak preview. But I'm pretty excited. You know, also something we didn't really talk about is after this match, this best of 3 is over, we also have an MSI MVP coming up after this event. So once the dust has settled, we're gonna pick someone to become our MVP by MSI. And that'll be pretty interesting. We've been seeing a lot of focus on that mid lane, so maybe it'll be one of them. Who knows? We'll have to see what this game has in store for us, basically.
Yeah, this series especially. I mean, it's not every series you see these. We see a lot of Victor, who's like a pretty hard scaling mid lane main, Syndra as well. But man, Kassadin and Ryze like this. Sylas, I think that matchup is interesting. Sylas obviously wins early in the laning phase, but I think later in the game, Kassadin just does a little too much for Sylas to handle.
Yeah. Sylas is a very interesting champ. I think it's kind of interesting. You think he's a weak early game champion, but as soon as he gets like even like half an item, it feels like he just kind of unlocks a bit. And like that's why he's my purple band, you know?
Exactly. That's it.
He just has the potential to carry. It's kind of like Viego when Viego was really strong. He's like an X Factor champ. And especially if you have strong ultis. If you think about the comp for UC Berkeley, Sylas has some strong ultis to take there. He has Ornn.
Yes.
Has the Morgana ult. Morgana ult is very strong on
you think so?
These heavier. Sylas has way better stick than Morgana if you think about it.
Yeah, that's true.
So just having more stick plus an ult that basically requires you to burn a flash most of the time can be really strong as well. There's also, you know, casting ult, not the best, obviously. You get one little TP, nothing too big.
Whoa, flash.
And then there's the AP scaling Draven ult, and then a Lulu ult is not terrible.
It's not bad. Yeah.
You get a little knock up. If someone has a big engage, you can follow up with the knock up. So there's just a lot of potential on the side of UCSD for that Sylas to kind of pop off. You know, we've been talking about mid a lot, but there's also been some good attention towards the bot lane, but we've been seeing them get caught a lot. There's been a lot of focus towards their bot lane. Both of them play pretty aggressively, which is what's allowing for these big plays to happen. You know, I'm reminded of the Xayah flash.
Yep.
And then just the Malphite has come in all the time. Yeah. Anytime he sees that Xayah ult go down, he's like, oh.
Yeah, you bet he's there.
I'm going.
I'm going.
And then and then on the side of for T1, he was also getting focused pretty hard, but he's also on that Draven once again, so he's pretty confident that it's still going to work out.
That's another thing we got to talk about. When we talked about it when Draven was picked last game, but man, again and again, even after last game, we can't see the bans, unfortunately, because they're rushing through this pro draft. We're trying to get things moving. But Varus has got to be banned.
Lucian, definitely.
Lucian's got to be banned. So the next best aggressive pick is Draven?
Draven or Caitlyn, but that leaves up the Caitlyn Lux, and you kind of have to commit fully to that lane.
Okay.
I don't think there's too many good other scenarios you want to pick Caitlyn, because she just doesn't do enough damage currently. At least that's what I believe to be true. Gotcha. So then you need that Lux to supplement it. Even after Lux got a little bit of a nerf after Worlds. So there just aren't that many champs left on that aggressive ADC list that could provide that control that I think that UC Berkeley wants in these games.
Absolutely, and I guess that's what Leaves us with a Draven pick. Now, it's not bad. Draven Lulu, I think, is obviously going to be a lot more aggressive this game than we did see last game.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I know I already said this, guys. It's okay. Relax. I need Draven to get ahead this game. I want to see a good Draven game. I need it. And a Draven game we're going to get in just 1 second. Watch this.
Here we go. We are back into the game. UC Berkeley versus UCSD. Game 2. Berkeley currently 1-0 up. This is what you like to see. We're just going to see some positioning. You know, level 2 pretty early in the game that this pause occurred. Maokai's already walking towards that mid lane. So that's going to be pretty interesting. He's just going to look to contest the Raptors, but Morgana is already there. We were talking about a fast clear. There she is already there, and then she takes so fast. I wish we could see the action going on there, so I'm not too sure who got it, but Morgana's going to get chunked out. And now Maokai just has full control there. Morgana was just too low on HP, might have not been able to heal up off the Raptors before Maokai walked in. So pretty good pathing coming out of King Clueless here. And now there's a interesting dive about to happen on this bot side. Cinnamon Jouster is here.
Yeah, they have a lot to play with here. Remember, Maokai W drops the root, but that's the TP. I expect they're going to back out now. Forcing that out is pretty big. Stabsy not able to use that to get back to lane anymore, which I think is absolutely crucial. Good TP there, though. I think it saved his bot lane. Their dive is lethal with Braum and Maokai for sure.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good maneuver out of the side of UCSD, forcing out that TP. And we're going to have a flash engage onto the Morgana. As I was saying, pretty low, but Dark Lord's able to flash out before getting stunned up by that Sylas. So nothing's going to get killed here, but pretty close. It's like a knife's edge right now.
It really is. These teams are relentless. They're not really willing to give up this ground. They want this red buff. They're trying to set the tone, but Kassadin walks into a first blood. Hey, I'll take that one. Don't mind me. As Cinnamon drops very, very soon. Polymorph comes through with the heal, keeping him alive, and G2 actually drops. Unfortunately, Stabby picks up his second kill. Don't tell me we have another Kassadin quadra kill coming our way at just 4 minutes into this game, but Kurion's got to live first. A quadra kill for Kassadin at 4 minutes in. Daniel, what world are we living in right now?
That's the third Kassadin quadra kill in 2 games, but this one happens at 4 minutes before Kassadin even has ult, which is kind of the strength of the character. So it is kind of insane to see. He already has a full blasting wand at 4 minutes in. You're kind of terrified if you're on the side of UCSD. Here we go. We have a replay coming in. King Clueless just kind of clueless. Gets taken out by Stabsy to start the fight, and Cinnamon Jouster just in a bad spot is just going to get taken down. He's going to try and walk it out, but yeah, Stabsy is still there, so he's just going to pick up the kill for free and just walks it in, picks up Shizum. Wow. Shizum AC again. And then Protoss also going to go down, trying to get a trade kill onto Corazian, but not going to find it. And that's going to be a quadra kill.
I mean, Stabsy must have put like 5 inputs on his keyboard. He just like walked into 4 kills. That was great. A Kassadin's dream right there. We just talked about the the matchup maybe not being very Kassadin favored against Sylas. Well, give the Kassadin 4 kills and then come back and talk to him.
Yeah, now Kassadin with a 20 CS lead almost as well. So that's pretty unfortunate for the side of UCSD. They're really going to have to look for a comeback. If you look at the gold right now, already 2.4k gold up off of 1 play. That is pretty insane, especially considering this is 5 minutes into the game. We're going to need to see some big plays out of UCSD to come back into this game. But we were talking about it. I think that UCSD's comp is more favored in an even state in the game. If UC Berkeley gets ahead, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to kind of, you know, toss the game at all, because that Kassadin just keeps getting better. And if you're already starting from such a strong point, it just becomes almost impossible to lose. So if you look at like Sylas, you look at Camille, they do scale a little bit, but nothing compared to an Ornn. Nothing compared to a Kassadin. Like, I'm just thinking about a Kassadin getting level 16 early with an Ornn item on top of it, and it's just going to seem completely lethal.
Yeah, it's going to be disgusting. It's all up to Stabsy right now to make these plays around the map, because he has all this gold. They don't want to just, they can sit there and just use it, let him farm up some waves safely without the pressure from Sylas. But man, if they can get him out on the map, making a little more money moves, they can extend this lead even further, take this 2k gold lead up and beyond infinity. Hopefully they can turn it into some early dragons as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen any dragons taken now, 6 minutes into the game, but Morgana is positioning towards this bot lane. I don't think they know that Shizumesi and Protoss are in here, so this could be pretty bad if they don't spot Dark Lord coming in on the backside of this play, but it looks like they're just going to back and take the wave. And it's just going to be a full reset coming out of the bot lane for Cal. And we're going to have a full engage onto Cinnamon Jouster. From Cinnamon Jouster.
Yeah, taking the gas pedal there. He says 4-0 or not, buddy. I'm still a worthy opponent for you. Not bad to see at all. Kassadin is a still relatively very weak champion in the early game. Doesn't fully make up for it, I suppose, but Cinnamon Jouster being able to hold his own against this Kassadin is huge. Hopefully he's able to continue to do so because he's only got so much time to farm left before this Kassadin hits level 11.
Yeah, Cinnamon Jouster just taking the Kassadin ult. We were talking about it before. Not the strongest ult, just kind of spooking him a little bit.
Yeah,
Jump
whoa.
scare. Whoa, I'm here. Yeah. And then, but not going to be able to find enough damage. Not at this point in the game, especially with Stabsy sitting on that Dark Seal and Dorn's Ring, so a lot of extra HP that wouldn't normally be there. We're going to have King Clueless kind of walk it in, looking for the blue buff from the... But, you know, Dark Lord's already there, so I don't expect this to go their way. Kassadin did get shoved in, so Silas has first move here.
That's aggressive. The root does land. Black Shield not coming through quick enough. Now it's gone because of that Q. Not going to be able to follow up on this kill, perhaps. They do have the engage from Camille. Keep the Hextech on the Hextech chamber coming through very soon. Ornal coming in as well. That's 1 for 1 so far. They got to stop Jimbo from hitting this Orn Horn, and he does get one, but it's not going to be enough because Braum is here, ladies and gentlemen, and that's going to maybe secure that kill onto Jimbo. A double kill for Cinnamon Jouster.
Here we go. The tail of the mid lane. Once again, now we have a double kill for Cinnamon Jouster to try and even up in that mid lane. Stabsy gets forced to stay under turret and collect that CS after an early push out of Cinnamon Jouster, so he just has first move there, and with Morgana stun missing, or the binding missing at the start of the fight, it's pretty hard to get that Maokai off of you. And then the Silas comes out on top and takes 2 kills there. So pretty nice coming out of UCSD. You know, we were talking about they need to make some plays to get back in this game. They've already shortened the gold lead to about 1.5k, so they're already making pretty good work on that.
Yeah, not bad at all. Now, the next thing on these teams' to-do list is going to be this Dragon. We're 9, almost 10 minutes into this game. If it goes untouched, I'd be very, very surprised. Probably see Maokai coming down for it. I think because of the bot lane strength, Draven has his Dirk, right, which is pretty good, but Varus already with this crit cloak as well. It does probably prove a little bit stronger, especially because Lulu's still only level 4.
Yeah, I think something that's pretty interesting and why the Dragon's not getting fully taken here is because Maokai's not exactly the strongest damage-wise as far as taking the Dragon goes. And then on top of that, they have the Braum, also not going to provide too much support here, but they also have good zoning. You have Braum ult, you have Maokai ult, you have Varus ult even. So these objectives will be pretty hard for UC Berkeley to be able to walk in. We're going to see an engage by Cinnamon Jouster.
Yeah, not a whole lot to lock down Stabsy just yet. Braum needs to be a little bit closer. He's not quite here, but I think that's going to be how it goes. If they give Cinnamon Jouster a little bit of assistance for Stabsy, he can, you know, tame the beast for now, keep him calm so he can keep farming just a little bit and maybe keep on pace with this scaling monster that will soon happen. Kassadin was forced to go Merc Treads, which I think is a good call. They have a lot of lockdown with the Maokai W, with the Varus ult, and the Braum stuns as well, so I think it's absolutely a good purchase there.
Stabsy saw what happened to Cinnamon Jouster.
He absolutely did.
With that Maokai on the other side, it's just going to be complete flashbacks if he doesn't do something to quell it. So Cinnamon Baby is, or Millennium Baby is going to look for something here. King Clueless getting the root onto him.
There's that stun locked up as well. Hextech Ultimatum is available, but that Maokai root alone might just secure the kill. Flash from Jimbo actually does get him out of there. No Hextech Ultimatum used, but honestly, that's not bad. You got his flash.
Yeah, couldn't exactly use this Hextech Ultimatum, but we're having some aggression towards the mid lane. But once again, Protoss just not there for damage. But they're going to look for a Varus stun probably here by Shizo Macy. Let's see if we can find it.
Gotta hit this. Kassadin has flash, and he has the ult available.
Don't have vision.
No vision right now. They're so close. He jumps right onto him, but then he has to flash out of there. I know Stabsy's eyes just flash, or light flash before his eyes.
Yeah, Shizo Macy just wasn't ready to pull the trigger on the Varus ult there, so he's just going to flash out there and survive a very unlikely scenario there. Kind of a missed opportunity there for UCSD to get a good shutdown onto him, but Stabsy's just gonna live and, you know, live to see another day.
Yeah, Cinnamon's holding up very, very well now. It's so tough for Kassadin to get on top of these waves. Silos is just, if he keeps taking these quick trades, right, he can get that Kingslayer off and just heal time and time again, whereas Kassadin just has to sit there and take that damage. No refillable potion in his back pocket. But while we were talking, UCSD picked up that Chemtech, Drake.
Yeah, exactly what we're talking about. We need to start those stacking, especially with Kassadin. It's kind of a timer, you know, in that game. It's kind of like a Kale. You think about it, you're like, if we don't shut this down early, we're going to have a rough time, and it's only going to get rougher.
It's not going to be pretty, that's for sure. Yeah. He's got a lot of CS. He's got a lot of CS. Whoa.
Yeah, he's very strong. Like 30 CS up on the Silas. That's all from that Quadra kill earlier, just setting him up. he had like a 20 CS lead right after that. So really just set him in motion. I will say, at least for the side of UCSD, as far as scaling goes, Camille is very strong. And after Camille gets probably 2 or 3 items, is able to contest Ornn in the side lane very easily. So that's something that you can look to. But they just don't have the same level of scaling that Berkeley has. So they definitely need to kind of pick up the pace. So that's why I'm good to see that they took that dragon to try and, you know, equalize it.
I like that. We got a lot going on top lane here. Ornn in a 1 versus 2, nobody to help, nobody to run to. Millennium Baby picks himself up a kill. That was a nicely set up gank. King Clueless coming down through Tribush and up into that gank, and that's a free kill. He has no flash.
Yeah, good repeat gank there coming out from King Clueless. They burned it on the last play, so they just walk it back up, and there's nothing he can do. The Hextech ultimatum, the reason why he couldn't proc it last time, Ornn still had that W in case he blocks it. Might have used it there, so he just gets rooted up and taken down. Cinnamon Jouster just looking for anything, not going to find the root here, so just going to, you know, do a little bit of poking. We've seen this tale before.
It's such a good narrative. These 2 mid lane players have all this gold, and they're going at it. Now Stabsy does have the upper hand last time, and he did emerge victorious last time they had the epic duel, but we'll see if he can repeat his actions as last time. Silas just can't quite keep up with the pace, and the binding from the bush does land. He has the E to get away as well as the ulted Kassadin ult, so he's going to hop himself right out of there. No flash required.
Hey, maybe the Kassadin ult's better than I give giving it credit. It is just a flash, you know?
It is, yeah.
Flash is one of the strongest things in the game. Kind of what makes League of Legends League of Legends. And we're going to have Dark Lord kind of positioning towards the spot lane, but just going to get spotted out by a nice ward over the wall.
Yeah, I was going to say, over the wall.
Yeah, that one's... There's a certain position on that river, and King Clueless is going to proc that Maokai ult to try and lock down Stabsy.
It does find him, and Silas gets that guaranteed E off as well, but the damage is nowhere even close to being there. Stabsy even gives him a little pat on the back as he leaves.
Yeah, you know, if he maybe had that ult stacked up just a little bit more, he might have just taken out Silas there, but not going to have enough damage there, so just walks it off. You know, getting that Maokai ult is pretty good. It will be back up for this next dragon, so that's at least good to see. But now we're seeing a little bit of aggression towards this bot lane. Dark Lord is really leaning here. He wants to get some sort of foothold in this game. For this Draven, you talked about you want a strong Draven game.
I do.
We still haven't seen one.
No, not happening.
But he is stacking up. It's been a while since he died, so...
That's true.
It would be pretty curious to see what his stat count is at.
Yeah, I would love to see that. He's got a lot of CS too. He's on par with his mid laner Kassadin there. So he's definitely strong, probably sitting on some gold right now. We'll see what he ends up purchasing. This Silas with Everfrost, it's definitely the move on Silas, right? But it just feels like he lacks a little bit of that damage with
I've been
Everfrost.
seeing some more Rod of Ages on Silas.
Now that sounds fun.
Yeah, but Everfrost does have that extra lockdown for the Kassadin, so I don't blame him at all.
Very true, absolutely.
So it's kind of like, well, personally, I like playing sometimes Everfrost Zoe's kind of funny.
Whoa.
That's the tech, that's the tech, that's the tech.
You heard it here first.
You do lack a little bit of damage, but always having more lockdown, more CC to follow up on what you do have is just so nice for these kind of like brawly champions, especially. Because if you get more lockdown, that's just more time to do your big damage, and Silas definitely needs the time as he waits for that Kingslayer. We're just seeing some aggressive positioning, trying to get some vision control before this next Rift Herald comes up. Actually, this is going to be first Rift.
Oh, wow.
Actually, no, second Rift.
Second Rift. Yeah. Who got the
second
first one? Did we miss that?
It was UCSD, I remember. King Clueless took it.
Good, man. That's right. They did easily knock up, barely missing on a J2 there. I don't think they could have quite pulled the trigger. Maybe the Maokai ult from the side. They were positioning for it, but nothing going to happen, unfortunately. They're moving up, posturing heavily towards the second Rift Herald.
Yeah, we get to see the plating, 6 plates for the side of UCSD, that's probably where a lot of their comeback gold came from. So a pretty nice contention there. They got about double the gold from the plates, and we're just seeing that Rift Herald go straight into the pockets of UCSD once again. So they're going to have a lot of pressure onto these turrets. I expect that to go mid lane to try and open up that map and look for something here. Dark Lord just kind of positioned. They do have priority on this Drake. I would like to see them start it up. Camille actually so much pressure on this side lane. They really can't gank her either because she's just too safe unless they get a crazy Morgana binding. So that's pretty unlikely. So now we're seeing some pretty strong aggression towards this top side. We're just going to see the Rift get dropped down. Ornn can't really contest this.
Right.
You kind of expect he's going to have to walk it off, but they are going to trade that dragon on the bottom side, so that's at least something.
They brought 4 members. He already used that W, so that Hextech ultimatum is going to lock him down. There's only so much you can do about 4 people on top of you. They're going to go ahead and take down this tower as well. 4, that's actually 3. I don't know where I saw that 4th from. The Braum wrap around tripped me up a little bit, but not a bad trade for the Drake, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think the Rift Herald HP bar was just that fourth person.
Something like that. There it is.
It's kind of interesting. You see that UC Berkeley sends a lot of players towards the Drake. As that top lane player, you should know to just back up. You know that they're going to look for a play. As soon as that Rift Herald gets dropped, you need to back up. Just give it. Say, I'll see you next turret.
Next turret.
And just walk it off. But he's going to get taken down, so that's just, further. Look at this. We have a tie game, actually, gold-wise.
Whoa!
Which is crazy to see after such a strong lead. But Cassidy hasn't really been able to capitalize on that lead because it does still take him to level 16. But he is very quickly on his way. He's level 12. He's going to get that extra level from Roa pretty soon. And then he'll be on his way to that level 16, which we saw what it could do. So.
Oh, we did. Unfortunately, didn't take away the win last game. J2, love that aggression. Here's my Draven we're looking for.
That is what you have been seeing all game, though.
This is, yeah,
you did
very
secure
true.
the cannon. I was about to say -1, but +1, baby.
We love to see it. No Nasus here, but we're taking +1s.
Cannons are the real lifeblood.
This is true. Oh, man. They're posturing around this dragon that isn't actually spawning yet, so they're just chilling here for now. But back to this Kassadin. You're right. It's like getting him ahead early is scary, but all it's really doing is like getting his late game closer, right? You still have this timer to wait. It's just a little bit of a shorter timer, and he now
and you'll take that
Seraph.
any day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And then also he just finished his Seraph, so even more power towards him. I will say Seraph's... Is it live on the patch? He has the shield?
Yes.
Okay, so he's going to have that shield for some more survivability coming in. I haven't really seen it too much in game, so we'll see how effective it is in that late game.
Yeah, hopefully he learns from his opponent's mistakes last time. We talked about the Kassadin not having a stopwatch when getting rooted by this Maokai.
Yeah.
Now he even has a Camille ult to worry about, and a Varus ult too. This man needs a stopwatch just in case he gets locked down. We'll see if he does it. But the roots are called in on a J2. The flash Varus ult not connecting. It was a good attempt. Did get flash out of J2 though.
Yeah, very close there. Knife's edge. He was trying to just walk it out with that extra movement speed from Draven, but realized he might get clipped, and if he does get clipped, he's just going to get completely bursted out with the passive stacks coming out from the Varus there, so just going to have to flash out. So that's one flash for one flash. You got to take that trade, to be honest.
Absolutely.
And Millennium Baby able to just pressure. You see, now is when Camille's pretty strong. You have that Ravenous plus Divine Sunder. Pretty hard for the Ornn to even contest in lane. And Ornn's also pretty far behind, still only has that Sunfire cape. Kind of an interesting thing they tried to do with the meta where Sunfire can be bought first instead of a Mythic. Which we have been seeing. We saw the Sejuani, I think, also go Sunfire without a Mythic.
Yes.
Because it's kind of interesting because Sunfire is only armor now.
Yeah.
So it's kind of weird to see when the top side is not necessarily all AD heavy, but you definitely need that wave clear for the Ornn because needs to stop the aggression from the Camille here. We just have a little bit of posturing towards this mid lane. T1 just walking up. King Louis is right behind him. He doesn't know. They're going to proc the TP, and here we go.
That Maokai root lands onto this TP is going to guarantee a kill onto Mr. Morgana here. Now J2 is the focus with a blank coming from Millennium Baby. Very cleanly done, UCSD.
Yeah, UCSD, they are really playing very clean here on the map. They recognize that T1 J2 has been playing very aggressively and just capitalize on it. You see a full collapse from all 5 members of the side of UCSD, and now they're going to head towards that Baron and take it down. I don't think there's anything that Berkeley can do here, so it's going to be a full 20-minute Baron. You know, they're going to get that, that challenge, that killing Baron before 21 minutes. They're going to, everyone's going to get 1 point right here.
Woo! Congrats, everybody.
Yeah. I forgot which title it goes towards, but it's kind of funny. It's always shout out. And then, yeah, now they have Baron at 21 minutes. That's pretty crazy.
That's pretty cool. You really do want to see that. I know we've talked about Kassadin a lot, but you got to slow this man down, and that's just what you need to do. He does still have a ridiculous amount of CS, but Dragon spawning soon.
Look, if he gets one more level, he's going to get it in about a minute. His level 16, so he's so close. But he's not gonna. He's gonna be just short before this dragon because he needs at least 2 more waves.
Yeah, that's a lot. Now, we are gonna get into a fight here. Braum Shield blocking that Draven ult for now. You love to see that, but the root's called in here. Now they're gonna go for the stun of Morgana that drops quick. Cinnamon Joustra on a rampage as Jimbal is the next target. Stabsy in the back, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, but the perfect moment is not found. His team is falling before his eyes, and he will get taken down in the Hextech ultimatum. Kurian, Lulu, you can't do a whole lot for that as that stopwatch golden boy gets himself out of there.
Yeah, good stuff out of UCSD. Recognizes that they have the engage potential there. So gonna find the full team fight wipe there, and they're gonna now walk it up the mid lane, probably gonna get an inhib turret here. And because they have that Baron, they have such a good opportunity to just keep pushing, but I think they might stop here and look for a re-engage in a couple seconds. You know, after one reset, there is that dragon up, but they could try and look for a more accelerated motion towards some sort of side lane. They do have that top lane pushed out, but I believe they will just go for this dragon. I'm kind of scared for the side of Berkeley. If Kassadin doesn't hit 16 before this dragon and they actually try and fight, it might be pretty devastating here. I really want to see them just give this dragon. It's only the second Drake.
It's okay to give.
It is okay to give, so I hope they don't contest here. Yeah, it looks like they aren't. Ornn's going to just sit in that top side and wait it out. So I'm pretty interested to see where this will go. As soon as Kassadin hits 16, I expect some big action, though.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to have a banger of a team fight. Cinnamon only level 14, which isn't necessarily a problem. It's just that Kassadin is ahead. But a lot of this gold sits on Silas and on Varus. Well, Camille's got a decent chunk of change in her pocket, too. 3 strong members on the side of UCSD. A lot of them heavy damage threats to this Kassadin. Still no Hourglass on Kassadin. All he has is those Merc Treads. As we look into this mid lane, the Roots called in, finds one onto Lulu. She's going to die very, very soon. Now we got Maokai running up this mid lane. Here comes Camille, dodging past the Draven Axes as he drops in health. So solo binding finds onto Kassadin as well. He's gonna drop, forced to ult out instead of for damage, and he gets knocked up and taken down in just a second by Varus. Now onto their next target, Jim gets taken down. There's another golden boy under tower. Ladies and gentlemen, they're at the Nexus. Orlo coming in but blocked by the Braum shield. You love to see it. They're focusing the towers. They're able to find one. Forced to back out just a little bit. 3 members alive. Cinnamon Jouster has full health, has full mana, but Millennium Baby has to back out. There's no way they can fight this Jim. Find his way back in as he dodges that binding. It's going to be okay for now. We're going to back out, slow it down. We can try again in a minute. But super, super good fight for Cal.
Yeah, they took a big aggressive fight there. We're able to find 3 players on the backside of that fight, but they were able to get a lot of ground from UCSD. But, you know, a good return. Couple kills by Dark Lord, hitting a couple bindings there, but gonna find a kill.
Whoa.
He's actually just gonna get taken down instantly by Cinnamon Jouster. We've been talking about him so much. Able to find the damage and just take out that jungler. There is no objective coming up, but that is a lot of the core of the team. You have that CC kind of solidity coming out of the Morgana here. The Kassadin still hasn't hit level 16. Has to hit it. I'm pretty concerned because the pace, it looks like SD wants to finish this game before Berkeley is able to hit that level 16 power spike, but they're going to have to wait until the Baron comes up for this in 2 minutes.
Yeah, we've talked about this timer they're on time and time again. This Kassadin needs level 16. Get this man some solo XP, put him in a side lane for just a quick minute. He will become so much stronger. But even if he does, let's think about it. Varus has exhaust, which is really, really good. Hold that thought. We're okay. Millennium Baby's playing Camille. Come on, now he's not in any danger. They have exhaust. They have Maokai root for him. They have a lot of good ways to deal with a fed Kassadin. So hopefully in this next team fight, they can lock him down quick.
Yeah, we're just going to see some attempt by Dark Lord, but Dark Lord's going to get put into a bad position here.
Forced to pop, ult, and the Roots are called out, fawning under Draven as well. Lulu on the side, not able to make it to Dark Lord. Now in a 4 versus 5. TP in from Cinnamon as well on the top side. They're looking as a unit. They have Camille bot as well. A 4 versus 3 right now on your screen as he steals the Ornn ult, excuse me. Silas having Ornn ult is huge. They can start off this team fight right, and they can start it off strong.
Yeah, I think they're just going to look for a pick here and push out this top side. Look to kind of force this inhibitor down, maybe even the inhibitor as well, before that Baron comes up in exactly 1 minute. So they're looking for a lot of aggression here. You see the Kassadin's going to ult in. That's a little bit too aggressive. No stopwatch, but he's going to be able to ult out there. But on the backside, gets taken down on Orion, but going to just barely survive and gets taken down fully.
Yeah, the Ornn ult's doing so much this work in the beginning of that team fight. Cinnamon, Golden Man, once again against Stabesy. Not enough damage, but the chain connects and he goes back in. Unfortunately dropping to Stabesy. Big shutdown onto T1, J2 there on that Draven. 1,000 gold is massive, but we got Millennium Baby that whole time in that bot side getting that inhibitor, which is huge.
Yeah, now that's 2 inhibitors down on the side of Berkeley. They're going to have to come up for this Baron as well. So having 2 inhibs down with the Baron spawning is pretty rough here, but they have about 20 seconds before all of UCSD arrives, so they're going to look for some vision here on this top side. But Maokai's already set up some saplings in the area to kind of deny space, and he's going to try and get this Scuttler here to get some more vision. Actually going to secure it with that smite. So now it's going to be even harder for Berkeley to find a positioning in this game to take that Baron.
Yeah, I mean, their trigger really is landing a Morgana binding, right? That's the only real way. They can try to go with the Ornal, but Braum makes it so
Braum
difficult
has been
to start
blocking every single one, so he's going to have to use it more reactively.
We've got an engage here coming from Cinnamon. Gets himself out of there real quick. A lot of good chunk on a King Clueless. They found the roots, and they're spotting them out on Baron as it drops low. Varus in the backline. Silas nowhere near for now. Braum Q misses. They're not able to find an engage. It looks like they want to fight, though. They're marching forward and into this mid lane. Ping's in the top lane as well as the entire team of Cal wants to get this reset off. They're marching down towards bot side. Dragon spawns in 20 seconds. It's not anything big, so the teams may not even care about it right now.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty good take there from Berkeley. I told you I was very concerned because they lost both inhibs coming into that fight, but they were able to just burst it down before UCSD can find a full engage. After that Maokai ult is used very early on and doesn't really find too much, they're able to just burst it down, thinking that there's no threat, and that's exactly what they do. Now they're able to curb that kind of pressure from not having an inhib in that bot lane, and they're just going to give the Drake pretty smartly. I think it's best to just keep that Baron pushing up towards that mid lane, and now we're just going to see a little bit of a standstill. I'm not too sure if what motions UCSD can look for. They will always be popping that Maokai ult off cooldown, I feel. That's kind of what we've been seeing. He does have it up now, so expect something to go on pretty soon.
Yeah, we do love that. He's got that Radiant Virtue as well, inspiring his team to march alongside him into this maybe last team fight. I said it like 3 times now. Anathema's change completed for Braum as well. All things are good. Probably dropping that one on the Kassadin for that tenacity, I would assume. Because this is it, right? He's level 17 now. The man's going to dish out some damage.
This is what we've been building up the whole game. Let's see if he can do it. He's been playing very aggressively. If they can lock him down quick enough, because he's been kind of snap engaging, baiting in some CC, and then kind of ulting out to try and survive. I'm not sure if he has a stopwatch right now. No stopwatch. Oh, no. We've seen that before. Maokai against the Kassadin. I'm getting flashbacks. Let's hope that is not the case, though. T1J2 once again walking up. I'm always concerned when I see him walk up because something about this just everyone starts flashing on him and there's nothing you can do. You know, ADC life happens, but he's just going to kind of play less aggressively. That Varus ult is a very far engage, and he does not have flash currently, so I don't think he should take the risk at all.
Absolutely. They have this bot inhib pushing in. The pressure is building for Cal. They need to find a way. They need to find a foothold, a pick, something with a Morgana binding to get a little bit more gold in this last team fight and make up for the losses that they have taken thus far. Silas, 8-2 now, is the man with the plan. You got to keep your eyes on him, as well as this Camille is huge. She has Maw and Mercs, and she is going to be very, very difficult to kill because Draven isn't really doing any damage.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this Camille has not showed up for any fights yet, so we haven't even seen the full strength of UCSD, and they've been able to kind of take these fights pretty, handedly, using the power of the Silas plus the Varus engage and the Maokai follow-up. So if the Camille does join, it's going to be pretty insane for the side of UCSD. I think they might look for something pretty soon. They really want to push down this inhibitor, but we're just going to see that ult gets stolen for that Morgana ult, which I was talking about is a very strong ult. True. So let's see if they can find anything here. Dark Lord's going to get engaged on here.
They've called the roots. The spell immunity is going to keep him safe for now. They have double supers pushing in the bot lane too. Kassadin is coming back from there. Camille up in that top lane is going to walk away for free for now. It is A-okay. We're just taking it slow, right? All we did there was grab an inhib, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, just the inhib. But, you know, it's a good positioning. If you're able to keep them down to inhibs, it really keeps them having to push out these waves. It takes a lot out of them. They have smartly defended that top side so they don't get triple inhib, which is definitely worst case scenario because then you got 2 super minions running down the lanes, and that is not exactly optimal coming into these fights. But, you know, we have Soul coming up in 2 minutes, so that could be a really big pain point for the side of Berkeley. They do have all their champs scaled up now. Ornn definitely has upgraded some items. Surprisingly, I don't think he's upgraded Kassadin's item yet, so I'm kind of curious about that. I don't think I see it. So he did upgrade the Morgana and the Draven currently, so he just needs 2 more levels to get everyone up, and then they'd have a very strong fight that adds about like 300 gold worth of value. I'm not too sure. I'd have to check it. It is maybe more significant than 300, but definitely very significant. It kind of like curbs the build. Here we're going to see him give it over to the Lulu, still not coming into the Kassadin. That's crazy to me. He's just gonna build it for himself. That's kind of funny. I can't believe that. That's actually
Yeah, that's crazy. Kassadin's been catching these was catching those double supers in the bot lane. He's been sitting on that single needlessly large rod for a while now. He's got to be close to the Rabadons, which could be explosive, right? There's a good amount of magic resist. Varus has What's End. Mr. Silas has those Merc Treads as well as Camille with that Maw. So he's not going to be dishing out an incredible amount of damage, but it's going to be something nasty if he can find his way up to those max ult stacks.
I'm also really liking the build out of Maokai here. He has that Abyssal Mask, you know, not an item we see too often, but does reduce the magic resist for the people in the vicinity, which is very strong for this Silas. Silas already doing so much damage. Trying to boost that damage even more allows him to itemize a little bit more defensively, which is where that Zhonya's comes in. So it's kind of like a nice supplemental itemization, and they still have the damage from the demonic. Stabsy's looking for something here, though.
Stabsy getting aggressive. King Clueless on the sideline, and a pretty good opportunity for this Maokai. Oh, we're looking at Cal on the offensive for the first time in a while. They want to make something happen, but Millennium Baby's taking it slow. Said, hey guys, don't fight. I'm bot lane. Let me work my thing. I'll work to this inhib and we'll be A-okay. And Cal knows this. They want this engage. They're going to wait for it. Silas has the Ornn ult. Going to have to watch out for that as they get into this fight a little bit closer. Bottom of the map, Camille is pushing in. It's a 4 versus 5. All they need to do is stop Cal from backing here. And that's what this Maokai ult is going to do. They're working it slow, not full committing to the fight. They're taking it slower. Here comes the Ornn ult, knocking up. Finds 1, 2. A lot of damage coming out from Silas as well, dropping down. But T1J2 has something to say about it. But look at the minimap, ladies and gentlemen. Camille is knocking on the Nexus, I do believe, as the game is almost over. I thought that a connection there was it. There's the TP as well, and that is going to be the game. UCSD are going to take us to Game 3 in the finals of UCEI.
Wow, so impressive out of UCSD. They know their win con there. Camille just sitting on the side lane the entire game, finally gets the lane to try and push into the Nexus there and actually takes it down. They played that so well.
They did.
Camille didn't have to show up for a single fight. Kind of the dream if you're playing top lane. Don't have to show up for anything. Just keep sitting there, biding your time, waiting.
Literally.
Finally able to follow the inhib that they've been taking consistently. They've really been putting so much pressure towards taking down these inhibs, which allows the Camille to just have the space to do whatever she wants. And also, you know, as I was talking about, Camille outscales this Ornn as far as a side lane goes. And since Camille pulled ahead pretty early, there was really nothing Ornn could do for the rest of the game. So the only one who could really contest him was Kassadin. But Kassadin is that crucial piece for Berkeley. So he had to be there in those fights. Could not afford to just sit in a side lane against the Camille. So they were on a timer, which is why we saw Stabsy go so aggressive. But then wasn't able to find anything. And then the counter engage coming out of UCSD takes some lives. And now, with no bodies to walk back towards that Nexus, Camille just takes it out. And
that's it.
That's
Beautifully
it.
said.
Now we're going to Game 3. Pretty impressive.
Okay.
Here's
I want to
the
look at
stats.
Camille's damage. I want to see how little she did, because she really did just play the side lane Wookiee the entire game. Not a whole lot. Okay, more than I thought, to be totally honest with you.
Less than every other damage dealer.
Look at Maokai.
I know, Maokai doing work there. We saw, as I said, the Demonic Embrace is just doing damage. And also, if we saw how that map was structured, UCSD had vision control for most of that game, able to put down those saplings in an aggressive position. So it's pretty surprising to see so much damage, but they had to walk into them. And that's just how you build damage on Maokai. And then also on the other side, we see Kassadin once again, highlight of the team, but not able to pick up the game here. I'm still so curious why the Ornn didn't upgrade that Rod of Ages.
That's gotta be a bug, right? No way he doesn't upgrade his Rod of Ages. I know we gave him a lot of disc too for no Hourglass. I don't think it played as much of an impact here. This was a big, I think a macro game.
Macro win for sure.
Absolutely.
But it would look the gold completely even, 61K flat for both teams. That is very, very interesting. It's kind of crazy, you know. Berkeley started this game with a 2K gold lead at 4 minutes.
Right.
So if we were to see that gold lead, it would have swung so so far back. We did see SD even have like a 1K gold lead at some point too, but it's been it was a pretty close game throughout, which is what you want to see for these finals. So both teams now going into this third game, I'm very, very ready. It's been pretty tense. You know, honestly, if I had to peg someone for being the MVP, it would be one of these mid laners. They've been really playing out of their mind, but also, you know, this is a good recovery from the jungler from UCSD. You know, that first game was a little bit rough.
Shaky on the Graves?
He was on the Viego.
Viego, yes. Excuse me.
So it's good to see some adaptation, at least. He was playing pretty aggressive, found some early ganks, some pressure to kind of alleviate this Kassadin from
finding too much of a lead. Cassidy was able to establish a very significant CS lead, but other than that, wasn't able to find too much pressure.
Yeah.
Got locked into that mid lane so much because the wave clear out of Sylas is just stronger than the Cassidy, which really allowed Sylas to kind of just roam the map, take some pressure, and unlock Camille, to be honest.
Yes.
Which was huge. As soon as that top fight happened where Cassidy level 8 or so ended up stuck in that mid lane and Sylas walks up to the top lane, gets the double kill, you're like, wow, this is the moment.
Got ourselves a matchup.
Exactly, yeah. So, just, pretty good to see overall.
Honestly, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day. And that's okay because we love it. We're heading into game 3. They haven't quite started Pro Draft. I think we will end up going to a replay package. But, my goodness, after this replay, we're going to get into just how excited I am.
Here we go. We're just going to see some replays coming in. This was that first fight that was a quadra kill at 4 minutes, which is absolutely insane. He just kind of walks in, gets fed just 4 kills.
Oh, hey, a kill. Another one. Like, what?
And finally, trying to get that trade kill, but just going to flash out and not able to follow. Protoss going to get taken down as well. Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
4 times, if you will. I mean, that's a happy
Okay,
Cassidy.
here's that play I was talking about.
Yes.
Sylas locks Cassidy into that mid lane, and then just Dark Lord using that binding a little too early, gets too aggressive, has no black shield, gets engaged on by Sylas, gets taken down instantly, and now the Ornn has no choice but to try and ult to save himself, but not able to get away. So Cinnamon Jouster's just going to claim up that double kill, and now that lead that Cassidy built up from that quadra kill is not looking so big. And then they're going to get a pick on Dark Lord to start it, and this was actually such a good map movement out of UCSD. We were talking about the macro plays. That collapse on that mid lane after T1J2 was a little bit too aggressive was absolutely massive here, and just every play we see these Maokai ults coming out, and they're absolutely massive here. They're just going to pick up Dark Lord again, and then they're going to look for an engage on their own. They have that Ornn ult from the side of the Sylas is going to pick up 2 and then finally try and chase down that Lulu, but not going to find it, but they're going to find the quad right there, which is huge. And then another pick, Maokai ult again. This champ is so strong. And Camille, this is maybe one of the few times she was in a fight near the end of the game. Just going to lock down T1J2, force him out of the fight so that they can take down Stabsy on the back end. And then they kind of over-aggress here. The more they over-aggress, the Sylas burns the Zanya, so couldn't really support King Clueless here, just gets taken down by the turret, and then, people follow up to try and help out, but just gonna get taken down. Then a good flash route out of Dark Lord to lock down Protoss, and then Millennium Baby and Crimson Jouster at least able to walk it out to guarantee that it wasn't an ace and a full map control for the side of UCSD. And then finally, this was actually super close. I think this could have been a turning point for Berkeley, but they weren't able to find enough kills here. Just trying to look for any damage. Takes out Karayan to start the fight. Look at how close it is. If Jouster goes down here, it would have been huge. He actually does, but like earlier in the fight so that they can get some more control, but has that Zanya's, so able to live it through. And then we're just going to have another... This is the fight.
Slow,
Camille, very slow, just looking for anything to stall them out. Stabsy trying to make it back, but look at his mana pool. It's just getting drained as he TPs in, so he can't actually ult again right here, so he just doesn't have the damage to deal with Millennium Baby, and Millennium Baby able to just, casually just auto the Nexus till it's dead. And that was the match for UCSD, and now we are at 1-1. Very, very hype. I'm super excited to see this last game.
It's kind of crazy what a little bit of Game 3 and Red Bull can do to you, honestly. I mean, we're getting crazy. It's so exciting seeing all these teams after a long, long day. We even have Cal having a sub in, playing their hearts out. These games are amazing. That was my favorite game of the day so far. Back and forth, just so much fun to watch. Props to these two teams.
Props
They're doing
for
great
sure.
things.
I like this adaptation with the Cassidy. It's a pretty... It's like... Because these games have been kind of going long, we saw it with UCI, where they drafted that Kindred that really extended the game. But with games going long, there's no one you'd want more than Cassidy. But I will say it's kind of pigeonholing this playstyle where they can't really contest early games, which is kind of rough, to be honest, because what we saw in this last game, well, we saw both Cassidys lose.
Yes. Yeah,
I wouldn't say... I would say it came down to the enemy mid laner being able to roam more effectively. Because Ryze has that Realm Warp, able to join those fights pretty easily. And he also built a pretty good lead as well on that Ryze. And then that was the side of Berkeley. And then the Sylas just now, we saw what happened in the replay. Able to force Cassidy under turret. This is the weakness of Cassidy, why he's not picked too much, especially in these high-level games, because he is abusable. He doesn't have a strong early game, and he really has to just kind of cruise till he makes it. Something a champ I sometimes compare to is like kind of Azir. I don't think Azir is that strong early game, but he is very survivable.
Yes.
Cassidy does not have that same survivability, so it's even more risky. But Azir, as the game scales up, he has engage, he has pretty much everything you'd want out of a champion, but the difficulty ceiling of that champ is very extreme, so it's kind of hard to see it too often in these games. But the Draven's still not finding it. I know you're so upset.
It's not there.
He's really looking to be aggressive, but it's just not capable of happening with how these drafts are going. There's so much lockdown CC that if Draven ever walks up, he just gets instantly bopped with a Malphite, CC'd with the Maokai.
Yeah, even with Lulu behind him, it just doesn't seem like he could do anything.
I think the problem is Lulu doesn't have the range to contest that certain engage.
Okay.
So can't keep the Draven alive. There's just not, with how much damage that Cinnamon Jouster is doing, for instance, or Varus extra lockdown to keep him in place for even longer. Lulu can only heal and shield you so much. After that ult and that shield's popped, you're pretty much on your own. Good luck.
Yeah. I really wish we could see the bans of these games, because things like Renata would be so good in these fights.
Renata would be huge, but
it's got to be getting banned.
If I think about it, Draven Renata, you know, not the strongest duo, but definitely keeps that Draven alive so he can stall out for the fight, which is pretty interesting. I think Renata's a pretty strong champ overall, but pretty difficult to play.
That's fair.
So ended up not getting too much play. The res really goes hard, and then on top of that, we have the ulti, which, you know, especially since we saw Varus in this game, if Renata wasn't banned, I would be shocked.
Yeah.
You have that Varus plus Renata. I was talking about it in the back rooms.
Yep.
The back rooms is one way to call it. Sorry, the production area at least.
Same thing.
Yeah, same thing. Varus, once he ults, you put down that Renata ult, and no one can help you. You are on an island. Because if they ever get close, guess what? Varus is either killing you or you're killing your Varus.
You're an auto
sorry, the target of the Varus. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, and also you have the res to extend these fights, make it even longer. If you ever get a reset on Renata W from that, what's it called?
Renata W?
Yeah.
No idea.
Hey,
that's
why we're casters, not players. That's for sure. Except that probably should be something we know. It's okay though. As long as we both don't know it,
then it's okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. Then there's no difference, so therefore it's fine. It evens out the playing field.
Exactly.
Now, I've said it like 19 times. It's been a long day. I do believe we are going to head to a break. We'll get confirmation on that very, very shortly. But do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
Am I hearing Silver
Game
Scrapes? 3,
Silver Scrapes is going. We're going to go crazy real soon.
Oh, there goes the Silver Scrapes. But here we still are.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Game 3, UCSD versus Cal. Now, we are here at UCEI Invitational, brought to us by our friends over at Xfinity and a couple of our other sponsors.
Yeah, we are here at the Red Bull HQ. I've been drinking these all day. They've been keeping me awake. It's been a very long day. Here we go, Quincy.
Yeah.
You get hit a little bit right now. And we also have our official PC sponsor, MSI. They were generous enough to send over a couple PCs for our stage setup. And then we also have our peripherals and chair sponsor of Corsair. So it's good to see all these people coming together and making a good event today. Kind of like we're the beneficiaries. We get to watch how it plays out. So very good thanks to all of our sponsors. So now
with that,
it's time. Yep.
This game, it's time. Pro draft is done. I'm sure we'll have it in just a couple seconds.
Here we go.
There
Let's
it is.
Rapid
We're
fire.
going
Let's
crazy.
Go.
Is that Vladimir?
That is a Vladimir. I actually really like that. That's a volley bear Vladimir. You know, any tank matchup you're gonna want to see. Like, Vladimir is super strong.
No.
Shaco, for real?
What's going on, dude?
Dark Lord's been playing kind of like the Rogues Gallery. Oh, if it's Zach.
I didn't see the colors.
Yeah, I think it's just we're using blind pick to get into it quicker.
Gotcha.
So the Zach is just going to be the one that actually gets locked in, probably.
I think so.
But either way, that's a pretty unique champion. Dark Lord kind of pulling it all out. He pulled out the Graves first game, Morgana second game. Kind of a flashback to season 9. But and then finally the Zach coming out. I think Zach's super strong right now. So it's pretty good to see. We do have that Vladimir, you know, kind of able to be sustained, but I'm going to see something pretty interesting. We're going to have the NA Jace coming out for the side of UCSD. So that's going to be pretty interesting. And we also have a Poppy support, which is a very interesting pick. You don't see too often for the side of just anyone, honestly. I actually thought Poppy, you know, so we had the pick'ems for Worlds, right? And it was like, by the way, context, I play Poppy. I have no sins. That is my main champion in the top lane. But I will say, I actually put Poppy as my champion that's going to be played in 3 roles for that Worlds pick'em.
Okay.
If you remember, but didn't end up getting played in support, so it was a little unlucky. I thought it would be pretty strong because
absolutely, I think so.
In that patch, it was very good kill pressure in these lanes. I think we saw the Poppy probably as a response to the Zach Alistar.
Absolutely.
Which is like exactly what you want to see. So seeing a little bit of like comfort, maybe some pocket picks coming in for the side of UCSD, very interesting. I want to see how this Vlad Volleybear goes. Volleybear, not the least aggressive tank in the game for sure. Definitely can close the gap on Vladimir, unlike some of the other tanks. So I'm pretty interested to see if Vladimir is able to just survive for that early game, scale up, eventually do a lot of damage. I wasn't too sold on Vladimir after the item changes.
Yeah.
I don't think anything was particularly beneficial, but that champ in general is just a lot of skill check, to be honest. I think a good Vladimir can always make it work. It's not like he's doing too little damage. True. He's able to do enough damage. It's just his early game kind of ebbs and flows. He used to have the build where he can start with that the Cinder Orb, the one that gives cooldown reduction, and then he gets
Kindle Gem.
Yeah, Kindle Gem, and then on top of that, get it 5 Codex for just, and then also the Ionian Boots. He would just start with like 40 ability haste, and that was his build for a while until they nerfed Kindle Gem start. So then it ended up being kind of hard for Vladimir to find his place in the game, and that's been like 2 seasons now in a row. But we're seeing it come out here in the last game of UCI Invitational presented by Xfinity of the League of Legends Day. Oh, wow. I'm actually so interested with this Jace. It's definitely as a response to Silas. You know, Silas gets no value out of a Jace ult.
You don't want to be stuck in Jace.
Exactly. So no value out of the Jace ult. And then Jace, just so much pressure coming from the mid lane. I will say, I like that they balanced their team. If they knew that they were going to pick Vladimir, picking that Jace also makes it so you can flex the Vladimir mid. You can flex. And it just gives so much flexibility on this draft. Maokai also could go anywhere. He could go support top even. So it's just a bunch of flex picks, and then Varus, who probably is one of the strongest ADCs on the patches. Obviously, Poppy, not exactly the optimal support you want to see with the Varus, but definitely really good in this situation, seeing the Zac especially.
I think it's a great counter pick into Alistar Zac, especially provides a lot of safety for this Varus down in the bot lane. Looking at Cal's team here, Dark Lord on the Zac, I like the pick. Draven, classic. J2 has been on this Draven, crazy. 0 surprises there. Volibear, did you catch Cal versus UCI?
I did.
Volibear was going ballistic in those games.
Volibear's very strong in the early game. You were kind of seeing him fall off near the end, but the other players on the team kind of picked up the slack that the Volibear kind of provided earlier, and then kind of falls off, but still has that lockdown. And especially in that last game, if you remember, the Volibear was with a Sejuani, I believe. So it's just instantly Volibear gets like 3 stacks because Q auto W,
Right,
and
boom.
you're instantly 3 stacks on Sejuani. You get a follow-up CC lockdown. Just completely able to CC lock somebody all the way down. We're seeing it with the Zac here. Another good gank setup, especially since that Poppy's towards that bot side, not able to just snap disengage with that W towards that Zac. But also Poppy's really good into Sylas too. So this is just a really good angle for Poppy. I will say I kind of like it in support more than jungle. We were talking about this so much before this tournament about Poppy, because it's such an interesting champ considering how many dashes are in the game, but just doesn't have the itemization to fully realize the potential of Poppy. I think the Divine Sunderer build is probably the strongest, which is not a good sign if you're playing Poppy. But support, we're probably going to see something like maybe Radiant Virtue. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of hard to tell, to be honest, but do you have any favorites after this draft coming into this last game?
Dude, when it's a Poppy game, it's a Poppy game.
That's
like
true.
The character just looks like all these different scenarios, right? Oh my God. Zac's overhead coming in, Poppy W. Oh my God, my AD carry is about to get jumped on by Alistar, Poppy W.
Yeah, and you also think about
Poppy W.
You also think about it. In these fights, Sylas has been such a big factor. You could just ult him away. But Sylas could do the same thing to the other team. So it's kind of it's just a bunch of layers on layers over here. And then we also have. I think this draft really comes down to how good this Jace does. If I'm being honest,
I'm absolutely gonna agree.
I'm like looking at it and I'm thinking about it. If this Jace dominates the Sylas like I think it should, we will have a pretty good scenario here for UCSD. But here we go. We are going into the last game of our grand finals for UCI Invitational presented by Xfinity. Here we go.
If we could play Silver Scrapes, we would. It's not game 5, but it's 3, and it's a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting into this. Look out for these early wards. Look out for these early invades. I've been saying it kind of all day. We saw this in an earlier series. You think as these series go on, the teams will get a little bit more hesitant to make these crazy plays and kind of calls that could lead to mistakes? Absolutely not. These teams have been ruthless and confident in the plays that they make, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I will say I think we have the game slowed down just a little bit so we can get that fixed right now. And then I think we're now back to the correct speed, so let's go. And then, okay, here we go. They're going to have a 5-point setup on this map. Poppy just guarding out that bot side to make sure that there's no shenanigans going to happen. Alistar, not the strongest level 1 champion, so able to just, it's better that nothing happens. We did see pretty much nothing happen level 1 on that last game too, and it was a pretty good positioning for both teams.
Yeah, it was good. Now these I just hyped up them, doing these different little things. Very, very standard 5-point drop a ward in the pixel bush there, and we're just gonna have a good time with each other.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty slow clears for this jungler, but Zac is always rushed to level 4 as soon as possible because you want to get that extra range on the elastic slingshot to get that good gank setup on that bot side, especially because it's kind of hard to gank if you're just level 1 elastic slingshot over that thick wall on the bot side. So definitely need a couple levels in there. We're just going to see Draven baiting out, using a little bit of mana to fake a leash here.
I think he gets double axes when he gets to lane. I think that's the tech.
That's true.
That's the tech right there.
That was actually pretty clean. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Good catch.
Boom, look at that. 2 axes. This man's crazy. J2 on his main man as we got a little bit of a ground slam from Kieran.
Yeah, and here we have Poppy. Poppy's a pretty hard champ to actually play in this support category. I have experimented a bit with it. It's just hard to set up your CC here, especially when they play against it. And the Sylas and the Jace, as I said, Jace very dominant in this early game. Sylas can't really do too much, so we really need to see this Jace pull ahead so that the side of Berkeley actually finds its foothold here.
Yeah, foothold is what they need, and I really want to reiterate what you said. This Jace is going to be crucial. He didn't go Ignite, which I think is fine.
Yeah, TP is kind of the play for mid right now. I think you would much rather have your Ignite on your top laner for that aggression.
Okay.
But it's kind of, you want this Jace ahead, it would be really nice, but I think because he has to back for that tier most likely, it kind of makes sense to go TP at the very least, and it does allow you to match side lanes later in the game against that Sylas, so You know, TP always the choice in pro play, Ignite always the choice in solo queue, so that's kind of the difference.
Fair.
King Clueless gonna once again look towards that blue buff. We saw that last game too. He just looks for an early steal away, but not gonna find anything, so just gonna put down a sapling. But we're gonna see a pretty aggressive trade here out of Stabsy. You know, just trying to trade that health pool. Silas is able to heal it up. Jace is not, so that's kind of like the crucial difference there.
Absolutely. He has this assistance. They did spot him out because of this Maokai. The champion does wonders, but this Jace is going to be really hard to beat early game. He has Conquer. You don't go Electrocute. Excuse me. You always go Conquer. That's not even a question. But honestly, is there any point in time which Silas wins this 1v1? But we got to hold that thought because the Poppy W not quite there. Forcing out the flash, gets the grab back. Here comes Alistar. Combo available, but Poppy does a great job slamming him into that wall. Gonna get Varus out of there nice and clean as our Dark Arrow finishes us off with some little damage.
And there we go. We see exactly what Poppy is made to do. Disengage from that full engage comp out of Berkeley here. So we're going to see that a lot. You know, if you think about it logically, Volibear doesn't really have an opportunity in these fights to just run in how you would think he would because the Poppy exists. You just spin that hammer and toss him out. So it actually does deny a lot here. So really good drafting here out of UCSD. I cannot state this enough, but we'll have to see if it pays off. The Draven, you know, you've been waiting for your Draven pop-off game, and if there was ever going to be one, it would be the Grand Finals final match. It's so exciting.
I need it to happen.
Yeah.
Another thing I need to happen is this matchup again. Silas versus Maokai. I'm here for it. This is why I like Silas so much. It kind of like makes these characters that are so good like Maokai, brings those strengths over to your own team.
Yeah, that's kind of why we didn't see Maokai at Worlds too much. Because people just started picking Silas into it, and it's just too strong of a tool to give over to the Silas, so they just ended up putting priority onto the Maokai pick, and he ended up completely falling out of relevance towards the back half of the Worlds tournament.
Yeah, it's kind of how it goes sometimes. These flavors, he wasn't really quite worth the ban either, but we got the engage onto Poppy as J2 has access and he's got lethal tempo, proc, and the ignite drops as well. Protoss drops so low. Kill goes over to Draven for those passive stacks as Alistar flashes his way out of there. That's huge for J2.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want out of this Draven. Getting the first blood. We've seen this before, but this time it's in that 2v2 lane phase. As I said, Poppy not the strongest support coming into this. Here we go. We have a replay coming on. Proto's just taking way too much damage. Wasn't able to block the initial engage out of the Alistar, so gets taken down pretty quickly from the damage from that Draven. Now he's going to back and come up with that serrated Dirk plus double longsword. I see this every time I play against Draven because somehow in my solo queue games, he always gets one kill early.
Always.
One way or another. Now we have Protoss just walking into the jungle. We saw this a lot in the first game, which was very impressive pathing from that Karma game. And here we go. Jace just establishing pressure, and Alistar's going to get engaged on here.
We have our stun. You got to watch out for this blast cone, though. It might get him out of there, but he's going to get knocked away from it just a little bit. Now he's in with his squad here. Dark Lord and TJ out to help him. Protoss drops low, but not low enough as we got a flash forward from Clueless, taking down Kyrian. And J2 as well, doing as much as he can as his Zac blobs come back to life. Stabsy here to help out his jungler, but it dies so fast now at a 1 versus 2. Gotta watch out for these roots, gotta bob and weave like it's hole in the wall, but Stabsy wins it either way, and King Clueless walks out with his life, but a couple kills for Stabsy's not too bad.
I'm actually interested why Stabsy didn't keep going there. He probably thought Varus would walk over, but it didn't end up walking over, so just gonna pick up the kills there. Unfortunately for them, Cinnamon Jouster went down in the fight pretty early, so wasn't able to get the support that or the damage that they needed here. Here we're gonna watch. He's going to go in for the stun after the stun lands, and he's just going to take so much damage from the Draven, who just backed, as I said, with so much gold. And then look at how much damage that just goes.
Crazy.
Just takes out all the blobs, and then Stabsy comes in level 6, takes the Maokai ult before Maokai even has it available. But here we have Shazome Macy just walking too far forward, and then Alistar's already there, so just going to get taken down. Poppy just walked towards the mid lane, so no support there. Just gonna clean up that kill, and here we go, Draven, 3-1. Exactly what you want to see. He's gonna go for that shield blow once again with the Dirk in the inventory. Pretty strong, hard to beat, really, as far as early game champs go when you have that lead.
Exactly. With Alistar too, if this Varus doesn't have a Poppy standing by his side at all times, he is dead meat to this killer combo. It's just so hard to stop this onslaught that these two are bringing down bot.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. Maokai ends up picking up both kills on that first fight. You really would have liked to see that on the Jace. And then with Stabsy picking up one for himself, it really alleviates a lot of that pressure that Jace has early. And we're just going to see Vladimir kind of farm up. Kind of like the saving grace of this early game is that nothing has happened with this Vladimir. He just gets to farm up for free. I remember the kleptomancy days with Vladimir. Those were the crazy days when kind of uncontested Vladimir just gets to sit there and farm up forever. And luckily it's not those days, but it's good to see him farm up now.
Yeah, he's down a little bit on Volibear, but oh my goodness,
so
Korean. We like that. We like that.
Yeah, it was so close. If he gets that Q, he's going to knock him back into Stabsy, and there is probably no way Cinnamon Jouster lives that with no flash. So good movement away from Cinnamon Jouster. Had a little bit of an inkling something was going on. He was going to ward, but just going to trade onto Stabsy. Actually, so much damage. Good execution out of that. Jace coming out. You know, NA Jace, we always, that is the meme, but it's looking pretty good so far. Just took a lot of damage in that first fight, just got taken down, so. But that's mostly on that, you know, T1J2, who's been playing Draven every single game. This seems like it's his game.
Right, you got a Zac jumping in here, but there's that Poppy to cancel it down. Varus ult comes through. Dark Arrow finds 2, dropping super low. T1J2 has arrived, but it's just a little bit late as Dark Lord falls. Now my main man, Jimball, is in a tough situation, but an ult is going to get him out of it. Silas is holding Varus ult right now, which could be used to maybe counteract this dragon, but they're not really in a position member-wise to really do anything. We'll see if UCSD decides to even go for this dragon.
Yeah, that was just a little bit of an overextension coming out from the Alistar, and you know, it's like, it's fine at this point in the game because there's just not enough damage from the side of UCSD to take the dragon. But now that just gives a little bit of map space on the UCSD side. You know, they are about 1k gold down, so it is a little bit rough to walk up, but T1J2 is getting a little bit pressured here, but Alistar is about to return, so I don't expect anything to happen here unless Alistar goes for something himself. Varus with no ult here, so this is going to be pretty close. We're going to get engaged, and they didn't see Alistar come in on the start of the fight, so they're just going to look to engage on Poppy.
The timing is perfect with this knockup here as T1J2 doesn't get that kill, but he does take him down either way. The life's still going to keep him alive for now. King clueless. Now the man with the plan trying to take down Draven, but the cleanse gets him out, but not enough healing can save you from this tree as King clueless with that red buff does a lot of damage.
Yeah, but that's 2 kills going over to the side of the Draven again. That is exactly what you want to see. The Maokai coming in a little bit too late to stop that engage coming out from, you know, actually it was Protoss who started it. If you look, he didn't see the Alistar coming in, and Alistar's just there already, and now Protoss is in a bad spot. Shizo Macy walks up too far to try and do a lot of damage here and trade onto the Draven, knowing that King Clueless was walking down, but it just doesn't have the survivability there. So it gets taken down before King Clueless can even come. Luckily, there was a trade kill for a shutdown onto the Draven, but the Draven had already cashed in. He's probably okay with it.
It's a happy camper.
Yeah, you'll take that for sure. And here we have a Poppy just spinning up the hammer, looking to get someone out of there, but just going to cancel it because Alistar gets caught. So free kill there, and they're going to get the dragon here. I was just talking about how...
Oh, no! Are they going to get the dragon?
No, what does that say?
J2! Are you kidding me?
I wonder what happened. I think Maokai might have burned Smite before that dragon on the fight. So then just didn't have it for the dragon, and that's a full steal from T1J2. That's kind of a tragedy for UCSD. They had good map movements after that unfortunate 3v2 in the bot lane. But then, you know, they steal it away, and it's like nothing ever happened from the side of UCSD. We're seeing it again. You know, UCSD has good macro, but so far the execution coming out of Berkeley has been pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's been clean, just like that Draven ult. We love to see it. They're playing very, very heavily. A little bit of a repeat of Game 1, where they're leaving top lane up on an island. It's a little bit different, though, because these two champions are not just rock tanks like Malphite and Sejuani, like we saw. Vladimir, if left untouched, will dish out some damage if left alone in a team fight. And Volibear can be an absolute unit as well, so I'm interested to see what these champions can bring into a late-game team fight.
Here we go. We're going to see a replay of the steal. 2 HP! That is not what you want to see. If anything, Maokai's jungle pet was about to take it.
Yeah.
But just barely gets in there, and T1J2 able to steal away the Drake. Actual tragedy for UCSD. That is not what you want to see. He's going to just fall short of the turret plate. You know, maybe that's a little bit of recompense, but he's going to get that in the next wave here. We're going to see an aggressive trade out of Jimball here onto Millennium Baby. He actually walks in. This is a little bit aggressive. He has no help anywhere, and Volibear is just going to crush him. In that 1v1.
Roots come out in Route 2, but Cinnamon Jouster is forced away. Stabsy wants to make his way back onto, but he will with the help of his support. But the flash knockaway gets him a little bit of distance. Curian now marching his way towards Cinnamon. Does he have the damage to burst him down? Almost, but Stabsy will end up claiming that kill.
Yeah, you know, Draven actually almost sniped that one too.
I saw it,
It's so funny. Yeah, Jace just getting sectioned off there, wasn't able to find anything. They're looking for a trade onto Draven, but Draven smartly walking back. T1J2 has the awareness. Proto's walking a little bit early, you know. It's fine. No one else is there to threaten. Silas kind of leaning over, but definitely not going to find anything. So smart play out of Berkeley there. Yeah, they really isolated Cinnamon Jouster there. He couldn't really do anything. Once he's separated from his CC, it's just kind of doomed. Millennium Baby with a little bit of a mistake here. I think walks up expecting that there just isn't enough damage from Jim Ball. You're gonna see it right here.
Yeah, this W, that second W
we have
right there.
A fight going on. T1J2's fighting Protos right now. Is he gonna find the kill? He's gonna flash it and do like 200 damage on that last auto, and Poppy just gets taken down. This is what I mean with Poppy support. It's really hard to play. It is surprisingly difficult.
Yeah, it's almost like it's very weak. He really does exist for the one purpose of having that W. As we get a little Zac engaged, you know he has the pool. Really tough to make that one work unless the Millennium Baby doesn't really react or chooses to save that W. Not quite going to work out. But these teams, they're looking like they're not tired of the action anytime soon. Dragon's up at 2 minutes, but that does not mean the fighting stops for 2 minutes. They're here and they're ready for some action. The Volibear never ceases to amaze me. This character is so good. You talked about at the beginning how he has a really easy time closing that gap between Vladimir. He just does such a good job.
Yeah, the early game for Volibear always been very strong. The problem is he falls off kind of like Renekton, I'm not going to lie, which is why he doesn't get picked. But Renekton, you know, at least we don't have to see that champ for now. We're going to see the plating count. We have 4 for the side of Berkeley, while 2 on the side of UCSD.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, just knocks away the Rift Herald, but it's still going to get the charge, I think, because there's no jungler to smite it down. Just going to do some damage. You know, the plates just went down, so not going to be able to find any plating there with that Rift Herald, so a little bit unfortunate there. Probably the pacing of that last fight where Protoss gets taken down made it so it's very difficult to put down that Rift Herald before the plates go down. So now, you know, you have to think about it from the perspective of UCSD. A lot of that gold is on that Maokai. You'd like to see it transferred to either this Varus or the Jace, even the Vladimir, honestly, but it's kind of hard to gank the Volibear with his ult because there's just not enough lockdown to just burst him down. Vladimir a lot longer of trade patterns compared to the Volibear as well, so you know, it's actually pretty easy to play for Volibear. I do anticipate eventually Vladimir will catch up, but with that Divine Sunder complete, it's pretty hard to win that 1v1.
Oh, it's going to be ridiculously hard. It's he's got a lot going for him with this early lead, and it's A-OK. We got Dragon spawning in just 30 seconds now. We see junglers heading down. Lot completed. Both AD carries have their mythics completed. Draven's on 2 items. He's going to be the man to watch in this next team fight coming up.
I'm seeing all these items get completed. We have the Eclipse coming out of the Jace. We see the Everfrost out of Silas. All coming up for this Dragon right now. And, you know, no one has good positioning. There's almost no vision in the area for either team. A little bit of defensive vision for the side of UCSD to establish that they could just walk in for free. But a full team walking towards that Dragon for the side of Berkeley, so they're probably just going to get this for free. I don't think they have any chance to contest with Maokai taking a late reset. And with Silas having Everfrost, I wouldn't want to walk up either.
No, I'm okay. I'm going to let the Draven just slam this Dragon and kill that thing in a couple seconds. That just shows how strong this Draven really is. Definitely the smart move there to just leave it be. That late reset from Maokai was key.
Oh, here we have the 1v1 once again. T1J2 just walking up spots. Shazana. Oh, he actually survived Shazana. That's actually huge. And then T1J2, with the help of the shield bow, just has so much lifesteal to just... This is what I mean with Poppy support is hard because once you have to commit that E to try and peel, but as soon as that happens, you have nothing. You are stuck on an island, and the only thing that allows you to survive is stats. And let's just say Poppy is not the strongest stats-wise when you're in the support category. So, T1J2, this is your Draven pop-up game. You've been waiting all day for this. So this is his moment. We will see if he's been playing pretty aggressively, but I think with the comp that Berkeley has built, they're able to support an aggressive playstyle out of the Draven.
I mean, they have such a front line, but an aggressive Jim Ball is not a front line. You need it, just slams on top of Millennium Baby. My goodness, that must have hurt.
Yeah, Millennium Baby trying to stall for the ult to heal him back up, but just not able to survive long enough. That ult did like 400 damage. That is insane. You know, that's not exactly what you want out of the Vladimir, but honestly, it's fine if you take a couple deaths on Vladimir, so I'm like, okay with it. But wow, that was really good execution on Jimball. He saw that the E was going to hit. Oh, but we're having an engage from the Maokai here.
Yeah, Vladimir's up in 5 seconds with teleport, but I don't think they're going to call for it. We have Jace walking up here. They're just trying to kill some time, maybe get this kill over to Cinnamon Jouster as that shock blast comes in. Doesn't quite finish, but as he ramps forward, there goes the kill over to my main man, Cinnamon Jouster.
That is exactly what you want to see. He was playing a little bit aggressive, really wanted to get that turret. He did at least get that turret, so that's 300 gold over to the side of Berkeley, and then in response to kill. So it's about evened out. So you take that, but it does go on to Cinnamon Jouster, funneling any gold over to that Jace is pretty important. You know, not exactly a champ the scale's the best, considering, but Jace is always pretty strong in almost all phases of the game. Just very dominant in the early game, especially.
Absolutely.
But you know, with Silas getting a couple kills early, it kind of curbed that potential.
It helps a little bit for sure. Same thing with Draven. These two are going to be a problem. This Volibear too. The damage never ceases to amaze me, man. This guy's going to be a force to be reckoned with in these team fights. So 3,000 gold ahead as we head into this Herald here. Once again, UCSD are going to not contest it. They're not really willing to risk the whole game on this one objective.
Yeah, so we're just seeing some aggressive play onto Shizome C. Ooh. Just going to be a called off play, but they're looking for a little bit damage onto Cryon, but not going to be anything. That was actually super close. If Draven didn't have Cleanse there's a chance they just snap engage there, but there just wasn't enough follow-up damage on that play.
Another combo on the Zac from the back. Roots coming in from the side as well as King Clueless is dishing out the damage onto T1. But J2 is in the back hitting lethal tempo procs. He's cutting for his life. Not enough though, but Jimball has arrived and he's disabled every tower in the nearby vicinity as we drop another as well. Jimball alive and running rampant as Dark Lord gets himself out of there with the blob to save the day. J2 still hitting, and we got Stabesy, and J2 just got to weave an auto in, and there it goes over to Stabesy with the gap closing. Is here, does not have stopwatch to save him, but he will end up dropping to that Volibear. Huge fight for the side of Cal.
Yeah, that was actually a very big fight there. Zac coming in on the side at the start of the fight was so hard to see. That is what you pick the Zac for, these unexpected engage angles. It looked like nothing to me, and then I just see the Zac fly in from behind, and now the Alistar engage that isn't so threatening since there wasn't too much damage on top is suddenly a full team fight. After that, wow, I would love to see a replay. That was a pretty chaotic fight. I'd like to see what broke down there. Vladimir finally getting a couple kills. Actually, I'm not. Yeah, he got one kill in that fight, so that's pretty good to see as well. So here we go. Yeah, just Zac coming in from the backside. Shizome C just had no way of living, and then Millennium Baby just gonna take out Cryon on the start, and then yeah, there we go. Jimball just disabling the turret, so he has free reign to just walk up and deal as much damage as he can. Vladimir looking for a trade kill, finds the Zac passive, but not gonna find anything else. With the damage from T1J2 was just too much pressure for Millennium Baby to handle, so he had to back up, and then, you know, Shavesy coming up from the side and just taking out the last two members, and that's a full ace.
That's a full ace. What a fight. Cal have now pulled themselves into a 7,000 gold lead here.
Wow.
Insane. Coming up into this dragon in 20 seconds. UCSD, they can give it right, but this is sole point you're going to let Cal have.
Yeah.
They've given the last couple objectives. At some point, you need to fight back.
I feel like they're still not ready. They definitely need some time, but they're going to look to position here. If, you know, good positioning, plus they always have Maokai. Good positioning will always outweigh some gold leads if you're able to establish a dominant enough force here. We're seeing some poke out of the Jace, you know, longer fights, you know, this Jace poke can get kind of significant, but they're gonna just give it. They're too scared of the you know, the awkward angles from Dark Lord. They can't spot it out, so they're just playing super passively, but Karion's gonna take a big chunk of damage off of the Varus and the Jace poke, but Varus running low, very low on mana, so they might just have to call off the play completely.
Yeah, I can't tell what did more damage to the Shock Blast or the Maokai Sapling, but we are going to call out these roots, forcing, look at that, like clockwork. UCSD have to back out and give up this dragon. They just don't have what it takes right now to take this fight, and that's going to bring Cal to 3 dragons to UCSD's 0.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Oh my god, there's an actual full pinch here, so it's a little bit scary. T1J2 is just hitting King Clueless right now.
Oh, but Stavesy in the bottom is alone by himself. Protoss closing that gap as well as King Clueless bringing in that top side. The team of Cal is here to support, and they're here to fight. Dark Lord is not going to pull the trigger. Everybody's going to relax and take a deep breath. Nobody wants to take a fight.
Yeah, they were looking for something there, but I think it was wise of UCSD to call off the fight as soon as they couldn't lock down the Silas instantly on the backside of that fight. But now we're going to see some great aggression towards this Baron. It will get spotted out, but I don't think UCSD has any positioning to try and contest this, so this should be just a free Baron for Berkeley after kind of forcing a lot of cooldowns in that last Dragon dance.
Absolutely. This Baron is huge, too. They just took Dragon. Now they can scoop up this Baron. This Baron gives them the time, the next 3 minutes, right, to ride out this tempo, get themselves some more gold, further their lead over UCSD, and then the next Dragon spawns. So it's like clockwork. They're going to roll into this next Dragon and just be menaces.
Coming into, Soul Point now for Berkeley is like terrifying. This is a Mountain Drake, not the most powerful Drake either, but definitely very solid, especially against the poke comp. Because it denies so much of that early damage that comes out of UCSD. I wouldn't call it a full poke comp, but you do have that Jace Varus core, which does do a lot of poke damage, so, categorizes in it. Yeah. It's more of like a disengage, re-engage comp. So we're going to see just clearing out some vision here. The less vision that UCSD can establish, the more angles this Zac can come from. So just trying to clear it out. Pride not going to find anything else, but, they do have that Maokai to try and find it. But Zac has been finding some insane angles on these fights. We saw him basically deny the entire Dragon just by positioning in somewhere that they had no knowledge of.
Yeah, it's honestly, you love to see it. Zac has one job, and it's to get in there, pop that Radiant Virtue, apply Demonic Embrace to anybody he can touch, and then sit on top of Varus. And I'm here for it. Varus is going to have a tough time.
What's funny is after these items came out, and nobody thought Radiant Virtue was good, but then this random Zac build came out. Before Radiant Virtue was even considered even decent, someone built Radiant Virtue plus Demonic Embrace, but we're going to see a little bit of aggression towards Jim Ball here, where everyone's gathering toward this top side, so I'm going to hold that thought for this next little section. I'm unsure if anything's going to happen. We have Zac charging up that Elastic Slingshot, but there is the Poppy right there. I'm not sure if they're going to go for anything here.
Yeah, Dark Lord stays ready with these slingshots. J2 is aggressive. You can definitely see that on Draven. He has cleansed to back himself up to Maokai ult on the Silas time and time again. Proves so good. Slingshot
they're going to look for
charge
something
down.
here.
They want to. Look at him itching right now as the Flash Varus engagement pops those roots with these Zonias as well. Going to save him for now. J2 kiting in the back, but Zac is in on the back line, and he's doing so much damage, but gets Poppy ulted out. Stabesy goes deeper than he really wants to as to flash out. J2 going in the Volibear is here. J2 marching forward. He's got axes and he needs victims as Cinnamon Jouster runs away. They're going to look to take this inhib in a 2-for-5 fight so far. Excuse me, that's 3. They may even look to end the game here, Daniel.
Yeah, this is going absolutely crazy. Zac's going to look for anything else, but not going to find it. They need to find some sort of kill here in return to try and stall out the game, but they're not able to find it. Jace getting pressured out by the Volibear. Alistar's going to go in, but going to get taken down in return. But the tower is going down, and Stapesy just going to look for something. Cinnamon Jouster going to get taken down, and now all that's left is the Poppy, and the Nexus is going to go down. And with that, Berkeley is your champions of UCEI Invitational, presented by Xfinity.
Ladies and gentlemen, this upset, Cal coming in as the 3rd seed. Upset, beat UCI. Upset, beat the reigning champions UCSD. They did it. They went all the way in this long, long day. Congratulations, Cal. You are the UCEI Invitational, presented by Xfinity, champions for this year.
Wow, so impressive out of Cal. They had a tough road here.
They really did.
Yeah, they had previously in the tournament actually lost to UCI.
Yeah.
So they beat the team that beat them, sent them to the losers bracket initially. We had a format change, and then now they're against the team they just lost against. They beat them today, and then now, once again, in grand finals, they take down the reigning champs UCSD. Very impressive stuff. And I gotta say, they just had good play. Like,
they really did.
UCSD had really good coordination in that match. Props to them. They will be our runner-ups for this tournament. Here we go. We see some B-roll of the players. They're looking happy. I like to see some smiles on their faces, This was just such an inspiring run, to be honest.
You really love to see it. Keep in mind, they had a player who had to sit out due to medical reasons, so they were dealing with that as well before going into this series. They had a sub coming in remote. I'm sure he's celebrating at home right now. Beautifully done to Cal. It's such an underdog story. They fought through it. They took away this win, dethroned the champions. It's a beautiful thing. What a beautiful day.
Yeah, and I really got to accentuate, both these teams came in with such good drafts. Honestly, from what I was seeing all day, these were the two teams that had the best drafts out of the 4 that showed up today. So it's nice to see them both face off. We were talking about so much draft intricacy from UCSD. You had the Poppy, but as I said, the execution's hard. And then on top of that, the Volley Bear just to curb the excitement for the Vladimir. But here we go. We have a lift of the trophy. Let's go!
Congratulations to Cal. Your 2023 UCEI, I think it's 2023.
2023.
Champions.
Yeah. Shout outs to UCSD. They are our runner-ups. They played very well. It was such a close best of 3. That last match, just one fight kind of determined the whole thing. It was kind of cruising. But I think like once that, I can't remember exactly which fight, but they were able to establish that 7K gold lead.
Yes.
And with that, they just pulled ahead from there. You know, you had every lane winning. Draven popping off. You were so excited to see the Draven every game. And finally, they come out and show you a good performance. But here, UCSD, props to them once again.
Absolutely.
Shout outs to them. You know, I think they had such a good idea with the draft, but Jace is just hard to execute. I don't blame them. I've seen teams, you know, full LCS level teams struggle with that Jace, so I'm not too surprised. But either way, you know, they really played their heart out. And this is, you know, super late today. Currently in the studio, it is 10:53, so they have been playing for so long. It's been such a long day. So shout outs to them, but once again, can't say it enough. Berkeley really coming out and performing. That's what you really like to see. Such an underdog story coming into this tournament. So I'm just like, wow, what a good match.
It's nice to see UCSD. They did win last year, second this year, so they're consistent. They're a really good team. Do not get it wrong, but Cal, as you said, out of nowhere, taking this one away from us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a replay package for you, and this one's a banger, trust me.
Yeah, there were some big explosive fights to start off, so let me break it down. And then we have, so this fight just came down to Cinnamon Jouster taking a little bit too much damage. T1J2 just had too many items at this phase. Look at how much damage he does. And then the Silas is going to come in on the back side of the fight to clean it up. Just going to get a couple kills. You know, we were talking about how strong the Jace is, but if Silas gets ahead, it's kind of hard to play. Look, just burst down Protoss. Honestly, could have killed Maokai too, but just expected Varus to walk up. Here we go. This was a little bit over-aggressive from Protoss, so just get taken down early. And then Shizamacy getting a little bit too aggressive as well, thinking that they had enough damage with that Maokai coming over, was able to trade the kill at least, and then didn't lose the second player, or a third player. So that's at least something. But you know, you don't want to see that a 3v2 end up 2 for 1 for the side of the 2. And then, oh God, I didn't even remember that until I saw that.
That's big.
Such a big dragon steal there. That was such a good pacing moment for UCSD, and it just gets denied. This is that 1v1. Millennium Baby underestimating the damage of the Volley Bear. I mean, he does so much damage. I don't blame him, honestly. I probably would have missed that kill window as well. And here, the Jace gets sectioned off away from that Maokai with the help of the Zac, so just gonna get taken down. Honestly, Draven almost cashed in here too.
He almost did. Whirling Blades of Death.
Yeah, and then just walks up, has that ward in that bush, just walks up, looks for the kill. Imagine if Varus goes down here. That would be such a disaster, but Poppy sacrifices her life. Unfortunate, gets taken down. Look at that, 200 damage.
That's crazy,
on that last auto.
9.
Yeah, 190, yeah, it's crazy. And then this is the big fight, kind of determining factor. This is gonna be a 5-0, I believe. Oh no, 5-1 maybe, yeah. And then, yeah, just the Volley Bear coming in on the side. After that, Zac comes from in the weird angle after the early Alistar engage, and it's just so well played here. Millennium Baby really trying to trade it out, but with the Zac blobs here, it's just not enough damage. The T1J2 really forcing him out, could not get enough damage onto him, and then Shabzy does get traded out, but you'll take that trade.
Absolutely.
In Ace, you get free map control for the rest of the game, and then here, we're near the end of the game. Shabzy gets engaged on, but has that Zanya's early in the game, and the angle from Zac there to find Varus to force out that shield bow means that this engage from the Volley Bear just means he's dead, so then they just kind of chase out the fight and then take out the players on the back end, and then they have enough pushing power with that Baron that they took so early into the game, and that 7K gold lead that they're able to just snowball to take the Nexus. Here we go, gold lead, 13K.
At some point in this game, Draven had 11 or 12,000 gold, and Varus had 6,500.
Yeah.
He almost had double the amount of gold
I mean, even
of
if you're
Varus.
looking at this, look, 15.8,
yeah,
8.3K. It really was, this is your Draven pop-up game we were talking about the whole time. 15K though, that's crazy. Look, the
That's
second highest
absurd.
player is that top side Volley Bear, 11.5K. So it really was a dominant performance in this last match for Berkeley. You have to think about how easy their execution on their draft was. SD drafted, in my opinion, a very solid draft, but the execution was very hard.
Yes.
Very
yes.
difficult drafts. Ease of execution always goes crazy.
We talk about this, yes.
And yeah, you see the Draven do
There it
22K. I expected something like this after I saw Draven just chunk Vladimir to start to force out in that mid-game fight. But you know, Jace was doing some good poke damage on the return, but just unable to find the kills that really stick.
Yeah. I like to think J2 after every game is like, guys, put me on Draven again.
Draven,
Put
I
me
got
on
this.
Draven again. It didn't work. Like it did not work.
Yeah.
But it didn't go crazy.
It was just
And
solid every
he
game,
was-
and then finally he has
Yes.
his pop-off game, pops off. I'm unsure who we're gonna give that MSI MVP to.
I feel like it's gotta be Cinnamon. But that's not confirmed.
Not confirmed. We're
Not
just
confirmed.
discussing it here. There's a couple players it could be. You know, Dart.
Yes.
Every player kind of played pretty well.
Very true.
We had Jim Ball in the top lane, holding it down, tanks all the way. You know, had a lot of big engages on that Malphite
That's true.
game.
That's true. He was
And
a
then-
rock up there.
Yeah. And then we had the sub in from Dark Lord. Pulled out a bunch of interesting.
He really
champs.
did that.
Yeah, bunch of interesting champs there, and you know we had first the Graves and then Morgana, kind of not too meta, and then Zach, who I think is pretty strong. I
Pretty
was
darn
talking
strong,
about
yes.
the build, which was like kind of like a off meta pick that turned out to be really strong, and then everyone's playing Radiant Virtue nowadays, so pretty cool to see. And then in the mid lane, you know, of course we have Cinnamon.
Of course, Cinnamon Joust. Of
Yeah.
course we do. Yeah, that guy was a rock, honestly.
Oh wait, not Cinnamon Jouster. Sorry, Stabsy. My bad.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Okay.
Yeah, Stabsy also just completely diffing.
He did play really well.
He played
Yeah.
really well. Even in the game that they did lose, he still played well. That Silas.
Absolutely.
Still,
The
oh no,
Silas
no,
game,
the Cassidy.
The Cassidy game against the Rise,
Yes.
that was it.
Yes, the Cassidy. You know, it's
No,
getting
Stabsy
kind of late.
was
I
Rise.
apologize
Sorry,
for any
yeah.
mistakes. Yeah, the casting game was so close, but just wasn't able to close down. Just too risky of a pick. You know, we see it. The risk is really not paying off.
It didn't. Twice in a
Cassidy
row.
lost both times, and then we
Yeah.
saw the more risky draft out of SD with the Jace.
Yes.
Also didn't work out. So, you know, pretty late in the day, it's kind of hard to get
That's
that good form that you really want. And then on top of that, we had Draven all 3 games out of J2. So that was also impressive. And then in the support, we had sorry.
Okay.
Protoss?
Yes.
No, Protoss
that's
was on the other side.
Yes, the UCSD. It's all right. We'll think about it in a second.
We'll think about it.
Beautiful
But
game.
Beautiful game. Either way, his Alistar was pretty clean.
The Alistar was clean. He was finding his way onto that Vars. But without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we got an interview coming right at you. Janine, if you could take it away for us, that would be fantastic.
Oh.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, didn't quite have audio there, but it's A-okay. Hopefully, we'll be back with that interview. But just some context for you guys at home. Today was UCEI Invitational, presented to us by Xfinity. Day 1 of League of Legends. We got here. First game started around 11 o'clock. These players have been here playing since then. UCSD in particular had the first game of the day. It's been a long day. Might be able to hear it in my voice. I know Daniel's got a headache. Things are great around here.
I don't have a headache. No, I'm kidding. I totally did have a headache before this, but you know, we come here, we grind.
We do.
Yeah,
we do
that's
a little
true.
bit of grinding. But yeah, so these players were tired, and they're still competing under these circumstances. Very, very well played to all of them, and thank you again to all of our sponsors.
And our production as well. Our production's going crazy. We have a couple people in the back that really have helped make this event what it is. All that overlay stuff, the post game was really cool to see. We only pulled that in halfway through the event, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know, seeing the gold wrap, we wouldn't see that 15K to 8K on that
was
Draven in that
insane.
last game. I'm really curious about this MSI MVP. I've been waiting on the call for that.
Yeah.
I gotta imagine it's probably either J2 or Stabsy.
You think so? Yeah, okay.
I could see it being Jim Ball, of course. He did have a really good performance.
He had, it wasn't even just the series. In the series against UCI, on that all of our top, dude, the guy's a Vola Bear menace. He's a bear like no other, I swear.
Yeah. Oh, wow. It's pretty hard. I think I would probably overall like to see it go to Stabsy.
Okay.
He had to probably the whole narrative this entire finals was that mid lane.
These mid lane
We talked
matchups.
about it so much, but it's hard not to reiterate when they really are the stars. You have to think of that first game, Rise versus Cassidy. It was just a full brawl, and whoever made the first mistake was the one to lose the game.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, it went the way of UCSD making a mistake, but on the other game, so Berkeley takes that first game with that Rise. His Rise performance was very good. Okay, and I believe we might be going to interview here.
All good. We are, hopefully, Janine, take this one away for us if you would. I do believe, unless I misheard, but that's okay.
It is A-okay. Even if we, I gotta be, I'm so curious about Yumi. Still, even throughout this whole tournament, this cat did not show up. I gotta imagine it's a gentleman's agreement.
There's gotta be some secret group chat where all the teams said, listen, guys, I don't want to waste the ban on Yumi every single game.
Yeah.
Can we agree?
Nobody
touches it. Because not one time did we see it.
No, even in the games where we did see the bans, there was no Yumi on the list. We had it hovered a couple times, didn't get picked. I don't know if it's whether it's execution or just player preference.
Yeah.
But that's just something I had to think about. I have a big question mark next to Yumi on my notes here, and I've been talking about it between every match. Where is this cat? We may hate it, but it's kind of an evil that's just settled in. And here we go. We're gonna have the interview looted up pretty soon, but we're just gonna be chilling and waiting it out.
Dude, these games were crazy. We've been breaking down the drums. Why didn't they pick Uni? It's okay. Think about it as we go into this interview. Janine, if you could take us away, maybe with some audio this time, that would be fantastic.
All right, hello everyone, and I am here on stage with Stabsy. So, all right. Yes, so today was very tumultuous for your team, I'm sure, with the unexpected roster changes. Sorry about that. And, with the fact that you guys won a game, and then it went to UCSD, and then back to you guys again. But obviously, you guys emerged victorious at the end of the day. So what was it that basically rallied your team to victory today?
I think today, coming into this event today, against our first opponent, UCI, we weren't expecting to play as well as we did. But we played pretty well, I would say. So we were really just content with our performance then. So we were just kind of our tempo, because of that win, was just kind of really high, and we just had a lot of confidence going into the next one. Unfortunately, we did lose our jungler for this match, but shout out to our jungler, Kusios, or Justin. Yeah, and I think we just had a lot of solid game plans going into the game. We didn't really lose hope, even though we lost our jungler, and we did get an emergency sub, luckily. But yeah, I think we just kept going.
Well, not losing hope definitely fared well for Cal, as they will be our UCEI Invitational champions for today. And on that note, actually, you are our MSI MVP, so congrats to you, Stabsy. And today we do have an MSI ambassador to present the prize. Do you have any words for us today?
So, hello, I am Elvia. I am one of the MSI student ambassadors, and you were actually voted by all the other schools to be the MVP for this league series tournament. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
Say the Lord.
Thank you to MSI for this, and I love MSI. Thank you to everyone that voted me. I'm not sure if I was the best contender for this, but I think a lot of my teammates actually played really well today too. So shout out to them too. Yeah, I'm just really thankful for this MVP.
All right, and with that, I do believe our casters will close out today's UCEI Invitationals. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us throughout today, throughout all the technical difficulties and, the postponements. It's been a long day, but we have victors in the end to celebrate. So congratulations to Cal again and to Stabsy for being our MSI MVP. And we'll see you tomorrow for our Valorant games.
Got you. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Shout out to Stabsy for winning this MSI MVP, as he said so diligently. I also love MSI. Thank you guys for sponsoring this event for those PCs. We really do love that. And that just about wraps up our day here at UCEI Invitational, presented by Xfinity League of Legends, day one.
Yeah, I've been Daniel Golden Gad, and you can call yourself out.
And I've been Quincy PhD Stokes. It has been an absolute pleasure casting for you guys today. We'll see you more tomorrow for some Valorant, just as Janine said. And until then, take care.
Take care.
Girl, you can do better. At least with your big name wireless carrier. With Xfinity Mobile, you can get unlimited for $30 per month on the nation's most reliable 5G network. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, I can do better.
Yes, you can.
I can do better too.
Now, you really can do better. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line.
Bye.